Second brother. Drink the medicine, vile woman. In a shabby, drafty thatched hut, a man was lying on the bed, struggling fiercely. An old woman dressed in rough linen held a bowl of dark medicine, trying to force it into his mouth. Sue rubbed her eyes. The scene before her looked a bit familiar, like she had seen it somewhere before. But before she could figure it out, the porcelain bowl was shattered in the struggle between the two. The room fell silent. Suddenly, the man on the bed glared angrily at Sue. Vile woman, even in death, I won't forgive you. Sue. No, 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 it's not me. It's that old woman. The old woman turned to look at her. Why are you just standing there? If he doesn't die, how can you marry young Master Dong, Sue? Why does this scene feel so familiar? In the next moment, the old woman covered the man's face with a quilt. It seemed she knew where this familiarity came from. The man was injured and weak. His recent struggles had exhausted his last strength. Now, pressed down by the seasoned farm woman, he couldn't break free. Sue didn't think much and hurried to pull the old woman away. But the old woman was determined to let the man die. Sue couldn't move her, so in desperation, she grabbed a bench from the ground and struck the old woman's head with it. The old woman turned to look at her. Sue was so frightened she took a step back. Then, the old woman suddenly collapsed. Sue gasped for breath, locking eyes with the man on the bed. It wasn't really a man. He looked only 16 or 17, with a dirty face but still clearly handsome features and a pair of sharp, wary eyes full of hatred when they looked at Sue. A name slipped out. Shunyan. The man didn't respond. The room was eerily silent. Only the sound of their breathing could be heard. Sue and Shunyan, who seemed ready to devour her with his gaze, stared at each other for a moment, tears threatening to fall. What should she do now? After a moment of silence, Sue slowly moved closer, reaching out to check the old woman's pulse. Good, no breath. Shunyan lay on the bed, watching as the poison woman carried Wang Po's body out. She didn't know how much time passed before the poison woman returned. Shunyan, Sue called out. Shunyan still ignored her. He didn't want to say a word to the poison woman. If she dared to get close, he would bite her with his teeth and tear a piece of flesh. Seeing he didn't respond, Sue thought he was also dead and was immediately shocked. Double kill at the start? I don't know if the executioner's blade was quick when it cut her. She was afraid of pain. She swallowed hard and tremblingly reached out to check Xinyan's breath. Fortunately, he was still alive. Sue hadn't yet relaxed, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in her hand. The hand was bitten by Xinyan. Ah! Let go, Sue shouted, but Xinyan refused to loosen his grip. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with intense hatred as he stared at her. Sue grimaced in pain, her mouth bleeding quickly. In desperation, she punched Xinyan in the face. Normally, such a punch wouldn't be very effective. But Xinyan was very weak, and after struggling for a while, he fainted. Sue quickly withdrew her hand and ran outside to wash it. Cold water splashed on her numb, red face, and tears streamed down her cheeks. She had traveled through time. The original owner shared her name and lived in a village hundreds of miles away. Misfortune struck, 3 years of drought, and the original owner and her family fled to find a way to survive. On the way, she got separated from her parents and fainted from hunger at Shun's doorstep. It was Xunyan's mother who saved her. Shun's mother's husband had died early, and she struggled to raise her 2 sons. A few years ago, the court conscripted soldiers and Shunda Lang was taken away. Later, Shunda Lang not only survived but also made a contribution, bringing home a lot of silver. The Shin family was living comfortably, envied and admired by everyone in the village. Not long ago, bad news arrived. Shunda Lang was accused of treason and shot dead on the spot. Xunyan hurried back from the academy and saw his sick mother, learning about his brother's death. He wanted to gather money to treat his mother's illness, but their house was taken over by uncles and relatives, and all their belongings were stolen. The Shin family was afraid of being implicated, so they handed over a formal separation letter, cutting ties with Xunyan and his mother completely. Shen Yan had no choice but to work at a nearby quarry to earn money, but he accidentally broke his leg with a stone. The quarry, fearing responsibility, paid only 10 taels of silver and dismissed him. Shen Yan's mother was heartbroken and wanted justice, but didn't know where to turn. At this moment, the original owner fainted at Shen's doorstep. Shen's mother couldn't bear to see her starve to death and took her in. The original owner thought Shen's family was poor and didn't want to stay, but the neighbor, Granny Wang, said the quarry paid Shen Yan 10 taels of silver. That was a lot of money, and the original owner had bad intentions. She pretended to be gentle, claimed she liked Shen Yan, and confidently promised Shen's mother she would take good care of him. Shen's mother was ill for many days, barely holding on, worried that if she died, no one would care for Shen Yan, so she agreed to their marriage. Their wedding had no celebration or guests, just a bow to Shen's mother, and it was considered done. Not long after they married, Mother Shen died, and 10 taels of silver disappeared without a trace. At first, the original owner pretended to be kind to Shen Yan, but secretly tried to find out where the silver was by asking questions. Shen Yan saw through her from the start. He didn't reveal anything because he wanted to fulfill his mother's last wish, so he refused to give her the silver. Then, the original owner began to torment Shen Yan, feeding him spoiled rice, giving him sour water, pouring cold water on him in the cold weather, and opening the window to let him breathe cold air. Under her harsh treatment, Shen Yan grew thinner and weaker each day, losing his energy and spirit, looking like a living corpse. Meanwhile, the original owner, guided by the neighbor Wang Pe, got involved with a spoiled young man from the town, hoping to marry him as a concubine. Wang Pe said that wealthy families have rules. They wouldn't accept a married woman. To get rid of Shen Yan, she staged a scene that Su Wei saw clearly. It was a story of Pan Jinlian having an affair with Shi Men Donggong and, under Wang Po's influence, poisoning Shen Erlang to death. Su Wei bit her lip, recalling Shen Erlang's gaze on her, and tears welled up again. Shen Yan was awakened by a falling piece of wall plaster. His head was dizzy, his thoughts unclear. He closed his eyes, trying to remember what happened before he fainted. The poison woman failed to kill him, but accidentally struck Wang Pe dead. It was a fight among dogs. But the poison woman also struck him with a punch. He wanted to kill her. When Su Wei entered the room, she saw Shen Yan's eyes full of hatred fixed on her.
Su Wei.
Although eyes are not tangible, they can truly make a person feel uncomfortable all over. She placed the plain rice porridge on the table, sat down exhausted, and looked into Shen Yan's eyes. She hoped to have a good talk. Perhaps they could live peacefully in the future, then part ways. But Shen Yan's gaze was too frightening. Honestly, Su Wei felt that if looks could kill, she would already be cut into pieces. The hot porridge steamed between them, creating an odd, indescribable atmosphere. Su Wei forced herself to speak first. Maybe there's been a misunderstanding between us. A misunderstanding? Shen Yan thought it was laughable. They had hatred, resentment, schemes. There was definitely no misunderstanding. Su Wei couldn't go on. She felt that her words at this moment sounded like a middle-aged man who always wants to be strong, weak and powerless. She brought the porridge to Shen Yan, took a bite in front of him, swallowed, and said, "Drink it. It's not poison. I'll come back later to collect the bowl." After doing all this, regardless of Shen Yan's reaction, she quickly left the room and hid back in her own. The original owner's room was clean and tidy, but very poor. The only valuable things were a small bronze mirror on the table and a small silver hairpin, both gifts from young Master Dong. Young Master Dong was really stingy. Su Wei placed the hairpin on the table, then went back to the kitchen. She rummaged through the stove and pulled out a roasted potato. The smell of roasted potatoes quickly filled the air. She knocked off the ash on top with a stick, peeled off the dark skin, and took a bite. The wind-blown potato was a bit rough, and Su Wei's face twisted slightly, but she still forced herself to eat, tears streaming down her face as she did. Thinking again about Shen Er's gaze on her, she felt terrified. This kid would definitely make her life difficult if he got the chance. What should she do? Wah wah wah. She just wanted to go home. She hesitated at the door for a while, took a deep breath, and then stepped back into Shunyan's room. Shunyan had finished his porridge and, perhaps feeling stronger after eating, was sitting against the wall. Su-wei looked at his messy hair with a helpless sigh. That was the original owner's doing. She said Shunyan had lice on his head and that his body and skin were gifts from his parents. She said his father, mother, and brother had all been killed by him, so what use was his hair? It was simply cruel and heartless.
Su-wei Said.
She felt a little sympathy for Shunyan, but not much. She felt more sympathy for herself. She was truly wronged. Go sleep in the main house, Su-wei said to break the silence. The old Shin family house, actually, had several rooms. Shunyan was living in the poorest one, a cluttered room with drafts from all sides and very cold. No need to say, it was also the original owner's doing. Before Shunyan could respond, Su-wei pretended to be stern and said, "Are you going or not? Say something." The original owner was beautiful, with fair skin, a slim waist, long legs, an oval face, a straight nose, and big, watery eyes, a very typical fox spirit look. Su-wei didn't fully understand this, so she didn't realize that her fierce attitude might look like she was acting cute or trying to seduce Shunyan. Shunyan sneered coldly. He wasn't like those dogs outside, who only think with their pants. He wouldn't fall for a woman's tricks. He didn't answer her and seemed to ignore her completely. Su-wei had no choice. She took advantage of Shunyan's unpreparedness and threw a blanket at him. However, she threw too hard, hitting him in the face and causing him to turn his head. Su-wei said, "I didn't mean to do that. Do you believe me?" Shunyan looked at her coldly, clearly not trusting her. After Su-wei left, Shunyan sat for a while before slowly getting out of bed. The wicked woman only knew that the quarry gave 10 taels of silver, but didn't know that his mother had already used that silver to have his wounds treated. She had called a doctor from the mountains, who was very skilled at treating such injuries. The medicine used was good, and since he was young, even though the wicked woman was harsh, his wounds had healed quite a bit over time. Shunyan supported himself on the wall and took a few steps, sweating all over and feeling sharp pain in his legs. But he only felt happy. He even became a little addicted to the pleasure brought by the pain, as if all the suffering, misery, and despair flowed away with the pain. Su-wei, however, had nightmares all night. Sometimes she dreamed of Granny Wang demanding her life, and other times she dreamed Shunyan trying to strangle her. When she opened her eyes again, it was already bright outside. Looking at the dark ceiling, she sighed heavily. It seemed she really couldn't go back anymore. The weather today was nice, sunny, with a gentle northwest wind. Su-wei put on some clothes and resigned herself to going to the kitchen to cook. There wasn't much food at home, enough for 1 or 2 meals. Su-wei had never worried about food before, but now she was in the kitchen, starting to cook porridge with the last bit of coarse rice. The stove was burning, and Su-wei was planning to go out later to buy some supplies. The small mirror wasn't worth much, and the silver hairpin was also not very valuable. But Su-wei weighed the silver coins in her hand, several pieces of dull, blackish silver. She had taken this silver from the gap behind Granny Wang's cupboard. Yesterday, she had moved Granny Wang's body back home. She was very scared at first, but since she was already here, she couldn't just leave empty-handed. Granny Wang was an old widow. Her husband had died early, and she had only one son. A few years ago, her son was caught for theft and sent to prison. Perhaps because of this, she envied Shunyan's 2 successful brothers. After the Shin family had trouble, she often went to talk badly about Shunyan's mother, saying she was unlucky and cursed her sons. The matter of 10 taels of silver was also something she deliberately revealed to the original owner. After Mother Shin died, she secretly incited the original owner to mistreat Shunyan, even went to great lengths to arrange a relationship for her, encouraging her to have an affair with young Master Dong. In the end, she even wanted to kill Shunyan so that the Shin family would be completely wiped out. Truly extremely malicious. Su-wei slowly poured out the silver, casually threw the cloth holding the money into the stove, and burned it completely. As soon as Su-wei entered, Shunyan woke up and stared at her with his big eyes. Suwei shifted slightly, and Shunyan's gaze followed her. She moved back helplessly, and Shunyan's eyes stayed fixed on her. Suwei. She really wanted to ask if it was tiring to keep staring into someone's eyes all the time. She took a sip of porridge as usual, then handed it to Shunyan after swallowing. Although Shunyan didn't know what the poison woman was up to, he didn't think Suwei was acting out of kindness. People are hard to change, and her true nature is difficult to alter. The poison woman was probably plotting something again, scheming against him. I'm going out for a while to buy some things. I've left water for you here. If you're hungry, just bear with it. I'll come back and cook for you, Suwei told him. Although Shunyan was suffering, it was still a bit awkward to say such things to someone she didn't know well. But Shunyan sneered. This poison woman was really interesting. She was just going out to see her lover, yet she still needed an excuse. Did he really care about her? Suwei also seemed to think of something, and she felt a little uncomfortable being laughed at. She hurriedly left the house with her hands and feet. Mrs. Wang's house was right next to the Shun family. The door was closed and she lived alone. No one had probably discovered her body yet. Suwei glanced at it and then looked away. Nanxiao village was a pretty big village, not far from the town, about 10 miles round trip. Suwei dressed very warmly. The villagers stayed at home during winter, not going out much. She didn't meet many people on the way. She quickly arrived at the town, which had only a few shops. The storefronts looked old and dilapidated. The wooden sign at the grain shop was worn out, blown by the wind against the wall, making a loud clattering sound. Suwei first went to the general store and bought a large basket she could carry on her back. Then she went to the rice and flour shop next door, buying a few jean of rice, white flour, and millet. She also bought some potatoes, cabbage, and radishes from farmers at the stall, and a piece of pork from the meat stand. All the small items added up, and the basket was already very heavy. Suwei felt her weak, slender shoulders almost being pulled apart. Seeing her struggle, the nearby vendor couldn't help but say, "You shouldn't carry so many things in that basket."
Suwei nodded.
Now, carrying the basket was very tiring because the original body was very delicate. Walking 5 miles with it would hurt her shoulders. The vendor sniffed his red nose from the cold and cheerfully said, "There might be a cart at the town entrance. Next time, if you have potatoes or cabbage, people from your village can buy them nearby." Suwei thanked the vendor and carried her basket to the town entrance. Just a few steps, and she was already out of breath. There really was a cart at the town entrance. The young man driving the cart was leaning on it, chewing on a piece of straw. His ox was also eating grass, and they seemed to be in sync. Suwei approached, placed her basket on the cart. The young man frowned slightly, thinking to himself, "Who is so rude? The basket takes up so much space. How can others sit?" "Get down," he started to speak, but then saw her big, watery, affectionate eyes. "What's wrong?" Suwei noticed his strange expression and thought she had done something wrong. But the young man smiled, and his face seemed to flush a little. He scratched his head and said, "It's nothing. You can sit inside. It won't shake there." He secretly glanced at her. Although she was dressed very modestly, her eyes were beautiful, her skin was white and smooth, and her figure looked good. She probably looked pretty too. The young man driving the cart thought. He wasn't married yet. It would be nice to find a pretty girl and have a daughter who looked like her mother someday. The ox cart stopped in front of the village. The young man driving the cart smiled and said, "Are you staying here? I see you have a lot of things. Want me to help carry them inside?" Maybe because not many people went to the town today, only Suwei was on the cart. The young man talked a lot, chattering about his family all the way, showing he had a hidden intention. Hearing this, Suwei quickly waved her hand. No need. She jumped off the cart, paid the fare happily, and walked away quickly. One young master from Shimandong was enough trouble. She didn't want to attract any more unwanted attention. The young man sighed but soon cheered up again, at least knowing which village she was from. The village was still quiet, with cold wind swirling dead leaves on the ground. Suwei quickly returned home, placed the basket on the kitchen floor, and took a deep breath. She instinctively looked toward the west room. Even though the walls separated them, she felt as if Shen Yan was hiding in the shadows, watching her. Just thinking about it made the air feel even more oppressive. In the busy kitchen, a pot of hot noodles was soon ready. She carried the bowl and chopsticks into Shen Yan's room. As soon as she entered, Su-wei felt something was wrong. She sensed that Shen Yan seemed to be surrounded by dark, gloomy energy. The resentment felt much stronger than in the morning. Why was this happening?
Su-wei didn't know why.
She placed the noodles on the table, took a bite as usual, and then, without saying a word, she hurriedly ran out. Back in her room, she patted her chest to calm down. Just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she noticed something by the door. A patch of wall paint had been scraped off the door frame. It was a fresh mark. Su-wei couldn't remember if it had been there before. If it was there earlier, it meant the original owner had scraped it off. But if it wasn't, who could it be? Could it be Shen Yan? A cold chill ran down her spine. Could Shen Yan have entered her room after she left? Wasn't his leg broken? How could he still walk? No, the original owner remembered Shen Yan's leg was broken, but it had been a long time ago. Could it really have healed? Oh my, if it was true, and he could walk, what was he planning while hiding behind the door? A layer of cold sweat broke out on Su-wei's body as she stared at the old, battered door, feeling her skin crawl. She didn't know how much Shen Yan had recovered, or if she might be silently harmed while sleeping. Given her relationship with him, that was very possible. Su-wei lost her appetite. She paced around the room, thinking about whether she should escape. But she quickly dismissed the idea. The original owner had memories of fleeing hardship. In these times, running away blindly meant becoming a homeless person. In ancient times, without modern communication, such a person could be sold, killed, or buried deep in the mountains, never seen again. And she, a weak woman, in the middle of winter, even if she had money to leave, would only face death. She couldn't leave the Shin family. She could only try to save some money and understand the situation better before making plans. After eating the noodles that tasted bland, Su-wei tidied up her bowls and chopsticks. As for Shen Yan's, she left them untouched. She didn't want to see him right now. Although Shen Yan is quite pitiful, Su-wei still feels sorry for herself first. Maybe tonight, Shen Yan will cut her in her sleep. Su-wei thought for a while, then took a lock and secretly locked the door to Shen Yan's room before going to bed. Just as she was about to relax, she turned her head and saw that the broken window beside her had been opened somehow. Under Shen Yan's messy hair, those beautiful, cold eyes seemed to be watching her for a long time. Su-wei was speechless. The northwest wind howled, and the air seemed to freeze instantly. Su-wei felt as if she had been struck with a spell, her body stiff, her neck as if rusted, unable to turn at all. She could clearly feel her hair, standing on end. To Su-wei now, Shen Yan was like a ghost from hell, coldly watching her. The northwest wind was so cold it pierced to the bone, as if it could seep through her skin and into her bones. After a long time, Su-wei finally reacted and ran back into the house. Meanwhile, Shen Yan stared at the locked door and licked his side cheek with his tongue. What does the wicked woman want to do? Lock him up to starve him or freeze him? But if she wanted to starve him, why did she give him food? And if she wanted to freeze him, she had given him a blanket yesterday. Shen Yan couldn't understand, so he stopped thinking about it. Su-wei closed the door and blocked it with a table. After finishing, she panted and stared at the door, imagining Shen Yan standing outside, ready to come in and hurt her at any moment. When people are scared, time seems to pass very slowly. Just then, the lights that were on suddenly went out.
Bang!
Shen Yan heard a loud crash from the wicked woman's room, but he didn't feel like going out to see. Whatever happened to her had nothing to do with him. He leaned against the wall, banging his head against it repeatedly as painful memories replayed over and over in his mind. After a while, he stopped moving, lowering his head as if thinking about something. Su-wei was trembling all night, not daring to sleep. She only fell into a faint sleep in the late hours. When she woke up, it was already bright outside. She estimated it was almost noon. She left the house feeling unwell. Because the wind had blown all night, the sky outside was bright blue, cloudless, and the sun shone warmly. Su-wei's bad mood was somewhat eased by the beautiful weather, but the deep loneliness and unease of being in such an unfamiliar place still made her feel restless. She sat on a small stool in the kitchen, smelling the rice aroma and thinking, Shunyan is like a ticking time bomb.
She can't go on like this.
She needs to find a way to calm him down first. Thinking of this, Su-wei glanced at the west room. The door was still locked. Su-wei. She suddenly remembered she had forgotten something. She stood up, about to open the door, but in the next moment, she felt her hand itch. She looked down and saw a shiny, tiny centipede crawling on her hand, moving quickly up her arm. Ah, ah, ah. Shunyan was annoyed by the noise and couldn't hold back. He pushed open the window, which was old and broken, and it fell to the ground with a bang. He looked at it, then looked back at the yard. He saw Su-wei rushing out of the kitchen like a breeze, swinging her chest, and without hesitation, she ran over to him. She jumped into the room through the broken window and collapsed onto him, wrapping her arms around his neck and resting her head on his chest. Shunyan, the wicked woman probably wants to die.
Get
down. Su-wei was pulled back to reality by his cold, angry voice. She suddenly realized what was happening and quickly stepped away from Shunyan. She hurriedly fixed her torn clothes, stood on the ground, her face flushed, eyes filled with tears, and awkwardly explained, I was scared. There was a centipede. She didn't know if Shunyan believed her. Shunyan believed her. Seeing how frightened she looked just now, it was real. And she hated herself so much she wouldn't willingly hug him. But he didn't say anything. Su-wei thought he didn't believe her.
But
now wasn't the time to worry about whether Shunyan believed her or not. The door from outside was locked. The only way out was through the window, where Shunyan was sitting. The porridge was still simmering in the pot in the kitchen. Life's dilemmas always come so suddenly. Su-wei still felt the itch from the centipede crawling on her arm, making her feel restless and uncomfortable all over. She stared at Shunyan, and Shunyan looked at her too. They exchanged a long look, then Su-wei awkwardly spoke. The porridge in the kitchen is still cooking. Shunyan continued to look at her. At this moment, Su-wei, because of her recent vigorous movement, was a bit disheveled, her clothes, her hair, her face flushed, eyes moist. When she spoke to him, she seemed both coquettish and tempting. Shunyan's face darkened as he looked at her. The wicked woman is indeed an unruly fox spirit. Su-wei, I want to go out. After speaking, Su-wei looked at him. In that moment, it seemed she understood what he wanted to say.
Go out?
Why are you telling me this? Shunyan understood her meaning. So, Su-wei walked to the window, looked at Shunyan on the bed, then at the window. If she went out through here, her back would be exposed to Shunyan. If Shunyan grabbed her from behind, she wouldn't even have a chance to resist. Shunyan was now full and strong. As a weak woman, how could she be his match? The cold wind blew in from the window, making Su-wei's neck feel cold.
I
am boiling porridge in the pot, she repeated again. Shunyan looked at her expressionlessly. She said, If I accidentally die, you'll only be left hungry. Do you understand? Shunyan suddenly wanted to laugh. Did the villainess think he was going to kill her now? Yesterday, Shunyan did think about it, but last night he had a clear idea. With Wangpa dead, if the villainess also died, he would be suspected by the authorities. That's not what he wanted to see. So, he couldn't kill the villainess for now, at least until he thought of a perfect plan. But the villainess kept wanting to kill him. Shunyan looked at her long, white neck and her trembling body. He didn't know if she was cold or scared. Maybe both. Then I'll leave now, Su-wei said. Seeing Shunyan had no reaction, she carefully got into bed. She watched Shunyan cautiously, then, when he wasn't paying attention, she quickly jumped out of the room and fell into the yard. Ignoring the embarrassment, Su-wei ran into the kitchen.
Shunyan.
He didn't quite understand why the villainess, who was so fierce yesterday and wanted to kill him, was now acting so afraid of him. The porridge in the pot turned into rice. Sue ate her fill first, then carried her bowl out. She looked at the west room, which was still locked, but the window was gone. She and Shunyan inside the room made eye contact. She walked over, placed her bowl on the windowsill, separated by the empty window. Sue carefully chose her words. Shunyan, let's talk. Talking like this was fine, but if they couldn't agree, she would run. She guessed Shunyan's legs were a bit better, but not fully healed. He definitely couldn't catch her. And if he really had that ability, he wouldn't have been restrained on the bed by Wang a few days ago. This time, before Shunyan could speak, Sue lowered her head, pretending to be weak. But in fact, she was hiding her facial expression. Previously, I had my reasons for treating you that way. Sue looked at Shunyan and then lowered her head again, saying, I was tricked by Wang Pe and influenced by her. Now that I think about it, Madame Shen saved my life. I really shouldn't have treated you badly. Before she finished, Shunyan interrupted her voluntarily. You don't deserve to mention my mother. Sue sighed in relief. It's good that he's willing to talk. At least it shows he's willing to communicate. Yes, I don't deserve to mention Madame Shen. She saved me, and I owe her my life. Shunyan, I told you not to mention her. Not to mention her. Not to mention her. Madame Shen is very kind to me. I feel truly guilty. It's all because of Wang Pe, Shunyan. Still mentioning her, still mentioning her, still mentioning her. Sue looked at Shunyan with tears in her eyes, her voice trembling. Brother Yan, I am young and naive. I sometimes make mistakes. I am still young, and you must forgive me if I err. I will change in the future. Shunyan. He was really annoyed by the innocent look of this troublemaker woman. She had tricked his mother like that before. Brother Yan. Sue, fearless, grabbed Shunyan's hand. Shunyan, as if something dirty had touched him, quickly shook her off, his voice turning angry. What are you doing? Sue was genuinely a little scared, but now that things had reached this point, she could only steel herself and continue. Brother Yan, I will change. Please believe me. She spoke sincerely, but Shunyan didn't believe her at all. Sue was good at crying on cue and pretending. She had acted well in front of his mother, even swearing that if she ever treated Shunyan badly, she would suffer a bad fate. But now, the troublemaker woman was still alive and well. It showed that her vows were useless. In the end, Shunyan didn't say whether he believed her or not, because he didn't speak at all. He just stared at Sue with wide eyes, like a fool or a clown. So Sue also lost her sense of loyalty because she really wanted to smash the bowl in front of her onto Shunyan's sarcastic, cold face. What kind of sin had she committed to come and stick her face into this cold attitude? For a moment, Sue even wanted to turn around and leave with dignity. But she held back. She had nowhere to go and no other choice. She looked up and met Shunyan's disgusted eyes, suddenly understanding that Shunyan hated her but was also forced to endure her. Sue suddenly felt happy. Patience is better than enduring alone. After Shunyan finished eating, Sue suggested changing his room. Shunyan didn't refuse, since the current room had no windows and staying there would only bring trouble. Although he didn't know what the wicked woman was planning, he had no other choice. It was funny. This was his home, yet he had to endure for an outsider. In the end, he moved into the room where Shen's mother used to live. Usually, when old people in the countryside die, their clothes and bedding are thrown away. But Shen's family was poor, and when they were kicked out, they didn't take much. Now, they had almost nothing left. Since the original owner focused all her attention on those 10 taels of silver, Shen's mother's room remained mostly the same, with traces of her life everywhere. Sue looked at Shunyan. He could leave, but he wasn't fully recovered. He had to lean on the wall to walk slowly. Just outside in the yard, he fell and got up looking very awkward, like a clumsy person. Sue couldn't stand to see it and wanted to help him inside, but Shunyan pushed him away. Seeing the scene and feeling sad, Shunyan remembered his mother. So Sue said, Maybe you should stay in your old room? After speaking, she realized Shen Yan didn't seem as uncomfortable anymore, so she mentioned it casually. Shen Yan turned to look at her. His expression was hard for Su Wei to understand. Come on, big brother. Why are you staring at me like that? Just say what you need. Did she say something wrong again? Su Wei suddenly remembered that the room she was staying in now was originally Shen Yan's. She wanted to find an excuse to leave, but then a voice came from outside. Su Wei went out and saw a tall, thin young man holding a fish standing at the door. When he saw Su Wei, his eyes lit up and he smiled. Xiao Wei, you're home. I caught this fish for you to eat.
Su Wei.
Who is this?
Who is this?
Who is this? Why does he call her Xiao Wei? Why is he acting so friendly? Could he be young Master Shiman? But his clothes don't look like it. You are. She hadn't finished speaking when the young man carried the fish into the kitchen. He grabbed a basin to fetch water. Seeing the water jar was empty, he came out and smiled. I'll go get some water. The jar is empty, and no one told me. He winked at Su Wei. Su Wei. No, big brother, who the heck are you? A young man's face lit up with joy as he ran over, smiling brightly. Xiao Wei, you finally talked to me. I know I was wrong before. I shouldn't have treated you that way. His face and ears turned red, as if he found it hard to say what was coming next. Su Wei instinctively looked at the door behind her. She felt like she might die very soon. Su Wei's mind was almost overheating. She had no idea who this person in front of her really was. Shut up, Su Wei gritted her teeth. She and Shen Yan would soon be in a situation where they wouldn't see each other often. They were still nominally married. Plus, Shen's mother had saved the original owner's life. All these reasons made Su Wei polite, tolerant, and willing to spend effort repairing their relationship. But that was Shen Yan. She didn't have the same patience for this person. Who are you? The young man looked hurt. Don't you recognize me, Su Wei? She was running out of patience. Get lost, she almost snapped. She was about to be furious. The young man looked at her in disbelief. What do you mean? He looked a bit anxious. You said you liked me, and after Shen Yan passes away, you would be with me.
What?
Are you having second thoughts? Su Wei?
What?
She was sure the original owner never said that. Did I say that to you myself? It was Wang Pe who said it, the young man replied. Wang Pe said you liked me, but because Shen Yan was still around, you couldn't be with me. As he spoke, he suddenly seemed to remember something and blushed again. Su Wei was very beautiful, like a little fox, with a tiny waist, long legs, and very fair skin. Even when angry, she looked so adorable. But Su Wei was losing her temper now. Was this person an idiot? He believed everything people told him. Wang Pe said it. Wang Pe said it. Since Wang Pe said it, you should go find her. Maybe she's the one who likes you. The young man looked at her in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe that her lips, moist and cherry-like at 36 or 37 degrees, could say such cold and ruthless words. You, what? Su Wei asked coldly. Wang Pe is ruining my reputation outside. I want to confront her. Her expression grew colder. The young man's face turned even redder. He stammered, then I'll go find Wang Pe. He ran off before she finished speaking, even taking the water bucket with him.
Su Wei.
She was speechless. She turned back and met Shen Yan's teasing gaze. Yan Ge, listen to my explanation. I really don't know him. You heard it too. It's all Wang Pe's fault. Shen Yan looked at her for a moment and asked, and what about Wang Pe's body? Su Wei was momentarily stunned before saying, I threw her body back to her home and made it look like she accidentally fell and died. Shen Yan suddenly sneered. Are you an idiot? Su Wei frowned. Why was there now personal attack? Shen Yan replied coldly. The court's coroner can tell just by examining her. Su Wei nervously explained, the court's coroner is skilled, but our village is poor and remote. An old woman died. Would the official coroner come here? Seeing her beautiful face, Shen Yan thought to himself that she was truly a foolish person with no brains. Mrs. Wang's son is in prison, but she has a brother who is a constable. Guess who will come to take the body? He looked at Su Wei coldly. If they find out Mrs. Wang's death was suspicious. Shunyan stopped speaking, and Sue already understood. Her face turned pale in an instant. What should we do? Sue asked. Shunyan said, hide the body in the back mountain. Find a place to bury it, and it will never be found. Even if the officials investigate Mrs. Wang, as long as they can't find the body, it won't matter. Sue nodded. You're so clever, Brother Yen. Shunyan turned to look at her, and Sue asked back, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Just now, Huan went to see Mrs. Wang. Sue slapped her forehead and quickly ran off. If Huan saw the body, it would be over. Shunyan watched Sue's figure disappear and sneered. She was indeed a pretty face with no brains. After Sue left the door, the panic on her face vanished completely. She slowly walked to Mrs. Wang's house, looked at Huan knocking on the door and said, stop knocking. If she hasn't opened the door for so long, Mrs. Wang might not be home. Huan saw her and his anger instantly faded. Xiao Wei. Sue couldn't bear to look at him. She pointed and said, go fetch some water. Huan looked at her face, and his whole body softened. He stammered, all right. I'll go now. Huan left, and Sue looked at Mrs. Wang's house again, then slowly turned back. When she reached the door, she took a deep breath, then lifted her head, showing a hint of panic on her face. Brother Yen, thank you for reminding me. I'll go up the mountain now to see if there's a good place. Her face was pale, and her lips lacked color. She was clearly frightened. Shunyan said nothing. Before Sue left, she encountered Huan, who was carrying water back. Huan happily poured the water into the tank. Thank you. Sue gave him 2 coins as payment and also returned the fish he had brought. Huan Zhou frowned and asked, what do you mean? Old Wang's words before were all lies. I am already married, so it's impossible for us. Before Sue finished, Huan hurriedly interrupted, if Shunyan died, then maybe. Sue was silent. This time, she felt a little sympathy for Shunyan. He has no ability, but still seeks a beautiful wife. Now, everyone wants to get rid of him, to take his place. Sue also felt a bit sorry for herself. The original owner had guts but no brains. She had no cunning or courage. Maybe one day, because of some wild men's words outside, Shunyan would end up hurting her. So Sue looked seriously at Huan and slapped him across the face. Shut up. Huan was stunned for a moment, and his ears turned even redder. Sue thought, did this slap make him feel better? Shunyan is my husband. From now on, don't say such things to me, and don't bother me. Otherwise, I will report you to the authorities for bothering a married woman. She threatened coldly, but Huan touched his face, staring fixedly at Sue's hand. Her hand was white, long, and thin, like a green onion, and her strength was weak. The slap stung a little, but more than that, it was itchy. Did you hear what I said? Sue felt speechless. Was this person sick? Just as she thought that, she saw Huan, blushing, ask, Can you hit me again? Sue was speechless. Finally, she managed to chase Huan away, and then went to Shunyan's door. Shunyan, I've come in. Shunyan didn't answer. Sue was about to push the door, but, recalling that he might be hiding at the door that day, she became cautious. She casually grabbed a stick, gently opened the door, and saw Shunyan sitting on the bed, looking at her. Shunyan had no expression. Sue sighed in relief, thinking he probably didn't hear Huan. Let's discuss how to handle Wang Po's body. Sue looked a bit silly, or maybe a little nervous. Shunyan noticed her breathing was quick, and her chest was trembling slightly. Shunyan looked away with disgust. Didn't I say to dig a hole in the back mountain and bury her? Sue looked pitiful and said, but now it's cold and freezing. I am just a weak woman and can't dig a hole. If someone finds out. Shunyan knew this well, so he looked at Sue. Then I don't care. The person was killed by you. Sue was silent. The original owner was not a good person. You're really a dog too. But I only did it to save you. Save me. Shunyan seemed to hear the biggest joke ever. He looked serious and said to Sue with a hint of malice, Isn't it true that you all wanted to team up and kill me, but ended up fighting among yourselves, so? You accidentally killed Granny Wang, Sue. Indeed, language is truly an art. Su Wei looked at Shunyan, and Shunyan also stared at her. The two spouses looked at each other for a long time before Su Wei said, "Brother Yan, your words hurt me. I swear I was really trying to save you at that time." Shunyan recalled that day. Although he didn't understand why Su Wei attacked Granny Wang, he felt that the wicked woman wasn't that kind-hearted. Su Wei knew he didn't believe her, so she said, "I was really confused at the time and was influenced by Granny Wang. But seeing how she attacked you, I suddenly remembered how kind Aunt Shen was to me." Su Wei secretly glanced at Shunyan and saw him sneering at her, as if saying, "I'm watching you pretend." She forced herself to speak. "Actually, I was mainly scared. I was afraid if you died, I would be caught by the authorities. And Granny Wang is so vicious, she would definitely hold a grudge against me. I was really scared." Shunyan believed her words a little more after that. If Su Wei truly had a conscience and cared about her mother's life-saving kindness, she wouldn't have done such a thing. He believed her explanation now. Perhaps she was just scared and wanted to stop Granny Wang, but in the process, she lost control and killed her. "But how does this concern me?" Shunyan sneered at her. "You killed Granny Wang. If the authorities find out, you're doomed," Su Wei said. "If you wanted me dead, you wouldn't have warned me to deal with Granny Wang's body." Su Wei hadn't finished her words. From Granny Wang's case, it was clear Shunyan didn't want to get involved with the authorities or attract their attention at this time. Is it because of Shen Daliang? Shunyan was so angry, he almost laughed. "You're not that stupid." Su Wei didn't respond to him but asked innocently and pitifully, "Brother Yan, what should I do now?" Shunyan clenched his teeth. "Tell me properly." Once again, he emphasized that he wasn't one of those reckless men outside who could be easily seduced.
Su Wei.
Shunyan finally gave her an idea. There was a ready-made pit on the back hill, dug by someone to catch wild animals. What if someone finds out the pit has been filled? Su Wei hadn't finished speaking when Shunyan sneered. "That pit was dug by me and my brother. Father Shen was a hunter. Shen Dalong learned all his skills. After his father died, Shen Dalong often went into the mountains to hunt. Shunyan was a bit older, so the two brothers went together. They dug many traps in hidden places that villagers would never go to. Only Shunyan knew where these traps were. They buried 1 or 2 traps quietly so no one would notice. Their plan was very good, but something unexpected still happened. Su Wei went back to Wang Po's house. The place was very quiet because it was cold, and Wang Po's body hadn't rotted yet. Su Wei looked around. The scene was arranged very carefully. Wang Po's head injury was caused by a stool, which was also brought by Wang herself. Many women in the countryside like to sit on stools and chat. Su Wei didn't have many options. She couldn't go up the mountain to bury the body herself, and doing it in the daytime could be dangerous if someone saw her.
Now, Su Wei clearly overestimated herself.
Wang Po was a tall, strong rural woman. She had been able to hold down Shunyan, who hadn't eaten for days. Now that Wang Po was dead, her body was stiff. Su Wei touched her and felt a layer of goosebumps all over her body. She tried again. Even though she knew that after death, a person's body is just flesh, she couldn't get past her mental block. Su Wei ran back to Shen's house. Shunyan saw her and frowned slightly. "Why are you back?" he asked. Su Wei looked at him helplessly. "I can't do it," she said. Shunyan mocked her. "You dare to kill a person but can't bury a body?" His words had a double meaning. Whether it was killing Wang Po or trying to poison Shunyan before, Su Wei had been involved. It wasn't just about her courage. She was a weak woman. She couldn't carry Wang Po, who was heavier than her, up the mountain to bury her. Shunyan wouldn't be unaware of this. Su Wei finally understood that Shunyan was just teasing her. This was an impossible situation. She couldn't lift the body, and Shunyan's leg was injured, so he couldn't help either. The only option was to dismember the body, but Su Wei couldn't do that. She sat heavily in a chair, staring at Shunyan with a serious look. Anyway, they were all in the same boat. "Then let it be," Su Wei sighed. "Tomorrow I'll go to the land temple to pray for help. I hope the gods will protect us, so this won't get out." Shunyan thought Su Wei was mocking him, but her expression looked serious. Su-wei stretched lazily, ready to go back to sleep. Just as she was about to leave, Shunyan called her back. Su-wei was awakened by the cold. She had been blown by the wind last night, feeling dizzy and faint. It was hard to get up, and she sneezed twice from the cold. When she put on her clothes and went out, she realized it was snowing outside. The northwest wind was blowing snowflakes wildly, making it hard to see. Su-wei wrapped her clothes tightly, but still felt cold. The only heating device in the Shin family was a hot water bag bought not long ago by the original owner. It was similar to a warm water bottle, but it cooled quickly and was not very effective. Su-wei took the silver coins and the small silver hairpin she got from Granny Wang. She needed to buy some warm clothes or things to keep warm, or neither she nor Shunyan would survive this winter. She went to knock on Shunyan's door, but there was no response. She knocked again, and then she heard Shunyan's voice. "What's the matter? I want to go out and buy some things. Food is in the kitchen. You can get it yourself." Shunyan, leaning on his cane, could still walk to the kitchen, at least last night. Su-wei didn't want to think about it. She suppressed her nausea, wrapped her clothes tighter, and went outside. Without the shelter of the courtyard wall, it was even colder outside. The original owner didn't even have thick clothes. Su-wei shivered all the way and secretly regretted only buying food last time. She hadn't expected the weather in the northwest to change so quickly. What was just cold suddenly became freezing. The town was still desolate. The sign of the grain and oil shop was swinging noisily. This time, Su-wei was smarter. She first went to the town entrance and found a bullock cart. When the young man saw Su-wei, his eyes lit up, and he spat out the grass in his mouth and ran over. "Are you here to buy things in town?" Su-wei nodded and sniffed. "I want to buy a cotton coat and a fire basin." The young man was surprised. "Buy a cotton coat? You need to go to the county for that. Our town only sells fabric. As for cotton, I don't know if there's any. And about the fire basin, you might as well buy a stove." "A stove?" Su-wei was surprised. The young man smiled. "There is one, but it's more expensive. I happen to be free now, so I can take you." Su-wei nodded. She didn't want to get involved with any bad relationships, but now that she was in a strange place and had no choice, she thought of Shunyan at home. As the elders always said, marrying a man just for clothes and food was foolish. A pretty face was useless. It was better not to marry such a man. It was freezing outside, and she, a weak woman, had to go out shopping. And he even gave her a cold look. If she weren't occupying the original owner's body, she would have slapped him long ago. "Are your family members at ease?" The young man asked more questions. Last time, he wanted to ask, because a weak woman going out alone must have encountered some trouble. Su-wei felt cold inside. The family members probably wished she would die outside. But she didn't want to reveal her private matters to strangers, so she only asked, "How far is it?" If she was far away, she wouldn't go. The person in front of her was too enthusiastic, and she was worried he had bad intentions. The young man guiding the cart pointed and said, "Right there. Do you see that house? That's the blacksmith shop in our town. I know Iron Head. We might get a better price later." Su-wei saw some iron tools in front of the house and felt relieved. The blacksmith's yard was small. As soon as the young man entered, he kept calling, "Iron Head." A dark, strong young man came out from the house, smiling and asking, "Why are you here, kid?" He saw Su-wei. The two men looked at each other and shared a knowing look. Su-wei was silent. The young man guiding the cart said, "This young lady wants to buy a stove. I brought her here." Iron Head grinned and said, "All right, my master just made a few. Come with me." In the east cool room, there were several stoves similar to modern charcoal stoves. The blacksmith's skill was impressive, sturdy materials, and some with patterns. Su-wei chose a simple one without patterns, looking the cheapest, and asked, "How much is this?" "That one costs 2 taels of silver." 2 taels. 2 taels of silver was equivalent to about 2,000 yuan today. Why not just rob it? Iron Head chuckled. That's already cheap. Iron is expensive, especially now with border wars and strict controls. He rambled on, but Su-wei decided to buy it anyway. Better to pay more than freeze. She took out the silver she got from Granny Wong. Ironhead weighed it on a small scale, cut off the excess with scissors, and handed it back to Su Wei. She stored the silver away. The young man guiding the cart then moved the stove. He looked thin but very strong and joked about inviting Ironhead for drinks later. Then they both left. Worried she might overthink, the young man explained, "This is from our area. You can't find this kind of iron stove elsewhere with silver." Su Wei remembered that in ancient times, iron was a scarce resource because it was used for weapons. Most iron mines were controlled by the government. Ordinary people only used iron for farming tools. Weapons and knives were tightly regulated. Buying a simple axe or blade required official approval. The young man said the blacksmith shop received a quota of iron each year. Stoves like this needed a lot of iron, so they were more expensive. But he didn't expect Su Wei to actually have silver to buy it. She sensed there was more to his words and couldn't help asking, "Are you very familiar with this place?" The young coach driver said, "Of course, I grew up here and," he whispered, "I often go to the border with Ironhead to get some things. If the shop doesn't have cotton later, I can get some for you." Su Wei was silent.
Well,
"Thank you. I don't know your name, though," the young coach driver replied. "My name is Hanyu. I'm Su Wei." Su Wei, what a lovely name. Hanyu's face clearly showed interest in Su Wei. Su Wei wasn't stupid, but she had no choice. Shun Yan was so useless, completely good for nothing, just a scholar. He even turned his face away from her. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Hanyu moved the stove onto the ox cart. He also wanted to go with Su Wei to buy fabric. Su Wei initially wanted to refuse, but then thought, since she was new here, what if the fabric shop owner tricked her?
sigh.
Su Wei thought, "Sorry, Brother Han, I can only use you now." With Hanyu's help, Su Wei was lucky enough to buy a cotton coat. It was made by a previous customer. When the coat was finished, the customer, being pregnant and fat, couldn't fit into it, so she had to sell it. It was made for herself, with good materials and fine stitching. Su Wei almost cried from warmth when she put on this plain, flowered cotton coat. The coat cost quite a bit, and Su Wei thought about Xin Yan, who made her so upset. She also bought a piece of darker, slightly flawed fabric, along with some rice, flour, charcoal, and firewood. She didn't have much money left. This time, the ox cart could only take her to the Shin family. Occasionally, villagers out snow cleaning saw her and looked at her with confusion. Their gazes changed when they looked at Su Wei. Su Wei didn't bother to pay attention. The more lice she had, the less she cared. She was barely holding on herself, so what did others' opinions matter? Finally, they arrived at the Shun house. Hanyu helped unload the things. Besides paying for the ox cart, Su Wei also paid him for his work. People always had their motives. If you didn't pay, you have to give something else in return. Hanyu also understood this and silently took the money. He glanced at Su Wei's house, a few old, dilapidated mud brick houses that looked very poor. They had been back for a while, but no one came out. As he guessed, Su Wei's family was struggling. He couldn't help but feel a little sorry for her. Seeing him standing still, not moving, Su Wei thought he had helped a lot. She should invite him in for some water, but there was no firewood at home. Hanyu didn't mind. He wanted to help set up the stove. Su Wei thought Xin Yan's legs and feet weren't in good shape, so he probably couldn't do this kind of work. She nodded in agreement. The stove was set up in Su Wei's room. When Hanyu entered, his face turned red, since it was a girl's room. Su Wei was worried about misunderstandings, so she opened the door carefully and even used a stool to block the wind. After working for a while, they finally finished setting up the stove. Hanyu skillfully lit the fire and added charcoal. Soon, the room warmed up and she placed a kettle on the stove, making the room cozy. Hanyu's hands and face were covered in dark soot from working so long. Su Wei went to fetch some water. "Big Brother Han, wash your hands," she said. Because he was clumsy, Su Wei took off her scarf that covered her face. Hanyu saw her face and was momentarily stunned. He then lowered his head to wash his hands very slowly. Su Wei didn't realize that in the time it took him to wash his hands, they could have already decided on their child's name. Hanyu was also thinking about asking about Su Wei's situation later and maybe finding a matchmaker to arrange a marriage. Just as he was about to leave after washing his hands, a loud noise suddenly came from the next room.
Su Wei's face changed. It was Shen Yan.
She rushed into the room and saw Shen Yan fall to the ground, looking very embarrassed as he tried to get up. Su Wei hurried over to help him. He wanted to push her away, but was too weak. Su Wei felt his hot skin. He had a fever. Before she could leave, Hanyu was standing at the door, looking a bit stunned by what he saw. He didn't understand the situation right away, but he didn't think much and stepped forward to help Shen Yan up. Noticing his poor leg and foot condition, he carefully carried him to the bed. Shen Yan was silent, looking dazed, not yet reacting to being carried onto the bed by a man, someone Su Wei had brought home. Su Wei's hand then touched his forehead. It was very hot. He must have caught a cold from the cold last night. "Go to my room. It's warmer there," Su Wei said softly. Shen Yan, still confused and weak, couldn't even refuse. Su Wei supported him, and Hanyu helped carry him into her room. Su Wei asked, "Big brother Han, do you know where I can find a doctor?" Hanyu replied, "I know. I'll go look for one." He didn't ask any more questions and left quickly. Su Wei boiled some hot water, added a little salt, and let it cool slightly for Shen Yan to drink. She also prepared some warm water to wipe his body. Shaking his messy hair like a chicken coop and wiping the black dirt off his face, Su Wei finally saw Shen Yan's face clearly. It was very handsome, comparable to a celebrity from later generations. Because he was weak, he also looked fragile and beautiful. But Su Wei didn't have time to admire it. She lifted Shen Yan's clothes to help cool his body, but suddenly, she tore a hole in his shirt. Su Wei was speechless. It was quite a coincidence. The doctor was the same one Shenmu had called before. After so long, Su Wei thought Shen Yan was fine, but now he was like this. The old doctor didn't say much. He looked at Su Wei with a meaningful gaze and then explained the illness. Shen Yan's bones might be crooked, meaning he could become a cripple in the future. Also, because he had been abused for a long time, his body was very weak. This illness came suddenly like a mountain falling, though it wasn't deadly. He needed good care. If he developed a chronic problem, he might not live long afterward. The old doctor prescribed some medicine. Hanyu wanted to say something, but the doctor coughed and then left with him. Outside the clinic, Hanyu kept looking back. When they got into the ox cart and left the village, the old doctor asked, "Do you like that girl?" Hanyu smiled shyly. But the old doctor said, "Beauty can be dangerous. That girl isn't obedient enough to marry."
Han EU frånid.
Why? The old doctor explained the situation about Shenmu asking him to treat Shen Yan. At that time, Shen Erling wasn't like this. But look at him now, with all those injuries, he had been abused. Shenmu's daughter had died, and only the two of them were left in the house. Who do you think hurt Shen Erling? Hanyu frowned. He remembered Shen Yan, such a tall man, now so thin he looked like just bones, fragile and exhausted. Seeing his condition, it was truly pitiful. Then he looked at Su Wei. Her face was rosy, lips red, teeth white, and she had plenty of money to buy things. If she really didn't treat Shen Erling well, why would she call the doctor for him? Hanyu didn't believe Su Wei was that kind of person. But the old doctor stroked his beard and said, "Maybe she's just afraid Shen Erling will die. If he dies, how can she live as a widow?" That made a lot of sense. Hanyu felt suspicious and couldn't help but glance back at Nanqiao village. A man and a woman alone in a house.
Han EU Saihid.
His youthful heart was broken. Su Wei didn't know what these two people were thinking. She was busy boiling medicine for Shen Yan. The old doctor had said that the water shouldn't cover the herbs. Boil once, then add more water and boil again. This small amount of herbs cost a lot of silver. She couldn't help but take out her money pouch, which only had 2 small silver pieces, a few hundred coins, and a hairpin gifted by young Master Dong. So poor. Su Wei sighed, poured the boiled medicine into a bowl, and patted Shen Yan. Shen Yan was sweating heavily, looking pained, as if trapped in a terrible nightmare. "Shen Yan," Su Wei called him a few more times. Only then did he open his eyes, looking dazed at Su Wei, as if he didn't know what was happening or where he was. Shunyan, Su-wei waved her finger in front of his eyes. Shunyan finally regained clarity. He turned to look at Su-wei, and his gaze was so frightening that Su-wei couldn't help but step back. She said irritably, "I even asked the doctor to boil medicine for you." "Don't be ungrateful." Shunyan looked at the dark-colored medicine in her hand, and his brows furrowed. Suddenly, Su-wei remembered something. A few days ago, the original owner was holding a bowl of this dark, poisonous-looking medicine, intending to make Shunyan drink it. The old doctor had already left. How could she explain that this wasn't a deadly poison? The fire crackled loudly, especially noticeable in the silent, eerie atmosphere. Su-wei clenched her teeth, took the bowl of medicine, and took a sip. The bitter taste made her face twist like a bun. She forced herself to swallow the bitterness, then handed the bowl to Shunyan. "Drink it." Shunyan took the bowl, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one gulp. The atmosphere grew heavy again. Su-wei poured herself a glass of water to wash away the bitterness, then poured another for Shunyan. Because Shunyan's cold attitude made Su-wei feel uncomfortable a few days ago, but now, thinking about it, forget it. He's still just a child. Just now, seeing his shocking injuries while cleaning his body, she didn't know how to start. All of this was the original owner's doing. Su-wei actually wanted to ask Shunyan why he didn't resist, but then she thought, asking that was like slapping someone and not knowing who would feel the pain. Shunyan's brother and mother had both died. Overnight, he was abandoned by everyone, lost everything, and was injured, becoming useless. He couldn't move, relying only on the faint remnants of the original owner's conscience. But the original owner had no conscience, only feeding his life like a dog, thinking about his money. He couldn't die easily, but living was hard for him. Before all this, he was just a child growing up under his mother's and brother's protection. Such a huge change was already more than he could bear. Perhaps at that time, he had already given up hope. Su-wei asked him, "Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something?" Shunyan didn't reply. Su-wei remembered what the old doctor said and decided to make porridge. Porridge requires a big pot, so she cooked millet and white rice together for some mixed grain porridge, then made scallion pancakes. Su-wei was busy working. By the time she finished, it was already dark. She lit a lamp inside the house. Shunyan had fallen asleep again, without her noticing. "Shunyan, wake up and eat," Su-wei patted him. He woke up groggily, first like a soft, sleepy puppy. But as soon as he saw Su-wei's face, the puppy turned into a fierce wolf dog.
Su-wei.
As usual, she drank the porridge and ate the pancake before handing it to him. He took it and, probably very hungry, ate it quickly. After finishing, Su-wei asked, "Do you want more?" He didn't speak. Su-wei was both annoyed and amused. "If you don't say anything, I'll assume you don't want any." He looked at her. Su-wei sat down and said slowly, "Your health is your own. It's no good to get angry with me. I'll ask you again, do you want more?" The teenage boy always had a kind of fragile pride. He was silent for a long time, perhaps agreeing with her or having thought it through, then gritted his teeth and said, "Yes." Su-wei served him another bowl of porridge and a piece of pancake. He ate everything. She didn't give him more, worried he might overeat and get sick. With your eating habits, even the landlord's family would have no leftovers, Su-wei said on purpose. Shunyan sneered coldly. When he dealt with Wang Pe, he called her Yen Ge. Now he didn't need to do that anymore. She just thought he ate too much. A wicked woman. He lay down and ignored her. The wicked woman's room was very warm, and the bedding smelled nice. Whether she was pretending today with some other purpose or truly regretting and wanting to change, Shunyan decided he would stay here tonight and not leave. He wanted a good sleep. This was his room after all. As for Su-wei, if she really wanted to kill him, she would have done so when he had a fever. Shunyan slept peacefully, feeling at ease. Su-wei looked at the person lying on the bed and also felt conflicted. The room was warm and big enough for two people to sleep comfortably. But what if Shunyan accidentally killed her in his sleep? Shunyan had nightmares all night. In his dreams, he returned to a few days ago, when Su Wei brought medicine to his bed. "This is medicine I got from the village doctor. Drink it and you'll get better," Su Wei said gently with a smile. When Shen Yan's mother was still alive and had just saved him, she looked like that. But after Shen Yan's mother died, she changed completely. He naturally wouldn't drink her medicine. Su Wei was very angry and glaring at him. She went out, and soon Mrs. Wang arrived. This old woman had never had good intentions and was always jealous of the Shen family. When the Shen family fell on hard times, she started to kick them when they were down. Now she came in with a gloomy face, like a venomous snake. For some reason, she wanted to kill him even more than Su Wei did. Shen Yan hadn't eaten for several days. He was extremely weak, his body soft and trembling, barely holding on. Mrs. Wang held him tightly and told Su Wei, "Quick, give him the medicine." Shen Yan never thought an old woman could be so strong. Su Wei approached him, her beautiful face twisted with anger and cruelty. She tried to force the medicine into Shen Yan's mouth. His instinct to survive made him use all his strength and kick her fiercely. She fell down, hitting her head somewhere with a loud bang. Shen Yan woke up again, his whole body sore and weak. He found he couldn't move. Still dazed from the dream, he looked down in horror and saw he was tied to the bed. His first thought was that Su Wei wanted to harm him. He looked angrily and fearfully at the side, where Su Wei was sleeping nearby, wrapped tightly in a blanket, only her head showing. Shen Yan stared at her face. It was beautiful, looking innocent and harmless when she was asleep. But he knew that behind that pretty face, there was a heart as venomous as a snake. Su Wei opened her eyes and met Shen Yan's difficult-to-describe gaze. Suddenly, she snapped awake and sat up on the bed. "You." She started to speak, then saw Shen Yan tied up. Embarrassed, she said, "You move around a lot when you sleep. I was worried you'd kick off the blanket and catch a cold." Such nonsense. Shen Yan didn't believe a word. But he didn't speak. He just watched her quietly. Clearly, at this point, he was too tired to even be angry, only filled with resentment and unwillingness. He couldn't move, and Su Wei could do whatever she wanted to him. He was too careless. He should have killed this poisonous woman a few days ago, or he wouldn't be in this helpless state now. Shen Yan's expression hurt Su Wei. She knew that the original owner and Shen Yan had such a relationship. No matter what she said, Shen Yan wouldn't believe her. Whatever she did, Shen Yan thought she had some purpose. A person's wounds are not so easy to heal. Su Wei sighed silently and said, "Shen Yan, whether you believe it or not, I've come to understand. I think your being alive is more useful to me." Shen Yan smiled. His smile was pure, as if he had just heard a funny joke. The strange smile made Su Wei feel cold inside. He asked, "Does living here stop you from finding a new partner?" Su Wei hesitated. "Honestly, it might have caused some delay. Isn't it just because I haven't found the right person yet? Besides, if I want to find someone new, you're not necessarily going to die. We can just part ways." Shen Yan mocked. "You still know how to part? Looks like you've already looked into it." Su Wei chose not to argue further about this. "Anyway, I don't want you to die now, and you need someone to take care of you. We can cooperate, hurt no one, and when the time is right, go our separate ways happily. What do you think?" Su Wei looked at him expectantly. Shen Yan replied without hesitation, "Okay, I think your idea." "No, it's wrong." He didn't sound so cold anymore, instead saying, "I think your idea is pretty good," but Su Wei felt even more uneasy. He loosened the ties on Shen Yan, who sat up and smiled, saying, "I'm hungry." Su Wei wasn't sure whether Shen Yan's coldness was better or his smiling face was better. Couldn't he just be normal? Why did he have to be so extreme? Is it true that we either die in silence or turn strange in silence? Su Wei put on her floral cotton jacket to go cook. Shen Yan stared at the jacket for a long time until Su Wei left. Yesterday, it didn't snow much and the wind was strong, blowing away a lot of snow. Now, there's only a thin layer, and as soon as the sun comes out, it will melt away. Su Wei made some noodle soup. When the hot noodles were served, Shen Yan picked them up and ate. After finishing, he placed the bowl on the table and told Su Wei, "I'm hungry and want more." Sue filled another bowl for him.
He quickly ate again.
Only after he drank all the soup from the pot did he stop, wiping his mouth with his sleeve. Sue couldn't really stand it. No matter how handsome he was, seeing him wipe his mouth with his sleeve was hard to accept. "What's wrong?" Shenyan asked as if it was intentional. Sue said very seriously, "You can't wipe your mouth with your sleeve. It makes me uncomfortable." Shenyan waved his torn, dark sleeve. "I don't have a handkerchief." Sue gave him her own. A few years ago, the Shen family was doing well, and Shenyan was studying at a school, so his clothes were naturally good. But after Shenyan's mother died, the original owner sold these clothes cheaply. The money from selling them was either spent on food and drinks or used to buy things. All of this is caused by the original owner's mistakes. So she had to make a change of clothes for Shenyan to wear. This handsome guy's smell is so strong it could knock someone out. Since Shenyan's hair and clothes haven't been washed since Shenmu died. Sue didn't want to seem too disgusted by him, worried about hurting his pride, but who made them poor? Their home only has one stove, so they have to sleep together. She kept her bedding clean, but when she looked earlier, Shenyan's several dark handprints were clearly visible. Shenyan was still looking at her with an innocent face and asked, "What's wrong?" Sue couldn't hold it in anymore. In her previous life, she loved doing crafts when she had free time. She wasn't good at embroidery, but sewing and mending were fine. She gestured at Shenyan's clothes, but when she looked down, she almost fainted from the smell of his hair. After a moment of silence, Sue said, "Would you like to wash your hair? Or take a bath?" Shenyan looked up at her, clearly thinking about it. Without waiting for his answer, Sue left quickly and soon returned with a basin for bathing. She was shocked when she saw it because their home was very poor, no money for firewood, yet they had a bath basin. It was bought by the original owner, who loved beauty and was worried about Prince Dong's dislike, so she washed herself often. But now there was a problem. The water in the water jar was running low. If Shenyan took a bath, there wouldn't be enough water for cooking. Just as Sue was thinking about fetching water later, Huan arrived. Huan had been thinking about Sue these days. He guessed her water was probably finished and worried she couldn't carry more, or that she might fall into the well while fetching water. Young and full of energy, he thought a lot, especially now during the farming break when there was nothing to do. He hesitated for a long time, but still came. Afraid Sue might say something unpleasant, he didn't speak when he entered, just carried the water bucket and left. Soon, he filled it and looked deeply at Sue. Before she could speak, he hurriedly left again. Sue. Suddenly, she didn't know what to say. She felt like a promiscuous woman in a melodramatic show. Anyway, she had water now. She boiled a pot of water and, thinking about Shenyan's limited mobility, she placed a small stool in the bucket, so he wouldn't fall over while sitting. After doing all this, Sue was exhausted. "Call me if you need anything," she said, then took her sewing kit to the kitchen to make clothes. Having something to do made time pass quickly. Sue finished a pair of shorts, and the sun was already high. There was no movement from Shenyan at all. Sue suspiciously looked at the door several times before finally deciding to check. Sue was holding the shorts she made for Shenyan. As she stepped out of the kitchen, she made eye contact with Huan, who had just come in. Huan looked at Sue, then at the man's pants in her hand. A look of indescribable hurt appeared on his face.
"Sue,
are you okay? Why does every man she meets seem so strange?" Snap, Huan's fish fell to the ground. He stared at Sue with intense eyes, then turned and ran away. "Your fish," Sue, holding the shorts in one hand and the fish in the other, chased after him, but Huan was already gone.
Sue.
She could only go back, put the fish into a water basin, and then remembered Shenyan. She knocked on the door, but no one answered. Thinking of Shenyan fainting last night, she pushed the door open and went inside. Shenyan had already finished washing. He was sitting on the bed, shirtless, revealing a large expanse of fair skin on his chest, looking down as if lost in thought. Sue called to him, but he ignored her. She placed the finished shorts on the bed and quietly went to pour water. Shenyan's eyes were red.
She saw it.
This person, his mother and brother died. He didn't cry. He broke his leg. He didn't cry. He was tortured by the original owner. He didn't cry. But now he was crying. Everyone has their fragile moments. Su Wei didn't know what he was thinking, but just thinking about what had happened to Xinyan, she could only sigh silently. Who in this world isn't struggling to live? Hu brought a large carp, probably caught by breaking the surface of the river. Su Wei skillfully prepared the fish, stewed it, and steamed some rice. When the meal was ready, she went back into the room. Xinyan was back to normal. He had washed himself thoroughly, his hair neatly combed, revealing a full forehead and a handsome, fair face. Su Wei was momentarily stunned. She had seen handsome men before, but Xinyan's handsomeness was hard to describe. His features were sharp and delicate, his skin fair, with big round eyes, long eyelashes, gentle and classical. This kind of classical beauty was natural, not something that actors in TV dramas with fake heads could imitate. Su Wei was stunned, and only when she came back to herself did she realize she was feeling hot. Dinner is ready. She awkwardly placed the food on the table. Xinyan picked up his chopsticks and ate silently. He wasn't gobbling like in the morning, but eating slowly and gracefully. This calm Xinyan made Su Wei feel a strange sense of disconnection. At the dining table, only the sound of chewing and the clinking of chopsticks and bowls could be heard. Su Wei took the initiative to explain. This fish was sent by Huan. I will go and give him some money later. She wouldn't take advantage of someone, especially not a man who has intentions toward her. Xinyan didn't speak, only nodded. Su Wei continued. By the way, do you know where Huan's family lives? Xinyan certainly knew. When they were young, he had fought with Huan, who was always beaten badly by his older brother. By the river, Su Wei was silent. After eating, she took the money and left. 1 fish for 20 coins, plus 2 coins for fetching water. Su Wei pinched the copper coins in her pocket. Forget it. Fetching water is better paid with 1 coin. There are only 2 households by the river, and Su Wei didn't know which one was which. Just as she was about to ask, she heard a voice from one of the houses. Are you cheap? Are you cheap? A woman was hitting someone with a feather duster, and the person being hit was Huan. Huan was dodging and begging. Mother, stop hitting me. It hurts so much. Not hitting you will teach you nothing. I've told you so many times. But you just won't listen. Huan's mother grew angrier. I think you've been bewitched by that fox spirit. Your mind is gone. Rushing to be a fool and get tricked by others. Mother, Huan hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly saw Su Wei standing at the door. He froze for a moment, and in that instant, Huan's mother grabbed him and gave him 2 harsh hits. Su Wei forced a dry smile, feeling she had come at the wrong time. If she guessed right, the fox spirit Huan's mother mentioned was probably her. Am I bothering you? Su Wei asked awkwardly. Huan ignored his pain and jumped in front of Su Wei, his face and ears turning red. He asked in a hushed voice, Xiao Wei, why are you here? Huan's mother looked at Su Wei with a stern gaze, holding the feather duster. What are you here for? Huan turned his head and frowned. Mother. His mother looked even angrier. Don't call me mother. I don't have a son as useless as you. Su Wei was speechless. Earlier, I bought a fish from Brother Hu and asked him to help fetch water. That was the money for the fish and his labor. Before I finished speaking, Hu's mother took the money from my hand. Her cold face suddenly turned into a smile. Oh, I see. I misunderstood, she said happily. Huan is strong. If there's any hard work in the future, just ask him. My mother acted this way, which made Huan a bit angry and more embarrassed. His face turned red. Su Wei, that fish was a gift from me, and I was happy to fetch water for you too. Huan wanted to say more, but Hu's mother patted him on the back and scolded, You're just a silly boy with a kind heart. But Su Wei doesn't want you to take advantage of her. She looked at me and asked, Right, Su Wei? I nodded awkwardly. Yes, ma'am. It's nothing. I'll go now. As I left, Hu's mother's smile disappeared. She counted the copper coins I gave her twice, then sneered. Guess she's sensible. Huan stared at my back until he couldn't see me anymore. Then he frowned and looked at Hu's mother, feeling ashamed to face me again. Mom, why do you dislike Su Wei so much? Huan asked angrily. whose mother looked coldly at her foolish son. I'm doing this for your own good. You're a silly boy. Su-wei isn't a good person. Look at her fox-like face. Is she the kind of person you want to marry? Besides, she's now married to second brother Shin. Whether she's good or bad, it has nothing to do with you. Don't go looking for her. After saying that, she happily took the money and went home. Hu-won was very angry. He knew his mother was right, but he just couldn't accept it. He liked Su-wei's spirit. Feeling upset, Hu-won left the house and had nowhere to go. He wandered into the house next door. Next door lived Dr. Qin and his grandson Qinyu from Nanxiao village. Dr. Qin had gone out, and Qinyu was crouched on the ground carefully examining the medicinal herbs laid out there. When Hu-won arrived and sighed heavily, Qinyu looked up. Why are you sighing? Hu-won had been waiting for this question. He told him everything that had happened in the past few days. Mrs. Wang clearly said Su-wei liked him, but Su-wei wouldn't admit it. Today, he gave her a fish, and she even chased him to his house to give him money. Hu-won sighed again. My mother won't let me contact her, but I like her. I don't even know what she thinks. Qinyu asked casually. Did you ask Su-wei about it? Su-wei said. Hu-won was a bit angry. She said Wang Po was just talking nonsense. She has no such thoughts about me. Thinking of this, Hu-won felt frustrated. Qinyu was silent for a moment and then asked, Did you see Xinyan? Hu-won shook his head. No, but I saw the clothes Su-wei made for Xinyan. They were still men's close-fitting clothes, which showed the relationship between the two. Hu-won looked troubled. What do you think I should do? Qinyu threw the herbs in his hand into the pile and shook his head helplessly. I don't know either. Hu-won didn't really expect advice from him. He was just upset about Su-wei's attitude and needed an outlet. Forget it. Hu-won suddenly stood up and angrily said, It's all Wang Po's fault. This old troublemaker tricked me. I need to go talk to her. He clenched his fists and strode out. Qinyu watched his back with a slight squint.
He remembered something.
That day, when he returned from gathering herbs, he met Su-wei at the foot of the mountain. Su-wei quickly returned home. Shun Yan had already dressed and was tightly wrapped in a blanket, only revealing a beautiful face, like the faceless man from a Miyazaki cartoon. Su-wei looked at him and, seeing he was calm, quietly relaxed. She took out scissors and the fabric she bought yesterday to make clothes. Ancient clothes were hard to make, but the clothes of poor people in ancient times were easier. Su-wei cut out the shape with a few snips and then compared it to Shun Yan's old clothes to sew. Shun Yan's big, round eyes watched her carefully. She didn't know if he was genuinely interested in making clothes or just bored. Neither of them paid much attention to each other until a sharp scream came from outside. It was a man's voice. Su-wei had never heard a man shout like that. She put down her sewing and pushed open the door to look. She found the sound was coming from the next room. Soon she heard more voices talking. What's wrong? Did something happen? I don't know. I just heard someone shouting. I came to see. It seems to be Wang Po's house. It's been several days since we saw her. People were talking. In winter, there was nothing to do at home, so everyone came out to watch the fun. I'll go see too, Su-wei said. Shan Yan lifted his eyelids to look at her. For some reason, Su-wei felt she understood what Shan Yan meant. Don't let me reveal anything. I'll handle it, don't worry. She pounded her chest to assure everyone that she was trembling because she was exerting herself. Xing Yan couldn't help but roll his eyes at her. What a shameless fox spirit. When Su-wei left the house, many people had already gathered at Wang Po's door, all leaning in to look inside. Su-wei took a quiet breath and then curiously asked an old woman nearby, Auntie, what happened? The old woman turned and glared fiercely at her. Fox spirit, are you dying? Who's your aunt? Su-wei was stunned by the scolding. She looked at the woman again and realized she wasn't really an aunt, but a village girl named Zhang Arya. Zhang Arya was a teenager. Because she was often exposed to the sun and wind, her face was dark and yellow, and she looked quite ordinary. Today, she wore her mother's cotton coat, with her head and face covered by a dark brown cloth to block the wind. From behind, she looked like an old woman. Su-wei quickly apologized. Sorry, I saw it wrong. Her quick apology made Zhang Arya at a loss for words. Sue then asked, "What happened?" Zhang Area rolled her eyes. "If I knew, would I still be pushing inside?" Sue. She knew what had happened but had to pretend she didn't know. Soon, she saw the village chief hurriedly arrive, followed by a few people. They went into the house and soon came out again. She couldn't help but squat down and vomit. It was so disgusting. Sue nudged Zhang Area and asked, "What do you think is going on?" Sue was a refugee and looked like that. The village girls all had a natural hostility towards her. Zhang Area annoyedly said, "If you ask me, who should I ask?" Sue. Seeing her helpless expression made Zhang Area even angrier. Sue was fair and beautiful, while Zhang Area was dark and ugly. She was already annoyed, and Sue kept pushing closer to her. The contrast between them was stark. But Sue didn't realize it and kept leaning toward her. Sue had no idea what Zhang Area was thinking. She was a little nervous and kept staring at Wang Po's yard. Soon, she heard people talking ahead. "It's so tragic. Exactly what's wrong with Wang Po? What's wrong?" "She's dead," someone deliberately said loudly, attracting everyone's attention. The person just vomited, and the sour smell was obvious, but everyone still gathered out of curiosity. "Lu Lao Si, come on, tell us, what exactly happened to Wang Po?" Lu Lao Si exhaled, and everyone instinctively took a step back. He awkwardly smiled. Sorry everyone. Come on, just say it. If you don't, I'll beat you to death." Someone couldn't help but curse. Then old Lu said, "Madame Wang is dead." Everyone had guessed this, but how did Madame Wang die? Old Lu said, "She fell to her death." "Really?" People looked at him. Sue was also standing behind the crowd, secretly listening. At that time, she and Shun Yan went into the house. Shun Yan examined the scene she had set up, then he seemed to tinker with something. Sue glanced at it. It was bloody, and she felt a bit like vomiting, so she didn't look too closely. She also wanted to know exactly what happened to Madame Wang. It was just a fall. Madame Wang was old, hit her head on the corner of a table, bled, and... Old Lu stopped mid-sentence, as if he remembered something. Someone didn't catch on and thought he was about to say more, but in the next second, old Lu vomited again. Everyone was silent. "You're going to die if you keep talking like that." "Exactly, aren't you going to look at people?" People scolded, some splashed with blood, furious and wanting to hit him. Old Lu awkwardly moved aside, afraid of being scolded further. He quickly told what he saw. Madame Wang was eaten by rats. Old Lu explained that Madame Wang fell, hit her head, bled, which attracted rats. The winter rats are as big as palms, with glowing green eyes from hunger. One by one they came. Madame Wang had been dead for several days before being found, and her body was so badly bitten that her face was unrecognizable. Everyone sighed, imagining the scene, and their backs got goosebumps. Madame Wang was also pitiful. Her son was in prison and she had no one around. Someone sighed. Another person snorted coldly. "Is she really pitiful? I think it's better if she's dead." When he said that, several others agreed. Exactly, doing so much evil. Heaven can't stand it. Madame Wang's reputation was not good. She lost her husband early and was very strange and mean. Her son was spoiled and lawless, often stealing chickens and sneaking into the village to watch women and girls going to the toilet. Whenever her son made trouble, others would confront her, but she wouldn't care. Instead, she would curse the ancestors of those who came, and if anyone said anything about her, she would cry loudly, claiming others bullied her orphaned and widowed family. Over time, her son became more lawless. Later, he followed some troublemakers from the county and became quite arrogant for several years. During those years, Madame Wang also became fierce in the village, pulling vegetables from others' gardens, cursing people with foul language, insulting their wives and daughters, and if anyone dared to resist, she would call her son to come back and beat them up. Everyone in the village was full of complaints and fear towards them. Until Wang Po's son was caught, Wang Po lost her arrogant attitude, and people no longer tolerated her when she went out. Only then did she settle down. Unexpectedly, such a wicked person actually died, and it was a very tragic death. Everyone pretended to feel sorry with kind words, but inside they were all cheering.
See?
This is called karma. The village chief of Nanqiao village was a man in his 50s, not tall, but very clever. He looked around at the noisy yard and frowned. What are you all doing here? Are you bored? A brave person hiding in the crowd answered, Village chief, we're just bored. Everyone laughed along. The village chief was quite helpless. The villagers loved to watch trouble. Wangpa had no one to rely on in the village, and her only son was in jail. So, the village chief asked someone to find her only brother. No one is allowed to enter the house. The village chief didn't realize he was disturbing the scene. He simply thought it looked frightening. After giving his order, he left with a grim face. He needed to find a quiet place to vent his disgust. He felt sick. The biggest victim of this incident was Huan. He came today to confront Wangpa. He knocked on the door for a long time, but no one answered. He thought Wangpa was guilty and too scared to open. So he climbed over the wall into the yard. The yard was very quiet, only the rustling of leaves in the wind and faint chewing sounds. Huan strode toward the house, pushed the door open, and sunlight streamed in. He immediately smelled a very bad odor, almost making him vomit. At first, he didn't realize what it was. He took a few steps forward, slipped, and fell. His hands landed on a soft, squishy object. It was Wangpo's body, badly torn and bloody. Huan touched it with his hand. His scream was loud. He was so frightened he couldn't even get up. Eventually, villagers who heard the noise helped him back. Huan's mother saw his condition and, after hearing what happened, scolded loudly in the yard. She thought this was all Suwei's fault. If she hadn't seduced him, Huan wouldn't have been involved with Wangpa. When Wangpo's body was carried out, Suwei stayed a little farther away, too scared to look. She was afraid she would have nightmares at night. Nearby, some women were also talking about the incident. Wasn't it a few years ago that old Chin from our village died the same way? Who says not? Old Chin was also a bachelor, always buying candies for the children in the village. The kids liked him a lot. I remember he liked second brother Shin the most. Sometimes he wouldn't give others candy, only second brother Shin. Who wouldn't like second brother Shin? He looks like a paper doll from a New Year painting. You're drifting off topic. Let's talk about old man Chen. The woman who just got married recently urged everyone to speak quickly. So she started saying, yes, old man Chen had no children and died in winter. His body was even eaten by rats. Everyone sighed. I think it's not good to have no children or relatives. If you die in your room, no one would know.
Exactly.
As they talked, they started mentioning their own naughty children.
Suwei frowned slightly.
It's not unusual for someone named Old Man Shen to die in the village. She had heard similar stories before, but knowing it was connected to Shunyan made her more cautious. When Suwei entered, Shunyan was still sitting on the bed wrapped in a quilt, like postpartum confinement. Suwei picked up a needle and thread, sewing the remaining part of the clothes, while telling him what had happened outside. Shunyan didn't speak. Suwei took the initiative to ask, I also heard that there was another old man Shen in the village before in a similar situation. Do you know him? Shunyan looked at her. Just when Suwei thought he wouldn't answer, he said, Of course I know. Suwei was stunned. She felt that Shunyan's gaze was a bit strange. She continued sewing calmly, pretending to be casual, and asked, He died. Are you sad? Shunyan smiled, his smile trembling like flowers in the wind. Suwei paused her work and looked at him. Shunyan acted as if he was crazy. Suwei had been here for a few days and had spent some time with him, but she still couldn't figure out his temper. Suddenly, Shunyan asked, Have you seen Granny Wang's body? Suwei shook her head. Shunyan said, I've seen old man Chen's body. Suwei felt something was off about this direction of conversation. Shunyan's face wore a strange smile as he said, Aren't you going to ask me why I saw his body? Suwei didn't know and didn't want to know. The room was very heavy and dull. When Suwei went out again, a few women were still gossiping. Seeing her, they exchanged looks and seemed to understand something. One woman teased, Second brother Shin's family, what are you running for? Suwei walked over and stood in front of her. You just said an old man Chen in the village died. The woman nodded. Yes, I said it. So what? Sue asked. It's nothing. I'm just curious. Who found old man Chen's body? The woman's face changed. Who else? It was your family's second brother Shen, right? The woman saw that Sue looked unwell and deliberately said, but second Shen is much more promising than Hu Wen. When he was released, he didn't shout, cry, or make a fuss. Released? Sue looked at the woman in surprise. The woman said, yes, he was released. I don't know which unkind person locked him in old man Chen's house. By the time his mother found him, it was already midnight. Sue almost lost her balance. So, it turns out that young Shen Yan once spent a night with a completely disfigured corpse. Seeing her face look pale and fragile, the woman whispered, Second Shen's family, I mean well to warn you. This Shen heir. She pointed to her head. There's something wrong here. Sue grabbed her hand. What do you mean? The woman, feeling her hand hurt, frowned and said, What do I mean? She's got a problem upstairs. Stop talking. Another woman pulled her away and smiled at Sue. Second Shen's family, don't listen to Stone Mother's nonsense. Shen heir was just scared. Stone Mother was not convinced. What nonsense? It's obvious. She wanted to say more, but several women pulled her away. Sue stood there for a long time, then looked again at the gate of Wang Po's house. The Shen family's new house was on the other side of the village. Shen Yan probably also grew up in the old house. At that time, the neighbor was Wang Po.
So,
was Wang Po the one who told Shen Yan to find Old Man Chen? And who locked the door? It was me. It was all me, who when upon returning, developed a high fever. He mumbled incoherent words, as if his mind returned to that winter day. It was evening when he saw the most annoying Second Shen. He had previously bullied Second Shen and was beaten by Shinda Lang, which he still resented. This time, Hu Wen's eyes turned, and he followed. He saw Shen Yan enter Old Man Chen's house. Without thinking, Hu Wen grabbed a wooden stick and locked the door. Later, he sneaked away and went home to sleep. It wasn't until the next day that he learned Old Man Chen had died, and Shen Yan was found just before dawn. Hu Wen knew he had caused trouble and hurried to Shen's house, afraid Shen Yan might say something. But Shen Yan said nothing and didn't mention it later. When Hu Wen tested her once, he found she had no reaction to the incident. Hu Wen finally relaxed. He thought Shen heir must have been so frightened that she forgot about it. Whether Shen Yan remembered who won or not, Hu Wen didn't know. Anyway, he couldn't forget. Whenever he closed his eyes, he would think of Wang Po's body, the terrifying images and the sticky feeling that made his scalp tingle and his whole body shiver. Hu Wen even saw Wang Po's face merging with Old Man Chen's face. When Sue returned to the room and saw Shen Yan, he was leaning against the wall, slowly practicing walking. Sue swallowed hard and asked, You? Shen Yan looked up at her. Sue hesitated, then swallowed her words. Are you hungry? I can cook some noodles for you. Shen Yan was indeed hungry, but hunger wasn't the main issue now. He wanted to go to the bathroom. Sue thought, Go ahead. Why are you looking at me? Does he want me to help him? Isn't that inappropriate? Sue pretended not to understand his meaning, but she was actually curious about how Shen Yan usually went to the bathroom, since the original owner clearly wasn't someone who took care of him. But she didn't dare ask. When she finished cooking, Shen Yan had already gone, washed his hands, and was waiting quietly at the dining table like a calm, handsome man. Sue was speechless. The sound of slurping noodles made her want to laugh. These past few days had been truly terrifying, bizarre, and absurd. Shen Yan stopped and looked at her. Sue said, It's nothing. You eat yours. Neither of them mentioned Wang Po or Hu Wen. After eating, it was time to sleep. But Sue regretted her decision. She shouldn't have been so soft-hearted and brought Shen Yan back to live with her. Putting aside her innocent young girl image, her understanding of Shen Yan had changed from a pitiful victim who was murdered by her mother and brother and bullied by others. Wang Po's death was an accident. But everything that followed was no longer an accident. Sue understood that Shen Yan was not as simple or innocent as he seemed. She opened her mouth to speak. If you don't want to stay with me, I'll buy a stove tomorrow, and we can split. Before she finished saying, start, Shun Yan had already made his bed and lay down. Hearing her words, he peeked at her and asked, You want to move out? Su Wei hesitated. No, it's you who want to move out, right? Right? Don't you dislike me? I don't want to make things difficult for you. Su Wei was still trying to find the right words, but Shun Yan yawned and closed his eyes. Su Wei was silent. She took a deep breath, realizing that this was Shun Yan's home. The bed and blanket belonged to him. She had no right to complain, and she didn't want to sleep in the cold room next door. So she hesitated but eventually got into bed. At first, she didn't dare to sleep. She was afraid Shen Yan might hurt her in the middle of the night. Later, after hearing Shen Yan's steady breathing, she couldn't help but yawn and gradually fell asleep. In the dark, Shen Yan opened his eyes. He turned his head and looked at Su Wei's face for a long time. The next morning, Su Wei was awakened by the noise outside. When she opened her eyes, she saw Shen Yan lying beside her, and her sleepiness disappeared instantly. Shen Yan was wide awake, staring at her without moving for a long time. Good morning, Su Wei greeted weakly, rubbing her goosebumps on her arms. Shen Yan looked at her pale arm with a look of dislike and naturally said, I'm hungry, Su Wei. Why was he so confident? Shen Yan understood what she meant and spoke indifferently. It's because you said you would take care of me and repay my mother's kindness for saving you. He deliberately emphasized the words, kindness for saving you. Su Wei. Yes, she was the one who said that. Shen Yan looked at her, as if saying, I knew you were lying. I saw through your expression. Su Wei let out a breath. All right, I'll go make breakfast. She got out of bed, shivering from the cold, then saw Shen Yan crawl back into the warm quilt and continue sleeping. Su Wei. Feeling resentful, she cooked in the kitchen. She didn't even understand why she was doing this. While boiling porridge, the noise outside started again. It was from the neighbor, Granny Wang. Su Wei thought it was villagers and peeked out. She was surprised to see two constables. Her scalp tightened, and one of the constables also saw her. Who's that? The constable asked. The village chief glanced and said, That's the wife of Shin Er's family from next door. Shin Er? The constable squinted and strode over here. Su Wei kept her face calm, pretending to be confused. The constable was in his 40s, strong, with a stern face that looked tough to mess with. Su Wei guessed he was probably Granny Wang's brother. Granny Wang's brother looked at Su Wei from head to toe and then asked, Have you heard any strange noises recently? Strange noises? Su Wei asked, puzzled. Granny Wang's brother said, From the Wang Lishir family. He looked serious and official. Su Wei thought carefully and shook her head. No, Granny Wang's brother continued. Wang Lishir is your neighbor. She hasn't gone out for many days. Have you thought about checking on her? Su Wei. No, Granny Wang's brother. He seemed a bit impatient. He thought beautiful women were often scheming, and someone like Su Wei looked restless. Are you on bad terms with Wang Lishir? Not really, Su Wei said. It was fine at first, but then I found out she was talking behind my back, so I stopped talking to her. Su Wei kept complaining to Wang Po's younger brother. Sir, she's really too much. After my mother-in-law died, I treated her with respect like an elder. I never expected her to slander me behind my back, saying I am immoral, and even told Huan that I like him. I don't like Huan at all. She became more and more upset, saying, This is all false accusations. Wang Po's younger brother impatiently said, Huan? The one who found the body. Yes, him. A few days ago, he mysteriously brought me a fish and said I liked him. I have a husband, so why would I like him? Yesterday, he came again, brought another fish, and then left. I thought, this isn't right. I can't just accept someone else's things for nothing. So I went to his house and paid him 21 coins, just to buy the fish. Wang Po's younger brother didn't see anything wrong and looked behind her. Where is your husband? My husband broke his leg not long ago. He's at home. Wang Po's younger brother strode into the room and saw Shen Yan sitting on the bed. Shen Yan was a better actor than Su Wei. He looked at Su Wei with confusion, then at Wang Po's younger brother. Madam, what's the matter? Hearing the word madam, Su Wei got goosebumps all over. I don't know, Su Wei said innocently. Wang Po's younger brother. He's been questioning you for a long time and now you say you don't know? At this moment, another constable entered. Brotherly, what's going on? Wang Po's younger brother didn't answer. He walked over and lifted the quilt to look at Shunyan's leg. It was indeed badly injured. What are you doing? Su Wei ran over and stood in front of Shunyan. What's wrong with you? Wang Po's younger brother didn't reply and turned to leave. Brotherly, do you suspect them? Constable Zhang followed Wang Po's younger brother, who is also Constable Li. Constable Zhang went to Constable Li's house yesterday to drink, and when he heard that Li's sister had died, he came along. Early in the morning, he saw Wang Po's body. He couldn't hold back and vomited the leftover food from last night. Constable Zhang thought Wang Po's death was an accident, but Li clearly didn't believe that. Li said, I've always felt my sister's death was suspicious. Constable Zhang didn't think anything was strange, but out of respect, he didn't say much and only accompanied him to Huen's house. Huen had been burning all night. Today, he finally woke up, but he looked very weak, with a ghostly pale face. Hu's mother was up early, yelling and scolding everyone, but nothing changed. Huen said nothing, and when he saw the constable, his face changed. He hurriedly said, Officer. Officer. Granny Wang must be the one who killed Second Shin. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Hu's mother went up and hit him. What nonsense are you talking? I think you're confused. Constable Li stepped in front of Huan and looked down at him. Why do you say Second Shin was killed by Granny Wang? Because Huan seemed to be out of his mind. He remembered that winter day. He rambled and told the story again. Officer. I really didn't lock him up on purpose. He's revengeful. He must be revengeful. It's all him. All him. Detective Zhang frowned and asked the villagers around. They talked about Old Man Chen. But no one believed Granny Wang killed Xinyan because everyone knew Xinyan's leg was broken and he couldn't walk. Granny Wang, though a woman, was very strong and sturdy like a bull. Many villagers had fought her and knew her fighting skills. Hu's mother noticed that the villagers' eyes had changed when they looked at her family. Back then, no one knew who locked the door and kept the child and the body inside for a night. Now everyone knew. Huan was really immoral. Constable Li told Detective Zhang to send the curious onlookers away and close the door. Only then did he ask Huan, why did you go to Granny Wang's house yesterday? Because Huan thought of Su Wei. He lowered his head and explained how Granny Wang told him Su Wei liked him, how he went to find Su Wei, and how Su Wei rejected him, and so on. What he said matched what Su Wei told him. Detective Zhang looked at Huan with disdain. He thought this kid was really no good. He had bullied Second Shin when he was young, and now he was coveting someone's wife and trying to falsely accuse others. And Granny Wang, she was a troublemaker with no good intentions, always gossiping. After questioning, they left Hu's house. Detective Zhang thought the case was over, but Detective Li was still not satisfied and wanted to investigate Old Man Chen's story further. Su Wei broke off a piece of cake, dipped it in porridge, and ate it small bite by small bite. She didn't realize she had a bit of white porridge on her mouth. Shan Yan saw this and, for some reason, looked at Su Wei without a trace. Su Wei looked up and saw him. She frowned and finally couldn't help asking, Why are you glaring at me? Shan Yan looked at her. Nothing. Su Wei was so angry, she stood up. You do. I saw you. She was really fed up. She was well cared for, eating and drinking well, but this kid just scowled at her. Now he was glaring at her for no reason. Some things are just unbearable. No, you must have seen it wrong. Su Wei was furious. She glared fiercely at Shunyan. She had already decided that if Shunyan asked her why she was glaring at him, she would say she wasn't. But Shunyan didn't ask anything. Su Wei held back her anger. Who understands this feeling? Su Wei didn't want to pay any more attention to him. Shunyan also knew she was angry, but he didn't care. He just looked at Su Wei intently, a bit confused why she was angry, but still making clothes for him. If she could tolerate this much, what was she really trying to do? Sue looked at him and saw him staring at her with some confusion in his eyes, so she waited for him to ask.
But he still didn't ask.
Sue thought, I want to say making you a funeral suit, but I can't even say it. She was so angry she wanted to explode. In the afternoon, Sue went out and heard from the villagers about what happened at Huen's house. She thought Huen really did lock the door. She suspected that Shunyan had planned everything. When she got home, she told him about Li Buchan. Do you think they'll find out anything? People often feel guilty after doing something bad. At this moment, she didn't care whether Shunyan was angry or not. Shunyan looked at her and asked, Did they find out anything? Old Lady Wang. Sue looked outside to see if anyone was around, then continued, Li Buchan must have suspected something. But Shunyan said, So, what if they find out? I didn't do it. Just when Sue was about to jump up and scold him, he looked at her and said, It wasn't you either. Sue was speechless. Although, Shunyan paused and asked, What about Huen? Huen. Sue explained Huen's situation. Shunyan smiled faintly and asked her, Do you believe in karma? Sue replied, Not really. Shunyan understood. When Sue swore an oath in front of his mother, she didn't even blink, showing she truly didn't believe in such things. Shunyan looked at her, feeling a bit uneasy. Why do you look at me like that? She always felt Shunyan was different from before. Shunyan smiled slightly and said, It's nothing. I don't believe in karma either. Sue frowned. Can you stop smiling like that? I'm a little scared. Shunyan was surprised and seriously thought about her words. After a moment, he said, Give me the mirror. The small mirror Sue carried was a gift from young Master Dong. She always kept it with her for quick checks. Shunyan took the mirror and carefully examined his face reflected in it. It looked very unfamiliar. He used to be different. He was a bit chubbier and always smiling. But now, in the mirror, he looked gaunt and full of hostility. Who was this person? Shunyan was starting to not recognize himself. Sue saw him staring at the mirror and sighed softly, saying, If you like it, this mirror can. She wanted to say she would give it to Shunyan, but then thought, since it was a gift from young Master Dong, she shouldn't give it away. If Shunyan found out later that he was holding young Master Dong's mirror, that definitely wouldn't be a good scene. So Sue said, If you like, I can lend it to you to look at. Shunyan didn't really want it, but when he looked up and saw Sue's conflicted yet reluctant expression, he decided he didn't want to return it. Although the mirror was small, it was quite delicate. Could Sue afford to buy it? Maybe it was a gift from someone. Who? Who won? Or young Master Dong? Or perhaps the person who came with the carriage that day. Shunyan really borrowed the mirror. He often practiced expressions in front of it. Sue found it strange, but didn't say anything. Mrs. Wang was buried. Detective Li came once before the funeral. He looked at Shunyan on the bed with a curious and suspicious gaze. Sue pretended to be calm as she poured a glass of water for Detective Li. Detective Li said to Sue, You go out. I need to talk to second young Master Shen. Sue stepped outside but was eager to hear what they said. She crouched by the window. The house wasn't soundproof, so she could hear their voices clearly. Detective Li, although everyone says my sister died accidentally, I don't believe it. I suspect someone killed her. What do you think? Sue's heart sank. He was suspecting Shunyan. Well, with Old Man Chen, Mrs. Wang, and Huen involved, Shunyan's name naturally came up. But even if Detective Li suspected him, there was no proof. If you suspect, why don't you catch the murderer? Shunyan asked back. Detective Li said, The murderer did a perfect job. I can't find any evidence. Shunyan sighed helplessly. Indeed, baseless suspicion isn't enough. Detective Li looked at him. I will find the evidence. Shunyan replied, Then I wish Detective Li an early success in solving the case. As long as second young Master Shen wasn't using his words on her, he sounded quite pleasant. Sue stood nearby just as Detective Li was about to come out. When Li saw her, he squinted slightly and whispered, Come out with me. Sue looked confused but went outside. Li looked at her with a gaze Sue understood, like he was looking at a pretty but brainless vase. Men are often shallow, thinking beautiful women are not smart. For example, Now, Li believed Su Wei was a fool tricked by Xinyan. Xinyan's legs and arms couldn't move, so it was impossible for him to kill anyone. If someone was helping him, Captain Li immediately said this. Su Wei was stunned and said confusedly, "Huh? Who killed? Xinyan?" Captain Li replied, "Miss Shinsu, do you think nothing will happen if you don't say anything? Xinyan is very clever. You're no match for him. Su Wei. It's not my big brother. Look at me. Look at me. I am the one who did it. You got the answer wrong. Do I still have to guess the steps based on the answer? What does Captain Li mean?" Su Wei didn't understand. "I don't get it. Xinyan's legs are broken. How could he kill someone?" "It's more likely someone else killed him," Captain Li said seriously. "Maybe someone was helping him, Su Wei." "Huh? Who would help him? Are you saying me?" Su Wei looked terrified. "How could I? That would be murder. I don't like Wang Pa talking badly about me, but I also talk badly about others sometimes. I can't just kill someone because of a comment." Captain Li stared at her intensely, making Su Wei feel uncomfortable. Just as she was about to speak, Captain Li suddenly asked, "Do you know Old Man Chen, Su Wei? I heard about him. Isn't he dead like Wang Pa? That unkind old man is too old to stay alone." Captain Li was annoyed by her rambling and stopped her from continuing. Old Man Chen's death is also suspicious. Captain Li observed Su Wei's expression. Su Wei was shocked. "How is it suspicious?" Captain Li suddenly, he didn't want to say more. Is this woman really clueless or just pretending to be naive? Old Man Chen liked handsome boys. Do you understand what I mean? Su Wei obviously understood. It was probably that Old Man Chen had once had designs on Xinyan, or maybe he did something to Xinyan, trying to cause trouble between her and Xinyan. Su Wei hated people who spread baseless rumors. You never know how much harm a single careless word can cause others. And she was Xinyan's nominal wife. Captain Li telling her this in a half-truth way was simply unforgivable. In her past life, she had been falsely accused of rumors too. She knew that feeling all too well. Captain Li wanted to say more, but Su Wei picked up a broom nearby and swung it at his face. Captain Li was stunned and didn't move immediately. Su Wei struck him again with the broom. "You shameless scoundrel, relying on your official position to take advantage of me. Look at yourself in the mirror and see what kind of person you are. I don't like you at all." Su Wei swung the broom again and again, causing Captain Li to dodge awkwardly. "Shinsuzi, are you crazy? Do you know what happens if you hit the local officer?" If he were a man, Officer Li would have already taken action, but Su Wei is a woman. You can't hit or scold her harshly. It's too risky. If you accidentally offend her, it could be considered a crime. The commotion was too loud and quickly attracted some villagers. Officer Zhang came out from the latrine and saw this scene, and he didn't know what to do. The village chief arrived and said to the villagers watching nearby, "What are you all standing around for? Bring them here." A few women pulled Su Wei away, but she started crying. Just moments ago, she was fierce and aggressive, and now she looked so pitiful. The men present felt their hearts tremble, and the women asked Su Wei what had happened. Su Wei pointed at Officer Li and angrily said, "He harassed me." "That's a lie." Officer Li's face was scratched by the broom's sharp end, leaving several bloody marks. It hurt badly, but that wasn't the worst. The most frustrating thing was that Su Wei was falsely accusing him. Su Wei cried, "No, I'm telling the truth. You pretended to investigate Wang Po's death, coming back again and again, claiming you suspected Xinyan of murder." She told everyone. Everyone knows Xinyan's condition. He can't even stand up. How could he have killed anyone? Everyone nodded. Yes, Shen Erlang's leg was broken, after all. Su Wei continued. "After talking to Xinyan, that man Li called me out alone." She sobbed loudly. Everyone looked at Officer Li. Officer Zhang also frowned. No wonder Officer Li wanted to distract him. He was up to no good, shameless. Li shouted angrily. "Stop talking nonsense." "I didn't do anything." Su Wei didn't give him a chance to explain and asked, "Am I telling the truth?" "Yes, but what?" Su Wei wiped her tears and looked at the village chief. "Village chief, we are villagers of Nanqiao village. You can't just watch Li bully people.
If you don't do something,
I'll go to the county office and complain. She lowered her head, crying sadly. Everyone was moved by her tears, even those who used to dislike Su Wei. They couldn't help but say, "Village chief, Wang Pe isn't a good person. Her son is also a troublemaker." What kind of person is Officer Li? Exactly, Wang Ming used to bully people in the village all the time. Corrupt officials spoil the system. Village chief, you can't ignore this, right? Don't we still have anyone in Nanqiao village? The village chief. He was just a weak, helpless, and poor village leader. Could he really beat Officer Li to death? Of course, the village chief couldn't discipline the constable. If the matter hadn't blown up so much, he wouldn't even want to get involved. And as for Shin Su's past behavior, everyone knew she used to be quite bold. Now she was considered a virtuous and pure woman. But the village chief cared about his reputation and authority. He couldn't openly oppose outsiders in such a situation, so he reluctantly drove Li, the constable, away. Yes, just drove him away. But this was already a good ending. Su Wei was surrounded by a few women who were comforting her. Women tend to empathize more with women. Zhang Area angrily said, "Wang Po's family has always been bad.
There's not a good person in that family."
When she died, everyone cheered. I think Constable Li was just looking for trouble. I didn't expect him to target Su Wei. Su Wei, you have to be careful. If you offend the constable, he might seek revenge. Everyone was talking, and Su Wei just lowered her head to accept their comfort. When they had finished comforting her, Su Wei looked up sadly and said, "Thank you all today. I used to think no one liked me, but I guess I was wrong." The crowd was silent. "No, you weren't wrong. We really don't like you. We didn't like you before, we don't like you now, and maybe we never will." But Su Wei didn't care what others thought. She thanked everyone again, wiped her tears, and left. Su Wei knew she had offended Constable Li, but if she hadn't done something, he wouldn't give up easily. He would cling to her, and if she said the wrong thing, he'd find a reason to accuse her. Now that she caused a scene, first, she could recover some of her reputation damaged by Wang Pe and the original owner, showing the villagers. Second, Wang Pe was the one she accidentally killed. This was a fact. People remember what they leave behind. If the case was investigated further, she might be exposed. By causing this fuss, she and Li the constable were now on opposite sides, and their relationship was torn apart. In the future, if Li tried to investigate her or find something, others would naturally think he was acting out of personal revenge against Su Wei. Third, she looked at Shun Yan's house. This kid was acting very strangely. She had to ensure that Shen Yan and she were on the same side. Whether united or not, he shouldn't stab her in the back. Thinking this, Su Wei's hands moved quickly. She didn't like eating noodles, but she enjoyed making pastries. She took out some sugar she bought earlier, baked a few sugar cakes, and made an egg soup to finish. Su Wei carried the food into the house. The room was not warm, and the coal fire in the stove was barely burning, only giving off a faint red glow. Shun Yan didn't want to burn more coal either. Su Wei placed the dishes on the table. The egg soup was steaming, and through the white mist, Shen Yan's face was a bit blurry. He seemed to want to say something, but Su Wei interrupted him. "Eat first." Shen Yan started eating. The sweet and fragrant oil cake was delicious. He hadn't had such good food in a long time. He finished the egg soup too. After tidying up, Su Wei went back to her room. Shen Yan still had something to say, but Su Wei said, "Sleep." She then got into bed and blew out the lamp. "That little rascal, I won't let you get away with it." Later, Shen Yan realized what had happened between them earlier. He found Su Wei quite funny. He had planned to sleep, but his curiosity got the better of him, so he asked, "Did Officer Li really try to bother you?" From his seemingly calm tone, Su Wei sensed a bit of gossip. She squinted and said, "So what if he did?" "So what if he didn't?" Shen Yan was silent for a moment and then said, "Probably not. He seems pretty serious." Su Wei chuckled softly. She turned to look at Shen Yan, but in the dark, she could only roughly see his outline. "You also look serious, but whether you're serious or not, I can't tell." Su Wei wasn't stupid. She was very sensitive to men's gazes. Shen Yan kept saying he disliked her and wanted to get rid of her. but his eyes kept lingering on her chest. She checked the original owner's size. It wasn't particularly impressive, but definitely attractive. Even she felt a little embarrassed just looking at it. She didn't expect Shun Yan to be so focused on such things. Really, she was speechless. Sure enough, he was just like those reckless guys outside, thinking with their pants. Shun Yan fell silent. A long silence. If the light had been on now, Su Wei would definitely see a blushing, angry Shun Yan, who was so embarrassed he wanted to jump up and threaten her. He swore he hadn't looked on purpose. He was nothing like those wild men outside. Absolutely not. And besides, Su Wei kept flaunting herself in front of him, especially in the morning. She woke early, and since she wasn't wearing a binder, he could see everything. Was he blind? Of course not. He couldn't help it. Yes, he couldn't blame himself. It's all Su Wei's fault. I'm very serious, Shun Yan said, then added, I have no interest in you. Su Wei replied casually. Oh, she nonchalantly said, I also have no interest in money, Shun Yan. This was too much. I really mean it, Shun Yan clenched his teeth. He was usually quite calm, but for some reason he always lost control around the toxic woman. Sure enough, the toxic woman was just that, badly behaved. When Su Wei listened to his explanation, she knew he had broken his composure. She squinted in the dark. Trying to show friendliness didn't work, a cold face didn't work, threats didn't work. Now.
She knew how to deal with this guy. Ha ha ha. Su Wei peacefully fell asleep.
She wasn't worried at all that Shun Yan might hurt her. Madame Wang was buried nearby. If she died, Shun Yan wouldn't be able to escape. Shun Yan was waiting for her to respond. He had already thought of many ways to reply if Su Wei argued with him. But after waiting a long time, Su Wei didn't move. Not only that, Shun Yan could hear her steady breathing. Shun Yan was frustrated. So angry. So very angry. Su Wei finally had a very good sleep. When she opened her eyes this time, she saw Shun Yan still sleeping. Honestly, handsome guys look good even when they sleep, but Su Wei also looked at him coldly, her eyes growing heavy from staring. Shun Yan was still asleep. Su Wei. Did Shun Yan wonder every day whether she was sleepy or not? Finally, she saw Shun Yan's eyelids move. She gathered her emotions and stared at him tightly. When Shun Yan opened his eyes, he saw a pair of big, watery eyes and a delicate, beautiful face. He was momentarily stunned. But Su Wei looked very happy. Shun Yan frowned. She was looking at him, so why was she so happy? His face was full of confusion. Su Wei had already gotten out of bed. Just as she was about to leave, she turned back and looked at Shun Yan's quilt with a meaningful smile, letting out a soft, indescribable laugh. Shun Yan frowned, not understanding what she was looking at. Then he looked down and saw a small bulge in the middle of the quilt. Shun Yan lost his composure. Maybe he was even angry and embarrassed. So he ignored Su Wei all morning. Su Wei was used to it and didn't bother with him. She took out a needle and thread, happily sewing clothes. Causing trouble for others was much more enjoyable than causing trouble for herself. Now, Shun Air was full of doubts, unease, and wild thoughts. Sure enough, just after she finished sewing one sleeve, Shun Yan couldn't help but speak. That was a man this morning. He wanted to say it was a normal reaction, but Su Wei wouldn't give him the chance. She crossed her arms, blocking her chest, stepped back and warned him. What do you want to say?
Shun Yan.
Suddenly, I didn't want to say anything anymore. Forget it. Shun Yan's face turned red, and he was furious. Su Wei finally felt relieved.
Haha.
She spent the whole morning making clothes, and only during lunch did she realize there was no water in the jar. Su Wei carried a wooden bucket and walked out cheerfully. When she reached the well, a few men were already waiting to draw water. They used to stare at Su Wei, as there were no other women as beautiful in 10 miles around. But after what happened with Officer Lee yesterday, no one dared to bother her anymore. They drew water and hurried away. Su Wei enjoyed her quiet time until she felt a strong gaze on her, so she looked back. Behind her was a handsome, gentle young man. Su Wei remembered him. Qin Yu, the grandson of Dr. Qin. She didn't speak and took a step forward, but Qin Yu gently asked, "Are the mice all dead?" Su Wei was stunned. What mice? Qin Yu looked at her with a smile. Su Wei hated men like Qin Yu the most, fake, pretentious, and pretending. Qin Yu didn't answer, but just looked at her quietly. To be honest, even a beautiful woman like Su Wei was stunning up close. Suddenly, Su Wei remembered something. The poison that originally aimed to kill Shen Yan was bought from Qin Yu. The excuse given by the original owner was that there were too many mice at home. This is really… Su Wei looked confused. Little Dr. Qin, did you sell me fake medicine? The mice didn't die? I don't sell fake medicine. That's strange. If it wasn't fake, why didn't the mice die? If your medicine worked and could kill some mice, Granny Wang wouldn't have died so miserably.
Su Wei sighed.
Qin Yu looked at her for a while and suddenly smiled. Now it's your turn. Su Wei was stunned. What did you say? Qin Yu said, it's your turn to draw water. Only then did Su Wei realize. But she had never seen a well like this before. Watching others do it so skillfully, she was about to get her bucket and fall into the well. Su Wei's face was full of panic. Just when she thought she was doomed, a hand grabbed her arm. Be careful.
Su Wei finally steadied herself.
She turned her head and saw it was Qin Yu. Qin Yu naturally let go and said, you probably don't know how to use a bucket. Su Wei definitely didn't. Qin Yu then said, then you probably can't lift it up either. She had thin arms and legs and a slender waist, and then…
Su Wei.
She was truly convinced. Really? She suspected she had entered some kind of romantic story. Qin Yu helped fetch water, and Su Wei tried to carry it back, but her strength gave out after just a few steps. She missed the days when she could easily carry 2 buckets of water with a single coin. Qin Yu casually picked up the bucket. I'm going to check on Shun Air's recovery. People around didn't think much of it, since Qin Yu was always serious. Su Wei didn't refuse either. She wanted to be brave, but she was too weak. The many disadvantages of marrying Shen Yan. Finally, they arrived at Shen's house. Qin Yu poured the water into the tank. Su Wei said, thank you, Dr. Qin. She paid 2 coins. Qin Yu looked at the coins and suddenly smiled. Su Wei. No, can't these people just smile normally? Before she could say anything, Qin Yu suddenly leaned in, touched Su Wei's face, and said with a smile, when you asked me for medicine, you said as long as I was willing to lend you some, I could do anything to you. Su Wei. I really… Doesn't this family have a single normal man? Su Wei took a step back. I didn't say that. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, took a step back, then returned to his serious look. Maybe I remembered wrong. Su Wei sneered. Dr. Qin, you should also take care of your own health sometimes, take some medicine, and treat your forgetfulness. Qin Yu didn't expect Su Wei to say that. Last time he saw her, she was shallow, pretentious, and just a beautiful but malicious woman. Qin Yu only felt disgust and hatred for women like her. Yes, maybe others liked her, but Qin Yu hated women like that. So, when Su Wei made that clumsy excuse to ask for arsenic, Qin Yu gave it to her. He wanted to see what she would do. In the end, Shen Yan didn't die, but Granny Wang did. This was interesting. Sorry, I misunderstood. Qin Yu apologized sincerely, which was rare for Su Wei's temper to hold back. Qin Yu came to see Shen Yan.
Just to see a joke.
But the joke didn't happen. Instead, he saw Shen Yan, clean and neat, wearing the simple clothes Su Wei made for him, sitting on the bed covered with a quilt. When he entered, Shen Yan only lifted his eyelids. This was different from what Qin Yu expected. He had heard rumors that Su Wei was mean to Shen Yan, hitting and scolding him, even cheating with other men. Were these rumors false, or had Su Wei changed? Qin Yu turned to look at Su Wei. Su Wei forced a smile. What are you looking at me for? Just watching Shen Yan. Qin Yu then turned around and asked insincerely, how are you? Shen Yan looked at him, and Su Wei felt that Shen Yan harbored a lot of hostility toward Qin Yu. Even more than his hostility toward Huan. Drink some water. Su Wei poured a glass of water for each of them. Qin Yu naturally did not drink. Shen Yan also did not drink. What are you here for? Chinyu said. Just to see you. After all, we're friends. Shunyan snorted with a sneer. Su Wei watched these two men. Who says women fight over hair pulling? Look at these men, are they not interesting too? We're not friends, Shunyan said. Never were. Chinyu squinted, smiling on the outside, but his expression was cold and a little scary. Su Wei raised an eyebrow. Are they about to fight? She glanced at Shunyan, thinking if Shunyan begged her later, she might help him reluctantly. But Chinyu stood up and said, if that's the case, I won't bother you anymore. After saying that, he also told Su Wei, if you run out of water, just come find me. After all, I am quick on my feet and would like to earn these 2 coins. Then he left. Once he was gone, Shunyan's face darkened noticeably.
Su Wei remembered something.
Shunyan was injured at the time. There was a doctor in the village, so why did Shunyan's mother go to another village for treatment? Was it just because Dr. Qin was not as good as the one in the mountains? The single shirt for Shunyan was ready. But now it was winter, and Shunyan had no quilt. He used to have one. It was well made, but the original owner sold it. Su Wei decided to buy some cotton to make him a new one. Because of the incident with Officer Li last time, Su Wei had started to interact more with the village women, like Zhang Area. Zhang Area was about Su Wei's age, spoke bluntly, and disliked Su Wei, so when she saw Su Wei, she sneered and asked, "What are you here for?" Zhang Area's mother scolded her. "What kind of words are those? Go back to your room." It seemed like scolding, but secretly she didn't want Zhang Area to associate with Su Wei. After all, Su Wei's reputation was not good before, and now, seeing her up close, she looked like a sly fox. Definitely not a well-behaved person. Zhang Area shouldn't be led astray by her. Shun Air's family, do you need something? Zhang Area's mother asked. Su Wei said, Annie, I want to buy some cotton. Cotton? Zhang Area's mother shook her head. I don't have any extra. They don't produce cotton here, and very few people grow it because it can't be eaten or drunk. Obviously, food is more important, so everyone prefers to grow crops for eating, even if it means trading food for cotton. The new cotton they have is gathered little by little, mainly to make clothes for their families or to marry off their sons.
No one would sell it.
Su Wei asked several households, but the answer was always the same. No. There is no cotton available. In ancient times, people were not only poor but also lacked material goods. The gap between rich and poor was huge, and valuable resources were mostly in the hands of the upper class. She realized for the first time how difficult it was to buy even a little cotton. She looked at the sky. It wasn't the coldest time yet. Shunyan's injury was healing because he took medicine and ate well, so he was recovering quickly. Still, he couldn't stay indoors all the time. When he went out, he needed to wear clothes. Every time he went to the toilet outside, he would come back covered in dust for a long time. Su Wei didn't want to be like a housekeeper, but she lived under the same roof and saw a sick person in the middle of winter without a single piece of clothing. It made her uncomfortable. It was like eating meat, but someone nearby was starving. Could she just watch him die from hunger? Maybe some people could, but Su Wei couldn't. She returned home feeling downcast, her face red from the wind. She first lit the stove to warm herself. Suddenly, she remembered Hanyu. The coach driver she met last time said he could get cotton. So, Su Wei decided to go out again. She told Shunyan, who didn't say much, but now Su Wei wasn't afraid of him anymore. She even found him a bit funny. He was only a teenager like a little kid. The town wasn't far away, so she quickly arrived. She first tried her luck at the fabric shop, but of course, there was no cotton left. The last bit had sold out before winter started. Their town is close to the border, and the army sent by the court isn't enough. The civilians have even less. Su Wei felt a little disappointed. Hanyu wasn't there today either. She couldn't just make a wasted trip. She thought for a moment and went to the blacksmith shop from last time. What do you want to buy? Asked a middle-aged man, looking at Su Wei with a serious face. Su Wei said, I'm looking for Tai Tu. The middle-aged man asked, Tai Tu isn't here. Are you here for something? Su Wei replied, Actually, I want to find Hanyu. The man looked her over for a while and said, They went out. They won't be back for a few days. Su-wei had no choice but to leave. She asked a merchant about the town's distance to the county seat, about 30 miles. 30 miles is a long way to walk, and she was worried about her safety walking alone. The road was far, and she felt tired just thinking about it. She was wandering around the town, perhaps because the weather was nice today. There were quite a few people and some vendors selling snacks. Su-wei observed for a while, but business was not good. Nowadays, everyone was poor, and they hated to spend even a penny. There was no money to buy these things. She pinched the 2 small silver coins in her hand, trying to save them. If she was careful, they should last until spring next year. Oh, right. Su-wei suddenly remembered something. Do you have land? She asked Shunyan after returning to the town. Shunyan looked at her for a long time, as if he thought she was planning something bad. Su-wei was speechless. I'm serious. She took out the silver coins and the hairpin. This is all the money I have. Once it's gone, we'll go hungry. In the end, it all came down to money. Shunyan thought he understood Su-wei clearly. Su-wei was truly impressive. She didn't want to argue with him, but she couldn't help it. Su-wei knocked on the table. Everything we eat and wear now costs money. Su-wei looked at him helplessly. Even fetching water, I have to hire someone. I've already done my best. Why are you still holding on to those silver coins? What for? Shunyan chuckled angrily. Without these coins, you'd have already gotten rid of me.
Su-wei.
She was right, in a way. The original owner really could do it. I'm not asking you for money. I want to know if you have land. Shindalang had earned quite a bit of money back then, so he should have land, right? If he had land, then it was safe. The 2 of them wouldn't starve. Su-wei looked at Shunyan with hope. Shunyan coughed and shook his head.
No, Su-wei.
Don't lie to me. It's really gone, Shunyan said with relief. The court took it. Because of the crime of treason and rebellion, they didn't execute the entire Shin family, but it was considered mercy from the court. The Shin family originally owned land, all bought by Shinmu, but after Shin family's misfortune, it was taken back.
Su-wei fell silent.
She stared at Shunyan for a long, long time.
So,
why did the original owner marry him?
Why?
Besides his face, what else did he have? Was it just for those 10 taels of silver? Shunyan understood her meaning. He rarely felt a bit embarrassed and looked away, but soon he turned his head back and glared at Su-wei. What right do you have to look down on me? Su-wei thought so too. The original owner was still fleeing from famine. At least Shunyan had a house to shelter from the wind and rain. Both of them were just potatoes and cabbage. No one should criticize the other. Su-wei sighed and lay on the bed, looking utterly hopeless. Sun Yen was speechless. He was sitting there, watching Su-wei lie down, so he also lay down. The 2 of them stared at the dark ceiling above, lost in thought for a long time. Outside, there were chattering sounds. Su-wei got up and said, I'll go outside and take a look. Sun Yen still didn't respond. She went out and immediately regretted it because the village butcher had brought back a few pigs. It was almost the new year, and everyone was busy buying pork. Pork, indeed. Su-wei had previously bought a piece of refined oil in town, and today she was drinking porridge. She had been craving it for a long time.
But
Sun Yen just got out of bed and saw Su-wei run back into the house, taking away the silver and silver hairpins she had just placed on the table. Sun Yen was speechless. What did Su-wei mean? Could it be that he would steal her silver again? The pig meat stall was in the center of the village, with several large pigs on display, looking very impressive. When Su-wei arrived, a crowd had already gathered. Butcher Zhang, how much for these pigs?
Someone asked.
Butcher Zhang quoted the prices, which varied for different parts like front and back legs, pig heads, pig trotters, and ribs. That price is reasonable. I'll take 20 jin. Someone stepped forward first, wanting to pick a good piece of meat. In ancient times, the pigs raised at home were all fat, with a thick layer of white fat. Everyone liked this kind, but their favorite meat was naturally the front and back legs. The person who spoke earlier had already bought quite a bit, and others hurried forward, afraid of missing out on the best cuts. Of course, many people just stood on the sidelines watching. These were the ones who bought less. Now, if they pushed forward, The butcher wouldn't bother with them. They could only wait until others finished buying and then pick some leftovers. Sue looked enviously at the young men carrying meat. Each one was strong, none weaker than Sun Yan. At least they could eat meat. Sue's gaze was too straightforward. The young men hurried to walk faster. They found her very attractive and were afraid of walking too slowly, so they couldn't help but want to give her some meat. Bah! Fox Spirit, who moo, also among the crowd, glared fiercely at Sue. Her son was still lying in bed, and it was all because of that hateful girl. The people around didn't say anything, thinking to themselves that Sue was a fox spirit, but who wasn't a good person either. He harmed Sun Yan, and Sun Yan's family was in trouble because of him. Otherwise, Sun Yan's older brother would have returned and beaten him badly. The people who had finished buying moved on, leaving those behind to buy small amounts of 3 or 5 jin. They weren't wealthy families. They bought the fatty meat for refining oil, and the leaner meat was saved for New Year's dumplings. Sue watched as the crowd bought one after another. She quickly thought and finally focused on those pig parts. Sue didn't want to wash pig parts. It was really a tough job. She took a deep breath and decided to rely on the wisdom of her ancestors, hoping to try her luck and see if these ancient people really couldn't handle pig parts. Zhang the butcher was selling things with his 3 sons. Which piece do you want? Be quick. The second son of the butcher family waved 2 knives and looked up at Sue's face. He paused for a moment and his voice softened a bit. Which piece do you want? The third son, hearing his brother's hesitant tone, was about to mock him but also saw Sue. Wow, he had only glanced from afar before. Was she really like this up close? He didn't forget to kick his older brother, signaling him to look at the pretty girl. The older brother sharpened his knife and said annoyed, "What's wrong? Why kick me?" Then his voice became quieter. Zhang the butcher looked at his 3 energetic sons and thought that once they sold this year's pork, he would talk to the 2 younger ones about finding wives. The third son was still too young, so he could wait a bit longer. As for the girl in front of him, she looked weak, not very useful, and he thought she should find a wife like his wife, strong and capable at work. Sue didn't know what these people were thinking. She looked up, blinking her big eyes, and asked Zhang the second son, "Excuse me, do you sell pig parts?" Huh. Zhang the second son thought he had heard wrong. "Pig parts," Sue repeated. Zhang the second son replied dryly, "You want some?" Sue nodded. "I want to buy some. It's not expensive. I'd give it to you for free." As soon as Zhang the second son said this, Zhang the butcher coughed and looked at his father, then at Sue. "Why do you want to buy that?" Sue seriously said, "I want to try cooking with it." Zhang the second son, thinking about how Sue's moist, sexy, and pretty lips wanted to eat pig parts, he felt an indescribable feeling inside. "Can I eat it? I want to try," Sue replied without saying too much. She thought Zhang the second son was probably dazzled by her beauty and wouldn't be able to handle the task. So she said to Zhang the butcher, "Uncle Zhang, I want to buy pig parts." "How much?" 5 cents a set. Sue nodded. It was very cheap. "Do you have pig blood?" "No, pig blood isn't available. We need that too." "Do you need so much pig blood?" "Just sell me a little," Sue said softly. Although Zhang Butcher is quite old, he feels a strange sensation when a pretty young girl speaks softly to him. Actually, he has always wanted a gentle daughter, but unfortunately, his wife has only given birth to 3 boys with dark hair. Zhang Butcher says, "All right, I'll sell you a little." Zhang second feels that his father doesn't really have strong principles. Zhang third and Zhang first are a bit jealous. They haven't spoken to Sue yet. After agreeing on the price, Sue happily goes home. Whose mother hears she bought pig offal and almost laughs to death. "Oh, my, we're so poor, buying pig offal to eat." Ha ha ha. Whose mother laughs exaggeratedly. Everyone is curious. What is Sue going to do with pig offal? Can it be eaten? Could it be for Shin Air? Someone can't help but say. I heard a few days ago that Sue doesn't seem to treat Shin Air well. No food or drink for him. That's very possible. This woman doesn't seem very obedient. Everyone chimes in, especially whose mother, who, hearing others agree, enjoys criticizing Sue. Are you still buying? If not, get out of the way. Zhang second taps his knife. interrupting the conversation. Bye. I want this piece of meat. Make sure it's fatty. That's the one I want. Don't fight me for it. Su-wei happily runs back home. Shunyan sees her busy coming and going, not knowing what she's doing. She even visits Qin's house. Qinyu is sitting by the fire, warming himself. When he hears someone arriving, he comes out to see Su-wei. He is about to say something, but Su-wei puts 4 coins into his hand. 8 buckets of water. Thank you for your trouble, Qinyu. He frowns while holding the 4 coins. Su-wei quickly adds, you said yesterday that if I needed water, I could find you. Is that okay now? Qinyu did say that, but it was just to tease Shunyan, not really to earn this money. Su-wei doesn't care. She hurries away. She runs to Zhang Second's house, where Zhang Second is still immersed in the gossip he just heard. Heard that Su-wei bought a bucket of pig offal for Shunyan to eat. Zhang Second thinks she's crazy. Does she have a problem? When he sees Su-wei enter her house, he's about to ask something, but Su-wei runs over and asks, do you have a big wooden basin? Yes. What do you need it for? I want to buy one. How much? Zhang Second. Her wooden basin is quite old, but since Su-wei wants to buy a new one, she offers the price for a new basin. Su-wei happily pays and runs off. She still needed to go to the town to buy some spices and other things. Luckily, the town was not far away. Su-wei ran there quickly, bought various spices, and also bought a large basin before returning home. Shunyan watched her keep busy and running around, unsure of what she was doing. He didn't want to ask directly, so he just wondered silently. At that moment, Qinyu arrived. He was still there to fetch water. The matter of Su-wei buying pig offal became a joke in Nanxiao village. No one knew what Su-wei was planning, but most guessed she was doing it to feed Shunyan. As for Shunyan, Su-wei moved a stool for him and placed a large bucket of pig offal beside him. Wash it out.
What?
Shunyan thought he had heard wrong.
Su-wei repeated herself.
Shunyan got more angry. He felt she was teasing him on purpose. As expected, change is hard, and some things never change. The wicked woman was still wicked. Qinyu was exhausted but finally filled the water tank. He stood nearby, watching Shunyan wash the pig offal.
Shunyan.
He was actually washing pig offal. Qinyu found the scene amusing and rare to see. Shunyan refused to wash, so Su-wei demonstrated, just like this. Shunyan looked at her. Are you serious? Serious. Shunyan looked into her eyes, paused for a moment, and didn't say much. In the end, he resigned himself and started washing. He repeated the process carefully and seriously. Besides Qinyu, someone passing by also glanced at the scene. Soon, the village rumor spread. Su-wei bought pig offal for Shunyan to wash. Zhang Arya snorted coldly. She really knows how to cause trouble. Just look at her. With that kind of face, her mind must be pretty mean. Mother who spat and said, she's definitely no good, a fox spirit. Whoever marries her will be unlucky. So that's how it is. People discussed loudly, but Su-wei paid no attention. Shunyan finished washing the pig offal and saw Qinyu still standing nearby. He disliked this person very much. Of course, Qinyu also disliked Shunyan. Shunyan thought Qinyu was a hypocrite, while Qinyu thought Shunyan was crazy. They had disliked each other since childhood, often arguing at school. Later, Qinyu's father fell ill, and Qinyu stopped going to school to take care of him, never returning. Shunyan was said to have done well in the county academy, and later, Shinda Lang earned military honors, making Shin family very prosperous. Qinyu regretted that if he had continued studying, he might have been just as good as Shunyan. But he still hated Shunyan. This hatred felt like fate, early in life, driven by youthful arrogance, and later, for reasons he couldn't explain. Finally finished washing, Qinyu sighed. It sounds like there's nothing wrong with the statement, but Shunyan knows Qinyu well, and when it comes from him, it feels off. So Shunyan, not willing to show weakness, asks, have you finished fetching the water? Qinyu smirks slightly. I'm quick on my feet, so I finished early. As for you, your legs are slow, and it seems your hands are also not fast. He is teasing, but he's telling the truth. Shunyan can't argue back. Feeling annoyed, He sees Sue come in, and suddenly lets out a small hum. Chinyu is startled. He's thinking, oh no, what kind of ghostly sound is that? If someone didn't know better, they'd think he was upset about Shenyan. Sue walks over, looking at them with a curious expression. What's wrong? Shenyan says, finished washing. Sue checks him over and, surprisingly, Shenyan is quite talented at cleaning pig intestines, despite not being good at much else. Good job, Sue praises. After she speaks, Shenyan tries to stand up, but his legs are weak, and he almost falls. Sue instinctively catches him. He leans on her, and she feels like he's pressing down hard. She helps him to the bed. Take a rest. After saying this, she turns to see Chinyu still there and asks, have you finished fetching the water? Chinyu. Why did he come to Shenyan's house to fetch water? Does he really need that 4 cents so badly? Looking into Sue's big, watery eyes, Chinyu suddenly feels irritated. He remembers the woman who abandoned him. I've finished, Chinyu says calmly. Sue doesn't care whether he's calm or not. She smiles and says, good job. Then she pauses and asks, little Chin, do you want to fetch water again tomorrow? I'll pay you for your work. Chinyu stares at her for a while, and in Shenyan's fierce gaze, he suddenly smiles. Of course, earning a little pocket money is just what I want. Sue. This person's words are quite secretive. After sending Chinyu away, Sue tidies up and goes to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Shenyan endures and endures, and only after Sue lies down does he ask, what exactly are you buying pig offal for? Sue says, of course, to eat. This is a skill every crossing woman must learn. No matter how old-fashioned it sounds, just say whether it works or not. Shenyan imagines it and can't describe how he feels. He absolutely will not eat it no matter what. Before he can answer, Sue says, sleep now. We have to get up early tomorrow. Get up early? For what? Shenyan wants to ask, but Sue is already asleep. He tosses and turns, wondering what's so important about getting up early. Can pig offal really be eaten? This wicked woman is deliberately not telling him, just to make him uncomfortable. Shenyan was angry and went to sleep. When he woke up, Sue had already gotten up, her clothes messy, hair in a messy bun, and she was just barely opening her eyes as she got out of bed. It was clear she really did not want to wake up early. Shenyan felt a little better and was about to sleep in properly, but Sue woke him up. From now on, she absolutely could not wake up and find Shenyan still sleeping cozily in bed. She would get angry, jealous, and feel unfairly treated. Shenyan was made to get up and go to the kitchen to light a fire. He was wearing a thin shirt, and when he stepped outside, the cold wind made him shiver all over.
Sue.
Forget it, you'd better stay in bed and rest. It might save some food, she said.
Shenyan.
He was very curious about what Sue was doing. Through a crack in the window, he saw her busy coming and going. He had to admit, there was a special charm to someone working hard. Especially someone like Sue, dressed in rough cloth clothes, her hair wrapped in a cloth at the front and tied at the back, with a few stray strands falling on her delicate face. Shenyan pursed his lips. Suddenly, he remembered the first time he saw Sue. It seemed to be the same person, but at that time, he didn't feel impressed. He just thought she was pretentious and calculating. When did things change? Who changed? Was it him or Sue? Sue had no idea Shenyan was thinking so much. She made a pot of pig offal. When she was a child, she often watched villagers slaughter pigs. When the pig offal was cooked, eating a bowl of it was incredibly delicious. That taste, after her grandparents passed away and she left the village, she never tasted again. Although Shun's house wasn't in the center of the village, there were many other families around. Some woke early, others still in bed, but they could smell a very fragrant aroma. It was like meat, but not entirely. Overall, for villagers who rarely smelled meat, this smell was enough to make their appetites grow. Zhang Aria's mother stood at the door, looking outside, exchanging glances with a neighbor next door. Whose house is this? Eating meat so early in the morning? Are they not worried about their days? Yeah, it must have been cooked in the middle of the night, The smell seems to be coming from that place. Let's go see. It smells like it's coming from the Shin family. Sue opened the door to let the smell drift further away. She didn't forget to serve Shen Yan a bowl first, then watched him eagerly, hoping he would give an honest opinion. Shen Yan, who had just sworn never to eat, initially wanted to refuse, but the tempting aroma drew him in. It irritated his stomach, so he reluctantly took a bite. Then he was stunned. "How is it?" Sue asked. "It's delicious." Sue nodded, brought out a bowl, and by then, villagers had started to gather around. Zhang Erya's mother was very curious and asked, "Shen Er's family, what are you doing? You eat in the morning, and why are you putting it out? Are you trying to tease people?" Sue smiled and said, "Annie, I'm starting a business. Fellow villagers, Shen family's secret pig offal soup, 2 coins per bowl. Limited quantity, first come, first served." Everyone was silent.
What?
Secret recipe from the Shen family? Pig offal? Isn't that awful? They remembered the rumors from yesterday. It turned out the offal wasn't for Shen Yan to eat, but for others. Zhang Erya's mother sneered and said, "Giving us pig offal to eat? She's crazy. Even 2 coins? I wouldn't take it if it was free." Whose mother chimed in, "Exactly. That fox spirit is up to no good, just trying to cheat money." With their comments, others started to discuss as well. Seeing no one was buying, Sue helped Shen Yan out of the house. She then served him a bowl. Although Shen Yan had just eaten one, he was young and hungry. What could be more important than being full? Of course, he didn't hesitate and ate. He really ate it. "Really, Shen Er ate pig offal?" Someone frowned and asked, "Shen Er, is it tasty?" Shen Yan was surrounded like a monkey and felt uncomfortable. He looked at the person and said impatiently, "If you want to know if it's good, try it yourself. If you haven't eaten it, stop gossiping." Sue Wei. This was the first time she liked Shen Yan's mouth so much. The person who asked was embarrassed and wanted to make an excuse, but Shen Yan impatiently said, "If you want to buy, buy. If you can't afford it, stay away." That person. "Who can't afford it?" Shen Yan. "You, I mean you. Don't you understand what I'm saying?" The person got angrier and looked up, while Sue looked at him with sympathy. How could he embarrass himself in front of a beautiful girl? He took out 2 coins and said, "1 bowl for me." "Lu Laosi, are you crazy? That's pig offal. Do you dare to eat it?" "I will eat it." "None of your business." He paid the money, and if he didn't eat, wouldn't he be stupid? Sue served him a bowl. Old Lu held the bowl, feeling a bit unsure, but the dish looked quite good. Just as he was about to eat, Sue handed him a pancake. "Big brother," soaking the pancake, "makes it better." Old Lu took it and Sue smiled gently. 1 pancake costs 1 penny. Old Lu hesitated but reluctantly took out a penny, then ate the bowl. The first bite surprised him with how delicious it was. In later times, there are many tasty foods, and pig offal isn't special. But in ancient times, people rarely ate meat. They were so poor they didn't even use much salt, and eating a steamed bun was considered a treat. So, pig offal and this scallion pancake were even more special. "Old is it tasty?" someone asked. But old Lu didn't answer. He kept eating loudly, watching others eat happily. Yesterday's dinner wasn't enough, and everyone was starving now. "Give me a bowl too," said the second son of the Zhang butcher family. He heard Sue was selling pig offal and came out of curiosity. Even if old Lu didn't want to eat, he planned to buy a bowl to try. Sue quickly served him a bowl. Shen Yan wanted to help collect money, but Sue told him to go back. He had no warm clothes and couldn't stay outside much longer without catching a cold. Old Lu was better off than old Lu. After the first bite, he patted his chest and assured everyone, "It's delicious." Seeing how happily they ate, more people started buying. After finishing, old Lu thought for a moment and said, "Madam Shin, do you have a basin? I want to buy some to bring home for my parents to try." Sue hurried inside and brought out a basin, filling it with 4 bowls and giving him 3 extra pancakes. "Buy 2 bowls of pig offal and get 1 pancake free, 3 bowls and 2 pancakes, 5 bowls and 3 pancakes." After Sue finished, old Lu pushed his bowl forward. Give me another one. Sue quickly served him another bowl and added an extra pancake. Old Lu For kept eating silently. Second sister Zhang's mother and whose mother were stunned. Are you crazy? That's pig offal, whose mother said anxiously. Old Lu For was unhappy. What's wrong with offal? It's been washed very clean. It tastes good. If you don't want it, go home and chew hard biscuits. Exactly, don't block the way. Whose mother was speechless. Soon, all the pig offal was sold out, and the pancakes were gone too. Sue happily packed up her things. Seeing whose mother still staring at her, she smiled and twisted her waist, then went into the house. Whose mother's face turned white with anger. She spat at Shun's family. Shameless, a fox spirit trying to seduce men. Suddenly, the door opened, and a basin of cold water was splashed over. Whose mother dodged but was soaked through, feeling freezing cold. Sure, you little troublemaker, how dare you splash me? Mother who immediately tried to hit her. Sue was no match for her. Rural women are strong fighters. So, she quickly ran into the house and used the table to block the door. Mother who yelled outside like crazy for a full quarter of an hour. When the villagers who hadn't left learned what Huan did, they showed no sympathy and just laughed and watched the fun. The weather was already cold, and Mother, who was soaked with water. Her clothes froze quickly, and she couldn't stand the cold anymore. She decided to go home, warning that she wouldn't let Sue have an easy time. Sue didn't wait for her revenge, because Mother who fell ill after returning home. She had a fever and was sick for over a month before she recovered. After Mother who left, Sue counted the money she earned today. After subtracting the costs, she realized she made 30 coins just in the morning. The villagers work hard all year planting crops, barely enough to eat, and rarely save money. Although 30 coins isn't much, it can buy rice and flour, enough for her and Xinyan to eat for a few days. And this was only one day's income. Sue was so happy, she almost laughed. It seems she can still make money. Southbridge Village is big. Some are too poor to afford food, but others can eat meat. If she could earn this much every day, she wouldn't have to worry about starving at least. Pig offal never thought it would become a topic in Southbridge Village. No choice. It's winter, and everyone is bored at home with nothing to do. A little novelty is enough to get people talking over and over. And Lu Laosi, the first to taste it, is a big mouth. He knows almost everything about the village because he was the first to try it. Many who only heard about it couldn't help but ask him, Lu Laosi, is pig offal tasty? Does it have pig waste in it? Yeah. Does it taste like pig waste? Most questions were asked with malice, just to see the joke. Lu Laosi snorted coldly. If it wasn't good, would I eat 2 bowls? If you dislike it, don't go. I'll still go again tomorrow. The villagers looked at him, feeling uncertain. Could it really be delicious? If it wasn't, Lu Laosi wouldn't want to go again tomorrow, right? Some who had already tried it simply said 2 words, delicious. Delicious. Can pig offal really taste good? Sue went to Zhang Butcher's house to buy pig offal again. Zhang Butcher looks fierce, but is kind-hearted. He didn't raise the price and even asked Zhang Er to deliver it back to her. So, in the afternoon, Shun Yan started washing the pig offal again. Sue thought he would complain, but unfortunately, he didn't. Shun Yan was very patient and washed everything very thoroughly. This made things easier for Sue. The next day, that fragrant smell drifted out again. Zhang Er turned over and scolded, "Are you still letting me sleep?" She really couldn't bear it anymore, got up, and asked her mother for money to go buy some food. Mother Zhang scolded, "Are you crazy? Spending that much money for nothing?" Zhang Er said, "Mom, there's so many people buying things.
Let's buy some to try.
If it's really good, we can sell it too and make some money." Her mother listened and agreed, so she grit her teeth and gave Zhang Er 2 coins. When she went out, she found even more people than before. She frowned. These people usually pretend to be poor, but now they all have money? If her family could make it, then they could earn money too. Thinking this, she squeezed in to buy a bowl and brought it home. Mother Zhang looked at the bowl of pig offal and couldn't help but taste a bite. It was indeed delicious. Zhang Er had already eaten several bites. Mom, this stuff is really tasty. Mother Zhang patted her thigh. We'll sell it tomorrow. I don't believe we can't beat that sly fox. Su Wei earned more today than yesterday, so she went to find Qinyu again. For some reason, whenever Qinyu saw her, he instinctively felt a headache coming on. Su Wei placed 4 coins on the table. Sorry to trouble you. Qinyu didn't even have time to refuse before Su Wei left. Just as she reached the door, she heard a quarrel from the Hu family next door. When will you finally stop worrying? Doing nothing every day, thinking about that sly fox. That woman is so shameless. Whose mother scolded more and more harshly. What kind of reputation does she have? How many men has she been involved with? Now she's setting up a stall at the door. You didn't see how those men look at her. Su Wei rolled her eyes and turned away. Some people, because they look ugly, think others are unfaithful. In the past 2 days, Su Wei and Shunyan had been very busy. They didn't have time to think about anything else, nor did they suspect each other. Until Qinyu came again to fetch water, and as soon as he entered the yard, Hanyu also arrived. The two stared at each other at the door of the Shin house. Qinyu, who is this?
Hanyu, who is this?
In the end, they both reached the same conclusion. This is Su Wei's close friend. Qinyu frowned. Sure enough, pretty women are not good people. Hanyu, as the old doctor said, he was right. The two stared at each other intensely. Just then Su Wei came out and saw them. She smiled and said, You're here. Qinyu.
Hanyu.
Qinyu said, The water has been fetched. Hanyu asked, Did the blacksmith tell you I was looking for you? Su Wei nodded and said to Qinyu, Little Qin doctor, I won't see you off. Qinyu frowned at her, as if she were flirt abandoning her husband. Hanyu glanced at Qinyu, then turned to go inside with Su Wei. He then saw Shunyan. In that moment, he felt he was better off staying with a person outside named Qin. Sure enough, the person on the bed was looking at him with a serious gaze. Hanyu, initially with mischievous thoughts, was disappointed to learn Su Wei was already married. He felt sad for several days, then went to the border with Tai Tu to clear his mind. His mood improved a lot when he saw Su Wei again. His thoughts were less dirty, but since her husband was watching, he felt a bit uncomfortable. Is there something you want to tell me? Hanyu asked nervously. Shunyan pursed his lips. Su Wei had taken the initiative to find this person. He didn't mind. He didn't care about Su Wei. Su Wei didn't know what these two were thinking. She asked Hanyu, Is it true that you can buy cotton? Yes, it's true, Hanyu replied. This time I bought a lot from Western region traders. How much do you need? Su Wei's eyes lit up. She gave a number, including the amount of cotton clothes, pants, quilts, and shoes. These things are rare, so she wanted to buy more if she could. Hanyu quoted a price. It wasn't cheap, but it was good to be able to buy it. Should I deliver it to you? Or do you want to go to the town to pick it up? Hanyu asked. Su Wei said, Are you planning to sell things in the town? Hanyu nodded. If we can't sell it in the town, we'll go to the county, but the county was strict about the prices because people there didn't lack these items much. Su Wei suggested, Why not sell it in our village? There are many people. Hanyu hesitated a bit. The village was poor and few bought things. Su Wei explained, The shops in town have mostly sold what they need. Villagers are different. Many don't like to go out, and even if they do, they might not find what they want. She knew this well. Hanyu nodded and went home to fetch the goods. Su Wei took all her earned money, setting aside some for grain and some for cotton, leaving her with a few dozen coins. She planned to buy more if she saw anything needed later. Hanyu's ox cart arrived quickly, first leaving the cotton for Su Wei. She paid him, then went to see the goods on his cart: needles, threads, daily necessities, cotton, cloth, wool, cashmere, sheepskin, dried red dates, everything. They settled the price at market rate, and Hanyu accepted the money. Later, he parked the ox cart at the place where the butchers sell pork and began calling out to sell his goods. Usually, villagers come to buy from traveling salesmen, but now, as the new year approaches, there are many things in short supply. The town is not fully developed and expensive, and going to the county is far away. When Hanyu arrived, almost everyone in the village came out, some to buy, some to watch the lively scene, and others with dishonest hands trying to steal when he was busy. Su-wei saw this. Su-wei walked over and said to Hanyu, "You handle the selling, I'll take care of the money." Hanyu was overwhelmed. He hadn't gone to school, so he was slow at counting and often made mistakes. Plus, since they were in a village, some people stole things, and he couldn't do much about it. With Su-wei helping, he felt much easier. Su-wei could watch for thieves and count very quickly without mistakes. They worked well together. Soon, most of the goods Hanyu brought were sold. Some women hesitated over choices, like 2 kinds of hair accessories. Su-wei put one on his head to show them which looked better. For example, a piece of cloth. Someone hesitated, so Su-wei draped it over himself and said, "This one, auntie, is for your daughter or daughter-in-law to make bright clothes. The darker color looks steady and nice on you." The woman looked at Su-wei and decided to buy it. It's like in later times, when people watch live streams and see tall, beautiful models wearing clothes about 1.70 meters tall and weighing around 120 jin. You might forget that you're only about 1.50 meters and weigh less yourself. With Su-wei's help, Hanyu sold many goods in the morning. Some villagers didn't like it and guessed about Hanyu and Su-wei's relationship, as if they were deliberately talking about it loud enough for others to hear. Hanyu was a bit angry, but he noticed Su-wei wasn't upset. Su-wei said, "Brother Han, have a meal before you leave." Hanyu nodded. When they got home, Su-wei stayed with Hanyu and Shunyan while she went to the kitchen to cook. Hanyu felt a little uncomfortable, but he was also curious about Shunyan. He looked at him casually and asked, "Is your leg better?" Shunyan replied, "Almost." He could now walk around for a while. Hanyu saw that Shunyan was dressed neatly and looked healthier, so it seemed he had been doing well these days. Thinking about the gossip from earlier, Hanyu felt that maybe the rumors outside weren't true. After all, he and Su-wei weren't really involved, but people outside talked as if they were. What about before? Maybe Su-wei wasn't involved with anyone else either. They chatted awkwardly for a while until Su-wei brought in the food. Hanyu finally felt relieved. The 3 of them ate together. Su-wei asked about the border. In the past, the border was relaxed and many merchants could bring things across. But recently, it's not allowed anymore. "I heard there might be a war with the Northwest, but I don't know if it's true," Hanyu said while eating. Su-wei asked, "Are we far from the border?" "Just a few hundred miles away." Su-wei frowned. "Does that mean if there's a war, this place could be easily affected?" "Also, Shindaliang is in the army. He's probably at the border too?" Thinking about this, Su-wei asked again, "How do you do business? Do you trade goods or pay money? Do they want our local items?" Hanyu explained that border trade is both simple and complicated. Such places are usually a bit chaotic. Some trade by bartering, others buy with money. The transactions aren't hard, but the real challenge is whether you can keep your goods and money safe afterward. Some people might sell something, and before the money even warms up, it gets stolen. That's lucky. If they encounter someone tough, they could even lose their lives. Hearing this, Su-wei felt cold inside and decided not to go to the border. She thought it was better to stay home, earn some money, save up, and when things get chaotic, she could run away with her savings. After dinner, Hanyu was about to leave. To thank Su-wei for helping sell goods, he gave her a lot of things, but she only took some wool. Hanyu was surprised. "What do you want the wool for?" "To make small crafts." Hanyu didn't ask further and left. After he left, Su-wei took out the new cotton she bought and arranged it on the clothes she had already made. The cotton was of good thickness and needed to be sewn in place. Su-wei made clothes while Shunyan, he was washing pig innards again. The white intestines had to be washed repeatedly until they were very clean. His hands got wrinkled from soaking, but Shunyan didn't complain. Meanwhile, Su-wei's clothes were finished. "Come, try it on," she called him over. Shunyan slowly approached. He was taller than Su-wei by a head, a handsome and bright young boy. Even in a rough cloth bag, he looked good. But Shunyan didn't seem to care about how he looked. The cotton coat was simple and plain, made of dull gray fabric. It looked a bit big, but it was very warm. Su-wei looked at it and nodded. "If you grow a bit bigger and get a little fatter, you'll still be able to wear it." Shunyan didn't mind much. As long as he could wear it, that was fine. But he asked, "Why did you make me a coat? Is there another purpose?" He couldn't help but think so. Sue took out the wool she bought today, rolled it into a ball, and said, "Because I feel sorry for you." Shen frowned. No man wants to be called pitiful, but Sue just said it. Anyway, whatever she said, Shen would always doubt and not believe. Shen was angry and sat on the bed, wearing a thick coat, staring at Sue. What was she doing? She was poking a wool ball with a needle, one poke after another, and Shen started to overthink again.
Does she think that wool ball is me? Sue kept poking.
Shen was silent. He didn't know how long it took, but the wool ball was finally turned into a round, firm ball. Shen looked at it and suddenly felt a little amazed. By evening, Sue was still poking, and Shen got tired of watching.
He yawned and went to sleep.
The next morning, early as usual, Sue got up with dark circles under her eyes and went to cook pig offal. Today, sales were not good because Zhang Area's mother also started selling, and her prices were even lower, 1 coin per bowl. The villagers were not wealthy, and seeing the cheaper price, they naturally went to her. Only the Zhang family butcher bought a few bowls from Sue. Zhang Area even came over specially to look. Seeing that there weren't many people at Sue's stall, she burst out laughing. Someone probably can't keep this business going.
Sue didn't mind.
If she couldn't do it, she would just do something else.
But
she hadn't even taken the pot yet when a commotion came from the Zhang family's side. It was Lu Laozi, who had smashed the bowls and was glaring angrily at Zhang's mother. "You Zhang family, you're doing this on purpose. Look at this." He pinched a piece of pig intestine, almost pressing it into Zhang's mother's face. "What's this?" Zhang's mother waved her spoon angrily. "Lu Laozi, don't cause trouble for me." "Cause trouble for you?" Lu Laozi was furious. He spread the intestine open for everyone to see. Everyone saw that it was dirty with unwashed pig feces inside, making them feel sick. Those who had bought and were eating it felt even more disgusted, as if there was a pig smell and stench in their mouths. Lu Laozi shouted, "It smells like pig feces and is disgusting. It's far worse than what Shun Air's family makes." He angrily threw the pig intestine onto Zhang's mother's face. She instinctively raised her hand to block, and the intestine bounced off, then drew an imperfect arc and fell into the pot, quickly sinking into the soup and disappearing. Everyone was silent. Shun moved a stool to sit next to Sue, thinking he might help with collecting money later. But today, no one came. Sue was not angry. Since no one was there, she decided to eat by herself. She served Shun a bowl and also gave him 2 oil pancakes. "Eat while it's hot, or it'll get cold later." Shun asked, "Aren't you angry?" Sue, "Opening a shop to do business, I can do it, others can too. Why get angry about it?" Shun thought so too, but it was a pity that one way to make money was gone. He was halfway through eating when the noisy people over there came over. Old Lu Four angrily said, "Sue, serve me a bowl." Sue quickly served him a bowl. Old Lu Four paid, and Shun casually helped collect the money. Then more people came, but overall not many because the incident with the Zhang family and the messy intestines had affected everyone. This time, old Lu Four ate very carefully. He checked every piece of intestine and they were all clean with a really good taste. Only then did old Lu Four feel relaxed. The pig offal was reduced to just a small bowl, and no one bought it anymore. The villagers weren't all wealthy, and they couldn't eat out every day. So Sue understood that this business could no longer continue. But the county town was too far, and the town was not convenient either. Plus, pig offal wasn't available every day. Shun placed the money on the table, looking at the dozens of round copper coins. Surprisingly, he felt a little happy. Tomorrow we won't sell anymore," Sue said. Shun was a bit surprised but didn't ask anything. Sue then continued poking at the wool balls. She had almost finished yesterday, and today she added some black wool, so it was quickly done. She placed the items on the table. Shin, who usually sat aloof and noble, was stunned when he saw the round, cute little sheep on the table. He couldn't help reaching out and picking it up. It was shaped like a little sheep, but not the usual kind, something unusually adorable. Is this a sheep? He still asked. Suwei nodded and asked, how is it? Cute, Shen Yan nodded. He liked it very much. He was born in the year of the sheep. He didn't expect Suwei to be so thoughtful. If she gave him this, he would. Then Suwei suddenly snatched the little sheep from his hand. Do you think this thing can be sold? She asked, playing with the little sheep. Shen Yan. It wasn't for him.
So, it wasn't for him.
It's just a bit hard to make, Suwei said, her hands almost tired from poking. She had only made one, and even if she sold it at a high price, she didn't know if anyone would buy it. Shen Yan still said nothing. Suwei looked at him. He was looking down, and finally he said, it should be sold in the county, but you offended Officer Lee. It's best not to meet him in the county. Suwei nodded. Indeed. She paused and asked, what is the county like? It's very big and prosperous. The scene is filled with blue stone-paved roads, large brick houses, and many vendors doing business. There are also many shops. This makes Suwei feel longing. She also wants to visit the county, but unfortunately, it is too far away. No one can take her, and she might get lost or worse if she goes alone. So she decides to wait until Shen Yan's legs are better. I'm going to make dinner, Suwei says as she leaves. After she leaves, Shen Yan can't help but pick up the small sheep toy on the table and look at it again and again. He looks at it repeatedly. During dinner, the small sheep toy was set aside, and Shen Yan kept staring at it for a long time. Suwei couldn't hold back and asked, do you like it? Who would like something so childish? Shen Yan said, then lowered his head and started eating. Suwei simply put the small sheep toy away. Shen Yan frowned and glanced at it briefly, then quickly looked away. The next day, there were very few people coming to buy pig offal. Seeing that it was sold out, they lost interest. Nanquiao village seemed to return to peace again. Suwei was busy. She bought some eggs, and since there was flour and sugar at home, she planned to make a small snack. Because the conditions were limited, the snack was simple and tasty. Soon, a delicious smell wafted from the kitchen. The Zhang family was the first to notice. Zhang Arya frowned and said, Mom, I want to go see outside. Zhang's mother, who had lost money selling pig offal and also damaged the family's reputation, was beaten by her husband and had a hurt face today. She was angry, but couldn't say anything. Hearing Zhang Arya, she couldn't help but scold. Go on. Always running outside. Are you so restless you can't sit still? Zhang Arya had already gone out and then sadly realized that the smell was coming from Shen Er's house. At this moment, many people had gathered outside Suwei's house. Suwei carried out a tray of small, golden fried snacks. Each snack was about the size of a child's fist. When broken open, it revealed a light yellow color inside, making people drool just looking at it. Suwei handed one to Shen Yan, who ate it slowly and carefully. Everyone swallowed hard. Is this even food? Suwei didn't wait for anyone to ask and said, Dear villagers, these fresh small snacks are 2 coins each. Buy 3 and get 1 free, buy 5 and get 2 free. Limited quantity, first come, first served. When everyone heard the price was so high, they all lost interest in buying. But children loved such treats. A group of them refused to leave, begging their parents to buy. Suwei explained to everyone, Don't think my prices are high. Look, I used oil, flour, eggs, and sugar. It took a lot of effort to make just this much. This bowl earns only a few cents as a small profit. Think about how expensive snacks are in the county. Everyone looked at it and agreed. But they still thought it was expensive. Rural folks wished they could split a penny in half to spend it. However, Mom, I want to eat. Boo-hoo. Buy me some. Mom, I want some too. Grandma, I want to eat too. Adults were reluctant to spend money, but no one would neglect the children and they didn't eat snacks every day. So some people took out a few cents to buy. Suwei quickly packed the snacks. Simple but tasty treats like these are considered delicious in this time. The children's faces lit up with happiness, and they kept saying they were good. Once one child bought some, others started crying and shouting to buy as well. Gradually, more people took out money. The village was poor, but there were still quite a few wealthy families, like the village chief's family. They had a well-behaved grandson whom they loved very much. Seeing the child liked the snacks, they bought 10. Sue gave away a few more, and the village chief's wife left with a smile on her face. She hadn't made many, so the snacks sold out quickly. The children who didn't get any cried loudly, jealous of those eating the treats. Shen Yan, Shen Yan. He knew the snacks were sold by Sue. He was reluctant to eat them himself, but Sue was generous. She kept 6 or 7, eating 1 or 2 herself to feel full, and the rest were Shen Yan's. Shen Yan hesitated, then sold the remaining 2 snacks to 2 children for 4 cents. With the 4 cents, Shen Yan thought to himself that he could now ask Qinyu to fetch 8 buckets of water. Thinking this, he looked up and made eye contact with Qinyu. Qinyu's family only had 2 people, his grandfather and himself. They were considered wealthy in the village, but there was a big problem. 2 bachelors eating alone was quite difficult. They ate food prepared by a cook, a woman named Humu. But Humu was sick now. Not to mention whether her cooking was good, she no longer even had a warm meal. A few days ago, Qinyu saw Sue selling pig offal. He felt no desire because he had seen Shen Yan wash pig intestines before, so he lost his appetite. But today, when Sue was selling pastries, he ran over, only to arrive a bit late, just catching sight of a child holding a pastry that looked very tempting. Qinyu swallowed hard and watched Shen Yan take a piece of pastry and quickly eat it. Qinyu thought, feeling even hungrier. Sue ignored them. She put the stove back into the kitchen and called Shen Yan inside. Shen Yan, leaning on his crutches, slowly entered the house. Seeing Qinyu still standing there, Sue thought for a moment and said, "There's still water. Come back tomorrow." Qinyu clenched his fists. Qinyu wanted to buy some pastries. If Sue was willing to make them, he would buy them all. Sure, Sue agreed happily. Since the pastries were offered directly, she saw no reason not to make them. She asked Shen Yan to help light the fire and quickly started making the pastries. Qinyu leaned against the wall, watching her. He found Sue efficient and serious, quite different from her usual image. He realized he knew very little about her. Soon, the house filled with a fragrant smell. Sue made a small bowl, about 20 pastries. "These taste best when hot," she said, handing one to him. He eagerly took a bite. Soft, sticky, sweet, really good. Better than anything he had eaten recently. Comparing, even Hu mother's cooking was like pig food. Qinyu happily paid 40 coins. Sue felt a bit sorry for him. 40 coins. He would have to fetch 80 buckets of water. Qinyu. He carried the bowl and left. As soon as he entered, he saw Qin Daifu. Qin Daifu was only in his 40s, part of the early marriage and early childbirth group. He looked energetic, handsome, with a mature man's charm, more refined than Qinyu. He was quite flirtatious. Many widows in the area had some unclear relationship with him. Qinyu, standing next to him, looked like a kid who hadn't finished growing. "Grandpa," Qinyu called out. Qin Daifu smiled and nodded, noticing the bowl in his hand. "What's that?" "I bought some pastries." "Try some," Qinyu said. Qin Daifu took a bite, his eyes brightening. "Really good." He ate 5 or 6, then stopped carrying his medicine box. "I'm going to the county." "All right." Mr. Qin was seeing patients at the Huichun Hall in the county. He took turns with an older doctor, often staying for several days each time. He also had a sweetheart in the city and usually stayed there, not coming back often.
Qinyu was used to this.
He saw him off at the village entrance, giving him several pastries for the road. Mr. Qin nodded, waved, and got on the ox cart heading to the county. Qinyu watched his figure disappear, then looked away. When he turned around, he saw several young women from the village looking at him. Nangqiao village has 2 handsome young men, Qinyu and Shen Yan. Shen Yan is sharp-tongued and often looks angry, keeping others at a distance. Most girls in the village prefer Qinyu because he knows medicine and can support a family easily. After Shen family's decline, Qinyu became the top candidate for a good son-in-law in the village. Many girls would meet him by chance every day. Chinyu took a few steps back. A girl accidentally fell in front of him. He smiled gently and asked if she was okay. Zhao Yingdi only saw a figure in front of her. She looked up and saw a handsome face. The man smiled kindly at her, something she had never experienced before. She opened her mouth, seeming to want to say something. "Are you all right?"
I'm fine.
That was their only conversation. After speaking, Chinyu left without even noticing what the fallen girl looked like. Women in Nanxiao village all looked similar: dark yellow faces, rough skin, plain features, and sometimes overly dramatic. Only Su Wei was an exception. Chinyu pinched a piece of cake and slowly chewed it. When he first saw her, he had a bad impression, but each time they met, she brought him a new sense of freshness. This freshness added some vitality to his quiet, dead-like life. Su Wei happily held the silver coins she got from Chinyu. If she could earn a few dozen coins every day, she wouldn't have to worry about food and drink. She stored the money away, then continued poking at wool. Yesterday, she poked a sheep. Today, she wanted to make a cute bunny, aiming to collect all 12 zodiac animals. Shunyan sat nearby, watching her. After a while, he couldn't help but ask, "Where did you learn all this?"
So wait both.
At home.
My mother knows how.
The original owner rarely mentioned her family. The few times she did, it was to seek sympathy from Shun's mother. "Are you really separated from your family?" Shunyan suddenly asked.
Su Wei didn't speak.
Only the sound of needles poking wool filled the room. Shunyan looked at her with suspicion. Su Wei's words were full of holes, but now wasn't the time to discuss that. The weather is getting colder, and unless necessary, Su Wei doesn't plan to go outside. Her biggest headache is fetching water. With Chinyu around, this problem is solved. Su Wei isn't sure if he really needs the small amount of money or if he has other plans. She can't control it because she has no choice. She and Shunyan use very little water. Taking a bath in winter is out of the question. Not to mention the cost of water and firewood. The house is cold, and catching a cold from a bath could be deadly. So, they just wash quickly every day. But sharing a room creates many awkward moments. Shunyan, being a man, can walk around naked, but Su Wei can't. "Turn around," she orders Shunyan. He's unhappy with her tone, but obediently turns away. No peeking. Shunyan gets angry. "Don't be too much." "I don't care about you," Su Wei cheekily says. "I don't know that." Some people look serious, but are actually full of mischief. The upright and proper ones are just like you, scholars. Shunyan. After she finishes washing, it's Shunyan's turn. He can walk more now, but he's still a bit limping. Su Wei watches his leg, remembering what Dr. Han said before, and feels worried about his recovery. She fears he might become a permanent cripple. While washing up, Shunyan suddenly senses something is wrong. He looks up and sees Su Wei staring intently at his lower body. He pauses, takes a few deep breaths. Finally, he catches her in the act. He sneers. "Su Wei, what are you doing?" "Looking at your leg," she casually replies. "Shunyan, what are you looking at my leg for?" Su Wei looks up and notices his face, ears, and neck are all red. She's not stupid enough to think he's shy. He's probably angry. It's just a look at the leg. What's there to be shy about? And this person. His face is so fair, but his leg hair is thick, like he's wearing a layer of fur. "Nothing much, just jealous of you," she says. Shunyan's eyes show confusion. Then he hears Su Wei say, "Jealous because you don't have to wear cotton-padded pants in winter." At first, Shunyan doesn't understand. When he finally gets it, Su Wei has already snuggled into the quilt, curling into a ball. Vicious. "Woman." Shunyan rushes toward her. Su Wei shouts, "What are you doing? Trying to molest me?" Shun I didn't expect you to look so proper but have such a dirty mind. Shunyan gets really angry. He jumps onto the bed, with only one thought in his mind. Today, he must teach this wicked woman a lesson. Rudeness. Before Shunyan could get close, Su Wei shouted loudly. Shunyan stood still, glaring fiercely at her, his chest rising and falling with anger. Su-wei swallowed hard, knowing Shen Yan was upset. But she couldn't help herself.
Who understands?
Who understands that feeling of wanting to see Shen Yan go from expressionless to blushing and helpless because of her? Shen Yan was like a balloon full of anger, his handsome face now tinged with hostility. He seemed ready to hit Su-wei at any moment. Su-wei also felt she had gone too far. She stuck her head out, her hair and clothes a bit messy, her collar slightly open, revealing smooth, delicate skin without realizing it. She innocently said, "Shen Yan, please don't be mad." "I didn't mean to." Shen Yan stared at her without moving. Su-wei felt she had really crossed the line. Just as she was thinking about how to make amends, Shen Yan suddenly stepped forward, pulled her close, and kissed her fiercely.
Su-wei was stunned.
She paused for a moment, then reacted and tried to push him away. Shen Yan, you. Ugh. She felt this wasn't a kiss. Shen Yan was just biting her out of revenge. Fortunately, he soon pushed her back. Shen Yan's lips were slightly cut, and his wolf-like eyes stared intensely at Su-wei. "Are you crazy?" Su-wei said fiercely. Shen Yan sneered. "Isn't this what you wanted?" Su-wei was stunned. But Shen Yan ignored her and lay down on the bed. Su-wei looked at his back for a long time. Shen Yan noticed and turned his head, glaring at Su-wei with equal intensity. "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" he asked mockingly. "Aren't you trying to seduce me?" Su-wei wanted to say no, but in a room with just the two of them, Shen Yan was from ancient times. No matter her intentions, her joke was a bit over the line. Just what?" Shen Yan pressed. In fact, Su-wei didn't think much about her actions. She just felt Shen Yan was in a bad mood and wanted to tease him a little. But she didn't expect it to turn out like this. She wiped her lips, thinking that in Shen Yan's eyes, they were husband and wife, so it wasn't a big deal. But before she could think further, her action of wiping her lips angered Shen Yan. "Do you dislike me?" he asked. The original speaker had said countless times to Shen Yan that she disliked his injuries and his dirtiness. She insulted him more than once, covering her nose and looking down on him, saying, "Shen Yan, aren't you sad to live like this? Don't you have any shame? Your family members have all been hurt by you. Why don't you just die?" There were many such words. Now those memories suddenly came back again. "I haven't," Su-wei said, but Shen Yan clearly didn't believe her. "Why can they do it, but I can't?" Shen Yan suddenly asked. "Su-wei, what are you talking about?" Shen Yan got out of bed, looking like a trapped wolf pushed to the edge. He looked at Su-wei coldly, making her feel nervous under his gaze. She frowned and asked bravely, "What do you mean? Don't you understand?" Shen Yan sneered. "Dongwei, Wen, Hanyu, Qinyu, and who else?" "Su-wei. I have nothing to do with them." The original owner liked young Master Dong, but she didn't have time to do anything with him.
But
Su-wei felt it was hard to explain, and any further explanation seemed like playing hard to get, like a teasing green tea girl. "Shen Yan, don't go crazy. We really don't have much to do with each other. Is that so?" Shen Yan's voice suddenly became calm. He pressed his tongue against his cheek. "Maybe I was impulsive." After saying that, he went back to sleep. Su-wei couldn't sleep at all. She didn't know how much time passed, but neither of them slept. They both stared at the dark ceiling. Su-wei didn't take that kiss seriously. She thought it was Shen Yan's way of showing anger. Shen Yan also didn't take it seriously. He thought it was just a sign of his anger. If Su-wei wasn't angry with him, he wouldn't kiss her. Shen Yan licked his lips but felt something was wrong. He angrily wiped his lips and finally felt better. "Su-wei, although I was pretending a bit, you also played both sides." The next day, Qinyu came again. He was really tired of Humu's cooking, and every time she secretly took some away. Qinyu pretended not to see, but today, Qinyu overheard Humu arguing with Huwen. Humu said, "Are you still thinking about that woman?" Huwen angrily said, "Mom, you can't say that about her." Humu cried, "She caused you to become like this, and you're still siding with her." Huwen said something else, but Qinyu didn't hear it. He was focused on Huwen's matter. After thinking carefully, I don't believe Hu Wen's situation has anything directly to do with Su Wei. Isn't Hu Wen's reckless desire his own fault? He deserves it. Why blame Su Wei? Then, when he saw Hu's mother again, he felt annoyed. He thought it was just a simple plate of scrambled eggs. 5 eggs, but only a little was cooked, and the pancake was dry and hard to bite because there was no oil. Qinyu looked at this and couldn't help but laugh in anger. Auntie, you only made this much with 5 eggs. Hu's mother initially tried to defend herself, but seeing Qinyu's firm attitude, she started to throw a tantrum. Qin family boy, you really have no heart. When your parents died, didn't I take care of you? All these years, I cooked for you every day. I may not have credit, but I have hard work. And now you say I stole things. This is unjust. Qinyu felt annoyed listening to her. He didn't want to argue anymore, so he simply didn't eat and turned to leave. At this time, everyone in the village was having lunch, smoke rising from every household's chimney. Only he felt like a lonely ghost. When he came back to his senses, he found himself standing at the gate of the Shun family. What was Su Wei doing? What was Su Wei doing? Qinyu leaned against the wall, curious, watching. Su Wei had just come out of the kitchen and was startled when she saw him suddenly. What are you doing here? Qinyu looked at what she had on her plate. What are you eating, Su Wei? Could your meaning be any clearer? Maybe. We can eat together? Then I won't be polite, Su Wei. The house was small, just a bed, an old table. On the table were shredded potatoes, some pancakes, sauce, and a bowl of egg soup. Because of yesterday's events, Su Wei and Shun Yan hadn't spoken much since then. But she didn't tell Shun Yan not to eat. Shun Yan was a patient, and threatening him over food would be inappropriate. Now Qinyu had arrived. Thinking of Shun Yan's words last night, the atmosphere at the table became even more awkward. Qinyu asked, "How do you want to eat?" Su Wei demonstrated, and Qinyu took a bite, nodding. Really good. The simple meal was 1,000 times better than what Hu's mother made. Qinyu filled a bowl with egg soup and drank 2 sips. Shun Yan glanced at Qinyu, then at Su Wei. Su Wei noticed and looked up sharply, glaring at him. Shun Yan coldly said, "You're not much better. So hypocritical. It's really disgusting to look at." The 2 men were tense and ready to fight. Su Wei was still in the kitchen. She didn't want to go back, nor did she want to see those 2 troublesome men in the house. With nothing else to do, Su Wei decided to make something. First, she steamed the glutinous rice she bought earlier, then let it dry to keep its original rice grain shape. Next, she fried it to make the rice expand. At home, she also had some peanuts bought earlier for porridge, and she added some maltose, mixed everything well, shaped it, and cut it into small pieces. Soon, she had rice candy pieces. Su Wei pinched one and found it very tasty. She took 2 pieces inside. Qinyu had already left, which made Su Wei a little disappointed. Such delicious treats should be sold to the wealthy. In her view, Qinyu belonged to the rich people in the village. But her expression changed in Shun Yan's eyes, carrying a different meaning. Shun Yan said nothing. He had no right to say anything, and he didn't like Su Wei, who she was close to. No. Now that Su Wei was his wife, she couldn't be interested in others. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing for him. He didn't want to be pointed at and called unfaithful outside. "Qinyu left?" Su Wei asked. Shun Yan looked at her, but his words carried a hint of sourness. "If you want to find him, you can go now, okay?" Su Wei turned and left the house. Shun Yan angrily punched the bed frame. He felt useless. Very useless. He could only sit here, angry and powerless. Shun Yan lowered his eyes, hiding the true emotion behind them.
Bang, bang, bang.
The quiet afternoon in Nanqiao village was suddenly disturbed by a loud noise, making everyone perk up. They ran outside to see Su Wei banging on a broken iron basin. Zhang Aria's mother ran out and saw Su Wei, immediately furious. "Are you crazy? Why are you banging?" Zhang Aria's voice was quickly drowned out by the louder banging of the basin. Freshly made rice candy, limited quantity, first come, first served. As soon as Su Wei spoke, everyone knew what she was doing. Was the Shun family never satisfied? Before everyone could gather around, the pot of rice candy Su Wei made was taken by Qinyu, who had just returned. Su Wei happily said, "Brother Qin, take your time." Qin Yu carried the basin and left. Everyone else was left looking confused. What was that just now? According to the Shun family, that was rice candy. It looks really delicious. Someone swallowed hard. Why is a woman showing her face like that? Someone, already jealous of Su Wei, said sourly. When she spoke, everyone around felt uncomfortable. Someone replied, "Husan's family, your words are wrong. Shun heir can't move, and Su Wei won't do any work. How can she survive?" Exactly, there's nothing shameful about earning a living with your own hands. We often take on some private jobs like sewing clothes or doing laundry. Husan's family and whose mother are related. She has a good relationship with whose mother. Recently, she has heard whose mother criticized Su Wei a lot and has developed a strong prejudice against her, which is why she said that. She didn't expect to be attacked by everyone. She cares a lot about her reputation. Hearing everyone's comments, she felt a bit embarrassed. I didn't say anything wrong. She clearly acts like a scheming woman. Qin Yu used to be a very honest kid, but now he keeps going there. Who knows what they do inside when the door is closed, Husan's wife said stubbornly. Everyone seemed to agree. Seeing that no one was speaking up, Husan's family continued. Instead of wasting time criticizing me, you should quickly manage your own men. Don't let the scheming woman steal them away. After saying this, the people around became alert and quickly took their husbands home. Husan's family spat on Su Wei and left. Su Wei didn't know about the argument. She returned to her room, rubbed her cold, red hands, added some charcoal, and took a plate. The plate held her homemade candied rice popcorn, which didn't look very good now, just the leftover edges she had cut off. She wanted to ask Shan Yan if he wanted some, but it felt awkward to eat alone, and talking to Shan Yan also felt strange. It seemed she didn't know how to face Shan Yan anymore. After finishing the rice popcorn, she took a needle to poke at the wool. Time passed quickly. Nanxiao village was covered in snow, blending seamlessly with the sky and earth. Su Wei went outside and saw only a vast white landscape. "Shun Yan, it's snowing," she instinctively said, then realized she and Shun Yan were still in a cold war. Whoever spoke first would lose. She regretted it. But Shun Yan came out wearing a thick cotton coat. He looked at the snow covering the yard and was a bit surprised. The snow was about a foot deep, rarely seen such thick snow even in the northwest. Shun Yan limped and grabbed a broom to sweep the snow. He was slim but dressed very well. His handsome face had a classical beauty, with a serious expression, like the snow in the fields and mountains, or a figure sketched in ink-wash painting. Su Wei admired the beauty and the scenery. The next moment, she saw someone sweep the snow with a broom, and it looked like snow mixed with dirt, adding a touch of ink to the watercolor painting. Su Wei found it hard to judge. She held a snowball, mischievously thinking of throwing it at Shun Yan's back, but Shun Yan suddenly turned around. The snowball hit Shun Yan's face precisely, then fell, leaving a funny mark on his face.
"Su
Wei," Shun Yan's angry voice rang out. Su Wei knew she had caused trouble and quickly ran back into the house. She reheated yesterday's cake on the stove and cooked a pot of millet porridge. Shun Yan's leg was starting to hurt, but he insisted on cleaning the yard before coming inside. Su Wei chuckled nervously. "Let's eat." She didn't know why she threw the snowball at Shun Yan earlier. It just felt like he owed a punch. Shun Yan looked at her, then ate quietly. After finishing, he went to bed. He didn't want Su Wei to think he was useless, so he endured the pain without saying anything. The weather was cold, heavy snow blocked the roads, and they couldn't go anywhere. The family stored food to eat, and pig offal wasn't available every day, even at the butcher's. In the end, the small village was too backward. Su Wei stepped outside for a moment to feel the cold wind, then returned to the house. Shun Yan seemed to have fallen asleep with his eyes closed. Su Wei took out some leftover cloth, planning to make a pair of woolen shoes, just as someone else arrived outside. Su Wei saw Huan standing at the gate of the yard. He looked much thinner after a few days, with hollow cheeks, dark circles under his eyes, and pale lips. When he saw Su Wei, his eyes brightened briefly. "Su Wei," he said as he approached. Su Wei felt he didn't look quite right, and took a step back in fear. Huan seemed a little angry. "What are you hiding for?" Su Wei frowned. "What do you want?" "What do I want?" Huan muttered to himself. "I came to see you. Granny Wang said you liked me, and she also said—" Huan smiled at Su Wei. "She said you're very flirtatious, and as long as you get money, it's fine." Su Wei felt a surge of anger and pointed at the door. "Get out of here." Huan's face darkened, his eyes narrowing slightly as he suppressed his anger. "Are you telling me to leave?" Su Wei frowned. "Can't you understand words?" "Get out." Huan stared at her, his gaze making Su Wei nervous. Although she was ready to run, Huan suddenly lunged at her. Su Wei was caught off guard, stumbled back, and in the struggle, kicked Huan. Huan shouted in pain and slapped Su Wei hard across the face. "Dirty girl, I gave you a chance, didn't I?" Huan seemed to have lost his mind. He suddenly tore at Su Wei's clothes. "It's daytime now, and if others saw this, Su Wei might not survive." She struggled but couldn't break free. Just as Huan was about to kiss her, Su Wei felt his grip loosen slightly. Shen Yan arrived unexpectedly. Recently, he had been eating well and was much stronger. He looked completely different from the helpless boy who had been pressed down on the bed by Wangpa before. Crack, crack. The sound of fists hitting flesh, fists hitting bones. Su Wei got up and saw Shen Yan expressionless, punching Huan in the face one after another, looking like he wanted to kill him. Huan initially struggled, but then he was knocked out. Blood was coming from his nose and mouth, and he could only passively take the beating. "Shen Yan, enough. If you hit him again, he might die," Su Wei said, trying to pull him away. Shen Yan pushed her, causing her to stumble and almost fall. Seeing Huan lose more air than he took in, and not moving anymore, Su Wei quickly hugged him from behind and pulled him away from Huan. They both fell to the ground. Shen Yan tried to get up, but Su Wei held him tightly. After a while, she heard Shen Yan say, "Let me get up first." She released him. Shen Yan stood up, feeling some pain in his legs from the struggle, but he could endure it. He brushed the dirt off his wrists, walked over to Huan and checked his nose. He was still alive. What a pity. Su Wei also came over, looking at the unconscious Huan, unsure of what to do. Shen Yan was quick. He scooped a handful of cold water and poured it over Huan's head. Huan quickly woke up, looking confused. When he saw Shen Yan, he jumped up and shouted about killing someone. Shen Yan slapped him down to the ground and stepped on his face with his foot. He felt sharp pain in his leg, but only felt very satisfied. He looked down at Huan and asked, "Do you remember what happened when you were a child?" Huan's face changed dramatically. Shen Yan had been a fair and cute boy when he was young, very different from the other children in the village. Because of this, Huan and some other kids often bullied him. Once, they accused Shen Yan of being a girl and told him to take off his pants. Shen Yan refused, and Huan made his friends slap him. Huan even pulled out a stick, pretending to be a hero fighting Shen Yan. Shen Yan was bullied terribly, but he was very sensible. He had no father, and Shinmu, a widow, was struggling to raise him. Their hardships weren't just about poverty, but also mental suffering. From a young age, rumors about Shinmu spread constantly in the village. Whenever someone passed by Shin's house, villagers would gossip that someone had some connection with Shinmu and that they went inside to do something unknown. There was a peddler, and Shin's mother went to buy some needles and thread. The villagers would say that Shin the widow and the peddler were close. It seemed like everyone had seen it with their own eyes. Other children who were bullied had their families to stand up for them. Shen Yan knew from a young age that no one in his family could protect him, so he had to endure. At first, he thought if he just tolerated it, it would pass. But later, Huan and some other children in the village became even more mean. Their cruelty was truly shocking. Sometimes their tricks were so bad that even adults would feel ashamed. One day, Shen Dalong, who worked in the city, came home and saw the injuries on his brother. He asked what happened, but Shen Yan didn't say anything because Huan threatened him, saying that if he told anyone, he would have his mother killed. Shen Yan was only about 6 or 7 years old then. Even if children that age are clever, they are still just kids. He believed Huan completely. That day, Shun Dalong secretly followed his brother. He saw him leaving with a small basket and then meeting Huwen at the foot of the mountain. Huwen, as usual, slapped him twice. Shun Yen covered his face, but smiled at Huwen. He said, "Brother Huwen, I know there's a kind of herb on the mountain. My mother said we can sell it for money. Don't hit me, okay? I'll take you to find it." Huwen believed him. Afraid of being caught, he didn't tell anyone. The two of them sneaked up the mountain. Huwen impatiently asked, "Where's the herb?" Shan Yen pointed to a spot and said, "Here, come and see." Huwen went over, but then someone pushed him from behind, causing him to fall down the slope. He was still conscious and saw Shan Yen standing on the hill, looking at him with a blank expression. Later, Huwen was saved. Shun Dalong pulled him up from the slope. He said he was saving him, but really, he just dragged him back up. Shun Dalong squatted on the ground, pressing Huwen's face with his foot, and said, "If you ever bully Xiao Yan again, you know what will happen." Then he smashed one of Huwen's teeth with a stone and warned him not to tell anyone, or he would come to see him again and beat him. Huwen never dared to tell. When his mother asked, he said he fell down the mountain himself. He was afraid to bully Shun Yen anymore, but he still harbored resentment. When Shun Yen went to Old Man Chen's house, Huwen secretly locked the door. Huwen felt short of breath, his lost reason slowly returning. He saw Shan Yen again, still looking down at him from above, just like when he stood on the mountain slope and looked down. "Go get a stone," Shun Yen told Su Wei. Su Wei trembled and said, "We can't hit him to death. The authorities will come. Huwen Kai is not like Wang Pe. Once he's gone, he's gone." At that time, no one saw Wang Pe come to find them. Now, in broad daylight, Huwen Kai just appeared, and who knows how many eyes are watching. "Go get it," Shun Yen said again. Su Wei had no choice but to pick up a small stone about the size of her palm. Shun Yen weighed it in his hand, then gave Huwen Kai a smile just like in the old days. He raised the stone and aimed it at Huwen Kai's head, about to throw it. The stone Shun Yen threw hit the ground beside Huwen Kai. Huwen Kai shouted in fear and wet his pants on the spot. Shun Yen stood up, looking at him with a teasing smile. Su Wei also felt a bit helpless. It wasn't until Huwen Kai ran away crying that Su Wei said, "His mother is very difficult. I wonder if she'll make us pay for this. She had just earned a little money and didn't want to lose it." Also, Shun Yen only hit him to protect her, so she didn't want Shun Yen to pay for it. Shun Yen threw the stone aside and turned to look at her. Su Wei was startled by the fierce look on his face. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Shun Yen said. "Huwen Kai's mother won't come." "Why?" "Because." Shun Yen sneered. Huwen Kai couldn't bring himself to face this person. After being hit and wetting his pants, he could still go home and find his mother when he was 7 or 8. But at 17 or 18, doing such things would be embarrassing and he would be laughed at for a lifetime. In fact, that's exactly what happened. Huwen Kai didn't tell his mother. He didn't even dare to go home. Instead, he went to Qinyu's house next door. Qinyu was sitting in a chair, reading a medical book while eating popcorn candies, living a very comfortable life, until he saw Huwen Kai, covered in blood, and was shocked. "What happened to you?" Qinyu asked, smelling a faint urine odor when he took out his medicine box to treat Huwen Kai's wounds. He frowned slightly. Huwen Kai didn't say what had happened until Qinyu finished bandaging his wound, and then he started crying. She handed a stone to Shun Yen. Qinyu didn't understand, but Huwen Kai kept explaining what had happened, piece by piece. He looked very sad. His sadness wasn't much related to Shun Yen, but more because when Shun Yen hit him, Su Wei handed him a stone. Seeing him being beaten, Su Wei remained indifferent. She even saw him wet his pants. Su Wei really didn't love him. Huwen Kai felt heartbroken, as if someone had cut his heart with a knife. "Qinyu, isn't this just what he deserved?" "This is what he deserved." Qinyu didn't comfort him at all. Huwen Kai sniffed and said, "I lost all face in front of her." Qinyu was silent for a long time before saying, "You might as well give up." "I won't give up," Shun Yen said while looking at the distant, snowy village. "Huwen will come back again?" Su Wei asked. "How do you know?" "Just a feeling." Su Wei rolled her eyes silently, thinking he really liked to act mysterious. She huffed and cleaned the yard thoroughly. When it was time for lunch, she made a simple dumpling soup, which was easy to digest and filling. The two of them ate until they were sweaty. Because Shun Yan had saved her, Sue couldn't continue to ignore him, and although Shun Yan had just been angry, he looked a little bit handsome. To thank him and to get along peacefully in the future, Sue gave him a small wool felt sheep. Shun Yan snorted. I don't want such childish things. Sue thought Shalnan, Yugo Busher Kandal Ni Yanjing, Do Kai Nanzai Xiaoyang Sensheng, would Junda Shinla. Just consider it my thanks. You can't refuse, Sue said without showing any emotion. Sure enough, Shun Yan picked up the small sheep. I didn't hit who went to save you. I've never liked him, Sue replied. Yes, I understand. Shun Yan finally got the little sheep he loved so much. He liked sheep the most. When he was a child, his family had one and it was his best friend. His favorite thing was to carry a bamboo basket up the mountain to pick grass for the sheep to eat. Young Shun Yan could sit on the ground all afternoon watching the sheep eat grass. Later, that sheep was sold, and Shun Yan felt very sad. He couldn't even describe the sadness, just felt very upset. He watched helplessly as the sheep was taken away. Their eyes met, his and the sheep's. The sheep was trembling all over, and he would never forget that look. Later, the sheep was slaughtered by Zhang the butcher. Its fur was taken off, and its meat was cut into pieces and sold. That noon, the smell of meat wafted through the village. Shun Yan held the small sheep, gazing at its adorable face, as if he saw his childhood sheep again. Over the past half-year, he felt like that sheep, full of fear, despair, and helplessness. He could only lie on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. In the evening, Chinyu arrived, carrying some flour and eggs. He wanted Sue to make some pancakes, and he offered to help fetch water. Shun Yan watched them busy and felt uncomfortable, as if their affection was rubbing him the wrong way. Chinyu entered and casually asked, Did you hit Huan? Shun Yan looked at him. Chinyu was about to say something when he saw the small sheep beside Shun Yan. What is this? Shun Yan was caught off guard when Chinyu suddenly took something in his hand and looked at it closely. He had never seen such an object before and grew more fond of it the longer he looked. Give it to me, Shun Yan said angrily. Chinyu threw it to him and said, Did Sue make this? She's really skilled. Shun Yan gently clenched the small sheep in his hand. Chinyu chuckled softly and left. Not long after, Chinyu left the room. Sue came in holding 2 pancakes and offered one to Shun Yan, who said he wasn't hungry. Sue was a bit surprised this guy ate a lot. Why wasn't he eating today? She didn't think much of it and covered the pancake with a plate, planning to eat it later when he was hungry. She continued poking at the wool. Suddenly, Shun Yan asked, What are you doing? Sue replied. Chinyu said he also wants a little sheep. Shun Yan's fingers tightened slightly, but he didn't say anything else. The small sheep in his hand had shiny black eyes that seemed to mock him, as if saying it was no longer unique. Chinyu paid 30 coins for it. That kid is really rich, Sue said while poking at the wool. Shun Yan heard. Chinyu has money. Sue added, He and I want sheep. I asked him what zodiac sign he is, and he said he's a monkey, a year younger than you. I convinced him to get a monkey, but he said monkeys are ugly. Shun Yan heard. Chinyu is 1 year younger than you. Sue kept poking and, finally, when she remembered to take a sip of water, she noticed Shun Yan was radiating dark energy. Sue thought, what's wrong? Did someone upset him again? Was he a balloon in his past life? Do you want some pancakes? Sue asked, swallowing nervously. Shun Yan said, no. He turned his head away. Sue relaxed and put the pancake aside. After washing up with water, she went to bed. Shun Yan also left. Only then did Sue breathe a sigh of relief. She thought, when spring comes and the weather warms up, I must live separately from him. It's too scary. After the snow stopped, the temperature suddenly dropped. The northwest wind felt like a slap from a stepmother. Sue saw a layer of ice on the water in the kitchen basin. She broke the ice on top, took some water from underneath, and hurried back to her room. She decided to cook in the small pot on the stove from now on, saving time, effort, and keeping it warm. Now they were eating only 2 meals a day instead of 3. Shenyan looked at the snowy white outside and felt like he had forgotten something important. Su-wei planned to fry some fried dough twists and make them fragrant, suitable for breakfast or dinner. On such a cold day, she was too lazy to cook. Shen's family had always lived a hard life. Shen's mother was very frugal. She only ate plain noodles occasionally, and meat was only bought during festivals. Later, Shen Deleng became successful and brought back a lot of money, but Shen's mother was used to saving. Besides building 2 rooms, they still lived simply. The women in the village also believed in saving, which they called diligent household management. However, Su-wei had never seen Shenyan love eating and dressing so much. If Su-wei knew what he was thinking, she would have slapped him. In her past life, drinking a cup of milk tea was considered greedy. Now, eating a bun was enough to be considered not managing life well. Su-wei had tried saving before, but coarse grains hurt her throat and were hard to eat, and passing them was even worse. Her stool was thick and dry, and the experience was unpleasant. So, she decided not to suffer anymore. While Su-wei was working, Shenyan helped her. They worked quickly, and soon a basket of crispy, fragrant fried dough sticks was ready. Fresh out of the oil, they were very tasty. Cooking something delicious again, Qinyu came over. Before Su-wei could speak, Shenyan suddenly said, "Why do you smell like a dog? You come running just from the smell." Qinyu looked at him and then turned to Su-wei, asking, "Are these for sale?" "I want to buy some." Su-wei was busy watching the 2 men argue playfully when she was suddenly called out. She quickly nodded. Yes, sell them." Qinyu carried a bunch of food and left. Curious villagers, smelling the aroma, looked at what he carried and couldn't help but swallow. It looked very tasty. With the new year approaching, even the poorest families would eat something special. If they didn't eat it themselves, they would buy some for their children and elders. Someone came to ask if they wanted to buy, and soon, the basket of fried dough sticks was sold out. That night, Su-wei sat at the table counting money. There was a lot of money, but the food supplies were running low. The weather was bad and it was hard to go out, so Su-wei felt worried. Shenyan held back his urge and finally said, "You can use the money to buy flour in the village." Su-wei paused and looked up at Shenyan. Yes, I hadn't thought of that. She had been so busy she forgot. Shenyan was quite clever. The next day, Su-wei bought flour, oil, and eggs. They still had sugar at home. She started working hard, with Shenyan helping beside her. Su-wei realized that Shenyan was not without his good points. He was diligent and didn't mind doing any chores, whether they were considered men's work or women's work. He did whatever he could. With his help, Su-wei worked more easily. They fried a lot of fried dough sticks and fragrant snacks. By afternoon, villagers had come asking about them. The village has poor conditions. The villagers usually cook simple meals, mostly just cooked food. They don't know how to make many types of noodles or pastries besides basic ones like noodles, buns, and steamed bread. The food that Su-wei made quickly became popular in the whole village. It wasn't expensive, definitely cheaper than the fancy snacks in the county, and it was tasty, filling, and could be stored for a while. During the new year, she would serve it to guests, which looked respectable. A big bowl of twisted fried dough and fragrant oil snacks was sold out quickly. "Will Shen Air's place sell again tomorrow?" someone asked. Su-wei nodded. Yes, they will. Pig offal isn't available every day, and sugar-coated popcorn can't be eaten daily, but these fried snacks and oil treats can be made all the time. Shenyan helped clean up, even squatting in the kitchen to wash the bowls, plates, and pots. Su-wei was so touched, she almost cried. She really hated washing dishes. After they finished cleaning, it was already evening. Su-wei was like a spinning top, constantly poking at Qinyu's monkey figure. The chubby cartoon monkey was very cute. She showed it to Shenyan, who didn't really want to look but felt he should. He thought Qinyu's monkey was just as annoying as his zodiac sign.
But
it's okay, Shenyan said honestly. Su-wei said, 30 coins. Shenyan opened his mouth, suddenly feeling that giving Qinyu one wouldn't matter much. After all, 30 coins could buy 2 jin of meat. Such a big spender was rare. And the little lamb she gave him was from Su Wei. Selling or giving, there's a big difference in meaning. Suddenly he understood. Su Wei noticed Shen Yan's mood improve suddenly, as warm as a spring breeze in March. She really couldn't understand Shen Yan. Men's hearts are truly hard to guess. Before the new year, the village was peaceful. Zhang the butcher slaughtered a pig again. Lu Laosi looked at Su Wei eagerly, eyes shining, waiting for her to buy pig offal. He had also bought pig offal from somewhere else once, trying to make it himself. He washed the pig intestines carefully, but it just didn't taste the same. No matter how he cooked it, it wasn't good. Su Wei went to the meat stall amid everyone's watchful eyes. She bought a few pounds of meat with a good mix of fat and lean, and half a rack of ribs. Ribs are delicious but expensive and not often bought. Now that Su Wei had money, she was very eager. She bought half a rack, and any leftovers could be saved for the new year. Zhang the butcher's second son quickly cut the meat and kindly asked if she wanted the ribs chopped into pieces.
Su Wei nodded quickly.
Yes. Zhang's second son skillfully chopped the ribs and even helped separate the pork from the pigskin. People around couldn't stand it anymore and said sourly, "Second son of the Zhang family, I also need to cut my meat." Zhang's second son glanced at the person and said coldly, "Go home and cut it yourself." "Why tell me?" The person blushed with anger. Everyone around laughed loudly. Su Wei helplessly took the meat and walked out of the crowd, then saw Shen Yan. Shen Yan leaned on his cane, looking especially thin in the cold wind. Although there were many people, Su Wei saw him at a glance. She quickly walked over. "Why are you here?" "I came out to take a look." Shen Yan tried to take the meat from her hand, but Su Wei didn't give it to him. "Let me do it." The distance to Shen's house was a bit far. Su Wei looked at the two shadows walking side by side ahead and felt a little strange. She never thought she would walk so calmly on a country path with Shen Yan one day. She casually said, "Later, we will go back and stew ribs. My braised ribs are really delicious." At noon, the village was filled with the smell of meat mixed together, very tempting. The smell of meat from Shen's house seemed especially fragrant. The pot was simmering with meat, and Su Wei kept poking it. Before the meat was ready, she made a cute little monkey and even prepared a small medicine box for it to carry. "This monkey looks quite like Qin Yao," Shen Yan said. Su Wei smiled and said, "I think so too." She put the monkey aside, brought the meat to the table, and they started eating. This was the best meal Su Wei had since crossing over. A bite of pork easily peeled off the bone, and the potatoes soaked up the broth. So delicious it was almost too much to bear. She dipped a flour bun in the rib soup, and the aroma made her want to swallow her tongue. Shen's mother was quick with other chores, but cooking was not her strong suit. Shen Yan had never tasted such delicious ribs before. They didn't bother talking much and finished a bowl of ribs and potatoes. Su Wei was full. She washed her hands and was about to leave with the little monkey. "Where are you going?" Shen Yan looked up and asked. Su Wei turned to look at him, suddenly recalling how Shen Yan had doubted her when she left earlier, so she explained, "I'm going to give the monkey to Qin Yao. She bought this thing for 30 coins, and she was afraid he would change his mind, so she had to deliver it quickly." She felt relieved once she had the money in her hand. Shen Yan didn't know whether he agreed or not, and Su Wei didn't care much. She took the monkey and left. She chose this time to go out because everyone was eating then, and after eating, they would take a nap, so she didn't meet many people on the road. The snow-covered road is difficult to walk on, but luckily, someone has already made a path. Su Wei follows the path to the Qin family. The Qin family's door is closed. Su Wei knocks, and the door opens. Qin Yu looks a bit surprised to see her. "Why are you here?" he asks. Su Wei takes out the monkey. She doesn't plan to go into the yard because it's just a man and a woman, and she's worried others might misunderstand or say something unpleasant. Qin Yu takes the monkey and shows obvious affection, especially when he sees the little monkey carrying a medicine box. His smile deepens. "Come in first. I'll go get the money," he says. Su Wei wants to say she can't, but Qin Yu opens the door wide to avoid suspicion. Su Wei steps into the yard. Last time, She was in such a hurry, she didn't look carefully. Now she notices that Chin's house is quite nice, and there's an extra well. She remembers the first time she saw Chin-yu. He was fetching water then. Chin-yu quickly returns with the money, but has 5 cents more. Su-wei looks confused. Chin-yu explains, "It's nothing special. I just want you to help me with something." The other half of the pig's spare ribs was bought by Chin-yu, but he doesn't know how to cook it. The neighbor's mother makes bad food, and she might cut back on his meat, so he doesn't want her to cook for him. "If you don't come, I'll have to find you this afternoon," Chin-yu says eagerly. He looks at her hopefully. "If you think it's too little, I can add a bit more." Su-wei isn't worried about the amount. 5 cents is enough to make a meal. Does this spendthrift know how hard it is to earn 5 cents? He clearly doesn't. He looks at the ribs in the pot and swallows, his mouth watering. "Cook it all at once. If I can't eat it, I'll freeze it for the new year," he says. His grandpa might come back for the new year. Su-wei nods, tells Chin-yu to start the fire, and explains how to cook the ribs. Blanch the ribs first, add green onions and ginger. She speaks seriously, and Chin-yu listens carefully. Soon, the pot is bubbling and filling the air with a delicious smell. Chin-yu swallows hard, and his stomach growls loudly. Su-wei laughs a little. Once the soup is almost ready, it's done. Later, if you want to eat more, just add some potato chunks to the soup and stew it. Chin-yu nods. Su-wei leaves, holding 35 cents in her pocket, feeling very happy. But as she steps out, she sees a girl standing at a nearby house's door, glaring at her angrily.
Su-wei,
Is she really so unwelcome? Does just walking down the street make people angry? When she gets closer, the girl doesn't just glare, but spits on the ground at her feet. Shameless, the girl says. Su-wei shouts loudly, "What are you doing? No public urination or defecation allowed." The girl was stunned, then realized that Su-wei was insulting her. She angrily rushed forward. "What do you mean?" Su-wei crossed her arms and looked at her. "What? Did I say something wrong? Is public urination and defecation a proud thing?" Before she could answer, Su-wei asked, "You're in such a hurry, are you?" "I definitely didn't," Su-wei replied. "That's good." The girl, Hu Taohua, was the daughter of Husan, who had spoken ill of Su-wei before. She was a cousin of Hu Wen. Like most girls in the village, she thought Su-wei was not proper and not a good person. She had seen Su-wei come out of Chin-yu's house with her own eyes. Chin-yu is naturally gentle and kind, so he wouldn't seek trouble. It must be this sly woman trying to seduce Chin-yu. "You wicked girl, you hurt my cousin, and that's not enough. Now you're harming Brother Chin. I warn you, stay away from Brother Chin, or I won't forgive you," Hu Taohua kept shouting. Su-wei, feeling speechless, was not angry. Wherever she was, if a woman and a man had any interaction, it was always the woman's fault. And what kind of good men are they, one after another? Su-wei looked at Hu Taohua, rolled her eyes, and said, "What right do you have to scold me? Are you Chin-yu's mother? Or his wife?" Hu Taohua was speechless. She was nothing. "I just can't stand the sight of you. This sly woman," Su-wei snorted coldly. "You're an unmarried girl, meddling in a single man's affairs. If anyone's cheap, it's you." After saying that, she left quickly, not giving anyone a chance to watch the show. As for how angry Hu Taohua was, Su-wei didn't care at all. She was a stranger, and she didn't care. Su-wei ignored her, but Hu Taohua was so angry she cried and ran home. Husan, seeing this, hurriedly asked what was wrong. Hu Taohua said Su-wei came out of Chin-yu's house. She just happened to see it, and then Su-wei came over and scolded her.
Husan was very angry.
This wicked girl, everyone in the village knows her character. Now she's even got Chin-yu interested. Chin-yu's family was wealthy, but the daughter-in-law she liked was not suitable. Seeing her daughter crying so much, Husan felt even more angry. Just when she didn't know what to do, her son, Hu Chong, suddenly came in from outside. Seeing his sister crying, Hu Chong frowned. What happened? Hu Chong was lazy and a troublemaker in the village. He had married once before, but his wife drowned in the river while washing clothes when she was heavily pregnant. Hu Chong hasn't remarried since. Now, hearing Hu Taohua's words, Hu Chang's mind turned. He thought of Su Wei. She's quite charming, and he had secretly looked at her many times. His eyes lit up and Hu Chang said, "This is easy. I'll help you get revenge." Hu Taohua stopped crying and asked, "Revenge? How?" Hu Chang said, "I have my ways." Hu Chang wasn't really trying to avenge his sister. He just wanted to admire Su Wei's beauty. Since the Shun family was gone, and Shun Lao heir was useless, he thought if he did something to Su Wei, she probably wouldn't dare to tell anyone. Maybe later, she could even be at his beck and call. The more Hu Chang thought about it, the more he believed this was a good idea. Su Wei usually stayed at home and went out only during the day. Now, with heavy snow, she rarely came outside.
How could she be made to come out?
Su Wei followed a small path back home. Shun Yan had already tidied up the dinner table and washed the pots and bowls. He was poking at Su Wei's small wool balls. Su Wei looked at him for a while and asked, "What are you trying to poke?" Shun Yan shook his head and said, "I don't know." Su Wei's little sheep and monkey toys were very cute, and Shun Yan didn't know which one to poke first. As a beginner, it was a bit difficult for him to poke animals. So, Su Wei suggested, "Why don't you poke a dumpling?" Shun Yan was silent. Until New Year's, Su Wei and Shun Yan had been busy selling fried dough sticks and fragrant oil, along with some small pastries Su Wei enjoyed making. Most of the pastries were bought by Qin Yu without even needing to be taken out, leaving only scraps for Su Wei and Shun Yan to eat. As the New Year approached and the village had bought almost everything needed, and with the snow melting, Su Wei decided to go to the town to sell fried dough sticks and fragrant oil. Shun Yan said that at this time, the town would have a market organized by villagers, where they could buy some missing things. They closed the door and spent a few days frying a lot of fried dough sticks and fragrant oil. Nangqiao village also had a cart for transportation. Shun Yan paid for the cart, and the driver was willing to help carry things every day, earning some pocket money before the new year. The driver's name was Xiao Wu, who knew Shun Yan and helped load the goods onto the cart. It was very cold outside this season. To sell outside all day, they had to dress warmly. Su Wei also brought a quilt for Shun Yan. Shun Yan skillfully took it, and the couple got on the cart. The fifth grader looked at Su Wei several times, not with any ill intentions, but with curiosity. Shun Yan noticed this. When they reached the town, they found a quiet spot to set up their things. Su Wei went to pack up, and Shun Yan paid for the cart. Xiao Wu refused. "It's just a small favor. I can't take your money." Shun Yan insisted on paying. "I might need the cart again in the next couple of days." Xiao Wu, unable to argue further, took the money and hesitated before looking at Shun Yan. Shun Yan frowned. "Just say what you mean." Xiao Wu said, "Second brother, your wife isn't very obedient." Shun Yan looked at him. Xiao Wu quickly added, "I'm not trying to stir trouble between you two. I saw her with a man from the county. That man even bought her things." Xiao Wu watched Shun Yan's face for a reaction. Seeing no particular expression, he continued, "Just be careful." Shun Yan patted Xiao Wu's shoulder. Xiao Wu left, and Shun Yan came over to help. His leg injury was still not fully healed, and he walked with a limp. Su Wei remembered Dr. Han's words and couldn't help but suggest, "Maybe you should see Dr. Han again." Shun Yan shook his head. "No need." After a pause, he said, "I'm limping, but I treat everyone kindly." Su Wei didn't quite understand what he meant at first, but she didn't get a chance to ask because their stall was just set up when someone approached. Su Wei briefly explained and offered samples. The woman tasted and liked it very much. She asked about the price, which was affordable, and decided to buy some. There were many food vendors in the town, but nothing like what Su Wei was selling. It looked a bit unique. Su Wei broke some pieces and offered everyone a taste. Most who tried bought some, though a few just took advantage of the free samples. Su Wei ignored this. She believed in doing good business. She kept the prices high and gave some leftover pieces as extras. As a result, more and more people came to buy. Su Wei handled sales, while Shun Yan helped with collecting money and packing. They worked busy all morning and most of their goods were sold. Su Wei was parched and freezing cold, while Shun Yan felt no better. They went to the shop owner and exchanged for 2 bowls of hot water. After drinking, they finally felt warmer. Go for a walk. I'll watch the stall, Shunyan suddenly said. Sue thought they should buy some things for home, so she didn't refuse and wandered around nearby. The Shun family was very poor with almost nothing. Sue saw many things she wanted to buy. After walking around for a while, she carried a large bag of items back home. A person was standing in front of the stall. It was Hanyu, whom I hadn't seen in many days. Sue had a good impression of him and greeted him. Hanyu felt uncomfortable facing Shinyan, but was much more relaxed around Sue. Although he still thought Sue was good-looking, he knew he couldn't have those thoughts now that Sue was married. I was just talking to Brother Shun about how delicious your twisted pastries are. I plan to buy some to take home. Sue put down his things, used a wooden clip to pick some, weighed them, and then Hanyu paid. Sue also gave him some leftover pieces that didn't look good and some popcorn candy. Hanyu frowned. What are you doing? Sue said. What I make isn't worth much. You can take it and try. Hanyu felt a bit shy. He whispered to Sue, I also made some things. Come to the blacksmith's house later and see if you like anything. There weren't many people around now, so Sue decided to go see. He packed up his stall. Shunyan put his things on a bullock cart. Hanyu looked at his limp and sighed. Shunyan looked good and was young. It was a pity. The 3 of them went to the blacksmith's house. By the end of the year, the blacksmith shop was no longer open for business. When Tai-Tu saw them coming, he led them to the neighboring courtyard. Sue looked around. Needles, threads, handmade carpets, very unique porcelain vases, sheepskin coats, and some handmade shoes. The shoes weren't pretty, but were very sturdy and comfortable. Sue picked out many. Tai-Tu was surprised. Spider, buying so many shoes? Hanyu glared at him. Tai-Tu stroked his head and smiled. I didn't mean it like that. Sue could tell it was a friendly joke. She smiled and said, I don't make shoes myself. I'll buy a few pairs to keep just in case. Tai-Tu was dazzled by her smile.
Wow.
She really is beautiful. No wonder Brother Han is so smitten. Sue also saw many bolts of cloth. The colors weren't pretty, but were durable and perfect for making clothes. Hanyu introduced, these are woven by women from the border town. They're cheap and sturdy. You can buy more. Sue thought so too. She picked 2 pieces. One for making clothes for herself and one for Shinyan. After choosing, she asked Shinyan, do you want to buy anything? Shinyan asked, do you have any knives? Tai-Tu looked at Hanyu. Hanyu looked at Shinyan and half-jokingly said, Brother Shin, what do you want a knife for? What does he want a knife for? Sue also looked at Shinyan, thinking that maybe he wanted a knife to do something bad to himself. He suddenly felt that his worries were unnecessary. He now posed no threat to Shinyan. In fact, he still held Shinyan's weakness in his hands, and since they spent every day together, Shinyan had many chances to kill him without needing a knife. So, what was the point of having a knife? Seeing everyone look at him with unclear expressions, Shinyan smiled and said, for self-defense. Self-defense? Hanyu and Tai-Tu exchanged glances, clearly not thinking that any danger required a knife to defend against. Our village is near the mountains. In winter, wild animals often appear. We don't have much firewood left at home, so I have to go up the mountain to chop some. I see. Shinyan's words were reasonable. Tai-Tu said that buying a knife required reporting to the authorities and paying taxes. But if they got it from elsewhere, that was also okay. After discussing, Sue and Shinyan left. Tai-Tu watched their backs and asked Hanyu, Brother, how do you know these 2? Shinyan is from Nanjiao village, so I know him well. Sue is a refugee. A weak girl, so there's no problem. Tai-Tu nodded. No problem then. I just finished forging a knife. I'll give it to them later. Hanyu nodded. Tai-Tu then saw the food in his hand, pinched a piece of rice candy, and started eating. It's so delicious. Tai-Tu was still young, full of love for eating and playing. Hanyu snatched a piece from him and put it in his mouth. Sue was beautiful, and her cooking was so good. So, what if she was a bit flirtatious? It wasn't something to be unforgivable. Hanyu thought Dr. Han's words were exaggerated. Sue was clearly very good. Taitu looked at him helplessly and shook his head. At this time, there weren't many people in the town. The two didn't set up their stall again and just waited there. Soon, Hanyu came out, riding a bull cart to take Sue and the others back. When Shunyan got on the cart, Hanyu suddenly saw the small sheep at his waist and brightened his eyes. "What's this, Shunyan?" This was his lucky little sheep. He wished he had hidden it so others wouldn't see.
Hanyu looked at Shunyan eagerly.
"Can I see it?" It looked much more interesting than a purse. Shunyan hesitated but still took it out.
Hanyu liked it more and more.
"Where did you buy this, Shunyan?" "Sue made it to sell. 30 coins each." Hanyu asked, "Is it made of wool?" "Yes." Hanyu's face showed his desire. He turned to the girl in the cart and asked, "Are there more little sheep?" "I want to buy one too." Sue said, "This is what I made. It will take some time. I'm not afraid to wait." He really wanted to wear this thing with new clothes during the new year. He would definitely be the most handsome boy in the village. Hanyu looked at Sue with anticipation. Sue then asked, "Do you like any particular animal?
Or, what is your zodiac animal?"
Hanyu thought for a moment and said, "Make me a small cow." Hanyu liked his cow the most.
Sue nodded.
Shunyan clenched his little sheep tightly. They all sold these, but the little sheep was a gift from Sue, and it was the first gift Sue made for him. Its meaning was very special. Hanyu left after sending them back to the village. Sue made some soup to eat. The warm meal chased away the cold. She organized the things she bought. The house was missing many things, and the money she earned soon ran out. Shunyan watched her take things out one by one, thinking about how to use them. After the new year, "I need to buy a cabinet to store things." Sue looked at the bed. She thought it was small, but since Shunyan was moving out in spring, she felt it wasn't too small. After organizing everything, the two of them started making fried dough twists. A few days passed, and Sue's fried twists sold very well. One of the best days, she earned over 1 silver coin in a day, making a profit of about 1 or 2 coins after costs. Shunyan's knife was ready. It was a short knife, less than 2 feet long, easy to carry, and very sharp. Shunyan was very satisfied. Sue was curious. Did he have money to buy a knife? Actually, Shunyan did have some. He took out silver from his pocket and handed it to Taitu. Taitu weighed it on a small scale and then returned the rest to Shunyan. Before leaving, Taitu warned Peijua, "Once the knife is sold, it's no longer our concern." Shunyan understood. After they left, Sue couldn't help but ask, "Where did you get the silver?" Then she remembered that the original owner was worried about Shunyan's silver. She was about to explain, but Shunyan said, "My mother gave it to me." Shunyan's mother had a silver bracelet, a token of love from his father. It was said that his father had stayed on the mountain for several months to buy this bracelet. He caught a bear cub, sold the bear, and used the money to buy the bracelet. But because of this injury, Shunyan's father developed health problems and passed away a few years later. Shunyan's mother loved that bracelet very much. She rarely wore it, afraid it would wear out. Even in tough times, she never took it out. Until Shunyan had an accident. At that time, Shunyan's mother felt like the sky was falling. The silver given by the quarry was mostly used for medical expenses. Before Mother Shun died, there was almost nothing left. The bracelet was originally meant for the original owner, but Shunyan kept it, saying he would give it himself. Mother Shun didn't say anything about it. Just, "You destroyed Aunt Shun's bracelet?" Sue looked at him in shock. That was probably the only keepsake Shun's parents left him. Shunyan held the knife calmly and said, "It's just an old thing. But it has meaning." "What meaning?" Shunyan suddenly looked cold. "People are gone. What can these old things do now? If it weren't for that useless bracelet, his father wouldn't have died, his brother wouldn't have gone to join the army, his brother wouldn't have died, their mother wouldn't have fallen ill, he wouldn't have gone to the quarry, and he wouldn't have broken his leg. None of this would have happened. It's all because of that cursed bracelet. So, what's the use of these old things? Are they more important than living people?" Sue was startled by the anger in his eyes and didn't know what to say. Shunyan sighed deeply and apologized. "Sorry, I shouldn't have lost my temper at you." His apology was even more frightening than insulting her. They both silently returned home. When Sue felt upset, she liked to find something to do. Shun Yan carefully touched the knife, even using a cloth to wipe it gently. Sue asked, "Is it really just for chopping firewood?" She couldn't believe it. Shan Yan didn't answer, just fell silent for a moment before softly saying, "Of course. What else could I do?"
Sue,
"You seem like you're about to explode and kill someone at any moment." In the past few days, most of the townspeople had finished their shopping. Sue and Shun Yan packed up early and wandered around the market. They bought 2 chickens, some meat, eggs, flour, and other supplies. A few days ago, Xiao Wu's ox cart started running back and forth. Many people couldn't carry all their New Year supplies, so they rode the ox cart. Since the market was nearby, it only cost a penny per person and everyone was happy to do it. Shun Yan loaded the things onto the cart. He and Sue planned to walk home instead, because the cart was crowded and uncomfortable. "Oh wow, this really is making money. Buying so many things," a familiar voice said. Sue couldn't help but look up and saw Aunt Hu and her daughter, Hu's mother, and Zhang's second daughter. They often gathered together and spoke badly about Sue. Sue couldn't understand why these people hated her so much. She didn't want to pay attention to them, but Shun Yan glanced at them. Aunt Hu's mother said, "This is really cheating our village's people, and now even cheating outsiders." Mother Zhang responded, "Always out there dressing up like a fox spirit, probably up to some dirty tricks. I wonder how she earns her money." Their words were all aimed at Sue. They were jealous that Sue could make money. Before Sue could react, Shun Yan suddenly stepped forward and slapped Mother Zhang in the face. Everyone was stunned by this sudden change. Mother Zhang covered her face, in disbelief, and looked at Shun Yan.
You
dared to hit me." Mother, who also snapped out of her shock and was about to speak to Shun Yan, but Shun Yan said, "If anyone wants a slap, just say so." Although Mother, who disliked and hated these 2 people, she didn't want to be slapped herself. The ox cart stopped, and everyone looked at the scene in disbelief. Shan Yan glanced at Xiao Wu and said, "Still not leaving? No need to come back before dark." Xiao Wu recovered and looked at Shun Yan in surprise before driving the ox cart forward. The ox cart wasn't moving fast. Mother Zhang was crying and cursing Shun Yan, wishing her bad luck. Mother Hu comforted her, saying, "Shun Yan must be crazy." Zhang Area and Hu Taohua exchanged glances, but didn't dare to speak. Hu Taohua whispered, "It must be Sue who stirred things up. Shun Yan wasn't like this before." "Yes, it must be. People tend to pick on the weak." Mother Hu started scolding Sue, calling her a shameless fox spirit. Sue didn't hear this. She was just very surprised and a little touched. Since ancient times, people said men hitting women was uncivilized, but she felt that Shun Yan's slap was quite satisfying. However, "If you hit her like that, she definitely won't let it go." Shun Yan replied, "If I don't hit her, she won't let it go either." Her words were true. In previous provocations, Sue didn't respond at all, but Mother Zhang and Mother Hu became even more aggressive. Sometimes, it's not that you don't provoke others, but that others choose to provoke you. Kind people are bullied, and good horses are ridden. Shun Yan didn't want to be a horse that could be bullied at will. When they arrived at the village, everyone kept their distance from Shun Yan and her husband. Shun Yan ignored them and, carrying 2 chickens, went home with Sue. Soon after, Mother Zhang indeed came with people. Her 2 sons and Father Zhang, who was known for being honest and quiet, usually not talkative, came to confront Shun Yan after hearing that Mother Zhang was beaten and crying, claiming Shun Yan was provoked by Sue. Mother Zhang was the happiest. "Shun, don't think hiding will save you. Today, you must give an explanation, or I won't let you go." Because someone supported her, Mother Zhang felt much more confident. She stood at the entrance of a Shin family and started shouting. Soon, a crowd gathered to watch the scene. Everyone reacted the same way. Mother Zhang was throwing a tantrum. No one believed Shin Yan would hit anyone, let alone a woman. Seeing that the crowd didn't believe her, Mother Zhang showed her swollen cheeks. Usually a slap wouldn't turn the face red unless it was really hard. But the crowd still didn't believe the injury. How could Shunyan hit someone? He's always been the most honest child. When he was young, he was bullied but never spoke up. Once, Huan locked him up with a corpse overnight, and he silently endured it without saying a word, not even mentioning Huan. When the Shin family took their house and drove them out, he didn't complain. How could such an honest boy hit anyone? But Mother Zhang was firm, and the crowd thought she must be lying or pushing the honest boy to the limit. While Mother Zhang was shouting and everyone was guessing, Xinyan pushed the door open. He carried 2 chickens in his hands, ignoring the Zhang family and villagers. He raised his knife and chopped off a chicken's head. Before anyone could react, he quickly chopped the other chicken's head. Seeing the blood on the ground and the still-moving headless chicken, the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Shunyan held the knife and looked up at the Zhang family. "Is there a problem?" he asked. Father Zhang swallowed hard, frightened by Xinyan's fierce look. He remembered Shunyan from when he was young. He knew Shunyan was impulsive and reckless at this age, often not thinking about the consequences. What if he suddenly attacked? Father Zhang looked at the motionless chicken on the ground and said, "Shun family kid, my wife says you hit her." If Shunyan didn't admit it, he would just let it go. After all, he also hit his wife, so it was like Shunyan had done it. "I hit her," Shunyan said as he walked over with a knife. Terrified, Father Zhang took a step back. But Mother Zhang stepped forward and said, "Shin, you think holding a knife makes me afraid? Come on, try to cut my neck if you dare." She stretched her neck out and pointed at it, daring Shunyan to cut. This was a common trick in village fights, knowing the other wouldn't really cut. But Shunyan stared at her neck with a serious expression.
"Fine, I'll do it," he said.
Then he raised the knife and swung it toward Mother Zhang's neck. The situation was so sudden that no one expected Shunyan to go so crazy. Just as Mother Zhang was about to be cut, Father Zhang reacted quickly and pulled her back. In the next second, Shunyan's knife missed and stuck into the ground. He pulled it out forcefully and raised it again. Mother Zhang's hair was cut a few strands short. She covered her neck in disbelief, making sure her head was still there. Then, feeling relieved, she got up and stared at Xinyan but dared not say anything. Shunyan looked disappointed. He raised his eyes and asked Zhang's family, "I hit her because she can't keep her mouth shut. In the future, anyone who talks nonsense about my family will get the same treatment." Elder Zhang frowned and angrily said, "Shun, you're too mean. Do you think we're afraid of you?" Shunyan looked at him calmly. "You're bullying people," he found it funny. But he didn't smile. He just touched his neck and warned, "I'd advise you to be more careful when you sleep tonight. Otherwise, if your head gets moved, you'll realize what it means to be bullied." Elder Zhang thought of something. Shunyan had nothing, and the barefoot were not afraid of those in shoes. Their family had many people now and could take advantage, but they couldn't keep their eyes closed forever. What if Shunyan retaliated someday and sneaked in at night? Big things had happened in the village before. Once, a village bully was caught bullying an honest person and was strangled in the middle of the night. The family had over 10 members, including children, and no one was spared. Elder Zhang shivered uncontrollably. Looking at Shunyan again, the more he looked, the more uneasy he felt.
Shen went crazy.
This was the most talked about thing in Nanxiao village today. People in the village usually fought without serious consequences. But Shunyan's behavior seemed like he didn't want to live anymore. Whoever provoked him, he would fight back. "It's just that the honest person was pushed to the limit," someone sighed. "Shunyan used to be such a good kid." Exactly, that woman from Zhang's family used to mock him a lot, just like the late Wang Pa. Shun's mother is honest, but was bullied by her for over 10 years. That's right. This time, it was her foul mouth again. "I heard that Su Wei and Shun Yan went to town to sell fried dough sticks. They didn't do anything wrong, but Zhang's family, and whose family, said the money was earned dishonestly." Imagine saying that in front of her husband. How could Shin Er not be angry? Exactly. If it were us, we'd be even angrier than Shin Er. Not everyone in the village liked gossip, but many had been manipulated by such talk. Mother Zhang and her family were unlucky, and many people clapped in approval. Of course, some thought Shen Yan was too harsh. But Shun Yen didn't care about these opinions. He poked a round shape with wool. Then, following Su Wei's instructions, made a big and a small irregular eye, turning the figure into a hideous creature. Su Wei held back a laugh and comforted him. It's already good enough to make it like this. Shun Yen nodded and continued to poke at his little figure's hair and mouth. Then a very ugly, twisted person appeared. Su Wei wanted to laugh, but thinking of his fierce way of killing chickens made her a bit nervous. Shun Yen glanced at her and comforted her casually. I was just scaring them, so no one can come and cause trouble on our heads. Su Wei breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you gave me a scare. Shun Yen. Not really. At that time, he truly wanted to cut Zhongmu's head off. As the new year approached, everyone in the village hung red lanterns and put up couplets, but the Shen family had nothing. Because Shun Mu and Shen Dalong had died, they had to observe mourning, and for 3 years, they couldn't put up decorations. But Su Wei didn't mind. She started busying herself early in the morning, with Shun Yen helping behind her, stewing chicken, making meatballs, steaming buns. On the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, Hanyu came. He brought some fruit to sell in the village. They were apples, pears, oranges, and other fruits that looked quite bad. These rare items made Su Wei drool. Since she arrived here, she hadn't eaten a single piece of fruit. Fruit in winter was definitely a luxury, rarer than meat. Su Wei clenched her teeth and bought a box. Even though it cost a lot, she still thought it was worth it. These fruits were hard to sell. Only a few wealthy villagers bought them. Su Wei invited Hanyu in for some hot water. Hanyu waved his hand. No, I'm busy at the end of the year. Maybe another day. After Hanyu left, Su Wei couldn't wait to wash 2 apples, then handed one to Shun Yen. The apple was small and not pretty, but surprisingly sweet. Su Wei ate the apple, then the pear and orange. After finishing these, she felt full. Shun Yen came in and saw Su Wei clutching her stomach, looking pained. What's wrong with you? My stomach hurts. Shun Yen poured her a cup of hot water. Su Wei drank it, but it didn't help. She curled up in pain, holding her stomach like a tiny shrimp. Shun Yen was annoyed with her. He thought Shun Yen might be happy to see her suffer, but soon Su Wei was proven wrong because Shun Yen called Qinyu over. Stretch out your hand, Qinyu said. Su Wei extended her hand. Her wrist was white and thin, with visible blue veins. Qinyu checked her pulse, frowned slightly, and was silent for a while. Seeing his expression, Su Wei thought she must have a serious illness. What's wrong with me? Su Wei asked with a pale face. You ate something too cold. Qinyu paused and said, Did you not come for the water of the sunflowers? Su Wei took a moment to understand what this sunflower water was. Mentioning it to a man made her feel a bit shy, and Shun Yen was staring at her intently, as if curious about what she was doing.
No, she replied.
Qinyu, being a doctor, remained calm and said, Your body is already weak, especially for a young lady. You need to take good care of yourself. I will prescribe some nourishing medicine. Remember not to be too cold. Su Wei nodded. Qinyu and Shun Yen left the room. After a while, Shun Yen returned with some herbal decoctions, and soon the room was filled with the smell of medicine. Sometimes, you have to appreciate the greatness of traditional medicine. After drinking the medicine, Su Wei felt her stomach was less uncomfortable. Gradually, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. This time, Su Wei's illness was more serious than she thought, possibly due to worry and fear. Plus, the exhaustion from these days. When she suddenly rested, cold toxin entered her body, and she developed a high fever the next day. Shun Yen then called Qinyu back. Thus, during the entire new year, Su Wei was in a daze. Sometimes she woke up and saw Shun Yen boiling medicine, other times, he sat there lost in thought. Sometimes he was fiddling with that ugly wool ball, as if trying to poke someone to death. Su Wei couldn't help but smile. Shun Yen clearly hated her, and the original owner had tormented him so much before, yet he still took care of her. He was truly a stubborn but kind-hearted person. Dr. Qin didn't return until the 2nd day of the new year. He explained to Qinyu that a widow in the city wanted him to keep her company, and he had no choice. She was his close confidant. Chin-yu understood. This happened every year during the holidays. In previous years, he might have felt lonely and sad, but this year, Sue was sick, and he and Shunyan were busy caring for her. That day, he jokingly asked Shunyan if the three of them should live together, almost getting cut by Shunyan with a knife at the Shin family. He wanted to clarify that he didn't mean anything inappropriate. He simply thought of the three of them as friends. But Shunyan clearly didn't accept this explanation and didn't listen. The two of them had a meal together, Sue's previously cooked pork ribs, which were very tender and delicious. Chin-yu finished eating and leaned lazily against the wall, smiling. "Didn't you make this?" he asked. Chin-yu said, "Sue did." "Sue?" Chin-yu, who didn't visit often and didn't know Sue well, asked. Chin-yu explained, "She's Shunyan's wife." Chin-yu looked understanding. He then said, "Young Master Chin, you've grown up." Chin-yu immediately understood what he meant and explained, "Grandpa, you've misunderstood. Although Mr. Chin is getting older, the charm and grace in his eyes and face reflect the years he has lived, which young people cannot compare to. That person, Shun Heir." Mr. Chin suddenly remembered him. "How has he been lately?" "Same as always. Although recently villagers have been saying Shunyan has gone crazy, Chin-yu doesn't really feel anything. Shunyan has always looked like that. He pretends to be honest, but he's actually quite ruthless. Chin-yu has suffered greatly at his hands." The next day, Mr. Chin is leaving. He has several women he cares for, and he can't favor one over the others. Mr. Chin wants to give each woman a home. Chin-yu opens his mouth but says nothing, watching him leave from the door. During the new year, everyone's home is lively, but Chin's family is cold and quiet. Whose mother is cursing as she cooks. Her husband has just come back from gambling. Early in the morning, she was annoyed seeing her two sons. Hoo-won came back covered in blood. He was probably beaten, but he wouldn't tell her why. Whose mother is very angry. Now it's New Year, and he's staying at home, not going out. She scolds him, but he argues back. "Little Chin, you grew up with Shaowin. Can you try to talk to him?" Whose mother says while cooking. Chin-yu nods in response. Whose mother continues, "I heard you've been going to Shun's house a lot lately. That fox spirit, Sue, isn't a good person. She's very good at confusing men. Men who get involved with her don't end well." Chin-yu asks, "Who said that?" "What?" Whose mother is caught off guard. Chin-yu asks again, "Are you saying I'm being misled by Sue because I keep going to Shin's house?" "That," whose mother awkwardly replies, "It doesn't matter who said it." "Who said it?" Chin-yu asks once more. Whose mother looks at Chin-yu and sees he's smiling, so she thinks he's not angry. She then adopts her elder attitude and says, "It was Shaowin's cousin, Peach Blossom. She's a good girl, simple and honest. She's different from those fox spirits. She's liked you since she was young. You're always alone, and the family could use someone who understands warmth and care." Whose mother remembers Hu Taohua's advice and can't help but start matchmaking Chin-yu and Hu Taohua. Chin-yu forces a smile and says, "Thank you, Auntie, for worrying about me." Whose mother smiles proudly. "That's nothing. I just love to worry." Before she can finish, Chin-yu interrupts, "But I've actually found someone who cares more than you do. Since you're so busy, you don't need to come anymore." "I was about to say." Whose mother was surprised and asked, "What?" Chin-yu said, "Auntie doesn't need to come anymore." Whose mother was stunned. Chin-yu earns 5 coins a day from cooking, which is a good amount in the village. Many people envy her work, so why would she stop? Whose mother was unwilling and said, "You're just being polite. You've been growing up with me since you were little. It's only right that I worry about you." Chin-yu smiled, but his smile didn't reach his eyes. "I've already found someone else, so you can just focus on taking care of Hoo-won." Chin-yu has a good temper, but when he's serious, he's quite intimidating. Whose mother couldn't argue anymore but still felt upset and angrier the more she thought about it. She wondered who Chin-yu had found. And Hu Taohua, too. She blamed her for gossiping in her ear. If she hadn't kept talking, she wouldn't have said those words to Chin-yu. Now, without the income from cooking for Chin-yu, it felt like her heart was being torn apart. After Hu's mother left, Chin-yu went to Hu-san's house to ask her to help him cook. Hu-san had always envied Hu's mother for having this business. whose mother often boasted about it. So now that she was offering her this opportunity, she couldn't believe it. Why isn't the eldest doing it anymore? Whose mother's husband was the oldest in the family, so Hoo-san should call her sister-in-law. Chin-yu said, Auntie, who needs to take care of Hoo-won and she's too busy. Hoo-san secretly thought whose mother was foolish. Hoo-won was already grown up. Why did she still need care? She had lost such a good business because of this. She wondered what whose mother was thinking. But she also thought if she weren't so foolish, she wouldn't have gotten this good opportunity. If it's difficult for you, forget it. I'll find someone else. As soon as Chin-yu finished speaking, Hoo-san eagerly said, When you have time, I have nothing to do. Don't worry, I cook much better than my sister-in-law. Chin-yu smiled. Then I can rest assured. Today, the weather was especially nice, bright sunshine, beautiful scenery. Shunyan was busy in the yard, chopping wood, fetching water, and cleaning. He was doing all of it himself. Yesterday, he even fried a dark-colored egg for Su-wei and cooked a bowl of noodles. Su-wei had recovered and sat under the eaves watching Shin-yen. The young man was still thin, but he looked much healthier and was quite handsome. Some people looked good in modern clothes, but when they wore ancient costumes, they looked awkward. Shin-yen was different. He had a very balanced face, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a prominent nose, slightly thin lips, and just the right facial features. A little more is better, a little less is worse. The more you look at it, the more it becomes charming and full of character. It would be even better if it were a mute person. Why are you sitting there? Just as Su-wei was lost in the beauty of a handsome man, Shin-yan's words pulled her back to reality. Shin-yan frowned. You just recovered from illness. You can't sit under the eaves. Villagers say that sitting under the eaves brings bad luck and can cause sickness. Su-wei shivered at the words and moved from under the eaves to the yard, but it seemed colder outside. She instinctively hugged her arms. Shin-yan coldly said, Go back inside. Just as Su-wei was about to go back, she heard loud noises outside. She looked out and saw people walking toward the river, so she asked curiously, What are you guys going to do? Someone casually replied, Hoo-won and the two women from the Hoo-san family are fighting. What a lively scene. Su-wei turned to Shin-yan, who looked speechless. Why are you looking at me? Go back and put on some clothes. Su-wei quickly ran home, put on her clothes, and left with Shin-yan. They were too late. Nanquieo village was large, with many villagers. A big crowd had already gathered, mostly tall, strong men. Su-wei stood at the edge, unable to see anything, only hearing the shouting and scolding of two women. You're an old prostitute. I really was blind. I didn't know you were such a person. As Hoo-mu finished speaking, she was hit with two crisp slaps. The other woman, Hoo-san's wife, was not willing to show weakness and angrily said, You're the prostitute. Your whole family is. I curse you. The two women started fighting. Hu-taohua shouted, Stop fighting. Stop fighting. All of you stop, but no one listened. Su-wei was stunned, not understanding what was happening. She asked a woman nearby, Sister, what's going on? The woman's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she said, It's because Hoo-san's family is so careless. Originally, Hoo-won-nong's mother was cooking for Chin-yu, but Hoo-san's family took over, so Hoo-won-nong had to fight for it. Another person said, What fight? Chin-yu can use whoever he wants. Exactly, it's not like the work was sold to her. That's also her sister-in-law. Hoo-san's family is really inconsiderate. Everyone was talking and sharing their opinions. Shin-yen understood what was happening. He looked at Chin-yu nearby, who seemed to sense it and turned to give him a smug smile. Su-wei's eyes lit up. She whispered to Shin-yen, I want to see a fight. Shin-yen. He took her to the Chin family's house. The land there was higher with a small step, so once you stepped up, you could see everything. But the stones underfoot were unstable, so Su-wei said, Help me hold the stones. Shin-yen pressed his foot against the other side, making the stones steady. Su-wei stepped up and, sure enough, saw the scene inside the circle. It was very, very, very exciting. Mother Hu and the Hu family members looked like two angry hens, pulling hair, slapping, and insulting each other's ancestors, fighting fiercely. Hu-taohua wanted to pull them apart, but was grabbed by Mother Hu's hair, her face also scratched. Hu Taohua let out a sharp scream and ran away. Seeing their daughter being beaten, the Hu family members were furious. They rushed forward desperately, crashing into Mother Hu's stomach. She fell to the ground in pain and couldn't get up. Then, a Hu family member sat on her stomach and slapped her more than 10 times. Mother Hu couldn't even shout. When Huan saw his mother being hit, he ran over from afar and kicked the Hu family member, knocking him down. The person from the Hu family fell to the ground and didn't get up for a long time. Hu Chong saw his mother being beaten by Huan and immediately joined the fight. The villagers were stunned by their reckless fighting and looked at them in disbelief. No one expected their own family members to fight like this. The village chief hurried over and shouted angrily, "Quick! Separate them." Finally, they managed to pull them apart. The village chief roared, "What are you all doing?" Mother Hu, with her hair loose and her face swollen like a pig's head, cried, "Village chief, you have to help me. They're going to kill me." Aunt Hu from the Hu family looked very embarrassed but refused to admit defeat. "Village chief, it was this shrew who hit me first. Please expel her from the village." "Village chief. Village chief." The village chief felt a headache coming on. He suppressed his anger and said, "Everyone shut up." It finally quieted down. "What exactly happened?" The village chief asked Mother Hu. "Why did you start the fight?" Mother Hu explained everything. "I was cooking for Qinyu, but this scoundrel secretly stole my work." The Hu family member retorted angrily, "Your cooking is as bad as pig food. Qinyu doesn't like it, so he came to find me." "You're talking nonsense. If you hadn't been scheming behind my back, how could Qinyu not want me?" Mother Hu suddenly remembered something, pointed her finger at Aunt Hu, and said, "Now I understand. No wonder you asked Hu Taohua to come and tell me she liked Qinyu. Turns out, she not only liked Qinyu, but also wanted my work." Hu Sanja angrily said, "You're talking nonsense. That's not true." "I didn't lie," the woman replied. "Dare you swear that Hu Taohua didn't like Qinyu?" The two argued back and forth, starting another fight. The village chief finally understood. It was all because of the cooking for Qinyu. He looked at Qinyu and asked, "Qinyu, this started because of you. What do you say?" Qinyu looked innocent. "Aunt Hu came to see me, saying she was too worried and tired. I felt sorry for her, so I wanted to find someone else to cook. I went to find Aunt Hu-san. I didn't expect." Qinyu looked guilty. "It's all my fault. How can you blame yourself?" The village chief thought Qinyu was just unlucky to get caught up with these two troublemakers from the Hu family. Hua-san, hearing Qinyu's words, became even more arrogant, pointing at Hu Mu and scolding her. "What else do you have to say?" Hu Mu was furious. She shouted, "I was just saying that Hu Taohua, that little troublemaker, was instigating me. You're all setting me up on purpose. You're slandering me." That the village chief couldn't take it anymore. "Enough, shut up." He looked at the Hu family members. "Fighting is your family's business. I don't care. As for cooking for Qinyu, that's up to Qinyu to decide." Everyone's eyes turned to Qinyu. Qinyu looked embarrassed. "This whole thing has caused a lot of trouble."
He sighed.
"Forget it. Since the two women are upset because of me, I won't make things difficult for you anymore. I'll find someone else to cook." Su Wei understood what had happened. She squinted, thinking Qinyu was really too careless. Shen Yan sneered disdainfully. "That's his usual trick, huh?" Su Wei was surprised. "He does this often." Yes, Shen Yan clearly knew him well. Su Wei, after watching the scene, wanted to get down from the rock. Just then, the people around finished watching and started to leave, pushing Shen Yan slightly. Shen Yan lost his balance and wobbled. Su Wei's stone also shook, and she fell forward.
Ah, tude.
Everyone was originally watching the Hu family's drama, but just as it ended, they saw Shen Yan lying face up behind them. Su Wei was on top of him, her head hitting Shen Yan's nose. Blood suddenly gushed out, flowing down his face. Everyone was silent. Su Wei killed Shen Er. She's murdered. No one knew who started it first. The people behind didn't see what happened, only hearing the others talk, and they began to discuss loudly.
What?
Su Wei killed Shen Er. How could this happen? Who knows? That woman is not behaving properly, and Shin Er has recently gone crazy. The village chief. Quickly report this to the authorities. Before the village chief could leave, he was called back. He hurried over, looking surprised and worried. Fighting is one thing, but deaths are a serious matter. When the village chief arrived, he saw Su Wei standing with her hand over her head and Shin Er covered in blood. What's going on? The village chief shouted angrily. Are they just causing trouble every day?
Suvo Shali explained.
I fell and hit Shun Yan's nose. The village chief. He didn't know whether to be angry or relieved. He stormed off in anger. The villagers finally realized it was a misunderstanding, so they started to leave in small groups. Su Wei quickly got up and used a cloth to stop Shun Yan's bleeding. Lift your head. Shun Yan tilted his head back, and Su Wei applied pressure to stop the bleeding. Then her attention was drawn to the commotion on the other side. Because the rest of the Hu family had surrounded Qin Yu, whose mother was beaten, her face swollen and her hair missing a patch, looking very miserable as she said, Xiao Yu, we've been neighbors for so many years. You know how I treat you. Aunt Hu also came over, eager to speak before Qin Yu could reply, saying, Qin Yu, you promised me. I got beaten up for you, whose mother immediately got angry. Shut up, you. You shut up. They started arguing again. Su Wei watched the scene, hearing Shun Yan grunt softly. She turned her head and realized her cloth was already off-center. Sorry, you better hold it yourself. Su Wei looked away to watch the fight. Qin Yu was surrounded, helplessly saying, both of you are right in your own way. You're my elders, and I really don't know what to do. Such a difficult situation. Dream on, I won't do it. It's not your turn. Whose mother snapped at Aunt Hu. I'll fight to the death. I won't let this work be taken from me. Aunt Hu shouted back. Huan took the opportunity to punch Hu Chong, who kicked Huan. Seeing their son being hit, the two women were furious and started fighting again.
Su Wei.
This was too fierce. Seeing Hu's mother pulling out her hair, she felt her scalp hurt. And Hu Aunt's face was scratched and swollen, making Su Wei feel her own face sting. From now on, she couldn't fight with these women in the village. They were too scary. The Hu family members fought again, even more fiercely than before. Shun Yan's nosebleed hadn't stopped yet, so Su Wei finally decided to leave this lively place. He reluctantly led Shun Yan out of the crowd. I think today's trouble was caused by Qin Yu, Su Wei whispered to Shin Yan, glancing around nervously to make sure no one overheard. But no one paid attention to them. Everyone was busy watching the fun at the Qin family's gate. Su Wei pretended to be serious and said, Qin Yu is really not simple. Just 2 sentences were enough to cause the Hu family to fight like that, yet no one suspected him. He really was a sneaky guy. Su Wei thought to himself that he should try not to offend Qin Yu in the future, or he might get tricked without knowing. Shun Yan didn't say anything. Luckily, his nosebleed had stopped. They didn't notice the time passing, and before they knew it, they had reached the riverbank. This season, the river was already frozen. Several children were playing on the ice with wooden sleds, and nearby, a young man was breaking the ice to fish. Su Wei and Shun Yan slowly walked over to him. They saw that there were already a few fish in his bucket, some big, some small. Su Wei swallowed and asked, Are you selling these fish? The young man turned around and saw a very handsome face. He was momentarily stunned. It wasn't because he was flirtatious. The village of Nanxiao was quite large, and handsome girls were rare. Someone like Su Wei, with his good looks, could be found nowhere else in the entire county. Not for sale, he said simply. He didn't seem very talkative, but he straightened his back, and he was really tall. Su Wei guessed he was about 1.9 meters, like a mountain. Su Wei felt a little disappointed. But the young man said, I'll give you one. Su Wei was surprised. Good looks really can be a kind of food. Of course. She couldn't accept it. She waved her hand and said, I want to buy one. The young man found a piece of grass and skillfully threaded the fish onto it, then handed it to Shin Yan. Shun Yan didn't take it. The young man tilted his chin and said, Hold this for me. Shin Yan finally took it and quietly said, Thanks, Brother Hu. Brother Hu looked at Shin Yan. He wasn't very good at talking and didn't know what to say, so he hesitated for a moment and asked, "How have you been lately?" Shenyan replied, "I'm doing well." They had nothing more to say, so Brother, who went back to fishing. Su Wei and Shenyan carried the fish and headed home. "Do you know him?" Su Wei asked curiously. Originally, Brother, who planned to give the fish to Shenyan. Shenyan said, "He and my brother are good friends." In the past, Brother, who often played with Shen Daliang and visited the Shen family. Later, Shen Daliang joined the army, and Brother, who went to another village to become a family son-in-law, so they lost contact. Shenyan clearly didn't want to talk about Shen Daliang, so Su Wei didn't ask. Because he hadn't eaten fish in a long time, Su Wei decided to buy some tofu and make braised carp with rice. There was a tofu seller in the village, so the two of them went together. As they approached, they saw a person fly out suddenly. The woman who was kicked out was hurt and couldn't get up for a long time, but Su Wei helped her to her feet. The woman looked to be in her 30s or 40s, with a humble expression, trembling, with many injuries on her arms and a few red finger marks on her face. "Are you okay?" Su Wei asked with concern. The woman nodded slowly and quietly. "Yes, I'm fine." "Are you here to buy tofu?" Su Wei nodded and followed the woman into the yard. There, they saw the culprit who had just hit someone, a thin middle-aged man with small eyes, staring at Su Wei and Shenyan. Su Wei frowned slightly, feeling uncomfortable. Shenyan stepped beside her, blocking the man's view. "Isn't this Shen Erling? Coming to buy tofu?" The man's voice was rough and carried a hint of ill intent. Shenyan glanced at him and seemed to nod slightly. The man looked a bit displeased and said gloomily, "Are you still going to the academy in spring?" He knew about Shen family matters, but still asked deliberately. Shenyan looked at him and asked, "What does that have to do with you?" "Just asking out of curiosity," the man sneered. "We're from the same village. I'm just concerned about you." By now, the woman had finished packing the tofu and handed it to Su Wei. Su Wei didn't want to argue with these people and tried to pull Shenyan away. Shenyan took a few steps but then stopped, staring at the man for a moment and suddenly smiling. "Uncle Yang, have you paid off your gambling debt? If not, do it soon. Don't let anyone catch you again, or you'll be kneeling and calling Grandpa, licking their toes." Su Wei's eyes widened as she couldn't help but glance at the man. Liang Dali's face was trembling with anger, but he didn't reply. Shenyan and Su Wei had already left the yard. After walking a long way, Su Wei finally asked quietly, "Does this man have a grudge against you? Why are you so unpopular in the village?" Shenyan said, "It's not exactly a grudge." He recounted that once in the county, Shenyan saw Liang Daliang caught by gamblers. The old man was beaten black and blue, crying and begging Shenyan for help. At that time, Shen Daliang had just joined the army. The family didn't have much money, and even if they did, they wouldn't give it to someone like him. Shenyan ignored him and left. Unexpectedly, Liang Daliang held a grudge and remembered it all these years. Regarding whether the people in the village get along well. Father Shen was not well regarded by the Shen family, so he had no family support. When he died, a widow with 2 sons was left behind, and the villagers naturally bullied her without hesitation. Don't say the villagers are kind. Shenyan has grown up and he hasn't seen many truly wicked or evil people, but there are quite a few mean, selfish, and bullying small-minded folks. After hearing the full story, Su Wei couldn't help but sigh. Shenyan glanced at her. Su Wei said, "I think that woman is quite pitiful. A man who beats his wife should just die." Shenyan rarely spoke more than usual. He said that the woman's surname was Liang, and everyone called her Sister Liang. She was bought by the Liang family to be a child bride, raised there since she was young. At 14, she had a child with Liang Daong, and before she even finished her month of confinement, she was kicked out to work. She did all the chores for the Liang family, working like a beast, and was often beaten by Liang Daong and her mother-in-law. Everyone in the village knew, but no one would interfere because it was their family matter. Even if Sister Liang were beaten to death, the authorities wouldn't care. Su Wei couldn't help feeling cold inside. Forget about the ancient times where the husband was considered the head of the household. Even in modern times, domestic violence is common. Thinking this way, It's no wonder the original owner was able to act arrogantly in the Shin family. Su-wei looked at Shen-yen. Shen-yen frowned. Why are you looking at me like that? Su-wei asked. You won't hit me, right? Shen-yen. No, I don't hit women. Su-wei. If it weren't for the fact that you almost slapped Mother Zhang to death, I might believe you. Su-wei is very skilled at cooking fish, and Shen-yen had to admire her talent in eating. Plain rice paired with braised carp and tofu, Shen-yen broke out in a sweat. If Qinyu didn't come, today would have been a perfect day. Shen-yen knew what Qinyu was coming for. Qinyu had finished the meal Su-wei made and didn't want to use humu anymore, but he didn't want to offend anyone, so he couldn't say it directly. That's why he did all this. He could come to see Su-wei naturally, and no one would say anything. But Su-wei simply refused. 5 cents might be a lot for the villagers, but they all had land and could plan enough food next year. Su-wei and Shen-yen had no land, no money, and their house was fragile against the weather. 5 cents wouldn't just delay things, it wouldn't be useful at all. Most importantly, Su-wei saw how strong Hu-mu and Aunt Hu-san were in fighting. If she went to cook at Qin's house, she would definitely become their target. She couldn't fight those two. Sorry, in spring I plan to do some small business with Shen-yen, but I don't have time for this work. Please find someone else. Qinyu felt a bit disappointed, but didn't say much. He glanced at the fish bones left on their plates, and then turned to leave. Shen-yen suddenly felt happy. He asked, What kind of business do you want to start? You can't sell fried dough sticks all year round. They are tasty, but you can't eat them every day. People only buy them around the New Year. Normally, they wouldn't spend money on such things. Su-wei said, I'm thinking about selling other foods. Just as Su-wei finished speaking, they heard voices outside the door, seemingly coming from the neighboring Wang family. Su-wei and Shen-yen looked at each other. When they stepped outside, they saw many people gathered at the door of the Wang family next door. The missing Constable Li had returned with a middle-aged man. The man was very thin and dark-skinned, with sharp, fierce eyes. After talking with Constable Li, he suddenly looked up and glanced at the Shen family. Su-wei was startled and hid behind Shen-yen. Shen-yen looked coldly at the man. The man withdrew his gaze and went back inside with Constable Li. Villagers loved to watch and gossip. Is that Wang Ming? Yes, it's him. He's different from before. Someone whispered, Of course he's different after being in prison. By the way, how did he suddenly come out? Before they finished speaking, they heard a loud, sorrowful cry from the Wang family. Mother. Wang Ming's voice was very clear. People around couldn't help but glance at Su-wei and Shen-yen. A kind villager said, You two should be careful. Wang Ming is not a good person. Yes, Constable Li even suspected you before. Be careful, he might seek revenge. Su-wei was a bit worried, but Shen-yen showed no expression. He kept focusing on wiping his knife. Su-wei suddenly felt much more at ease. Wang Ming might cause trouble, but Shen-yen didn't seem easy to mess with. In January, there wasn't much to do, so everyone mostly talked about gossip and visited each other. Su-wei was poking the eyes of a small ox for Hanyu. She was supposed to give it to Hanyu before the new year, but she hadn't finished it, and she was also sick, so she delayed. Once she recovered, she hurried to finish it. Just then, Hanyu came to the village to deliver someone, and Su-wei gave him the small ox. The ox was brown, had 2 horns on its head, big eyes with slightly upturned corners, and was holding a piece of straw in its mouth, looking very proud. Hanyu immediately liked it a lot, holding the small ox and looking at it from all sides. Su-wei, your hands are so skillful. Then he took a look at Shen-yen's ugly-looking person. Shen-yen also stared at the cow in his hand for a while. The more he looked, the more he thought the cow's expression was exactly the same as Hanyu's. Su-wei is really talented, very good at noticing people's characteristics. He then looked at the little sheep, feeling a bit worried. Could this silly sheep also resemble him? No, probably not, because Su-wei didn't plan to give this sheep to himself in the first place. Thinking this way, he felt a little unhappy. Su-wei happened to have something to discuss with Hanyu, so he brought it up together. Setting up a stall, going to Shirley Pa. In spring, many wealthy young masters and misses go there to play. There are lots of peach blossoms, a temple on the back mountain, and many people come to burn incense. Setting up a small food stall on the main road should work. Hanyu was a bit curious. Still selling fried dough twists, Hanyu remembered the taste. It was quite delicious, but a bit dry. Sue shook his head. No, I want to sell soy-flavored pancakes. What are soy-flavored pancakes? Hanyu was quite curious. Since he had time today, Sue had also tried making them in the past 2 days. So, he invited Hanyu to have lunch together. Hanyu felt very embarrassed, but couldn't refuse Sue's enthusiasm. Hanyu had never tasted such good pancakes before. How is it? Sue asked. Hanyu nodded. It will definitely work. If it were him, he would buy it. Sue was very happy. Shunyan watched Sue and Hanyu chatting, and as they talked, Sue asked Hanyu to help find Tai-Tu to make a big stove. The top layer could be made of iron sheets, and the middle part could be mud. The price wouldn't be high. Hanyu had seen something similar before, and agreed right away. Thank you so much, Brother Han. Without you, I wouldn't know what to do. Not at all. I should thank you too. Thanks Sue for what? He didn't know, but he was very happy. Amidst the calls of Brother Han, Hanyu gradually lost himself. He had planned to give money for the felted wool for the little cow and sheep, but Sue insisted not to take it. Brother Han helped me so much. I'll just give this little thing as a gift to you. Hanyu happily left. Shen Yan held the little sheep, feeling heartbroken. Sure enough, this useless sheep was no longer unique. After sending Hanyu off, Sue saw Wang Ming from next door on his way back. He was standing at the door with his arms crossed, giving Sue a very uncomfortable look. Sue felt very uneasy under his gaze. He quickened his pace and ran home, finally feeling relieved. Shanyan asked, "What happened?" Sue patted his chest and said, "That Wang Ming from next door kept staring at me." Shanyan, just speak directly, no need to wave your arms. Shanyan went outside and looked next door. Sure enough, he saw Wang Ming standing at the door, lost in thought. When Wang Ming saw Shen Yan looking over, he smiled and said, "Isn't this Shen Yan? It's been years, and you've grown so much. There are many people in this village Shen Yan dislikes, and Wang Ming is one of them." When Shen Yan was young, Wang Ming was already quite grown. He didn't bully Shen Yan, but he would tease Shen Yan's mother with words and spread rumors about her. He said he saw Shen Yan's mother with someone in the sorghum field and claimed she had pulled a passing merchant into her house. Later, because of this, Shen Yan's older brother fought Wang Ming and almost beat him to death. After that, Wang Ming calmed down a bit. Later, Wang Ming, relying on his uncle who was a constable, often caused trouble. The last time, he got into serious trouble, offended some important people in the county, and was thrown in jail. He only got out after serving a sentence. Shen Yan looked at Wang Ming with a cold gaze and warned, "Don't make any moves on my family." Wang Ming replied, "You're being too formal. Back in the day, Aunt Shen and I were quite close." He deliberately paused. "I never thought she would die like that. I actually feel a bit sad." Wang Ming took a few steps forward and looked at Shen Yan again, saying, "In my dreams lately, I often see my mother crying in front of me, asking me to avenge her." He emphasized the word, avenge, heavily. Shen Yan sneered and said, "Sister Shen fell to her death because she was unlucky. If her son had been with her, she might not have died so tragically." Shen Yan's words were like a sharp knife stabbing straight into Wang Ming's chest. Wang Ming said fiercely, "Shen Heir, don't let me catch you making trouble." "You too," Shen Yan replied, then added, "Brother Wang probably knows the prison better than I do. If you go back in, you might meet someone you know." After speaking, Shen Yan turned and left. Wang Ming stared at him with a dark face for a long time. In the following days, Sue noticed that many people came and went from Wang's house next door. She didn't know many villagers well, but the only person she remembered clearly was Hu Chang from Aunt Husan's family. That day, he fought with Hu Wen and was said to have broken Hu Wen's arm, though Hu Wen also knocked out one of Hu Chang's teeth. When Sue saw him, Hu Chang smiled at her. Because he was missing a tooth, his smile looked strange and a bit creepy.
Sue felt uneasy.
She was a weak woman and couldn't even fight an adult man. As for Shun Yan, she saw he had some boxing skills when he fought Hu Wen, but 2 fists couldn't match 4 hands. If several people attacked at once, Shun Yan might not be able to hold his own. Shun Yan noticed her restlessness and said with little expression, "I'm here for you."
Yes.
Su Wei glanced at his thin build and thought, "It's because of you that I'm worried." If it had been Brother Huzi by the lake that day, he would have knocked down Wang Ming and Hu Chong with 1 punch. Sigh. When choosing a husband, it's better to pick someone strong and healthy, at least for a sense of security. I definitely can't choose someone useless like Shun Yan. For some reason, Shun Yan saw through Su Wei's thoughts immediately, feeling angry and his chest rising and falling. He almost wanted to strangle Su Wei. "Little lady, are you alone? Where's Second Shin?" That day, Su Wei just went out to gather firewood when she met Hu Chong. He was standing with 2 other men, all village troublemakers. They had been gambling at Wang Ming's house until midnight, wearing clothes that hadn't been washed for days and smelling bad. Su Wei frowned in disgust and ignored him. Hu Chong stared at her intently and whispered something to the 2 men beside him. The 3 of them burst into a disgusting laugh. Poor Su Wei, she was angry but dared not speak. She stopped carrying the firewood and ran home to sulk. Shun Yan didn't know where he had gone. Even in broad daylight, she was still a young, beautiful girl and felt a little scared staying at home. Just then, Su Wei heard footsteps. She thought Shun Yan was back and went outside, only to see Hu Chong entering the yard. She frowned and said, "Who told you to come in? Get out." She was already very angry, but Hu Chong thought her anger was like flirting. This flirtatious girl, with such a pretty face, big chest, and slim waist, was tempting everyone. Hu Chong felt excited and leered at Su Wei, saying, "That useless Shun Yan isn't as good as me. Follow me, and I promise you'll eat well and enjoy life." Su Wei was furious. She really wanted to hit him with a stick. Thinking of Hu Wen rushing in earlier, she felt a bit scared. But she saw Shun Yan not far away. He didn't seem to have been back long and was standing motionless in the corner of the wall. For some reason, seeing him made Su Wei suddenly feel at ease. She smiled at Hu Chong. This smile almost made Hu Chong lose his mind. "Big brother Hu," Su Wei called softly. Hu Chong shivered and wished he could hold her right now. But Su Wei said, "It's not good to be seen by others in broad daylight, and Shun Yan will be back soon. How about we meet tonight by the woods by the river?" Hu Chong swallowed and forced down his rising desire. "My dear, you say when the time comes, it will come." Hu Chong looked at Su Wei in a lecherous way. Su Wei felt like vomiting but still smiled and said, "Then just the 2 of us, and don't tell anyone else." "Don't worry, brother promises not to tell anyone," Hu Chong said, swallowing hard and reluctantly leaving. After he left, Shun Yan came out from the corner. He looked at Su Wei. Su Wei was afraid he would mock her again, so she straightened her face and said, "What are you looking at?" "It's because you're useless that I have to pretend with him." Shun Yan was speechless at being scolded for no reason. He said, "I didn't mean it that way." Su Wei asked, "What should we do tonight? Do you want to go with me?" She was actually very nervous, worried that Shun Yan wouldn't care about her, and she would be in trouble. She had seen Hu Chong. He was strong and could even break Hu Wen's arm. Shun Yan replied happily, "Okay, I'll go." As night fell, to make it seem like someone was at home, Su Wei didn't turn on the lights and quietly left with Shun Yan. The neighboring Wang family was still lively, and many village men were gathered there gambling. Su Wei and Shun Yan walked toward the river. The northwest wind was howling. Su Wei wrapped her clothes tighter and looked toward the river. Just as they were about to arrive, Shun Yan stopped and said, "Wait here." Su Wei looked at the place. It was an abandoned house, with weeds in the yard and everything dark and unclear. Shun Yan fiddled with something by the roadside, and then silently returned to the yard. Su Wei felt a little scared and leaned closer to him, asking casually, "Who used to live in this house?" Shun Yan seemed to glance at her and then chuckled softly, saying, "Old Mr. Chin. Old Mr. Chin. Old Mr. Chin."
Su Wei suddenly stiffened.
"Is it that old Mr. Chin?" Shun Yan asked back. "Who else would it be?" He even teased Su Wei. "Looks like you know quite a lot." A gust of wind blew, and Su Wei felt a chill run up her back. She instinctively held Shenyan's arm and asked, "Aren't you afraid?" Shenyan asked back. "Afraid of what?" "Ghosts? When people die, they're just a pile of rotten flesh. Old Mr. Chun is just a pile of bones now. He can't jump out and hit anyone, can he?" Shenyan paused and then said, "You don't need to pretend. When you handled Wang Po's body, you weren't afraid at all." Su Wei. Su Wei let go of his arm, feeling that Shenyan was really annoying. She rolled her eyes. Was she really afraid back then? No, she just hadn't reacted yet. Su Wei was about to speak, but Shenyan made a shushing gesture.
Esa chacha, Su Wei está silent.
She saw someone approaching from afar, probably Hu Chang based on his build. Shenyan quietly slipped away. Soon after, Su Wei heard a muffled sound and stopped moving. Before long, Shenyan dragged someone inside, quickly stripped Hu Chang of his clothes, and threw him into old Shen's house. Shenyan came out and Su Wei couldn't help but ask, "Won't he freeze to death?" Shenyan replied, "I don't know. If he froze to death, so be it." The two quickly returned home and saw a sneaky shadow lurking at the door. After a moment of hesitation, it went to the neighboring Wang family. "It's Wang Ming," Su Wei whispered. Shenyan nodded. Because of what happened with Hu Chang, Su Wei kept having strange dreams at night. She was awakened by Shenyan. "What's wrong?" Su Wei asked groggily. Shenyan said. He woke up. Su Wei got up, dressed, and ate breakfast absent-mindedly. Normally, Hu Chang should have woken up by now, and if he didn't, someone would have noticed. But there was still no movement. Su Wei whispered, "Could Hu Chang have frozen to death?" Shenyan paused with his eating and shook his head, indicating he didn't know.
Hu Chang didn't show up that day.
If he was fine, he would have come to find Su Wei to settle accounts. The lack of any sign made everyone uneasy. Hu San's wife finally noticed something was wrong. Her son hadn't returned for days, so she went to the Wang family to look for him. Wang Ming yawned and said he hadn't seen anyone. Hu San's wife angrily said, "He's been staying with you lately. Do you dare to say you don't know anything?" Wang Ming stood up, his triangular eyes dark and stern. "I really don't know. I'm not his father." If someone else said that, Hu San's wife would be furious. But who was Wang Ming? He had been to jail and looked fierce. She could only leave. Passing by Shen's house, she saw Su Wei busy working. Suddenly, she remembered that Hu Chang had recently said he wanted to teach Su Wei a lesson. Hu San's wife felt uncomfortable under Su Wei's gaze and turned to go inside. She muttered something under her breath and left. Hu Chang was missing, but no one in the village paid much attention. After all, he was a grown young man. Everyone guessed he might have gone somewhere to fool around. Hu San's wife searched for days, but found nothing. No one had seen Hu Chang before. He was unreliable before, but he had never been gone this long. Her eyelids kept twitching, and she kept suspecting something had happened to him. Until the Lantern Festival on the 15th day of the first lunar month, everyone in the village was busy celebrating. Aunt, who was very anxious. The Hu family searched everywhere but couldn't find Hu Chang. Finally, they found his clothes in the abandoned yard of Old Man Chen's house. Those clothes were recognized by Su Wei. They were taken off by Shenyan himself. But where did Hu Chang go? Why are only his clothes left? Su Wei felt confused but couldn't ask Shenyan directly. Shenyan was also staring at Old Man Chen's house, lost in thought. Aunt, who was crying and crying, "My son, where did you go?" She was very worried, feeling that something had happened to Hu Chang. At this moment, people in the crowd started talking. The villagers were superstitious, and soon someone said it was Old Man Chen's ghost demanding justice. "I always feel that house is very creepy. Who wouldn't?" Back then, Shun Air was tricked into coming by Huan. Someone mentioned this, then suddenly looked at Hu Mu, who was watching the crowd eagerly. Hu Mu was secretly happy. Hu Chang had broken Huan's arm, and Hu Mu was glad he was dead. "Why are you all looking at me?" "I didn't kill anyone," Hu Mu said stubbornly. This remark angered Aunt Hu. Aunt Hu was heartbroken and wanted to find someone to vent her anger. When she saw Hu Mu, she took out her rage on her. They started fighting. The village chief told someone to separate them. The two women fought fiercely, causing chaos. The scene was broken up, and Sue felt a bit relieved. Old Man Chen's house hadn't been visited for a long time. It was dusty, with obvious signs of neglect. If someone found out about her and Xinyan's traces, it could cause trouble. "Where's my son?" Aunt Hu sharply scratched Hu Mu's face with her fingernails. Hu Mu, in pain and anger, shouted, "Old prostitute, are you crazy? How would I know where your son is? Maybe he's been possessed by a ghost because he's done something bad. How dare you curse my son? I'll beat you to death." The two women started fighting again. The village chief watched coldly, too lazy to say anything. In the end, the villagers couldn't stand it anymore and separated the fighting women. Aunt Hu cried loudly, demanding Hu Mu return her son. Influenced by her, everyone looked at Hu Mu with suspicion. After all, the previous conflicts between the two families were quite serious. If anyone was most likely to have harmed Hu Chang, it would be the Hu family. Hu Mu was suspected. She stood up to defend herself. Some villagers believed her, some didn't, and others insisted it was Old Man Chen's ghost demanding justice. The village chief angrily shouted, "Everyone, shut up. What are you arguing about during the festival?" Everyone fell silent. The village chief said, "It's not that we haven't found the body." Before he finished speaking, Aunt Hu screamed loudly, crying out. The village chief suppressed his irritation and said, "Maybe he just went out to play." He told Aunt Hu, "Go home and wait a bit longer. Maybe in a couple of days, he'll come back on his own." Aunt Hu was out of ideas, and her husband eventually pulled her back home. Nowadays, there's no such thing as a missing person, and the authorities won't help look for anyone. The villagers have all dispersed. Perhaps no one really thought Hu Chang would actually die. Su Wei wasn't sure either. "Did you go back again that day?" Xinyan looked at her sideways. "Are you doubting me?" Su Wei suspected that after she fell asleep, Xinyan went out again, so she decided to test him. "I saw everything." Xinyan squinted and asked, "What did you see?" Before Su Wei could answer, Xinyan said, "Su Wei, don't forget who I am doing this for." Su Wei felt a bit guilty. Xinyan added, "Are you really doubting me?" Su Wei didn't reply. "I'm just worried. Worried about being involved." Xinyan stopped walking, crossed his arms, and looked at her. "Su Wei, don't forget who I was involved with." Su Wei was silent. She was just worried that if Hu Chang really died and the authorities got involved, both she and Xinyan would be in trouble. Who was worried about being involved? They were all just a bunch of grasshoppers on the same string. The rest of the road was quiet as a chicken. She didn't dare say a word, and even cooked a chicken at night to nourish Xinyan. Xinyan snorted coldly. Su Wei smiled, still a bit curious, and asked mischievously, "Did you go out?" Xinyan looked at her with a slight smile, amused by her persistence. Su Wei hurriedly explained, "Don't get the wrong idea. I was just curious." Xinyan shook his head. "I didn't go out." Su Wei frowned. "If it wasn't you, then where did Hu Chang go?" "How should I know? Maybe he woke up in the middle of the night and left himself, or got lost because of a headache, went up the mountain and was eaten by wild animals, or fell into a trap and died." Su Wei was speechless. "Honestly, the more I think about it, the more it seems like you did it." "Really?" Xinyan looked at her, and Su Wei immediately fell silent. After the Lantern Festival, the weather warmed up. Su Wei and Xinyan went to town to check on the big furnace at Tai Tu's place. Tai Tu had gained a little weight, but still wore a simple, honest smile. He kept glancing at Su Wei with a shy, hesitant look. Su Wei couldn't help but ask, "Is something wrong?" "Well, it's just that. I think Brother Han's little cow is doing pretty well." Su Wei, men all have a childlike heart. Tai Tu likes puppies.
Su Wei cheerfully agreed.
Tai Tu was very happy and said he would make the stove for them as soon as possible. The most important part of the soy sauce pancake is the sauce. There's a shop in town that sells sauces, but their business isn't very good. Their sauce alone isn't very tasty, but after Su Wei processes it, dipping it with the pancake, adding some scallions and sesame seeds, the aroma is so good that Xinyan almost wants to swallow his tongue. The two are busy setting up their stall, unaware that something is happening in the village. It's because Hu Chang, a living person, suddenly disappeared without explanation. Aunt, who always felt something was wrong. After asking around, she heard from Hu Chang's friends that they had planned to drink with him that night, but Hu Chang refused, saying he had something to do. When asked what it was, he wouldn't say, only that it was a good thing. A good thing? What could be considered a good thing for Hu Chang? Of course. Aunt Hu suddenly remembered that Hu Chang had once said he wanted to teach Su Wei a lesson. Recently, Hu Chang came to the Wang family every day to gamble. Seeing Su Wei, that sly girl, he might have developed some feelings. Aunt Hu also remembered the scene when Shun Yan threatened Zhang's family by chopping off a chicken's head. If Hu Chang really did something, it was very possible that she and her husband could have caused trouble for him. The more she thought about it, the more she believed this was the case. She was not good at hiding her thoughts, so she immediately told her husband and daughter. Hu Lao San loved drinking and was vague about everything, thinking that her son was just out playing and would come back in a few days, so there was no harm. There was no need to make such a fuss. Moreover, because of the previous quarrel with the eldest family, both families no longer spoke. When they went out, people outside would mock and laugh at them. She felt she had lost face, which made Aunt Hu even more annoyed. She pushed her away and left the house. Hu Taohua hated Su Wei to death. That day, because of a fight, her family lost someone. She was worried that Qin Yu might overthink, so she wanted to clarify that she wasn't the one who instigated it. But she just happened to see Qin Yu going to Shun's house and overheard him asking Su Wei to cook. Hu Taohua was very angry at that moment. Her mother and Aunt Shin had fought so badly, and yet Su Wei, that shameless girl, got the advantage. Maybe it was Su Wei who was the one stirring trouble. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and the more uncomfortable she felt. Su Wei, that sly girl, must have bewitched Qin Yu. Now, hearing Aunt Hu's words, she was even more convinced of this. When she went out, she chatted with the girls from the village, and she told them everything. Of course, the main point was that Su Wei, that sly girl, was always trying to seduce her brother. At first, everyone didn't believe it because Hu Chang looked like a toad. Shun Yan was very handsome, with red lips and white teeth. Only someone crazy would fall for Hu Chang, who had no looks, no talent, and no money. But Hu Taohua insisted and swore that Hu Chang was actually harmed and killed by Su Wei and Shun Yan. So, some people started to secretly talk about it. Su Wei doesn't like going out. These days, she has been busy setting up her stall. She doesn't know about the gossip in the village about her and Shun Yan. Shun Yan, being from this village, knows some people and has already heard the rumors. But Shun Yan doesn't care. He and Su Wei took the stove from Tai Tu and hired Xiao Wu's cart to pull it. Xiao Wu secretly glanced at Su Wei. Seeing she wasn't looking his way, he whispered, Aunt Hu San and Hu Taohua are saying every day that many villagers believe it. Shun Yan said, I didn't do anything, so I'm not afraid of what they say. Xiao Wu still looked worried. But we don't know where Hu Chang went. That bad guy lost his way and caused others to take the blame. Shun Yan said nothing. Su Wei quietly listened, but didn't hear anything serious. When they returned to Nanxiao village, some people saw them passing by and asked what they were doing. Shun Yan didn't say anything. He looked cold and a bit scary. Su Wei didn't speak either. The people felt awkward and quickly changed the subject, saying they were rude. When they were close to Shun's house, Su Wei noticed some people looking at her. Many people were watching, but two gazes stood out. One was Hu Taohua, a girl with a dark face and a very ordinary look. She was glaring at Su Wei with even more anger than Hu Taohua. Su Wei was surprised. Who is that? Su Wei asked Shun Yan. Shun Yan looked and said, I don't know. Xiao Wu said, That's Zhaoingdi. What? Zhaoingdi, Xiao Wu repeated. Honestly, he didn't want to talk to Su Wei because she looked too, well, not very attractive, and most men couldn't handle it.
Su Wei frowned slightly.
That name sounded like it meant something. Does her family have a lot of daughters? Xiao Wu didn't want to answer but forced himself to say, yes, quite a few. Su Wei didn't continue the topic. Instead, she asked Shun Yan, do you think she has bad intentions toward me? Shun Yan didn't bother to care whether Zhaoingdi had bad intentions. He just looked ahead and said, whether she does or not, Su Wei rolled her eyes. In 5th grade, I happened to look back and thought to myself, Su Wei really is a tricky person. Yan Ge didn't want to pay attention to her, but she kept trying to flirt with Yan Ge by giving him flirtatious looks. The ox cart left. Hu Tao spat and said, shameless fox spirit. Zhao Yingdi frowned slightly and turned to ask Hu Tao, Peach Blossom, why do I feel like Su Wei and Shen Yan are quite close? Does she really have a relationship with Qin Yu? Zhao Yingdi thought that Qin Yu, being such a divine person, wouldn't be so shallow as to like someone like Su Wei. But Hu Tao confidently said, why not? Qin Yu doesn't want to bother with her, but she keeps coming closer. Zhao Yingdi bit her lip. She knew Hu Tao liked Qin Yu. Many girls in the village liked him too.
She
also liked him. Qin Yu was so gentle, so good. She didn't think she was good enough for him, but Su Wei definitely wasn't either. What should we do? If this keeps up, Qin Yu's reputation will be ruined by her, Zhao Yingdi said anxiously. Hu Tao suddenly looked at her and asked, Yingdi, do you like Qin Yu too? Of course not. I just can't stand Su Wei. That's good. Hu Tao sighed in relief and leaned in to say, Yingdi, you're my good sister. You can't compete with me for Qin Yu. Zhao Yingdi lowered her head and clenched her fists. She thought, Qin Yu is such a good person. He should find a gentle, kind, and beautiful girl, not someone like Su Wei, and certainly not someone as mean as Hu Tao. Everything was prepared, and Su Wei and Shen Yan went to set up their stall. It was still very cold in the morning, but they could sit close together. Xiao Wu's ox cart was slow, taking nearly an hour to reach Shirlipa. By then, the sun had come out, and it wasn't as cold as before. Shen Yan placed the stove and arranged the tools. They had practiced making pancakes at home a few times and became quite familiar. They worked quickly, and soon the pancakes were ready. They spread sauce on them, sprinkled scallions, and the aroma spread everywhere. Early visitors, smelling the delicious smell, came over to their stall. When they saw the pancakes, they couldn't help but swallow. How much for these pancakes? Someone asked. Su Wei quoted the price. Her pancakes were sold by portion, 2 coins per portion. The visitors happily bought them. The portions weren't large. Small girls could eat 1, but men might need 2 or 3 to be full. After eating, some visitors came back to buy a few more to take to their friends. Someone asked, are they tasty? The pilgrim looked impatient and said, if it doesn't taste good, why did I buy so much? That made sense. And these cakes smelled so good. Compared to buns and steamed bread, this is a new kind of food. So many people came to buy quickly. Su Wei and Shen Yan worked all morning, and all the ingredients they brought were sold out. Finally, Su Wei had a chance to drink some water. She handed the water bottle to Shen Yan, who took a sip. Su Wei suddenly looked back at him. Shen Yan was confused and asked, what's wrong? Su Wei said, it's nothing. She didn't want to admit that Shen Yan was drinking her water. Forget it. Shen Yan put down the water bottle and seemed to remember something. He placed it aside and coughed softly, saying, it's still early. Do you want to go up the mountain? There is a temple on the mountain. Women like to go there to pray for children, family harmony, and other wishes. Su Wei was curious, but she was very tired today and had woken up early.
She just wanted to go home and rest.
Do you want to eat something? Su Wei asked. Shen Yan shook his head. Nothing tastes better than the sauce-flavored cakes Su Wei makes. Just as they were about to go home, they saw a crowd gathered nearby watching something lively. Su Wei dropped Shen Yan and ran over. Then she saw someone familiar, someone she had just met yesterday, and she remembered her clearly.
It was Zhao Yingdi.
She was standing next to a middle-aged woman who looked about 40. Zhao Yingdi called her mother. Next to them, an old woman was pushing and scolding Zhao's mother, saying, useless thing, how hard is it to count? If you can't have a son, let the eldest son divorce you. She was scolding loudly, and people around were watching. Zhao Yingdi was crying and said, Grandma, my mother's knees are bleeding from kneeling. Please let her rest. Rest? What nonsense! Who do you think you are to talk here? The old woman kept scolding and insulting, her words getting worse. Su Wei understood that Zhao's wife wanted a grandson, so she brought Zhao's mother to the mountain to pray. but the mountain path was full of stones. Zhao's mother was kneeling and bowing, and now her head was bleeding, and her knees were covered in blood. She looked like she couldn't hold on. Zhao's wife thought she was lazy and started hitting and kicking her, leading to this scene. Su Wei didn't want to watch anymore. On the way back, she whispered to Shen Yan, "Does the Zhao family have a lot of money? Why do they need a son to inherit everything?" Little Five disagreed, saying, "If there's no boy, people in the village will laugh at us forever. Even if they're so poor, why are they still afraid of being laughed at?" Small Five frowned and said, "Being poor is better than not having a son. Anyway, if there's no son, you'll be laughed at your whole life." Su Wei wasn't trying to persuade an ancient man not to prefer boys over girls, nor could she. She just. Su Wei crossed her arms and said, "But women can't be blamed if there are no sons. Think about it, the land is the same everywhere. The crops grow based on the seeds. Maybe it's the Zhao family's own fault for not being able to produce a son." Small Five was stunned. Shen Yan also looked back at Su Wei. This crazy woman. Does she even know what she's saying? Small Five stammered, his face turning red.
You.
He couldn't say anything for a long time. Su Wei took the opportunity to say, "Am I not right?"
Small Five didn't want to speak.
He thought Su Wei was just being reckless, like a fox spirit. He looked at Shen Yan, hoping Shen Yan would say something, but unexpectedly, Shen Yan patted his shoulder. Su Wei is also right. He paused and then said, "If you can't have a son in the future, just blame yourself for not being capable." Small Five was. He was deeply hurt. When they went down the mountain, they saw Mother Zhao taking a few more steps forward. Each step she took, she bowed her head and kowtowed, saying, "Bodhisattva, bless us." Zhao Yingdi's face had a few slap marks. He lowered his head and accompanied his mother. Zhao's wife was still scolding and chatting, occasionally sharing her ideas on how to discipline her daughter-in-law with the other women.
Small Five didn't speak the whole way.
When they returned to the village, he still pursed his lips, looking dejected. After putting down his things, he secretly glared at Su Wei and ran away.
Su Wei.
Both of them had been tired all morning. When they got home, they collapsed and fell asleep. When Su Wei woke up again, it was already dark. Shen Yan was not in the room. Su Wei yawned, stepped outside, and saw Shen Yan standing at the door, seemingly talking to someone. Su Wei planned to go to the kitchen but heard voices outside. "Your brother and your mother are both dead. What's the use of that thing you have?" It was an old voice. Su Wei stopped in her tracks. "Want the thing? Fine, give me 50 taels of silver." That was Shen Yan's voice. "You're dreaming," the old man's voice replied. "Second Shen, don't be shameless." Su Wei heard Shen Yan chuckle coldly, then suddenly grabbed the old man's collar and pushed him against the wall. "Who's shameless? I'm not afraid to tell you. If you push me to the limit, none of you will have a good time." After Shen Yan's fierce words, the old man seemed stunned. It took a while before he said, "Second Shen, I am your grandfather." "How dare you?" "Dare what?" Shen Yan sneered. "I have something bolder. Do you want to try it?" The old man finally left after saying a few harsh words. Shen Yan turned around and saw Su Wei peeking around nervously. Su Wei chuckled awkwardly. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I just wanted to ask what you want to eat tonight." Shen Yan looked at her and walked over, saying as he passed by, "Let's have noodles." Su Wei was speechless. The noodles were soon ready. During the meal, Su Wei asked, "Who was that old man?" "That's old Shen." Su Wei knew about the Shen family. Old Shen had 3 sons and a daughter. The eldest was Shen Yan's father, Shen Qingshan. After his birth, his mother died shortly after. Old Shen remarried a widow from a nearby village, who brought along her son, Shen Qingyun, who later took Shen's surname. Later, old Shen's wife gave birth to a pair of twins, Shen Qingsong and Shen Baobao. Like many wicked stepmothers, Shen Yan's father was arranged a marriage when he became an adult. Shen Wei's mother was also from another village with a similar story. Her husband died, and her in-laws didn't accept her, so she was expelled. Her own family also rejected her. Shen Wei's mother lived in a shed for over half a year before being married to Shen Yan's father. Shen Yan's father was honest. After they married, they had a few good years and had Shen Daliang and Shen Yan. But unexpectedly, Shen Yan's father passed away. Shen Wei's mother was branded as a widow who couldn't hold her family together. The villagers ignored them. After Shen Daliang earned some money, the Shen family quickly moved in. Shen Wei's mother was kind-hearted, basically a bit of a saint, helping the Shen family a lot. But when Shen Daliang got into trouble, old Shen accused Shen Wei's mother of being a widow who couldn't keep her family, claiming she had taken her husband's property and expelled her. Su Wei found it hard to judge this matter. From a modern perspective, she thought Shen Wei's mother was too weak, but in that era, a widow with no support, her husband dead, what could she do? Even if she wanted to fight back, how could she? This era was a brutal one, and all the customs targeted women. Su Wei sighed. What does old Shen want from you? Shen Yan stopped eating and suddenly smiled. He wants the deed to the house. After Shen Daliang died, some people in the Shen family hurried to take over the house, rushing to drive Shen Yan and his mother out. Later, when Shen Yan was injured and believed he wouldn't survive, they waited for him to die to claim the property. But unexpectedly, Shen Yan not only survived but was doing well. Recently, he was even running a business. They were anxious and came to demand the deed. Su Wei cursed. That's shameless. We absolutely can't give it to them. Shen Yan glanced at her, and Su Wei suddenly remembered the original owner. Back then, just for Shen Yan's 10 taels of silver, she was willing to do anything. Although she wasn't responsible for the matter, Su Wei felt strangely guilty and forced a light laugh, saying nothing more. The next day, the two still went to sell pancakes, and business was just as good. Su Wei saw Zhao's mother again. Today, Zhao Yingdi came with her. They came to pray at the temple. Zhao's mother's face was full of wrinkles and looked numb. Her legs were a bit swollen, and walking was difficult. Zhao Yingdi wiped tears and was saying something when she suddenly saw Su Wei. She paused, surprised, not expecting to see Su Wei here. Then she noticed Shen Yan beside Su Wei and their stall. Su Wei was actually selling things here? Seeing her stare at her, Su Wei looked back. Zhao Yingdi quickly looked away because Zhao's mother was unsteady. Zhao Yingdi hurried to support her. Mom, Grandma isn't here, so you don't need to kowtow so hard. Zhao's mother glared fiercely. You stupid girl. What do you understand? If you're not sincere, the Bodhisattva won't bless us well. This time, she was determined to have a son. Zhao Yingdi was scolded and dared not speak. At noon, Su Wei's last pancake was sold out. As she packed up, she saw Zhao's mother and Zhao Yingdi again. Unlike the worried faces in the morning, Zhao's mother was smiling now, holding a cloth bag and whispering with Zhao Yingdi. Shen Yan had somehow come over and, following her gaze, looked at Zhao Yingdi and her mother, then withdrew his eyes. Su Wei asked him, Have you been to the temple? Yes. To pray. Shen Yan nodded. He rarely spoke more, saying, That year, my father was sick. My mother took me to pray and donated 100 coins for incense. But my father still died. He glared fiercely at the temple on the hill after speaking. That 100 coins was all the family had left. Su Wei was silent. Shen Yan was indeed a practical young man. If the gods don't bless me, I won't believe in gods. Shen Yan and Su Wei's business quickly became known throughout the village. It was Zhao Yingdi who told Hu Taohua, and once she knew, it was as if everyone in the village knew. When Su Wei and the others returned, the villagers asked how much money they had made. Shen Yan looked at the person asking and simply said, None of your business, then left. That Shen Erlang must have made quite a bit of money. I heard their business is doing very well. Last winter, they probably earned quite a lot. Still hiding things who would be eager to know anyway, people were talking excitedly, full of envy and jealousy. Aunt Hu spat and said, Who knows if he really went out to sell cakes? Maybe he's selling something else. As soon as she said this, everyone fell silent. It wasn't that they didn't want to gossip, but they were afraid of being slapped by Shen Yan. Since Shen Yan lost a leg, he seemed like a different person, more gloomy than before. Aunt Hu said Shen Yan killed Hu Chang, and with Zhang's past lessons, no one dared to provoke such a person. Aunt Hu grew angrier the more she talked. thinking about her missing son, and she became more anxious as she headed toward the Shin family. As Sue-wei arrived home, Aunt, who came knocking at the door. Seeing her fierce look, Sue-wei remembered the fight she had with Hu-mu. This woman was very scheming, always targeting people's faces. Sue-wei knew she couldn't fight her, so she quickly called inside, Shunyan, come out quickly. Shunyan came out and saw Aunt Hu's angry and resentful eyes. He asked calmly, what's the matter? A Shun family member. Where did you hide my son? Tell me. Aunt Hu pointed at Shunyan and shouted, did you kill him? Shunyan remained very calm. How would I know where Hu Chang is? I'm not his father. This made Aunt Hu furious. She rushed forward to tear at Shunyan, but he didn't care at all. He turned and drew a shiny cleaver, which emitted a cold, intimidating aura. Shunyan didn't speak, just looked coldly at Aunt Hu, as if daring her to come closer. He might stab her. His fierce look made Aunt Hu stop in her tracks, trembling. What do you want to do? She asked, her voice trembling, showing her fear. Shunyan sneered. What do you want to do? Aunt Hu's lips trembled, whether from anger or fear, and suddenly she sat on the ground and started crying. No justice anymore. Shen Erlang killed my son. No one will stand up for me. Her crying quickly attracted many people. Villagers gathered around the Shen family, pointing and whispering. The main topic was whether Shen Yan really killed Huan. If he didn't, then where was Huan? If he did, then where was the body? Also, Shen Er and Hu Chang had no known conflicts or grudges, so why did Aunt Hu believe Shen Er was the murderer? Someone said, flies don't bite without a reason, there must be a cause. When asked about the reason behind the person's words, no one could explain, but everyone wanted to say a few words. Faced with Aunt Husan's accusations, Sue-wei angrily said, what nonsense are you talking? We have no quarrel with Hu Chang, so why would we kill him? Stop spreading lies. Sue-wei was very good-looking. When she got angry, she looked like a fluffy fox, adorable beyond words. The men watching found themselves distracted. Seeing their men like this, the women silently cursed and pulled their husbands away by the ears. Soon, only Aunt Husan, Sue-wei, Shunyan, and a few onlookers remained outside the Shun house. Sue-wei sighed silently. Shunyan also remained silent. Aunt Husan saw no one was around, so she quickly got up, crying angrily, where is my son? Bring my son back. She covered her face and cried loudly, he's my only son. Isn't that enough to break my heart? Wah! Her crying grew more heartbreaking. Sue-wei frowned slightly, glanced at Shunyan, who turned away and went inside the house. Sue-wei then said, Aunt Husan, we really don't know where your son is. Think carefully, he's so big, and Shunyan is so thin. How could we have killed anyone? Aunt Husan looked at her fiercely. Then tell me, who did it? Sue-wei hesitated. I don't know, she paused and added. Maybe he's not dead. Aunt Husan also felt uncertain. Unable to get any useful information, she uttered a few harsh words and left. Sue-wei let out a breath, returned to her room, closed the door, and leaned close to Shunyan, asking, Hu Chang? Shunyan looked at her impatiently. I told you I don't know. Sue-wei wasn't angry. I'm not doubting you. I just find this strange. Who do you think might have done it? I don't know. Sue-wei was speechless. What a bad temper. She couldn't even have a proper conversation. Shunyan left the house, squinting slightly into the distance. He wasn't lying to Sue-wei. Hu Chang really wasn't the one he killed. But that day, he did return to Old Chen's house and saw the culprit. Sue-wei's soy sauce-flavored pancakes became popular because she was beautiful. Many people called her the soy sauce pancake beauty. Sue-wei didn't like this nickname at all. As the weather warmed, more young people went out to play. Young ladies and gentlemen from the city went on outings, and when they came to her stall, they couldn't help but glance at Sue-wei. Sue-wei smiled and asked, would you like to buy a pancake? Yes. This was a male customer. The female customer kept staring at Shunyan. Recently, Shunyan had gained some weight, and Sue-wei was very particular about her clothes. She had earned some money and, thinking of Shunyan's recent hard times, She bought fabric and made matching spring outfits for herself and Xinyan. Xinyan was just a good-looking figure, tall and handsome, often with a cold face that looked cool and attractive. Many young women blushed and bought pastries from him, and older women sometimes stopped to chat with him. After all, who doesn't like a handsome person? There were two of them. Business was good, and they earned more money. Suwei never skimped on her appearance, and she looked much more energetic than before. Finally, after a busy period, Suwei took a sip of water and saw Zhao's mother and Zhaoingdi. Zhao's mother no longer bowed deeply, but came daily to burn incense, very devout. She comes every day, but I don't know if it's effective. Suwei liked to chat casually. Xinyan usually ignored her, but Xiaowu looked at her with a meaningful expression, as if to say, "You'd better go pray too." "How long have you been married to Brother Yan? Your belly hasn't moved at all. Don't you have a clue? Even the best seeds are useless if the soil isn't good." Suwei noticed Xiaowu looking at her belly, and his expression was obvious. She squinted and said to Xinyan, "He's looking at me." Xiaowu froze and hurriedly waved his hands.
No, no.
"Brother Yan." I didn't." Xinyan was speechless. He was a bit speechless. Suwei didn't know what was wrong with her. She just liked to tease Xiaowu, like playing with a puppy. Seeing Xiaowu turn red and sweat on his forehead from nervousness, Xinyan didn't know what to say anymore. Xiaowu was angry and glared fiercely at Suwei. Suwei leaned close to Xinyan and pouted like she was acting spoiled. "Brother Yan, look, he's looking at me again, Xiaowu." Xinyan was speechless and told Xiaowu, "Watch my things for a while. Let's go for a walk." Xiaowu nodded, still explaining, "Brother Yan, be careful with Suwei." Suwei interrupted, "I heard that." Xiaowu stopped talking. Xinyan sighed helplessly. "Why are you upset with Xiaowu?" Suwei smiled.
"He used to talk badly about me to you."
"Don't think I didn't hear." Xinyan. Was Xiaowu really talking badly? Actually, Xiaowu was just telling the truth. But Xinyan didn't want to argue about it. There were many peach trees on the hill, but the peach blossoms hadn't bloomed yet, and the trunks were still bare. Along the mountain road, many vendors set up stalls, selling buns and steamed bread, tea, farm produce, fabrics, shoes, and more. It was like a small market. Suwei saw something she wanted to buy. Today, when she saw a stall selling little chicks, she became interested. The two of them went to the stall. The small, fluffy chicks were about the size of a human palm and looked very cute. "Let's buy a few to take home." Xinyan didn't answer. Suwei turned her head, and Xinyan crouched down. Her lips accidentally touched Xinyan's face. Both of them were surprised. Suwei cleared her throat and pretended to be casual, smiling. "Can you pick out the chicks?" Xinyan looked down and said, "No." The man selling the chicks was a middle-aged uncle. He cheerfully said, "Buy a few more. In a few days, you won't need to feed them. They'll catch bugs to eat by themselves." Suwei asked about the price. It wasn't expensive, so she chose 8 chicks. She also bought a basket from the next stall for a few cents. On the way back, Suwei kept talking, like a noisy hen. Xinyan found it a bit annoying, but also thought it wasn't so bad. The grass by the roadside was sprouting, and dandelions had bloomed into small yellow flowers. Suwei, with a mischievous hand, plucked one. A few months ago, Xinyan wouldn't have imagined that one day he could walk peacefully with Suwei along a country path like this. "Isn't that Xinyan?" someone suddenly said. Suwei looked up and saw several men and women standing ahead. The men looked like scholars, and she guessed they were Xinyan's classmates from his academy. Xinyan looked at the group without intending to respond. But they blocked his way. One of them said, "We were classmates, after all. You didn't say goodbye before leaving. We're worried about you." Suwei thought, what a shameless remark. Xinyan looked at them. "Why aren't you at the academy?" the man asked again, smiling. "This year, we're all preparing for the exams. Aren't you coming too?" Suwei thought these people were quite rude. But Xinyan wasn't someone to be easily provoked. Suwei saw him sneer with disdain and say to the man, "You should go back and study for 10 or 8 more years, so you don't get your name written wrong and become a laughingstock." The man was Lu Jihong. When he first started school, he was so slow that he couldn't write his own name, and the teacher would hit his hand. As for Shun Yan, he was extremely clever. He could understand books easily, write well, and was often praised by teachers. Plus, Shun Yan's cold personality and occasionally sharp words could really annoy people. Seeing Lu Jihong about to make a move, Su Wei quickly stepped forward and asked Shin Yan, "Brother Yan, is he your classmate?" Wow, so fierce. This shout drew everyone's attention. Lu Jihong, who had just been fierce and angry, suddenly saw Su Wei and his eyes lit up. Su Wei is fair and beautiful. Recently, she's been eating well and dressing lightly for spring. Her figure, with a prominent chest, slim waist, and long legs, was clearly visible. Lu Jihong was instantly stunned. Who is this? Shun Yan? Shun Yan disliked Lu Jihong very much. He thought Lu Jihong was strange, and his voice was sharp, making Shun Yan feel sick. However, Shun Yan had no intention of introducing Su Wei and was too lazy to argue with Lu Jihong. But Su Wei smiled and said, "Brother Yan, quickly tell me who I am." Shun Yan was speechless. Su Wei nudged him again, her chest accidentally brushing against Shun Yan's arm. Shun Yan got goosebumps all over, his arm went numb. He took a deep breath and dryly introduced, "This is..." Those two words felt like they were burning his tongue, and he couldn't say them. Seeing that he wouldn't speak, Su Wei pouted and shook his arm again, then said to the stunned Lu Jihong and others, "Of course I am Brother Yan's wife. Brother Yan came back from the academy to marry me." She frowned slightly and asked confusedly, "Did I delay Brother Yan's future?" Lu Jihong's eyes were burning with anger. "Are you kidding? Not only is Shun Yan better at studying than him, but Shun Yan's family also suffered misfortune. Shun Yan even dropped out of school. He thought he could show off in front of Shun Yan, but why does Shun Yan have such good luck, marrying such a beautiful wife?
Why?
Is heaven being unfair? With such a beautiful wife, who would still care about studying?" The other men around Lu Jihong also thought so, but the girls around them didn't think the same. They frowned at Su Wei, secretly cursing her as a pretentious fox spirit. However, the fox spirit really was very beautiful. Her skin was very white. Her eyes were very big. Her chest was also very large. The girls were more excited than the men. After finishing, Su Wei said to everyone, "Sorry, Brother Yan accidentally hurt his leg. We need to go back quickly." Lu Jihong was dazed. Oh. He stared fiercely at Shin Yan and Su Wei's departing figures until they walked far away. Lu Jihong then angrily said, "Shun Yan has bad taste. A woman like that is clearly restless." The others echoed, "Yes, she doesn't look like someone you can settle down with." Girls. No, these people must be sick. Just now, everyone was staring so openly. It's so fake. Su Wei laughed loudly. "How funny is your classmate? Did you see his expression just now? He looked like an angry ox." Shun Yan was thinking about something else, but when he heard Su Wei say this, he paused and couldn't help but laugh. Lu Jihong has a fairly normal face, just with big nostrils. When he's angry, he really looks like an ox. The first time Su Wei saw Shin Yan smile, she realized that Shin Yan's smile was truly very handsome. But Shin Yan only smiled briefly and then returned to his usual cold demeanor. On Qingming Festival, it rained. Shin Yan and Su Wei were going to visit the graves. On the way, they met many people. Su Wei also carried a basket. She heard that there were many wild vegetables on the mountain that could be dug up to eat. Shun Yan thought she knew about wild vegetables, but then he saw her pulling weeds along the road and putting them into her basket, looking proud of herself. Suddenly, Shun Yan felt he didn't know Su Wei well enough. At the same time, he also realized that Su Wei was a refugee. She didn't even recognize wild vegetables. If she didn't starve, who would? Her originally sad and gloomy mood was completely spoiled by Su Wei. Shun Yan poured out the weeds and pointed, "This and this are edible. The rest are just grass used to feed pigs, sheep, and dogs." Su Wei. She had already gotten used to Shun Yan's way of speaking, so she happily continued digging for wild vegetables. Shun's parents were buried next to the old Shin family grave. When they arrived, they just happened to meet some Shin family members. Sue approached, and a man strode over aggressively. "Women can't come to the grave." Before Shen Yan could speak, Sue said, "Then I'll go dig wild vegetables." She turned and left without looking back. This missed the chance for Shen Yan's second uncle to cause trouble. This second uncle was a boy brought up by Grandma Shin. Old Shin cared for him more than his own son, Shen Yan. Shin Qingyun was in his 40s, tall and strong, with a clever face. When he saw Shen Yan, he politely asked, "Little Yan, is your leg better?" Shen Yan looked up at him, but didn't speak. Shin Qingyun disliked his silence, but forced a smile and said, "Your grandparents miss you. They're your elders, so come visit when you have time." Shen Yan mocked, "If I remember correctly, we've already cut ties." Shin Qingyun sighed and pretended to be casual. Well, the family had no choice at the time. "We couldn't let Dalian be affected, right? Your grandparents are getting old. Do you want to blame them for your whole life?" When this heavy accusation is made, most people would be easily controlled, but Shen Yan did not. He sneered coldly. Shin Qingyun stepped back involuntarily. At this moment, Shun's third son, Shen Qingsong, came over. He is the youngest son of old Shin, only a few years older than Shen Yan. The family spoiled him a lot, and he used to bully Shen Yan often. "Brother, why are you wasting time with him? Hurry up and finish the grave visit, then we can go home for dinner." "I'm exhausted," he yawned. Shin Qingyun looked at Shen Yan again, but said nothing more. He went to burn paper for the ancestors of the Shin family. Shen Yan also went to his parents' tomb. Beside some weeds, he arranged offerings and started burning paper one by one. Sue noticed a few fragrant cedar trees. The tender leaves of these trees are best for scrambled eggs. Sue happily picked some, filling a basket quickly. Just as she was about to finish, she was suddenly shouted at angrily. "Who told you to pick that?" Sue turned around and saw a man and a woman. The man had a careless look at first, but when he saw Sue's face, he straightened up immediately. "Who told you to pick these fragrant cedar leaves?" the woman asked again. Sue asked, "Is this mountain your family's?" "Of course not." "Then are these cedar leaves your family's?" the woman angrily said. "I pick them every year." Sue sneered. "Well, this year it's my turn." She reached again and put some tender leaves into her basket. The woman turned to the man and said, "Shen Liang, teach this shameless person a lesson." Shen Liang smiled and rubbed the back of his head. "Little aunt, I think she's right. This mountain." "Okay, you actually talk to outsiders. Watch, I'll tell my mother and have her beat you to death for being unfaithful." Coincidentally, the woman was Shun Bao, Shun's twin sister with Shin Qingsong, and the young man was Shen Liang, Shen Qingyun's son, Shen Yan's cousin. When Sue arrived, Shen Yan and the others had already been driven out by the Shin family, so she hadn't met these two before. But that didn't stop her from disliking Shin Bao. She rolled her eyes and continued picking cedar leaves. Her basket quickly filled. Just as she was about to leave, Shen Bao stopped her. "Don't go. You little brat, leave the basket with me." Sue refused. Nearby, villagers were also visiting graves, so she shouted loudly, "Help! Someone is stealing wild vegetables. What are you yelling about?" As soon as Shin Bao finished speaking, someone heard the noise and hurried over. Shen Yan also heard everything. When he walked over, he saw Sue being held down by Shin Bao, who was pitifully shouting around, "Help! Someone stealing my wild vegetables. Isn't that Shin Bao from the Shin family? Is that Sue, an aunt stealing her nephew-in-law's vegetables?" Nephew-in-law? Aren't they already divorced? Even if they divorced, she shouldn't steal his vegetables. Stealing the house is one thing, but vegetables too? The Shin family is going crazy and too shameless. The people in Nanqiao village were many, with graves piled up everywhere. Every year, people died, and the ancestral graves were not far away. Soon, about 10 people gathered around, pointing and whispering about Shin Bao. Shin Bao had never been treated like this before, so she pulled the basket of vegetables even harder. Just as Shen Yan was about to step forward, he saw Sue secretly wink at him, so he retracted his foot. Shin Qingyun and Shin Qingsong also heard the noise and came running. They overheard the villagers talking about their family. Shin Qingyun's face darkened. He recognized the clothes Su Wei was wearing and turned to look at Shin Yan. "Shin Yan, control your wife." Shin Yan helplessly replied, "How can I control her? Can't you see Shin Baobao is hitting her?" Hitting? Shin Baobao did take the vegetables, but she hadn't gone as far as hitting anyone. Su Wei also saw the Shin family members. Instantly, she knew that the person stealing her vegetables was also from the Shin family. "Shin Yan, save me."
"Ah!
Don't hit me." "Help!" Su Wei shouted again, raising her voice. Shin Baobao, clutching her vegetable basket, was startled by her shout and trembled. At this moment, Su Wei let go of her grip on the basket, and Shin Baobao fell to the ground. She supported herself with a piece of dry bark, which cut her skin. Ouch! Shin Baobao, who was pampered and chubby, had never done heavy work. Being scraped like this felt like her life was ending. She burst into tears.
Trash!
Trash! I will kill you." Su Wei got up and ran into the crowd watching the scene. Everyone was just watching the fun. Unprepared, she ran over, and Shin Baobao immediately reached her. Having been used to being dominant at home, she was now furious and hit Su Wei without thinking, accidentally hitting a woman in front. The woman refused to tolerate this and slapped her back. Shin Baobao covered her face, staring in disbelief at the woman. The woman glared at her and said angrily, "Out of control. This is your Shin family's Nanxiao village, right? Dare to hit me." Mrs. Jean Hua, known as Aunt Jean Hua, has 4 sons. Each son has children of his own. Although the family is poor, they have many children, so most people dare not trouble them. Shin Baobao also encountered trouble, but she is not foolish. She covers her face and dares not step forward, crying sadly and feeling wronged. When Shin Qingsong saw his sister being hit, he ran over and pointed at Aunt Jean Hua, ready to scold her. But before he could speak, Aunt Jean Hua's eldest son grabbed him. "What's wrong? Want to fight?" Big brother Jean, seeing that his mother was unharmed, didn't make a move. But Shin Qingsong was different. He looked like a skinny chicken with greasy hair and a shiny face, and just looking at him made people want to hit him. "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch! Let go of me." Shin Qingsong felt like his finger was about to break. He was so thin, like a monkey, and no match for big brother Jean. Shen Liang originally wanted to help, but when he saw the 2 bear-like sons behind Aunt Jean Hua, he stopped in his tracks. Shen Qingyan frowned and walked over politely, saying to big brother Jean, "De Zhuang, it's all a misunderstanding." Big brother Jean looked at him fiercely. "What misunderstanding? If I hadn't stopped her, my mother would have been beaten by him." Shin Qingyan held back his anger. Who was hitting whom? It was clearly his family being attacked. "They're too young and don't understand." "I'm apologizing to you," Shin Qingyan said humbly. Big brother Jean wasn't unreasonable, so he replied annoyed, "Just forget it this time. But in the future, don't bully others. Even wild vegetables are being snatched. Are you going crazy because you're so poor?" Big brother Jean didn't care much for Shin's family. Aunt Jean Hua also looked coldly at Shin Baobao. "Stop crying. You're so ugly." Shin Baobao was white and chubby, but she inherited her mother's small eyes and flat nose. Usually that was okay. White skin could hide flaws. But after seeing her with Su Wei, the contrast was strikingly harsh. Aunt Jean Hua looked annoyed just watching her. Hearing Aunt Jean Hua's words, Shin Baobao quieted down for a moment, then started crying even louder. Wah wah wah. Finally, the fuss was over. The villagers, having watched the spectacle, started gossiping about the Shin family. Even when it came to snatching wild vegetables, they were quite bold. Shin Qingyun clenched his fists, wanting to settle accounts with Shan Yan and Su Wei. But Shin Yan and Su Wei had already gone somewhere else. Su Wei was carrying a basket of wild vegetables, walking lightly down the mountain. Shan Yan also seemed in a good mood, the gloomy feelings from this morning completely gone. Su Wei asked, "Is that Shin Baobao?" Shan Yan nodded. Shin Baobao and Shin Qingsong are the treasures of old lady Shin. She had grown up without anyone laying a finger on her, but today she was beaten. I must say, Shunyan felt very happy. Is this Chinese tune? Shunyan asked casually as he looked at the wild vegetables in her basket. Yes, it's very tasty when stir-fried with eggs, Su Wei said, swallowing hard. Shunyan also swallowed. They didn't walk far before reaching a fork in the road down the mountain and met Qinyu. Qinyu seemed to have just burned paper, holding a basket in his hand, with a gloomy face. Su Wei had never seen him like this. When Qinyu saw them, he quickly adjusted his expression and showed a polite fake smile. Did you pick wild vegetables? He asked, looking at Su Wei's basket. He wasn't interested in wild vegetables.
Su Wei nodded.
Shunyan glanced at Qinyu. He didn't expect him to come to the grave. Let's go together, Qinyu said, walking beside them. After a few steps, he added, I just heard someone arguing on the mountain. It was Shun Bao Bao and Aunt Jinhua fighting, Su Wei said. Qinyu responded with an, oh, but he didn't really remember who Shun Bao Bao was. But it didn't matter. It was clear he wasn't in a good mood, and they didn't talk much for the rest of the walk. After splitting up in the village, Su Wei asked Shunyan, are Qinyu's parents also gone? Is there no one else in his family? Shunyan looked at her. Su Wei blinked her big eyes. What are you looking at me for? Can't I just be curious? She was very interested because Qinyu seemed to be alone most of the time. Shunyan said, Qinyu's background is a bit complicated. Su Wei was curious. Come on, tell me, what's so complicated? I heard that Qinyu's mother was brought back by his father from outside. She gave birth to Qinyu the following year. The family was doing okay at first, but later, Qinyu's mother got tired of her poor husband and left with a wealthy businessman from the city. This quickly spread in the village, and people's attitudes toward the Qin family changed. They started gossiping and talking behind their backs, saying worse and worse things. After Qinyu's mother left, his father drank heavily every day. One day, he got drunk and fell into the river and drowned. Su Wei was stunned. She had never expected someone like Qinyu to have such a background. Every family has its hardships.
And
Shunyan looked at her. You and Qinyu's mother look alike. Su Wei frowned.
how?
How are we alike? Of course, it was because she was good-looking and flirtatious. Shunyan looked like he was about to say everyone else was unattractive, making Su Wei so angry that she ignored him for the rest of the walk. At noon, Su Wei and Shunyan enjoyed spicy cedar flower eggs, while Qinyu also made eggs himself. After Su Wei refused to cook for him, he didn't ask others but learned to cook on his own. At first, his cooking was not good, but after trying several times, he managed to cook the eggs properly. However, today the eggs still got burnt. Qinyu took a bite and lost his appetite. He sat silently in his chair, staring at the remaining seats, each with a set of bowls and chopsticks. He looked at them for a while, then suddenly waved his hand and knocked everything off the table onto the ground. What's wrong? One, whose arm was still healing from an injury, saw the mess at Qinyu's house as he entered and asked in surprise. Qinyu looked at him and asked emotionlessly, Is there a problem? Huan said he was just here to chat briefly, but seeing Qinyu's expression, he felt he might have come at the wrong time. It's nothing. Huan fell silent after speaking. Qinyu also remained quiet. After a while, Huan asked, The river is open. Do you want to go fishing?
Qinyu nodded, yes.
The two went to get fishing rods and nets, but when they arrived at the river, they saw Shunyan and Su Wei there too. Shunyan was good at fishing. He could catch fish just by tying a string to a rod. Su Wei exclaimed happily for a long time. Although Shunyan had little expression, he seemed to be in a good mood. Shunyan, hurry over here.
Wow.
Amazing. Another one. Qinyu looked over and saw Shunyan pulling up a tiny fish about the length of a finger. Is that really impressive? He threw down his fishing rod, thinking he wanted to catch a bigger fish. Huan kept glancing over. Su Wei and Shunyan looked happy together, which made him so angry he almost wanted to crush his fishing rod. He was so furious. Was Shunyan also fishing? Or was it tadpoles? Today, the fish seemed to be against them. Neither Qinyu nor Huan caught a single fish, but Shunyan had already caught more than 10 small and large ones. Su Wei excitedly said, "That's enough to make a pot of fish soup." She loved eating fish. Shunyan stood up, stretched his arms, looked at Qin Yu and Hu Wen and said slowly, "Let's go back." There weren't many big fish in this river. Catching them was mostly about luck. Su Wei nodded. "I'll go buy some tofu later to add to the fish soup." Big Yong Liang wasn't there. He had gone to the county's gambling house again. When Su Wei arrived, Liang's older sister was grinding soybeans. She was thin and frail, pushing the mill with difficulty, like an overworked old ox, moving forward sluggishly and numbly. "Big Sister Liang," Su Wei called out. When Sister Liang saw her, she came over, wiped her hands on her clothes, and asked, "Want buy tofu?" Su Wei nodded. Seeing the injury on her neck, which looked like it was caused by something tightening around it, she couldn't help but sigh. Sister Liang cut a piece of tofu for her. Su Wei paid, and just as she stepped outside, an old lady hurried over and slapped Sister Liang. "Is this piece of tofu not ground yet? Are you dead?" Sister Liang turned her head away from the slap, but said nothing. The old lady's loud voice woke the baby inside the house, and the baby started crying loudly. Grandma Liang scolded, "Crying all the time? What do you know? This useless girl doesn't know what she's born for." She also scolded Sister Liang. "Are you dead? Can't you tell this girl to shut up? I should have just drowned her in a bucket back then." Hearing these harsh words, Sister Liang's face turned even paler. Seeing outsiders, Old Man Liang cleared his throat and said, "Enough, there are outsiders here." "What are you doing?" Grandma Liang looked at Su Wei and Xinyan, then politely smiled at them and told them to come again next time. Su Wei and Xinyan hurried to leave. Every time she visited the Liang family, it was a stressful experience. Why are these people so unpleasant? After Su Wei and Xinyan left, Qin Yu threw down his fishing rod. Huan cast his net, but instead of catching fish, he pulled up a shoe. He casually tossed the shoe aside. Qin Yu looked at the shoe briefly, and then looked away. Neither of them paid much attention to this. Su Wei took a nap in the afternoon. When she woke up, she felt weak. She got up and patted Xinyan, saying, "I'm awake." Xinyan, still sleepy, looked at Su Wei for a moment before getting up. "What time is it?" "I don't know." Su Wei went outside. The sun was blinding. Xiao Wu hurried past, but Xinyan called him back. "What are you going to do?" Xiao Wu panted and said, "Yanji, something happened by the river. Are you not going to check it out?" When Xinyan and Su Wei arrived at the river, there were already quite a few people there. Aunt, who was holding a shoe and crying her heart out. Su Wei asked a nearby woman, What happened here?" "I heard someone fished out a shoe from the river, and that shoe belonged to Hu Chang." Su Wei thought about the fish she ate at noon. She felt a little sick, and then she wondered about Hu Chang's body. Aunt shook her head. "We haven't found him. He probably isn't in the river." She was also scared. If he really was in the river, who would dare to wash clothes by the river in the future? People's joys and sorrows are different. No one felt the pain of Hu-san aunt. Most people were talking about Hu Chang. Did he accidentally lose his shoe in the river? Or did he die there? He was a person after all. The village chief thought these guesses were unlikely, but he still sent some water-skilled men to look. The river outside Nanqiao village wasn't wide or deep. Soon, some people floated to the surface, shaking their heads. Nothing. Several people checked, but no one found anything. The village chief sighed in relief. Someone comforted Hu-san aunt, saying that not finding the body meant he might still be alive. Maybe he would come back in a few days. But Hu-san aunt's eyelids kept twitching. She had a nightmare last night, dreaming that Hu Chang had died. Since they didn't find the body, Su Wei also felt relieved. The fish she ate should be fine. But why was Hu Chang's shoe in the river? Is Hu Chang alive or dead? She couldn't help but glance at Xinyan. Xinyan was staring at the river intently, as if he sensed something. He tilted his head slightly and met Su Wei's gaze. Since they didn't find the body, this drama was soon over. Most of the people by the river had left, leaving only a few young people, mostly out of curiosity. Let's go to old Chen's house and see if there's any clue, said a young man. Yes, they found Hu Chang's clothes at old Chen's place. Maybe old Chen's ghost took him away, another confidently said. Are there really ghosts? A timid voice asked. Everyone turned to see a boy about 13 or 14, with a shy, innocent face that looked harmless. Who are you? The leader asked, not recognizing the boy. The boy shyly smiled. I'm from old Su's family in the East Village. Su Ken, right? Someone recognized him. Then everyone looked at him strangely. Su Ken was very thin, pale, with hollow cheeks. His big eyes looked especially wide. He blinked and said, It's me. I heard you talking about going to old Chen's house. I want to see too. Is that okay? Sure, but you can't slow us down. Okay, Su Ken smiled. Su Wei watched the young kids walk away and looked back. She just heard a few women whispering. Is that old Su's son? Yes, that's him. A few villagers nearby were walking and talking. Su Lan was a good girl back then, what a pity. Who says she wasn't? She was mistreated by the Hu family and beaten by Hu Chang, the speaker sighed. It's only been the past couple of years. The villagers continued their discussion as they walked away. Su Wei turned around and looked at Shun Yan with curiosity. Shun Yan didn't want to explain, but since Su Wei kept staring at him, he had to say, Su Ken has an older sister named Su Lan. She was Hu Chang's wife, but Hu Chang took her forcibly. She had to marry him. Not long after the marriage, she got pregnant and went to wash clothes by the river, but she fell in and drowned. The Hu family didn't come to look for her. A few days later, her body floated back, badly decomposed. The Hu family thought it was bad luck and refused to bury her ancestors. And the Su family? It was just an old man and a young girl named Su Can. No one made decisions, and they didn't even retrieve her body. Later, the Hu family hired a fortune teller and buried Su Lan somewhere, holding a ritual, saying they were afraid she might become a vengeful spirit. Shun Yan had seen Su Lan before.
Su Wei frowned deeply.
Shun Yan's words were only about 100 characters, but they told of a woman's tragic life. The Wang family's people kept changing, and they argued loudly every night. Inside the house, it was quiet, but whenever Su Wei went outside, she saw someone from the Wang family standing nearby, looking over with a very obvious gaze that made her very uncomfortable. Fortunately, since they had been selling cakes early and returning late these days, she rarely encountered these people. That morning, as Su Wei stepped out, she met someone from the neighboring Wang family. The person's eyes were red and dark circles under them. Probably didn't sleep all night. He was going to the outhouse when he saw Su Wei, froze for a moment, then forced a smile. Isn't this Mrs. Shenyan? Why are you up so early? Liang Daong glanced at the Shin family. Su Wei turned to leave, but Liang Daong suddenly rushed over. Don't go. Uncle wants some money today. Play with me. I'll give you all the money. Su Wei was startled and quickened her pace. Liang Daong chased after her, but before he got close, someone kicked him away. Liang Daong was knocked back 3 or 4 meters and fell to the ground, unable to get up for a while. Shun Yan stepped closer to him, and Liang Daong finally regained his senses. He instinctively retreated a step, about to curse, but Shun Yan stepped on his face first.
You. Ugh.
Shin. He ate dirt and mumbled incoherently. Shun Yan squatted down, examining him. What a disgusting and ugly face. Shun Yan forcefully stepped on his face until Liang Daong's entire face was almost buried in the dirt. Only then did Shun Yan release him. Liang Daong, covered in dirt, gasped painfully, his eyes glaring with hatred at Shun Yan. Shun Yan stepped forward and kicked him again, pushing him to the foot of the wall. At this moment, someone from the Wang family came out to use the bathroom and saw what was happening. They quickly retreated. Shun Yan walked over and looked down at Liang Daong, saying, Call me Grandpa, and I'll let you go. No way. You bastard, cursed to bring bad luck to your parents. You little troublemaker. I will get my revenge someday. Before he finished, Shun Yan punched him in the face. Liang Daong felt as if his head was not his own, pain pounding in his skull, and his vision blurred. But he still saw Shun Yan pick up a stone from nearby and throw it at him.
Grandpa.
Grandpa, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Liang Daong cried and begged. Shunyan smiled slightly and patted his face. No more next time, or else. Shunyan left. Liang Daong sat on the ground, dazed for a while. He felt a warm wetness below, and when he looked down, he realized he had wet his pants. The commotion was loud enough that the people from the Wang family saw it too, but no one came to stop him. They didn't expect Shen Er to be so fierce, very much like Shen Dalong from the past. Everyone couldn't help but retreat, thinking it's better not to mess with the little lady next door anymore, or they might get beaten to death by Shen Er. He's too cruel. Su Wei was also startled by Shun Yan's fierce look. She felt very guilty. Granny Wang, Hu Wen, Hu Chang, and now Liang Daong, all these recent troubles seemed to be caused by her. Although she hadn't done anything directly, just standing there seemed to bring trouble. Shunyan. She wanted to say something, but Shunyan didn't want to talk. He was busy packing his things. Xiao Wu also came over, looked at Su Wei, and thought she was really a troublemaker, causing chaos everywhere. Today's weather was also against Su Wei. Just as they set up their stall, the sky darkened. Many vendors started packing up to find shelter from the rain. Su Wei and Shun Yan also packed up. It's not good to hide under a big tree during a thunderstorm. Xiao Wu had a cart with a simple rain cover. He said to Shen Yan, "Yan Ge, it's too crowded here. Why don't you go up the mountain to the temple to avoid the rain?" Shen Yan nodded. Su Wei packed a few things, and then walked up the mountain with Shen Yan. Despite walking carefully, they still got caught in the rain. Su Wei's clothes were soaked and clung tightly to her body, revealing her delicate figure. Many people entered the temple at this time, both men and women of all ages. As soon as Su Wei and Shen Yan entered, everyone looked at them, especially Su Wei. Su Wei felt embarrassed and uncomfortable, but what could she do? If she were a wealthy young lady, she would have maids and servants, and her beauty would bring her benefits. But unfortunately, that was not the case. Beauty without proper status only seemed to cause trouble. Su Wei lowered her head and leaned against the wall. Someone draped a piece of clothing over her. She looked up and saw it was Shen Yan. He had taken off his outer coat and thrown it to her, then used a handkerchief to wipe his hair. Su Wei opened her mouth, whispered a thank you, and then wrapped herself in the coat. Her wet hair had water droplets sliding down her cheeks and into her collar. Shen Yan's Adam's apple moved as he roughly wiped the water from Su Wei's face and hair with a handkerchief. "What are you doing?" Su Wei's skin turned red from his touch. Shen Yan looked at her silently, without saying a word. Su Wei took the handkerchief and wiped herself dry. The rain grew heavier, accompanied by strong wind. It blew through the temple doors. Su Wei's clothes, already wet, felt even colder as the wind blew. "Shall we go inside?" she whispered to Shen Yan. Shen Yan nodded and led Su Wei into the temple. The temple was quite large, filled with various statues of bodhisattvas. Su Wei didn't recognize them but felt the place was solemn and respectful. A young monk was beating a wooden fish drum, the sound blending with the rain outside. Soon, his anxious mood calmed down. The two found a corner to sit. Outside, many others had come in too. Some discussed which deity in the temple was most effective, others talked about the plentiful rain promising a good harvest, and some were gossiping about family matters. Su Wei looked at Shen Yan beside her and finally couldn't help asking, "Do you think I'm a trouble?" Shen Yan was lost in thought. He turned his head to look at her when he heard her words. Su Wei pressed her lips, her wet hair hanging on her cheeks, looking. He swallowed hard, unsure how to answer. Trouble? It didn't matter to him. Life was full of troubles anyway. He wasn't a cheerful kid. He had been troublesome since he was young. Shen Yan didn't speak. Su Wei thought he was agreeing. She felt a little upset, wishing he would comfort her with a few words. The rain seemed like it wouldn't stop anytime soon. Su Wei boredly watched everyone entering the gate. Then she saw Zhao Yingdi and Zhao's mother. Su Wei had just been sulking but quickly forgot as she tugged Shen Yan and signaled him to look at the mother and daughter from the Zhao family. Shen Yan glanced at them. Softly, Su Wei whispered into his ear, "They came in this heavy rain. They're really sincere. Shunyan wasn't interested, but Sue was too close, and her warm breath brushed his face, feeling quite hot. Zhao and her mother wiped off the rainwater and headed toward the back hall. Curious, Sue asked, "What's at the back?" Not far away, an old woman heard her and smiled. "That's the prayer hall for having children." She looked up and down at Sue and Xinyan, guessing they were newlyweds, and suggested, "You two should go pray too." Sue. She didn't want to pray. Xinyan coughed awkwardly and turned his head away. Sue frowned. "What does that expression mean?" Xinyan asked. "What do you mean?" Sue thought his expression just now showed disdain for having children with her. Although the original owner was not well behaved, and although she and Xinyan were friends, and she wouldn't have children with Xinyan, his look of disgust still made her unhappy. Xinyan couldn't understand why Sue was angry. Did he really have to have children with Sue? Ridiculous. He glanced at Sue, who was chatting with the old woman nearby. "Is the prayer hall effective?" she asked casually. The old woman confidently replied, "Very effective. 9 out of 10 people who come here to pray get pregnant. Really so powerful." Sue was surprised. The old woman said, "Yes, but just praying to the Buddha isn't enough. You also need to pray with Master Deming." "Master Deming?" The old woman explained. "Master Deming came here just 2 years ago. When he arrived, he helped a woman who had been infertile for years get pregnant, and she gave birth to a chubby boy the next year." Sue found it strange and a bit hard to believe. Is it really that effective? Of course. My daughter-in-law had no luck for a year after getting married. She came to the prayer hall a few times and then she got pregnant. I came here today to thank for that. The old woman smiled happily, looking very pleased. Someone nearby overheard and joined the conversation, but Master Deming doesn't accept everyone. It depends on fate. Yes, some people he just says aren't destined and doesn't accept them. They discuss the prayer hall the most. Sue always felt something was strange. At this moment, the monk from the temple brought hot water for everyone to drink. When it was Sue's turn, the monk seemed to glance at her, but perhaps he didn't. Xunyan took the water and handed it to Sue. She took a sip and felt a warm flow enter her stomach, making her feel much warmer all over. Sue let out a comfortable sigh. Since the cup was limited, she and Xunyan shared one. Xunyan went to pour another cup of water and handed it to Sue. She shook her head, saying, "You drink it." Xunyan took a sip and then offered the warm cup to Sue to warm her hands. Her little anger disappeared completely. The rain was pounding on the ground loudly, as if it would never stop. And indeed, it kept raining until noon. Sue started to worry. When they arrived, the road was dirt, and after rain, it turned into mud, making every step difficult. "Will we be able to go back tonight?" Sue asked anxiously. Xunyan shook his head. The people around were getting restless from the rain and whispered to each other. Luckily, at noon, the temple kindly brought porridge for everyone. Xunyan served himself a bowl, and Sue took out the bread she had packed in the morning and gave Xunyan a piece. "Let's eat together." There wasn't enough food for everyone. Xunyan nodded. The two of them finished the bowl of porridge, eating it one spoonful at a time. The old woman who had just spoken smiled and said, "A young couple's love is so good." Sue.
Xunyan.
Everyone thought they were newlyweds, but neither of them felt that way. It was just a bowl of porridge. How could that show they were in love? Not long after eating, everyone was tired. Some fell asleep, some whispered quietly, and others wandered around. Sue wanted to go to the bathroom. She looked at Xunyan, who must think she's a troublemaker.
Xunyan.
She wondered what he was thinking. Suddenly, Sue said, "You ate so much. Do you want to go to the outhouse?" She looked at Xunyan expectantly. Xunyan wanted to say no because he had just gone out, and as a man, he could just find a tree to go behind. But after hesitating, he inexplicably nodded. Throughout history, no matter where they go, women seem to have to wait in line to use the restroom. Ancient people didn't have the concept of queuing or concerns about manners. So many people gather around the outhouse, chattering loudly. Everyone watches closely, and when the door opens, the quick ones rush to claim the spot, while the slower ones can only get angry and frustrated. Su Wei feels a headache coming on. If only she hadn't stopped eating and drinking. Shunyan is better. He can go anywhere he wants. Ancient times didn't have surveillance cameras, so who could possibly record him? Su Wei gazes at Shunyan with a resentful look, making him frown. What's wrong? Why is he looking at him like that? Does he think he can help her grab the toilet seat? Su Wei keeps watching him. Again, she looks at him. Shunyan is really patient with her. I'll ask if there's another place to go, Shunyan says impatiently. Su Wei smiles. That's very kind of you. Shunyan quickly finds out there's another spot in the backyard. The two walk along a small path and find the place. Su Wei quickly uses the restroom. When she comes out, Shunyan is gone, probably waiting outside. Su Wei also heads outside. In this living area behind the temple, the houses look quite similar. After walking a few steps, suddenly a door opens, startling Su Wei. She is about to apologize when she sees it's Zhao's mother. She hasn't decided what to call her yet when she sees her rushing out in a panic. Before Su Wei can speak, another man comes out, specifically a tall, strong monk. The monk is still dressing as he walks. Su Wei feels like she has uncovered some important secret. She hides away. The monk touches his bald head and strides off in another direction. Su Wei finally understands why the prayer hall is so effective. Of course it is. She turns back and sees Shunyan talking with a monk dressed in a kasaya not far away. She notices the monk looks troubled. These people are definitely not genuine monks. Su Wei adjusts her expression, walks over to Shunyan and chides, I've been looking for you for a long time. Shunyan glances at her and introduces, this is Master Deming. Deming looks quite young, probably in his early 30s, with a handsome face and kind eyes. After a brief greeting, Su Wei and Shunyan leave together. There are too many people outside, so Su Wei hasn't had a chance to tell him what she just discovered. When they reached the hall, the rain outside had lessened, but was still falling lightly. People who lived nearby had already left in the rain, and wealthy young ladies and gentlemen had long since taken rooms to rest. The remaining people were those with no power or influence, and who lived far away. They were hesitating whether to go back now or wait a bit longer. Shunyan said, I'll go look for Xiaowu. Su Wei nodded. After Shunyan left, Su Wei leaned against the wall to rest. She felt someone's gaze on her. She looked up and quickly spotted the person. Mother Zhao. Seeing Su Wei look over, she shyly looked away. Su Wei guessed she was afraid she might tell others. But she was wrong. Su Wei wasn't that free. If she spoke, what would happen to the women who had previously succeeded in having children? Without children, neither their families nor society would blame the men. Instead, they would become even more harsh and oppressive. And how many people would believe her words? She didn't want to offend anyone or cause trouble for herself and Shunyan. Su Wei couldn't help but sigh. Really, lazy donkeys tend to make a mess. Why does she insist on eating and drinking? If she's going to eat and drink, that's fine. Others can go to the bathroom outside, so why be so particular? If she's going to be picky, that's one thing, but why run around everywhere? Su Wei felt very regretful. Meanwhile, Mother Zhao was also feeling anxious. She hadn't expected to meet someone there. Would Su Wei tell others? If she did, Mother Zhao would have no way out. Zhao Yingdi saw that his mother looked uneasy and was worried. Mom, what's wrong? Your face doesn't look good. Every time she prayed, her mother's face and mood were usually good.
It's
nothing. Mother Zhao paused and then asked, Are you familiar with Su Wei? Not really, Zhao Yingdi said disdainfully. She's that kind of woman. We don't pay her any mind. What kind of woman is she? Mother Zhao wasn't often out and didn't know much about the village affairs. The Nanxiao village was large, and she hadn't known everyone since she married here many years ago. If Zhao Yingdi hadn't pointed her out earlier, she wouldn't even recognize Su Wei. A promiscuous woman, Zhao Yingdi exaggerated, spreading rumors about Su Wei seducing several men and being involved with some. Mother Zhao was stunned. Her previously anxious mood suddenly calmed. She thought, Su Wei definitely isn't an obedient person. If that's the case, what right does she have to criticize her? Mother Zhao felt relieved. If Su Wei dared to say a word about her, she wouldn't let her get away easily. Mother Zhao couldn't help but touch her belly. Recently, she had been given so much nourishment that she thought she might get pregnant soon. The master was so strong. Having a son would be no problem. Light rain was falling steadily on the blue stone pavement, making each second feel like a long wait. Su Wei wandered around the main hall and then looked at the entrance for a while. Finally, she saw Shen Yan, who had found a broken umbrella to shield himself and was barely getting wet. Fifth has relatives nearby, staying at their place. What should we do? Should we go back in the rain? Walking such a long distance usually tired them, and with this weather and the slippery road, going back might be dangerous. At this moment, a young monk from the temple arrived and told everyone that there was a resting place prepared for them. Everyone was happy. An elderly woman who had spoken earlier said, "I thought we'd have to rest at Shueihua Temple." Su Wei asked, "What is Shueihua Temple?" "It's a nunnery on the next mountain. We've encountered such weather before, and we would go there to rest." Another woman explained, "Maybe because fewer important visitors came today, some rooms were freed up, so they let us stay. Many wealthy families in the city also come to worship, and sometimes they stay at the temple. Naturally, the temple has rooms for them. Since those visitors didn't come today, the temple had space available for us." Following the monk, everyone went to the back courtyard. Su Wei went to see Mother Zhao. She was bowing her head, her cheeks flushed. Su Wei was silent. Because there weren't many rooms, they separated men and women. Men stayed in one courtyard, women in another. It didn't seem like a big deal before. Shen Yan had many bad habits and often scared people, but now that they were apart, Su Wei suddenly realized that the only person she could rely on in this era seemed to be Shen Yan. The women had endless things to talk about. Su Wei, not knowing anyone, could only sit quietly. The elderly woman who had spoken earlier came over and handed Su Wei an egg. "Eat it." This was the first time since arriving that a woman had shown her kindness. Su Wei also took out her biscuit and offered it to the woman. Meanwhile, Shen Yan's side was much quieter. In fact, there were only 5 people there. One went out for a walk, 2 were sleeping, and another was frowning, seeming to dislike the place. Shen Yan also lay down. He stared at the ceiling with his eyes open, but his mind was thinking about Su Wei. What was Su Wei doing? Su Wei was sleeping. She woke up early in the morning and, after a long morning of fussing, she felt both tired and sleepy. Along with the sound of rain outside the window, everyone fell into a deep sleep. Su Wei was awakened by a tap. She opened her eyes, feeling drowsy. An old woman smiled and said, "It's time to get up." The temple brought food. Su Wei was indeed hungry. She got up, her clothes a bit messy, her hair tousled, and with sleepy eyes, she walked over. Everything around was quiet. Everyone was watching her. "What's wrong?" she asked, touching her face and turning to the old woman. "Is there something on my face?" The old woman smiled and said, "You silly girl. Everyone thinks you're pretty." "Yes. Which village are you from?" a kind aunt asked curiously. "Are you married yet?" someone else asked. Feeling a little shy, Su Wei smiled and answered each question. When they heard she was married, some people looked disappointed. "Is it the young man you were with?" "He's quite handsome," said an aunt. "Exactly. If I were 10 or so years younger, I'd find such a good-looking husband," another added. "Come on, even if you were 100 years younger, you wouldn't find such a handsome husband," others teased, and everyone chuckled. Su Wei also laughed along. Zhao Yingdi looked at Su Wei, who was surrounded by people, with a mix of jealousy and disdain. It was just that she looked a bit better, but what's so special? She was still a flirt and a troublemaker. "Yingdi," Zhao's mother called. Zhao Yingdi turned around. Zhao's mother frowned and said, "What are you daydreaming for?" "I'm hungry." Yingdi went to serve porridge. After eating, the sky darkened. The rain had stopped, and the setting sun painted the sky in red. "How beautiful," Su Wei said, feeling amazed. It was the first time she saw such a stunning view. Yingdi snorted coldly and pushed her aside as he left. Su Wei thought, "What's wrong with him? He's really sick." Although she kept telling herself not to compete with women, some people were just so annoying, regardless of gender. Back at her spot, as it got darker, Su-wei found she couldn't sleep. The temple was very quiet at night. Everything was dark. Su-wei stared at the ceiling, silently counting sheep in her mind. When she reached 500 sheep, she suddenly noticed someone moving. She remembered that Zhao's mother and daughter lived nearby. Zhao's mother had gone out. Su-wei counted another 500 sheep before she finally got back into bed. Su-wei thought, wow, she's really energetic. Is this kind of thing so addictive? Going twice a day. It's making me curious. Everyone got up before dawn. Su-wei also had to get up. The temple was not convenient. So many people left without washing up. Su-wei quickly tidied herself and went outside with everyone. Shen Yan stood at the gate, looking handsome and elegant, like a graceful swan. Among so many people, he was the most handsome. Su-wei happily ran over. You woke up so early too. Shen Yan nodded indifferently and took out a bun from his pocket to give her. Su-wei felt warm inside and thought she really was simple-minded. Just a bun made her so happy. After eating the bun, they prepared to go back. Just then, the people who had left earlier returned. Why are you back? Someone asked curiously. The group shook their heads. The road to the west has falling rocks and the water level has risen, so we can't cross. The western road leads back to Nanqiao village. Su-wei frowned. Shen Yan went over to ask about the situation and then decided to go down the mountain to check it out himself. Su-wei was a bit worried. At this moment, the young monk from yesterday arrived and said the temple was preparing breakfast. Others had already gone. Su-wei ate the bun Shen Yan gave her, but wasn't hungry. Benefactor, why aren't you going to eat? A voice interrupted Su-wei's thoughts. She turned around and saw Master Deming. If she didn't know about the schemes at the prayer hall, she would definitely feel respect for this kind-looking, gentle master. But, thinking of Mother Zhao who went out last night, Su-wei felt that this master was just a con artist. I've already eaten, Su-wei said coldly and nobly. Deming looked down the mountain following her gaze. Waiting for Shin Benefactor? Su-wei nodded. Deming didn't say anything further and turned to talk to the others who hadn't eaten yet. Shen Yan finally returned, and seeing that Su-wei hadn't gone to eat, he was a bit surprised. How is it? The falling rocks can be bypassed, but the water level has risen. Crossing now would be very dangerous. Su-wei was a little disappointed. She pulled Shen Yan aside and told him about Mother Zhao and the monk. Shen Yan was also shocked. Are you sure? Of course. Shen Yan suddenly understood. No wonder praying for children is so effective. He didn't know whether it was more tragic not having a son or having a son who wasn't his. Because of Su-wei's words, Shen Yan also lost some good feelings about the temple. When they returned, everyone had finished eating. After learning the situation, Deming called some monks to deal with the falling rocks. Su-wei and Shen Yan stayed together. They toured the entire temple and, standing on the mountain, could see a house on another peak. It was said to be where Shueihua was located. Many women become nuns. Some cannot survive at home and feel hopeless, so they go to Shueihua nunnery to become monks. Families with many children sometimes send their daughters away to become nuns if they cannot support them. The name Green Lantern and Ancient Buddha sounds nice, but life there is actually very hard. The food, clothing, and daily needs are tough, and it can be lonely and isolated. Wherever there are people, there are conflicts. What seems like a peaceful place might not be as pure as it appears. Su-wei looked around and sighed, but the scenery up here is really beautiful. Shen Yan grew up in such an environment and didn't think much of it. After they returned, Su-wei saw Zhao Yingdi, who seemed to be looking for hot water because Zhao's mother wanted to drink.
Su-wei didn't understand.
Zhao's mother treats her grandson well in front of Zhao's wife, but when facing her own daughter, she seems to become Zhao's wife. The fallen rocks had been moved away, but the water level hadn't gone down yet. It's said they will check again in the afternoon. Su-wei ate lunch absent-mindedly and then saw Master Deming looking for Shen Yan. What's the matter? Su-wei found it strange. After Deming left, She couldn't help but ask. Shun Yan said, he wants to order our soy sauce-flavored biscuits. Su Wei was surprised. Really? That's good news. It means they have a steady customer now. The vegetarian meal was simple. After eating, someone came back to say the road down the mountain was open. Before leaving, Su Wei donated some incense money, not wanting to eat and stay for free. The road had dried out after a day's wind and was much easier to walk. On the way, they met Zhao and her mother again. No one greeted anyone. When they were about to go down the mountain, they found the road was flooded. There were muddy sand marks left by the water, but now the water had receded a lot, and they could cross easily. Zhao's mother and Zhao walked together. The blackish-yellow water covered their calves and felt cold, making them shiver. When it was Su Wei's turn, she hesitated. She looked at Shun Yan. Shun Yan stopped, confused about what Su Wei was up to. Why was she so troublesome? Su Wei looked at him pitifully. Anyway, you're going to cross, right? Shun Yan frowned. So? It's getting dark soon if we don't go. Su Wei looked at her wet shoes and remembered there were dozens of miles to go. She didn't want to walk back soaked. I'll give you 10 coins. Can you carry me across? Su Wei smiled pleadingly.
I'm not heavy, really.
Shun Yan was annoyed and laughed. It turns out that was his plan. He really doesn't understand Su Wei. Sometimes she seems very hardworking, but other times she is quite delicate and spoiled. Shun Yan indeed ignored her and walked away confidently. Su Wei didn't expect him to agree, so she relaxed and was about to leave when Shun Yan turned back. Su Wei's eyes lit up. Shun Yan, I knew you were the best. She climbed onto Shun Yan's back and crossed the small river smoothly without wetting her shoes. Shun Yan impatiently put her down and stretched out his hand. 10 coins. Su Wei quickly took 10 coins from her pouch and handed them to him. Shun Yan naturally accepted them. Zhao Yingdi and his mother watched in shock, feeling lost and confused for a long time in the wind. Mother, is this a fox spirit? Zhao Yingdi asked blankly. After a while, Zhao's mother replied, probably. They could never act like this in their lives. Not to mention letting a man carry them across a river. When Zhao's mother gave birth to her daughter, it was busy farming season, and no one was home. She was even slapped by her husband for not sending food on time. Because she had a girl, she suffered many hardships in her husband's family, and her husband was cold and unkind to her. They barely spoke 10 words a day, and after lights out, there was no intimacy at all. Su Wei was like this. She had never seen anything like it. Although Shun Yan looked cold and impatient, he still carried her when needed. As for those 10 coins, it proved that the family's money was managed by Su Wei. And it even seemed like some kind of romantic gesture. Mother, let's go, Zhao Yingdi said, rubbing his stiffened face from the wind. Let's go. Let's go. The 4 of them walked at a moderate pace, keeping each other company. Su Wei was very delicate. After walking less than 10 miles, she wanted to stop and rest. Shun Yan was speechless. We've only gone halfway. What do you mean only? Su Wei couldn't walk anymore. Her legs felt as if they were filled with lead. The original owner's body was indeed fragile and weak, unable to endure hardship. Su Wei looked at Shun Yan. Before she could say anything, he coldly refused. Don't expect me to carry you. He paused and added, and don't forget, I'm still a cripple. Su Wei was speechless. Of course, she wouldn't be crazy enough to ask Shun Yan to carry her back. Honestly, she just thought Shun Yan looked tall and handsome in the sunset, and she glanced at him a little more. That was all. After resting for a while, they continued their journey. Zhao Yingdi and his mother also followed behind. Zhao's mother looked exhausted and moved slowly, so Shun Yan and Su Wei slowed their pace as well. They are from the same village. Walking at night is dangerous for 2 women, so they should look out for each other. They don't know how long they've been walking. When Su Wei was riding in the ox cart, she didn't feel the road was so long. Indeed, people's and oxen's feelings are different. The ox still has to pull such a heavy cart for so far. Su Wei's thoughts drifted far away. She looked up and saw the red sun sinking on the horizon, with fiery clouds all around. It was truly beautiful. Zhao Yingdi was panting heavily, but noticed two people ahead. Watching the sun? Is he crazy? It's getting dark, and instead of hurrying, they're just watching the sunset? There's nothing special about the sun. What a fool. Fortunately, Su Wei and Shen Yan only looked for a moment before continuing their journey. They moved carefully and finally returned to the village before dark. Su Wei entered the house, threw off her shoes, and lay down on the bed. She didn't want to move at all. Shen Yan wasn't as tired. In the past, when going to the county or town, he would take a cart if available, but if not, he would walk, much farther than this. Su Wei was so exhausted after such a short walk. No wonder she got separated from her family during their escape. She was probably too delicate and got left behind. Shen Yan planned to boil some hot water to drink and soak his feet to relax. But when he reached the kitchen, he suddenly realized a problem. There was no water left.
Oh.
Qin Yu hadn't come for a while. Shen Yan took a bucket and went to fetch water. At this time, few people were drawing water. Some greeted him with a smile, others ignored him, and Shen Yan didn't mind. However, the older brother drawing water in front suddenly sat down heavily on the ground and let out a sharp scream like an old lady. What's wrong? His sudden scare startled the man next to him.
There's
something in the well. What is it? The man beside him hurried over to look, but he also sat down heavily, frightened. Shen Yan put down his bucket and looked down. Inside the well floated a pale, white face, soaked and ghostly. Hu Chang's body was quickly pulled out. It was already decayed and smelled terrible. The villagers nearby couldn't help but vomit. Some people started vomiting at home too. They had been drinking water from the well these days. Thinking about this, Shen Yan couldn't help but feel sick. He looked at Hu Chang's corpse and then at the water bucket in his hand. He wondered if he had drunk this water. Previously, Qin Yu had fetched the water, likely directly from their well. Since Shen Yan and Su Wei had been busy outside early and late, they hadn't used much water. After comforting himself like this, Shen Yan felt much better. Aunt Hu stumbled over, running towards us. Before she reached, she started crying loudly. My son. Her sobs were sharp and sad, echoing through the quiet village, making everyone feel uncomfortable. Shen Yan calmly went to the Qin family. Qin Yu was boiling noodles. When he saw Shen Yan at the door, he thought he was seeing a ghost. Why are you here? I'm fetching 2 buckets of water. He said this and went to get water. Qin Yu went into the kitchen and took out his noodles. Shen Yan looked at the plain, lumpy noodles, feeling a bit distracted. Suddenly, he remembered what his mother had told him. Find a wife, and you'll have someone who cares about you and looks after you. Thinking about the meals he ate every day, Shen Yan suddenly understood. So that's how it was. After fetching water, Qin Yu asked, Why did you think of fetching water at my house? Shen Yan saw him eating the noodles happily and replied, Hu Chang found it. It's in the well. Then he left. Qin Yu finished his noodles and, unable to resist curiosity, hurried outside. When he smelled the foul odor of decay, he spat out all the noodles he had just eaten. Su Wei was asleep and hadn't eaten dinner, missing the lively village event. The road was muddy after the rain, so Su Wei and her companions decided not to go to the market today. She planned to wash clothes and tidy up the house. But as soon as she stepped outside, she overheard villagers talking. Holding a broom, Su Wei asked suspiciously, Ladies, what are you talking about? 2 women from nearby looked surprised to see her. From the Shin family. You don't know yet? Su Wei was confused. Know what? What should I know? Seeing her puzzled expression, one of the women couldn't help but say, Hu Chang's body was found. It's in the well up ahead. By the way, are you going to fetch water or go around to the west side of the village? They spoke and then left. Su Wei froze in place. What? Hu Chang's body was found? In the well? In the well. Su Wei felt a wave of nausea. She had drunk water this morning. What are you doing? Shen Yan came back from outside and saw Su Wei clutching her stomach, looking distressed. Her face was pale as she said, The well water. I drank it. Shen Yan didn't mind and walked into the yard. He was holding some grass or something which he threw into the chicken coop. Last time, Su Wei bought 8 chicks, but 3 had died. Now only 5 remained. Shun Yan had built a small fence to keep them, and they had grown quite a bit. Su Wei stood up, thinking Shun Yan didn't hear her, and repeated, "Hu Chang's body was found in the well." Before she finished, she saw Shun Yan holding a ladle, taking a sip from the water jar, and turning to ask her, "You also know now?" Su Wei hesitated, feeling like vomiting again. Unfortunately, she hadn't eaten breakfast, so nothing came up. Her face turned red as she looked at Shun Yan in disbelief. Shun Yan suddenly seemed to remember something and said, "The water in our house is from Chinyu's place. We drank the same water before." Su Wei was silent. "You should have told me earlier. You didn't give me a chance to say anything." After a simple breakfast of dry food soaked in water, Su Wei asked Shun Yan to tell her about what happened yesterday. After listening, Su Wei frowned and asked, could he have woken up and wandered around, accidentally falling into the well? Shun Yan replied without raising his head, "That's possible." Su Wei asked again, "But if he fell into the well by accident, why were his shoes found by the river?" Shun Yan said, "I don't know." Su Wei asked, "Did the officials come?" "Yes, an old acquaintance, Officer Li." Before Shun Yan finished speaking, Officer Li arrived, accompanied by 2 other officers. One was the same Officer Zhang from last time, and the other was very young. The young officer looked at Su Wei with a slight surprise, not expecting such a beautiful woman in this remote village. Since the last incident, Officer Li hadn't come back, and the case involving Granny Wang was unresolved, but his suspicion of Shun Yan and the others remained. Su Wei caused a scene, and he still remembered. Officer Li asked professionally, "Since you're all familiar, I won't beat around the bush. Do you know Hu Chang?" Shun Yan said, "He's from the same village." "I've seen him, but we're not close." Su Wei added, "Not at all. But I saw him fight with Hu Wen. He was quite ruthless." "Here we go again." Officer Li looked at Su Wei and asked, "Has Hu Chang ever harassed you?" "No." Officer Li then looked at Su Wei and said, "From what I know, Hu Chang is quite lecherous." "With your looks, did he ever say anything or show any interest?" Su Wei was displeased. Whether he was interested or not, that's something only Hu Chang can answer. "I don't know what you men are thinking." This implied something, and Officer Li remembered an unpleasant experience from before. Shun Yan said, "I haven't seen him. I don't go out much." Officer Li asked, "Where were you on the 13th day of the first lunar month?" "That was the day Hu Chang was murdered." Su Wei seemed to think carefully and replied, "I was at home." "Are you sure?" "Yes, since I married into Nanchao village, I haven't gone out after dark, so I am very sure. I also don't go out. I was definitely at home that day." Detective Lee thinks this couple is a tough nut to crack, so he keeps asking, "What were you doing at home?" This makes both of them hesitate. Shun Yan says, "We did nothing, just covered ourselves with blankets and chatted." Su Wei nods in agreement. "Yes, that's right." The young detective can't help but laugh. Shun Yan feels he looks familiar. After thinking carefully, he realizes this is the person who stayed with him the day before yesterday and disliked the temple environment. That person also recognizes him and secretly winks at Shun Yan. Detective Lee wants to ask more, but Su Wei suddenly says, "By the way, sir, I think the Wang family next door is very suspicious." Detective Lee looks at her calmly. Su Wei ignores him and continues, "You don't know, but many people go in and out of Wang Ming's house every day. Before Hu Chang disappeared, he often went to the Wang family. Don't spread false accusations," Detective Lee says with a grim face. Su Wei shrinks back in fear. The young detective thinks Detective Lee is a bit overbearing, so he asks Su Wei, "Do you know anything else?" Su Wei shakes her head. "That's all I know. But they often gamble together. Maybe Hu Chang won money and made people angry." Detective Lee doesn't get any useful information and also involves Wang Ming. His face darkens as he leaves with the 2 other detectives. Outside, the young detective says, "Brother Lee, let's go see the Wang family too." Detective Zhang secretly pushes him, but he doesn't react and doesn't know why he was pushed. After walking a bit, Zhang quietly says, "Wang Ming is a relative of Detective Lee." "What's wrong with that?" the young detective protests. "Relatives can't be suspects." Zhang looks at him with a complicated expression. Detective Lee has been in the office for many years. He's experienced and well-respected. Everyone supports him. But the person in front of them was recently sent by the county magistrate. Brother Zhang, Detective Li isn't going. Let's go ask at the Wang family, the young detective eagerly suggests.
Well,
Little Zhuang, it's not that Brother Zhang doesn't want to go with you. Brother Zhang will be working with Detective Li later. If I go, he might be unhappy. He has a good relationship with the magistrate and some influence at the county office. Little Zhuang isn't difficult and says, "No problem, Brother Zhang. I'll go take a look myself." Brother Zhang hesitates but ultimately doesn't follow. Detective Li holds a grudge.
he still decides not to go.
Detective Li and Detective Zhang went to the yard of Old Man Shen to find Hu Chang's clothes. Unintentionally, Hu Chang's incident likely happened there from the start. Many traces should have been left behind. However, when Detective Li arrived with his team, he was stunned. Old Man Shen had been dead for over 10 years, so the yard should have been deserted, with clear footprints, trampled grass, rotted gates, broken window frames, and even leftover chicken bones. The village chief looked a bit embarrassed. The village kids are mischievous. Detective Li was speechless. The body still needed an examiner to check. But when they heard about opening the body, Aunt Hu refused. "My son, your life is hard. Harmed by bad people. Even after death, you can't rest peacefully." She cried louder and louder. The examiner still came and concluded the person drowned, but there was a head injury. Some officials guessed that Hu Chang, drunk, mistook Old Man Chen's house for his own and undressed to sleep. Later, he woke up, wandered out half-conscious, first went to the river, fell and hit his head, losing one shoe. Then, confused, he walked to the water well and fell in without defenses. This theory seemed reasonable and many believed it. Detective Li thought otherwise. He believed someone had knocked Hu Chang out, carried him to Old Man Chen's abandoned house, undressed him, and then threw him into the well. The officer who just spoke laughed. "Detective Li, your explanation is weak. If someone wanted revenge, they would just kill him directly. Why undress him and throw him into Old Man Chen's house? Wouldn't that risk being discovered? Plus, throwing the body into the well afterward is too strange. And Hu Chang's shoes, are the killers playing tricks? They even took off a shoe and threw it into the river." Detective Li was silenced. Xiao Zhuang thought they all had some reason, but it was all guesses without evidence. If Hu Chang really drank himself into the well, why did his body take so long to surface? In the end, the other officers withdrew, leaving only Xiao Zhuang and Detective Li to investigate. Before leaving, Detective Zhang secretly told Xiao Zhuang. Detective Li has flirted with Shun heir Su Wei. Zhang suspected that Li was staying behind not just to investigate, but to take revenge on Su Wei. But since they worked in the same office, he couldn't say anything openly. So he quietly informed Xiao Zhuang, worried that Li might use him foolishly. Little Village was very surprised. He thought, no wonder that day when he went to the Shin family, Su Wei and Shun Yan looked strange. However,
Constable Li teasing Su Wei?
That's hard to imagine. Hu Chang has many enemies. Hu Wencheng, who just fought with Hu Chang, is the main suspect. Constable Li is very suspicious of him. He was involved in the case with Granny Wang last time. How could it be just a coincidence? It is said that Hu Chang's shoes were also caught while fishing. Hu Wencheng feels very wronged. Why does he keep getting involved in bad luck? He wants to visit a temple to pray, but since his arm is broken, he can't commit murder or throw bodies. For now, his suspicion is temporarily cleared. Hu Chang's other enemies also have no clues. After all, it was many years ago. There's no reason for them to kill over such a small matter. Little Village quickly found out about Su Lan. Su Lan has a younger brother. Little Village told Constable Li. "I'll go see him." Constable Li said, "Then I'll find the witness." There was no witness. It was late at night, and everyone was sleeping at home. Who would go out for no reason in the middle of the night? Someone went out, Wang Ming said quietly in a house full of sweat and foot odor. "Who?" Constable Li asked eagerly. "Shun Yan." Wang Ming kept watching the Shin family. That day, he wanted to sneak over, but he accidentally kicked over a pot in the yard, making a loud noise. He was startled, thinking he'd be caught, but there was no movement inside. They weren't in the house. Not long after, I heard footsteps outside. I ran back home. I peeked over the wall secretly and saw Shun Yan and Su Wei coming back. Wang Ming looked at Constable Li with a grim face. Why were they out so late? Constable Li squinted. On the day Hu Chang went missing?
Yes.
Wang Ming remembered clearly. Why didn't you say this earlier? Constable Li felt like he had caught something. Few villagers go out at night. Shun Yan and Su Wei must have been involved with Hu Chang that day. Wang Ming was speechless.
I didn't know Hu Chang would die.
He saw Shun Yan hit Liang Daong that day. He didn't expect the boy to be so ruthless. He used to think his mother was not killed by Shun Yan. Shun Yan grew up watching him. He was just a small, useless kid following Shindali. But now, he thinks it's very possible. Wang Ming's face also darkened. His father died early. He relies on his mother. Last time, his mother was very happy to tell him she had a way to get money. Once they saved enough, she would come to get him. But I can imagine that was the last time they saw each other.
Shun Yan.
Wang Ming clenched his teeth. He would definitely not let him go. Xiao Zhuang went to the Su family. The Su family lived at the northern edge of Nanjia village, in a very old and broken courtyard. Seeing this dilapidated house, Xiao Zhuang wondered if it might fall down at the next rain. An old man was weaving a basket, and a small, thin boy was helping him nearby. After entering, Xiao Zhuang smiled and explained his purpose. Old Mr. Su obviously knew Hu Chang was dead. He spoke with a strong rural accent. It's good that he's gone. It's good that he's gone. Bad people will be punished by heaven, and the heavens are watching. He showed clear hatred for Hu Chang. Before coming, Xiao Zhuang had already learned about Hu Chang's past and how Su Lan died. If anyone hated Hu Chang the most, it would be Su Can and the old man. Old Mr. Su looked genuinely happy, but whenever Xiao Zhuang asked questions, he said he didn't know. Although Xiao Zhuang also thought that such a scoundrel deserved to die, he was a detective, and the case still needed to be investigated. Su Can brought him a stool, shyly smiled at him, and Xiao Zhuang also smiled back. Su Can's reaction seemed a bit strange. This boy was too calm. Officer? Su Can called out. Xiao Zhuang snapped out of his thoughts and asked, Do you know Hu Chang? Know him. Su Can looked down and smiled, rubbing his hands. He used to be my sister's husband. Xiao Zhuang frowned. Do you know he's dead? Yes, I heard you say it just now, officer. And the villagers also said so. Do you know how he died? Drowned, probably. I heard he was pulled out of a well. Su Can smiled. My brother-in-law really is. How did he end up in the well?
How will we get water now?
Su Can seemed genuinely worried about the villagers' water supply. Xiao Zhuang found this very strange. Where were you on the 13th day of the first lunar month? At home. Do you remember that long ago? Su Can blinked innocently and said, Officer, I am just a child. I haven't gone out at night all year.
Xiao Zhuang asked again. You
don't hate her? Su Can asked back. Why would I hate him? About your sister. My sister fell into the river and drowned. She's a bad omen. It's her own bad luck, not anyone else's fault. Su Can smiled and looked up, his overly large eyes fixed on Xiao Zhuang. This is what Aunt Hu told me. Please tell her what I said, to comfort her.
I don't want her to be sad.
Xiao Zhuang. After leaving the Su family, Xiao Zhuang felt more and more uneasy. He quickened his steps and hurried to find Officer Li. Su Can watched him go until his figure disappeared. Then he looked away. Behind him, old Su said, Bring some paper money, incense, and candles. Let's go tell Lanner the good news. There was no evidence and no witnesses regarding Hu Chang's case. The authorities seemed ready to decide he drowned by accident, but Officer Li and Xiao Zhuang were still investigating. Hu Chang was killed by the ghost of Su Lan, Xiao Wu said seriously. Su Wei didn't expect the story to develop this way, so he asked, Why do you say it was Su Lan? Xiao Wu didn't want to talk to Su Wei, but also didn't want to show it too clearly, so he said, Think about it. Old Chen's house has been abandoned for many years. If her ghost had appeared, she would have come out long ago. So, Hu Chong wanted to sleep with her and took off his clothes. Then Su Lan lured Hu Chong to the river, where she drowned. Hu Chong slipped and fell, woke up scared, and ran away, only to fall into the well and drown. Su Wei was speechless. But Su Lan has been dead for a long time. Why is her ghost only now coming back to seek revenge? Su Wei continued to ask. Xiao Wu got excited and said proudly, "You don't know, right? A few years ago, Aunt Hu San was afraid Su Lan's ghost would cause trouble, so she buried her in a very bad place and used nails to suppress her. But a few days ago, a heavy rain caused that place to collapse and Su Lan's bones disappeared." Su Wei understood. That's why there was such a rumor. But it was too coincidental. Su Wei secretly glanced at Shen Yan, hoping for a reaction. But Shen Yan looked as if he were dead, with no response at all. Nearby, the peach blossoms were blooming and the weather was warm. Grass, trees, and seedlings were all turning green. The scenery was surprisingly beautiful, and more people came to visit. Shen Yan went up the mountain to deliver cakes. The temple was still crowded. Thinking of what Su Wei had said that day, Shen Yan looked at the monks in the temple a bit more. There are indeed a few strong and healthy-looking people. The person who usually keeps accounts isn't here, so the monk went to find him. Shen Yan was waiting in the backyard, and then a loud bang on the door echoed, startling Shen Yan. He realized it was from the yard behind him. Instinctively, he moved closer and heard a sticky, muffled sound. Shen Yan. He crouched down and saw 2 feet at the door. As the banging continued, the feet shifted from toe-to-toe to heel-to-toe, then only 2 feet remained. The door was slammed hard again, and the ground was filled with 4 feet. Shen Yan. He stood up expressionlessly and returned to the inner hall. The monk from before came back and handed money to Shen Yan. When Shen Yan stepped out, the door next door opened. A beautiful woman in fancy clothes walked out, her outfit slightly messy, but her shoes. He had seen them not long ago. 8 When Su Wei handed a pastry to a young man. The young man looked at her strangely, but Su Wei was used to others' gazes and paid no attention. The young man took the pastry to a carriage. A pale hand reached out from inside, took the pastry, and took a bite, praising, "Really delicious." The young man was a servant inside the carriage. After hesitating, he said, "Young master, the pastry is tasty, but the baker looks even better." The person inside the carriage took another bite of the pastry and asked, "How good-looking?" "Better than me." The servant pointed into the distance. The person inside the carriage leaned out to look. "Familiar. Su Wei, you forgot? That's the girl who cried and begged to be your concubine before." Young Master Dong sneered. "So it's her." He pinched the pastry in his hand. "The pastry is quite good." The servant asked, "Should I call her over?" "No need. I have other matters." Young Master Dong mumbled while eating. "Why hasn't sister come down yet?" The servant also looked up at the mountain. "They say the temple on the mountain is very effective. Miss Dong has come several times." Su Wei didn't know about these things. She was so busy her head was about to explode. Luckily, Shen Yan returned quickly, and with his help, Su Wei felt much more relaxed. Ow! A young man, distracted, accidentally burned his hand on the stove while drinking cola, grimacing in pain. Next to him, a young seller of pastries frowned instinctively, worried, and asked, "Are you okay?" Shen Yan sighed and, unable to bear it, shot a glance at the person. The young man awkwardly rubbed his nose and ran away. Shen Yan used his body to block the surrounding eyes. "How are you?" Su Wei winced in pain, her eyes blurry. "It hurts." Shen Yan remained silent. Xiao Wu, standing nearby, rolled his eyes and thought, such an act. "It's just a burn." Who hasn't been burned before? Shen Yan poured some clean water into a bowl to soak her hand and started working on other things. Fortunately, the cakes sold out quickly. Shen Yan squatted down to look at Su Wei's hand. She felt quite comfortable soaking it, but as soon as she took it out, it hurt a lot. The original owner's body seemed to have some issues. Seeing her look so aggrieved and on the verge of tears, Shen Yan's throat moved, and he said irritably, "You won't die from it." Su Wei replied, "I know I won't die, but it still hurts." Xiao Wu couldn't stand it anymore and turned to walk away. He thought to himself, this woman is really a tricky one. Just look at Brother Yan's temperament. He decided he shouldn't marry someone like her in the future, or else these women would be riding on him and causing trouble. Shen Yan let out a long breath. Hold on, Su Wei responded with an oh. After that, Shen Yan did all the work. Once finished, the couple placed the items on Xiao Wu's cart. These days, there were many visitors and many carts, so they were all crowded together. Su Wei pulled Shen Yan to the market, planning to buy some vegetable seedlings to plant in the yard. There were many sellers of seedlings and the prices were cheap: peppers, eggplants, green beans, and more. In this era, tomatoes still existed because they were believed to come from the western regions, and the seeds were said to be imported from there, hence the name. However, people in the Daxia kingdom didn't really know how to eat them, so few bought or planted them. After shopping, the two of them wandered around some more and met Hanyu. Hanyu was setting up a stall selling cloth and some miscellaneous items. Su Wei saw some seeds she liked, and Hanyu said he would give them to her. Su Wei quickly refused. How can I take your things for free? She didn't like to take advantage of others, except for Shen Yan. Hanyu said, I heard these are melon seeds. No one here knows how to grow them. Why don't you take them and try? Su Wei looked at them. They looked quite like Hami melons, and there were some grape seeds too. She accepted them. Seeing that Hanyu's business wasn't doing well, Su Wei suggested helping him sell cloth. Hanyu's cloth was mostly plain-colored, the same as before the new year, more expensive cotton cloth and cheaper linen. Not many people came to look. It was an off-season, and it was a time when crops were scarce, so few people wanted to spend money on these. Su Wei liked linen and cotton blends. She wore clothes made from them, simple and elegant. Standing there, Su Wei didn't even need to call out. People saw her and came to buy. Hanyu was busy collecting money, and they worked together smoothly. Shen Yan sat in a corner, watching this tender scene, and his mind drifted back to a scene he had seen not long ago. He always felt that the beautiful woman looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her before. As for the owner of the other foot, judging by the shoes, they belonged to a monk, but he didn't know who it was. With Su Wei's help, Hanyu quickly sold all his goods. As noon approached, Hanyu suggested they eat together. So the three bought some wontons, one portion each. Hanyu said he would go to the border again in a few days. But judging by Tai Tu's schedule, if his master was busy, he couldn't leave either. Shen Yan suddenly asked, Brother Han, can I go with you? Hanyu was a bit surprised. You want to go? Shen Yan nodded. I want to see the world. Hanyu agreed. Sure, I'll let you know when I go. The three of them finished eating and parted ways. Su Wei held her small vegetable seedlings, looking happier and happier. She couldn't wait to eat the vegetables she had grown herself. Shen Yan silently followed. Suddenly, he sensed someone watching him. He looked around but saw nothing. What's wrong? Su Wei looked around too, but saw nothing. Shen Yan said, It's nothing. What did you just say? Su Wei sighed. I asked what you're going to do at the border. Nothing much, just want to see it. Su Wei didn't quite believe this. She remembered Xinda Lang was a soldier at the border. She always felt that his trip had something to do with Xinda Lang. I want to go too, Su Wei muttered. Shen Yan was about to say no, but Su Wei said, If you don't take me, I'll go find Brother Han, Shen Yan. Sometimes he really wanted to open Su Wei's head and see what was inside. Was she so stubborn to make him angry? Su Wei explained, If you don't take me, I'll stay alone in the village. Shen Yan thought of Hu Wen, who had bad intentions, Qin Yu with bad plans, Wang Ming with bad plans, Liang Daong with bad plans, and Detective Li with bad plans. Shen Yan. It seemed it really wasn't a good idea. He sighed in relief but still wanted to argue. The border is dangerous. I can disguise myself as a man. Shen Yan looked at her face, then down to her chest.
No man looked like that.
Annoying. Su Wei punched Shen Yan in the chest. She glared at him. Anyway, I want to go. She had never left the village and knew nothing about this era. This is a good opportunity. She wants to see if there is anything that can make money. As she said, the village is not safe. If Shen Yan wasn't with her, she wouldn't dare stay in the village for a moment. Those people could easily harm her. The two of them meet up with Xiao Wu. Su Wei sits on a bullock cart, holding small green vegetable seedlings, smiling. Many people stare at her, but Su Wei doesn't notice. Instead, she quietly talks to Shen Yan about where and how to plant the seedlings. Shen Yan is silent for a while and asks, "You don't know how to plant?" "No," Su Wei replies straightforwardly. Shen Yan thinks to himself, so these seedlings were actually bought for me. Xiao Wu looks at Su Wei with disdain, thinking she is useless and superficial. She doesn't know how to plant seedlings. That's enough if you can do it. I knew you were the best. Su Wei smiles brightly at Shen Yan. Xiao Wu looks away and secretly curses her as a scheming woman. Young master, it's her. The servant sees Su Wei again. This time, young master Dong also notices her. He is attracted by Su Wei's appearance, thinking she looks like a beautiful painting from afar. Strangely, was Su Wei like this before? He only remembers her previous flattering, greedy, and easily seen through. It made people feel disgusted.
Now.
Young Master Dong closes his folding fan. The servant notices his thoughts and says, "The one in gray clothes over there is Su Wei's husband. The servant has seen that man. He looks good, but it's a pity he married such a flirtatious woman." Before, his own young master ignored her, and she eagerly tried to get close, even offering herself as a concubine. Young master hates women like that. Su Wei was not in the village that day, but the village was still lively, because the story of Su Lan turning into a ghost to seek revenge spread widely. Aunt Hu said she was not afraid, but she was terrified inside. She still remembered Su Lan's corpse. Rotten, ugly, frightening, and disgusting. So she found a feng shui master to suppress that woman, hoping she would never be able to be reborn. But who would have thought? She actually could come out and cause trouble again. At first, Aunt Hu-san didn't believe it, but as more villagers talked about it, she became suspicious.
Plus.
Last night, Aunt Hu saw a woman in white floating past her. She was so scared, she couldn't sleep all night. The next morning, she opened the door and found a pair of wet women's shoes at the entrance. Aunt Hu-san was so frightened she fell ill. Everyone in the village said she was cursed and haunted by a vengeful ghost. Su Wei is neither a materialist nor an idealist. She tends to be cautious and cautious at times. For example, she can confidently say, "I don't believe there are ghosts in this world." If there are, someone is pretending because she believes in science. However, if you ask her to go for a walk during the ghost festival, she would never dare. So, when she heard about Aunt Hu-san, she thought someone was pretending to be a ghost. As for who it could be, it's not hard to guess. Probably members of Su Lan's family. The older and younger generations, like the grandfather and grandson. People like Hu Chang are not worth mourning, and Aunt Hu-san got what she deserved. But since Officer Li and Officer Xiao Zhuang are still in the village, Su Wei thinks if the Su family causes trouble again, it will eventually be discovered and cause problems. "Shen Yan, are you familiar with Su Can?" Su Wei asked. Shen Yan surely knows who killed Hu Chang, but he didn't say. There are two possibilities. 1, he doesn't want to cause trouble. 2, he's protecting the killer. Shen Yan was planting seedlings when he heard this. He looked at Su Wei and asked, "Is there a problem?" Su Wei said, "No problem. I just think if this ghost keeps causing trouble, it will be caught sooner or later." Shen Yan looked thoughtful for a moment and suddenly said, "My brother has a good relationship with Su Lan. Is he explaining why he's protecting the killer? Since it's just a man and a woman, their good relationship probably isn't simple." But these aren't Su Wei's concern, because Officer Li and Officer Xiao Zhuang arrived. Officer Li looked confident and seemed in a good mood. Shen Yan paused his work and watched them. Officer Li, with a stern expression, said, "We're all old acquaintances. I won't beat around the bush. We found out that you guys went out the night Hu Chang died." Shen Yan looked at him and asked calmly, "Did anyone see us?" Officer Li sneered. "Of course." Shen Yan asked, "Who?" He replied, "That's not something I can tell you." Shen Yan said, "I didn't go out. If anyone says they saw me, they are definitely lying." Before Officer Li could speak, he added, "And I can also say that anyone who falsely accuses me of going out is lying." Hearing this, Officer Li finally got angry. "Shen Yan, don't think you can refuse to cooperate and get away with it. Just because you deny it doesn't mean I can't catch you. Shunyan glanced at Officer Xiao Zhuang beside him and asked, is it that I refuse to cooperate, or someone is trying to frame me and smear my reputation? Suddenly, Officer Xiao Zhuang said, Shunyan, you don't need to deny it. Su Kan has already told everything. When Xiao Zhuang and Officer Li met, they shared what they knew and reached a rough conclusion. On the day Hu Chong had an accident, he had mentioned that something good would happen that evening. This good thing was likely related to Su Wei. Before seeing Su Wei in person, Xiao Zhuang didn't believe it, but after meeting him, Xiao Zhuang thought Su Wei's looks could easily make a drunken, lustful man lose his mind. So, that night, Su Wei probably arranged to meet Hu Chong, and Shunyan knocked Hu Chong out, stripped him, and left him at Old Man Chen's house, intending to teach him a lesson. After Shunyan left, Su Kan, who had a grudge against Hu Chong and wanted to avenge his sister, appeared and easily killed Hu Chong, then threw the body into the well. Both believed this was the truth. But the problem was, there was no evidence. Old Man Chen's house was completely destroyed, with no clues left behind. As for the water in the well, Xiao Zhuang suspected that the body might have been tied with stones or something similar, which is why it was never found. Plus, it was winter, cold weather, so the body didn't rot much. But no traces were left either. The only witness, Wang Ming, was not necessarily trustworthy. As Shunyan now said, Wang Ming could see him leave, so Wang Ming could also claim to have seen Shunyan leave after killing someone. In short, there was no real evidence. Xiao Zhuang suddenly spoke to deceive Shunyan. Most people would panic and reveal their guilt, but Shunyan was different. His mental strength was stronger than a wall. He simply looked at Xiao Zhuang calmly and said, whoever says it, go and catch them. I don't know anything. Then he continued digging and planting seedlings. Su Wei also saw through this and said with a forced smile, Officer Li, taking revenge for personal reasons isn't right. She then told Xiao Zhuang, helping the wicked is also wrong. The two officers were furious. So they decided to start with Su Kan. After hearing Su Wei's words, Shun Yan went to Su's house. Su Lan's grave was in a dark, damp place. It had rained before, flooding the area. The loose soil underground collapsed, and Su Lan's bones were gone. When the rain stopped, there was nothing left. This led to rumors that Su Lan had become a vengeful ghost seeking revenge. When Xiao Zhuang and Officer Li arrived, Su Kan was burning paper offerings. He was thin and small, with big, startling eyes, but he still smiled at the two officers. Are you two officials here to see my sister? My sister would be very happy to hear this. She is alive and nobody cares, but if she died, she would only cause trouble. Now her bones are gone, yet someone still cares about her. This statement sounded strange. Constable Li disliked such sarcastic people, so he looked grim and said, Shunyan has told everything. You'd better confess honestly. How did you kill Hu Chong? Su Kan watched them, burning paper and tossing it into the fire pit. Are you two officials going to fail to solve the case and blame me? He smiled. That's right, everyone in the village has a family. My sister is dead, and my grandfather is old. Even if they try to frame me, no one will say anything. He stood up calmly and walked in front of Constable Li and Xiao Zhuang. When will you take me to the yamen? He asked casually, as if asking when to eat.
Constable Li frowned.
He thought Su Kan and Shunyan were both reckless and daring. Xiao Zhuang also frowned. We don't mean that.
Oh.
Su Kan didn't ask further and continued to burn paper. Constable Li looked at Su Kan with a grim face, then turned to Xiao Zhuang and said, take him to the yamen. Use harsh punishment. He'll have to talk. Xiao Zhuang also looked at Su Kan. He suspected the murderer might be him, maybe working together with Shunyan. But there was no evidence. In the Great Xia dynasty, torture to force confessions was common. Su Kan was only about 12 or 13, and old Su was very old. Torturing the elderly and weak to confess would ruin the county magistrate's reputation. Even if they forced a confession, who would believe it? Unless there was solid evidence, the case would remain unsolved. Constable Li didn't think as much as Xiao Zhuang. He was eager to catch Xinyan. He believed no one could withstand the yamen's torture. Just taking Su Can there to scare him, he thought, would make him confess. He didn't believe a young boy of just over 10 would dare to stay silent. If he won't talk, then take him to the yamen, Lee Constable said fiercely, stepping forward to take Su Can. Xiao Zhuang stopped him. Lee Constable, no. Lee Constable, relying on his seniority, didn't pay attention to Xiao Zhuang. Although Xiao Zhuang was sent by the county magistrate, the magistrate's surname was Fong, and he hadn't been involved since Xiao Zhuang was sent here. Lee Constable had privately told his master that Xiao Zhuang was probably a distant relative of the magistrate. Everyone had some poor relatives. I have my own way. Lee Constable pushed Xiao Zhuang aside and whispered, just scare him a little. If we catch the real killer and make a contribution, you'll look good in front of the magistrate. Xiao Zhuang still felt it was not right, but Lee Constable insisted on doing it his way. The peach blossoms in Shiliapo are in full bloom. Shun Yan delivered some cakes to the temple, then returned to busy himself with Su Wei. Su Wei, curious, muttered, Mother Zhao came again today. She looked gossiping. Shun Yan asked, Did you really see clearly that day? Absolutely, Su Wei replied. Master Deming probably isn't an honest person either. Shun Yan smiled slightly. Su Wei was surprised. She rarely saw Shun Yan smile. She pointed at him and said, Look how nice you look when you smile. In the future, try to smile more, or guests might be scared away. Shun Yan gave a small smile back and then regretted smiling just now. They worked until noon, and all the cakes were sold out. The weather was very sunny and bright, making people feel annoyed and irritable from the glare. Su Wei took out her water bottle and drank some water, but Xiao was nowhere to be found. Maybe something delayed him. Shun Yan packed up his things, planning to go down the mountain to find a shady place and wait for Xiao Wu. But no matter how long they waited, Xiao Wu didn't come. Now Su Wei was a bit worried. Could something really have happened? Just as Shun Yan was about to get up to ask, Xiao Wu hurried back, his face full of anxiety, sweat running down his cheeks. Shun Yan frowned. What's wrong? Xiao Wu said. Our villager Su Can was caught by Officer Li and taken to the government office. What? Shun Yan stood up quickly. Su Can was actually 14 years old, but he looked very thin and small. Just as Officer Li let out a sigh of relief after discovering this, rumors started spreading among the people nearby, especially in Ningqiao village. I heard Su Can killed Hu Chang. No way, Su Can is just a kid. How could he kill someone? Don't forget, his sister was killed by Hu Chang. Yes, Su Lan died a tragic death. The Hu family didn't even prepare a coffin for her, and they didn't let her rest in peace after she died. The Hu family is too wicked. If it were me, I'd seek revenge. Everyone was talking about how cruel the Hu family was. Aunt Husan, however, puffed up her chest like a proud rooster, feeling proud again. She crossed her arms and, with the Hu family behind her, cursed Su family ancestors for generations. She also trampled their vegetables and smashed their house into pieces. If the villagers hadn't stopped her, she might have beaten old man Su too. I'm not done with you. Aunt Husan vented her anger, made a harsh promise, and then left. When Shun Yan and Su Wei returned to the village, chaos had already broken out. Wang Ming stood at the door, no longer pretending to be polite. He looked at Shun Yan with a grim face and said, Shun, you can't escape this either. Shun Yan looked at him coldly and then went to the Su family. The Su house was dark and half of the wall had fallen down. The only pot was broken by the Hu family. Shun Yan called a few times but got no response. He pushed open the door and saw old Su sitting under the eaves. His face was full of wrinkles, and his back was hunched like a lifeless stone statue. Is that Shin family's second young master? Old Su looked at Shun Yan and spoke first. His voice was calm, without sadness or happiness, like someone completely worn down by life. Why are you sitting here? I don't want to go inside. Old Su asked, What are you here for? Just to see you. That old man isn't worth looking at. Back then, Old Su sighed. I shouldn't have opposed Lon Lon and your brother. If I hadn't, your brother wouldn't have joined the army and wouldn't have died, and Lon Lon wouldn't have been mistreated by Hu Chang. Old Su seemed very regretful, but what's the use of regret? Shin Daliang pitted Lon Lon, helping her a few times. Lan Lan also made a pair of shoes for Shin Daliang. The two young people, both suffering, had some feelings for each other.
But old Su opposed it.
He thought Shin family was poor, Shin Daliang couldn't afford a big bride price, and if Lan Lan married him, she would have to live a hard life. He was old, and Su-kun was still young. The future was uncertain, and he had to consider these things. Lan Lan was obedient and later distanced herself from Shin Daliang, who knew she would be targeted by Hu Chang. She called out for help but no one answered. Feeling wronged and helpless, Lan Lan could only marry Hu Chang. The Hu family paid a bride price to settle the matter, as if buying Lan Lan out. After marriage, Lan Lan's life was hard, and everyone in the village knew it, including the Su family. Su-kun once said he would take the Hu family's money and bring Lan Lan back. He would rather starve than live on his sister's tears and suffering.
But old Su didn't agree.
Soon after, Lan Lan fell into the river and drowned. Her body, unrecognizable, was pulled out of the water. The Su family then realized that was old Su's nightmare, a haunting he couldn't escape for the rest of his life. He went to perform a ritual at the Hu family's house that day. Standing on a high hill, he and Su-kun watched a man mumbling something as he nailed a coffin onto Lan Lan's forehead. When she was thrown into the pit, her belly burst open and something fell out. Old Su fainted. When he woke up again, he found that Su-kun had changed. He was silent, always staring blankly at one spot. Not only Su-kun but old Su himself had changed too. Whenever he closed his eyes, he seemed to see Su Lan again. Later, Shin Daliang also died. Old Su sighed once more. Pain, guilt, and regret weighed heavily on him, making it hard to breathe. Shun Yan felt nothing about this. What's the use of talking about it? People are gone. All gone. Shun Yan remained silent. Old Su said, "Go back now."
I'm fine.
Tomorrow I need to go to the official office to see Su-kun. Seeing that Shun Yan seemed okay, he left, planning to go to the county together tomorrow. Su-kun was just a child, after all, and Officer Lee had no proof, so probably nothing serious would happen. But Su-wei was very worried. Because in this case, there was no clear right or wrong. Hu Chang was knocked out by Shun Yan, and Su-kun was the one who later attacked and killed him. That was the truth. If the county magistrate was strict, and Su-kun couldn't handle it, it would be the end. Shun Yan couldn't sleep all night. Early in the morning, Shun Yan woke up early. Su-wei made some pancakes to eat on the way. The two of them headed to Su's house. Shun Yan looked at Su-wei. Su-wei asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." He was just confused about why Su-wei followed him. What was she doing following?
But
never mind. If she wanted to follow, let her follow. When they arrived at Su's house, they called for a long time, but no one answered. Shun Yan went into the yard. It looked the same as yesterday, but old Su was gone. Su-wei asked, did he go to the county by himself? Shun Yan thought that was very possible. They went to Wu's house and got on a bullock cart. The county was a bit far, and it took several hours to get there. Shun Yan said the county was lively and busy, and Su-wei saw it with her own eyes. It was just an ordinary ancient city, tall city walls, a main street with shops on both sides, and simple old houses. It seemed Shun Yan hadn't seen much of the world. At the official office, there were people crowded in 3 layers inside and outside. Shun Yan's eyelids twitched at the sight. Su-wei also had a bad feeling. They pushed their way inside, along with others who were there to watch. "Stop pushing." Someone glared at them angrily. Su-wei turned back, and that person shut up. Her voice softened. "But be careful not to get stepped on." Su-wei asked, "Big brother, is something happening inside?" Calling him Big Brother made his face turn red, so he said, "I just got here too, so I don't know much. But I heard someone died." Someone nearby responded, "I heard someone was crying out for justice. Someone's claiming they were wrongfully accused by the official office and that they arrested his grandson. All these people around are just latecomers. They're talking about this and that, but no one's clear about what really happened." Shun Yan, relying on his height and long legs, pushed to the front. He saw a few officials standing nearby, with a pool of blood on the ground. Seeing the blood, Shun Yan's heart sank. He knew something had gone wrong. Sure enough, without him asking, the people around started talking. The old man is pitiful. His son and daughter-in-law died, his granddaughter was tortured to death by a villain, and now the villain fell into the water and drowned. Yet the officials blindly arrested his grandson. The old man couldn't do anything and even offered to take the blame for his grandson, dying at the gate of the yamen. Suddenly, thunder roared. Shunyan realized it was a very gloomy day. Poor thing, we common folks are no match for the powerful. Thunder continued to roll. Shunyan felt like it was going to rain soon. Shunyan couldn't squeeze into the crowd, but seeing the bad weather, he bought an umbrella. Raindrops fell heavily, smashing the dust on the ground. The crowd quickly dispersed, looking for shelter from the rain. Shunyan saw Su Wei at the gate. She was standing quietly outside the yamen, looking very noticeable. Raindrops splashed on her, as if she was unaware. Su Wei ran over and held the umbrella for him. He turned his head to look at her, his lips moving. Su Wei listened carefully to what he said. Old man Su died at the yamen gate. Thunder rumbled louder. The rain was falling harder, seeming unstoppable. The bloodstains at the yamen gate were washed away by the rain and flowed along the blue stone slabs, glaringly obvious. Inside the yamen, Magistrate Fong looked at the corpse on the ground, his face dark and cold, as if he could drip water. No one dared to make a sound. Everyone knew Magistrate Fong was a man of a very bad reputation. Now, at his yamen gate, an elderly man had died by hitting himself. Before tomorrow, this news would spread throughout Pingyuan County. Originally, his father-in-law had already arranged connections for him, and he could have gone to the capital to serve as an official. Just one step away. Just one step away. Where's Li Fei? Magistrate Fong's voice was cold. Constable Li stiffened and came out, lowering his head, afraid to look at Magistrate Fong. Still, he explained, Sir, I am sure that Hu Chang was killed by Su Kan, and maybe Su Lao also had some involvement. Magistrate Fong asked, Do you have evidence? Not yet, Li Constable replied. Yesterday, he had locked Su Kan in jail to scare him, but before the interrogation, this incident happened. Li Constable assured him, Sir, as long as we apply some torture, I believe Su Kan will talk. He knew this was a tricky matter, so he wanted to show some effort. The county magistrate laughed and said, You mean, it's not enough to force an old man to death, but you also want to torture a teenage boy for confession? Detective Li replied, Sir, Su Kan is 14 years old. He is the murderer. The magistrate closed his eyes briefly. Suddenly, he shouted, Where's the evidence? Show me the proof. Before Li could answer, the magistrate said, Are you trying to make the people of Pingyuan County believe that this county is bullying orphans? And forcing them to confess? What the magistrate didn't say was, Who cares about Hu Chang? How he died doesn't matter. Is this detective crazy? For a troublemaker, he's causing so much trouble. Subordinate. I didn't mean it that way, but the magistrate didn't want to listen anymore. Su Wei and Shunyan hurried into a nearby tea house. Many people were hiding from the rain inside. The two found a corner. Now, everyone in the tea house was talking about old Su's death. It must have been a huge injustice, or he wouldn't have done this. Such a pity. Officials are all the same. Everyone was sighing. Shunyan stood by the window, looking toward the government office through the rain. Su Wei bought a pot of hot tea, poured a cup for Shunyan, who drank it and then said, I wish I could stop them.
They
wanted to stop Su Kan from killing Hu Chang. Stop old Su from entering the city. But life has no what-ifs and no fairness. Bullies can bully you hundreds of times. If you fight back, they will bully you even more. If you kill the bully, you will pay with your life, because bullies also wear human skins. The rain stopped, the dark clouds dispersed, and the sun shone again. The ground was muddy and dirty. Shunyan said there were only two possible outcomes for Su Kan. First, convict Su Kan because old Su's death was big and bad. If they let Su Kan go, it would prove the officials had caught the wrong person. Second, let Su Kan go, which would mean old Su was right, and they had falsely accused Su Kan detectively caused trouble, and he would have to bear the consequences. Basically, it all depended on what the magistrate decided. Shun Yan knew the magistrate was very proud. Such a person probably wouldn't take the first option unless absolutely necessary. What do you mean by absolutely necessary? Su Wei asked. Shun Yan said, it depends on whether Su Can confesses or not. If Su Can confesses, then the officials didn't catch the wrong person. They might even accuse him and his grandfather of conspiracy. If a criminal dies at the government office, it can only be a death that fits the crime. Su Wei felt cold sweat running down his back. She had a deep impression of Su Can. Although ancient people believed that at 14, a person was old enough to marry, Su Wei thought that at 14, he was still a middle school student, just a child. Even if Su Can was released, his only family member, his grandfather, who depended on him, had already died. Su Wei sighed again. The villagers of Nanchao village also heard about old Su's death. Everyone's eyes on the Hu family changed. Although usually they didn't interfere in others' affairs and looked down on old Su and Su Can, some even bullied them. But deliberately causing a family to fall apart and be ruined was another matter altogether. Hu San's wife heard about old Su's death and left feeling satisfied, saying, "It's good he's dead. The ones who caused my son's death deserve to die." Hu Taohua noticed the way people looked at her family, which made her uncomfortable. "Mother, stop talking. I just want to say, why can't I say it? If you kill someone, you should pay the price." Someone finally couldn't hold back and sneered, "Isn't Hu Chang getting his just desserts?" Hu San's family was stunned and immediately became angry. "Old Lu Si, what are you saying?" Lu Laosi puffed out his chest and said loudly, one word at a time, "I'm saying Hu Chang caused Su Lan's death, so he got what he deserved. Old lady, I'll tear your mouth apart." The most sensitive name in Hu San's family was Su Lan. She angrily said, "That worthless girl died because she was unlucky. It has nothing to do with our Qiangzi. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart." Lu Laosi dodged Hu San's wife's claws and continued, "Hu Chang also died because he was unlucky. Don't blame others." The village was in an uproar and the officials sent people to investigate again. At this point, the villagers' dislike for the Hu family reached its peak, and they spoke more harshly. "Hu Chang," Lu Laosi sneered, "was a big troublemaker in our village. It's good he's dead." Hu Chang loved to drink. He drank at night and couldn't see the road, so he fell into the well. That's right. Our well was ruined by him. How will we get water now? Even in death, he's still harming others. The villagers had nothing good to say. Xiao Zhuang brought people to Shun's house again. He still believed that Su Can and Shun Yan had teamed up. Shun Yan remained very calm, with a strong mental attitude. "Detective Zhuang, there's no need to ask me anything. I've said everything I can." He paused, suddenly sounding a bit confrontational. "I understand your suspicions, Detective Zhuang, but do officials only solve cases based on guesses?" Xiao Zhuang slightly frowned and said, "Shun Yan, you know best." Shun Yan didn't answer. Instead, he said, "But things can always go wrong. What if Hu Chang really slipped and fell into the well and drowned?" Xiao Zhuang wanted to argue but didn't say anything, because there was indeed a small chance of that happening. Even a 1 in 1,000 or 10,000 chance meant it was possible. If that were true, and they blamed Su Can for the murder, wouldn't they be wrongly accusing him of killing an innocent person? Xiao Zhuang took his people and left. Shun Yan watched his figure until he disappeared. Su Wei asked him, "Did you see Su Can kill anyone?" Shun Yan shook his head. "I only saw Su Can go to old man Chen's house. That day, Su Can was dressed in white, with long hair, which could easily be mistaken for a ghost. He probably wanted to scare Hu Chang. As for whether Su Can committed the murder, only Su Can himself knew." Su Wei said, "It's also possible that Hu Chang fell in by himself." Recently, the most talked about topic when Su Wei and Shun Yan went out was the death of old man Su. Everyone was discussing it. This time, Zhao Mu, Zhao Ying's younger brother, and Zhao's wife came to the temple together. Zhao's wife generously bought a jar of soy-flavored cake for Zhao Mu, saying it was for her grandson to eat. Su Wei politely congratulated her, but unexpectedly, Zhao's wife changed the subject and said to Su Wei, "Sekinshin's family, you and Sekinshin have been married for a year, right? Why hasn't your belly moved yet?" Maybe you should go to the temple and pray. Thinking about ways to have children, Su Wei instinctively looked at Zhao Mu. Zhao Mu looked a little anxious and lowered her head. Su Wei looked away and smiled at Zhao's wife. Aunt Zhao, my grandmother lived to be 100 years old. Do you know her secret to long life? What is it? Zhao's wife was also interested because she wanted to live longer. Su Wei smiled and said, because my grandmother never meddles in other people's affairs. Zhao's wife was stunned for a moment, then her face darkened. You girl, I was only trying to help. When you can't have children, I think Second Shin will be tired of you, Su Wei coldly replied, then you don't need to worry about it. Zhao's wife pulled Zhao Mu and left angrily. Su Wei rolled her eyes and turned her head to see a young master standing under a tree, smiling at her from a distance. This person looked a bit familiar. Suddenly, Su Wei remembered. Isn't he?
That
one.
Fin.
No. Young Master Dong? The original owner cried and shouted that she was willing to poison Shen Yan just to become his concubine. Su Wei carefully reviewed the original owner's memories, as if watching a movie. Then she was stunned. She realized that the idea of mutual love the original owner believed in might have been a little exaggerated. Because in her memory, young Master Dong, never really responded to her directly. He was a playboy, and she only got a smile from him occasionally, which she eagerly accepted. Su Wei. Thinking of this, Su Wei withdrew her gaze. They hadn't contacted each other for so long, and young Master Dong hadn't looked for the original owner either. It seemed he never took her seriously. She hoped that young Master Dong wouldn't notice her at all. But sometimes, the more you fear something, the more it happens. Wei Wei. A clear, bright male voice called out, and Su Wei looked up. She is someone who loves voices. She even needs a membership to listen to novels with good voice acting. Probably the original owner was the same. Because young Master Dong's voice was very nice.
And
young Master Dong was very handsome, like he stepped out of a painting, with slightly raised eyebrows, charming and flirtatious, and 2 small moles under his eyes. Su Wei. She looked down on the original owner, doubted her, and tried to understand her. Seeing Su Wei lost in thought, young Master Dong waved his fan. Wei Wei. As soon as these words came out, Su Wei felt like her ears were about to be overwhelmed. It was really hard to resist. Who are you? Su Wei wanted to pretend not to recognize him, instinctively looking into the distance. Shen Yan had gone up the mountain to deliver cakes, and if he saw her, she would be doomed. Young Master Dong opened his fan and fanned her gently. If I remember correctly, a few months ago you called me Dong Leng, Su Wei.
Haha.
Young Master Dong, do you want to buy some cakes? Su Wei awkwardly changed the subject. The more young Master Dong looked at her, the more he felt she was different from before, more interesting. I definitely want to eat Wei Wei's cakes. Others might find it disgusting when she said that, but young Master Dong's voice was so nice. If only I could fall asleep to such a voice at night. Su Wei snapped out of her thoughts and suddenly sensed a killing intent. Then she made eye contact with Shen Yan nearby. Suddenly, she felt like a wife caught cheating by her husband. She quickly handed a cake to young Master Dong. For 1 coins, young Master Dong also sensed something. He looked back and saw Shen Yan. They exchanged a glance. Young Master Dong signaled to the servant, who then gave Su Wei 4 coins. Su Wei took them, thinking young Master Dong was leaving. But he didn't leave. He looked at Su Wei with a smile and lied convincingly. My hand is broken. Can you feed me? Wei Wei, Su Wei. She refused the beauty and pointed nearby. The road is over there. Please walk further away. Thank you. Young Master Dong smiled. He looked handsome and charming when he smiled, like a flirtatious fox. Wei Wei, you really are. Young Master Dong seemed a bit sad and turned to leave. Shen Yan walked over and threw the basket of cakes onto the table, sneering.
Su Wei. No, what is all this about?
He just came to buy a cake, didn't do anything else, Su Wei explained. She didn't know why she felt guilty. Shen Yan said, you don't need to explain to me. I saw everything. Su Wei's flattering attitude just now. Su Wei let out a breath of relief. It's good that he saw. She hadn't done anything inappropriate. Then she heard Shen Yan say, but you're too unkind. Young Master Dong's arm is broken. Can't you feed him a little? Su Wei was stunned. Listen, listen, listen. Is this cold talk coming from someone in their 30s? Wei Wei. Shen Yan felt disgusted and almost wanted to vomit. Su Wei felt guilty and didn't say a word. She didn't think Shen Yan was jealous. She knew her own limits. She guessed that perhaps the original owner wanted to poison young Master Dong to kill Shen Yan, which caused Shen Yan to feel distant. If she also felt uncomfortable. These days, the vegetable seedlings all grew well, lush and tall. In the afternoon, Su Wei and Shen Yan decided to go up the mountain for a walk. Shen Yan wanted to chop firewood, and Su Wei wanted to pick some grass for the chickens. Shen Yan hesitated but ultimately said nothing. Picking grass for chickens. Although chickens eat grass, but… oh well, if she loved to pick, let her. Maybe the grass on the mountain tastes better than the wild grass at the door. Su Wei carried a basket and went up the mountain. Shen's father was a hunter, and Shen Daliang was also good at hunting. Shen Yan was a bit weaker than them, but still better than most people in the village. He arrived at the trap site from last time. Several were empty. Only one had a wild chicken flapping inside. The wild chicken was quite pretty. Su Wei was about to say something when she saw Shen Yan grab its wings and lift it up, twisting its neck to kill it. Su Wei. Then Shen Yan checked a few more traps, all empty. Su Wei looked at these traps and couldn't help but sigh. It's really a good place to bury bodies. Shen Yan looked at her. Su Wei didn't know what she was thinking, took a step back and asked, You. What are you looking at me for? Shen Yan. Nothing. Yes, you do. Su Wei felt a bit regretful for following along. She was afraid Shen Yan might suddenly get excited and play a prank on her, then throw her into a trap. That would really be terrible. Hold this. Shen Yan handed a wild chicken to Su Wei. He didn't know what Su Wei had imagined this time, which made her look so silly. Su Wei simply took it and saw Shen Yan going to check another trap. She relaxed a little. What am I doing? Why do I keep thinking such strange things? Shen Yan, are there snakes in the mountains? Su Wei asked as she followed behind him. Yes. Su Wei held on tighter. Are there wild animals too, wolves? Su Wei felt a bit scared. She wished she had a magic space like other girls from stories, or super strength to fight a wild boar. But she heard wild boar meat isn't very tasty, and she doesn't like ugly animals. Are there wild pigs? Su Wei asked again. Shen Yan was a bit annoyed, so he decided to find something for Su Wei to do. He walked a little way with her. As she talked, Shen Yan suddenly stopped. Su Wei didn't stop in time and bumped into his back, hurting so much she almost cried. Shen Yan turned around and saw her shoulders shaking, thinking she was crying from pain. He didn't know how to comfort her until he saw her rubbing her red nose and shoulders, and she was actually smiling. Shen Yan thought she had gone crazy. Just as he was about to speak, Su Wei smiled and said, Shen Yan, have you ever heard a funny joke? Shen Yan was confused. What? He frowned and hesitated. Are you okay? Su Wei shook her head.
I've fine.
That joke. Haha. She laughed for a while, but didn't tell him what the joke was. It wasn't that she was deliberately hiding it. The joke was just too funny. When she bumped into Shen Yan, she suddenly remembered a story from her past. She saw a news story about a girl on a bus. When the bus stopped, her makeup-covered face accidentally hit a man, leaving a perfect face print on his white clothes.
Haha.
She didn't find it funny before, but when she bumped into Shen Yan just now, that joke suddenly came to her mind, and she couldn't stop laughing. Shen Yan. He took a deep breath and helplessly pointed to a place nearby. There's something good over there. Go over and be quiet. Don't bother me anymore. He was really annoyed. Su Wei finally snapped out of her daze, looked in the direction he pointed, and saw mushrooms of all sizes on the mountain. They weren't just red caps and white stems. They were morel mushrooms. Morel mushrooms.
Ah.
Su Wei made excited squeaking sounds, making Shen Yan feel like his head was about to explode. Su Wei hugged his arm and shook it. Morel mushrooms. Shen Yan. Shen Yan, look. Shen Yan couldn't take it anymore. I brought you here. I saw them long ago. You didn't need to tell me. It's so noisy. Su Wei didn't notice his annoyed expression. These are real morel mushrooms, so tasty. Shen Yan, you're so clever. Su Wei ran over with her basket. Shen Yan sighed in relief. Just when he thought he might get some peace, Su Wei shouted loudly, "Wow!
Wow.
So many, Shen Yan." Su Wei had never seen so many mushrooms. It was like dreaming about finding money. Even though no one was fighting her for them, she wanted to pick all of them and take them home. Her basket quickly filled up. Su Wei ran back. While Shen Yan was busy doing something, Su Wei asked him to take off his coat. Shen Yan frowned. Su Wei, are you trying to get yourself killed? Su Wei pointed to the distance, her face flushed and excited. The mushrooms. They can't fit in the basket. If they don't fit, we'll come back next time. No, what if someone finds out? Shen Yan couldn't take it anymore. No one will come. Su Wei was still worried. It's so hot today and you're a guy. What are you afraid of? Shen Yan exhaled deeply, secretly cursing Su Wei many times for her shamelessness. Finally, he took off his coat. Su Wei gathered all the nearby morel mushrooms and was satisfied before coming to find Shen Yan. This time, Shen Yan sat on a rock, holding some weeds or something. Su Wei glanced at it and lost interest. Shen Yan, these morel mushrooms are so tasty. When we go back, let's do them with wild chicken, then steam some buns. Shen Yan was a bit annoyed at first, then hungry, because she mentioned food. He stood up, looked at his sacrificed coat, and told Su Wei, I want 2 chicken thighs. Su Wei. Fine. Anyway, he caught the chicken and he found the mushrooms. Now Su Wei just wanted to eat mushrooms. Just as they finished planning, they heard footsteps nearby. The couple looked in that direction and saw Qin Yu wearing a straw hat and carrying a bamboo basket appeared on the path. Qin Yu also seemed surprised. He smiled and greeted. What a coincidence. Qin Yu waved the shovel in his hand and said, Of course, I am here to gather herbs. Su Wei paused, almost forgetting he was a doctor. Qin Yu looked at the mushrooms Su Wei collected and praised. Did you pick these? Su Wei nodded. Qin Yu exclaimed, Wow, that's impressive. Su Wei felt a bit proud, glad she collected everything herself, or Qin Yu might have noticed. Then she heard Qin Yu ask, These mushrooms don't look tasty? Could they be poisonous? Su Wei frowned and said, These are morel mushrooms. They taste great when cooked with wild chicken. Shen Yan was silent. Is Su Wei a bit naive? Qin Yu exaggerated and exclaimed, showing Su Wei his basket filled with dozens of bright yellow apricots that smelled delicious and shone in the sunlight. Su Wei swallowed hard. She really wanted to eat them. Where did you get these? Qin Yu said. Picked them from the mountain. I found them while gathering herbs. Only I know where they are. Su Wei felt a little regretful and looked at the apricots again, reluctant to part with them. Qin Yu generously said, I'm a man, I don't really like eating these. You can have them. Shen Yan saw that Su Wei was clearly tempted but still pretended to refuse, saying, That's not right. You worked hard to pick them, you shouldn't give them away for nothing. Qin Yu didn't reply, just looked at the morel mushrooms in Su Wei's hand. Su Wei glanced at Shen Yan, then said to Qin Yu, Why don't you come to my house for dinner as a thank you? Qin Yu politely declined, That's not necessary. Shen Yan was about to say something, but Qin Yu suddenly looked at what Shen Yan was holding and smiled. Shen Yan, what medicine are you holding? It looks a bit like. Shen Yan really wanted to stuff the harmful herb into Qin Yu's mouth. Seeing Su Wei look over, Shen Yan sighed and said, Just to get rid of a beggar. Su Wei was speechless. Qin Yu didn't mind what Shen Yan said about him and smiled. Then I'll bother you. Shen Yan was silent. Qin Yu really is a scoundrel. He was like that before, and he still is now. And in the future, even more so. It was almost noon when they returned home. Shen Yan tidied up the wild chicken. Qin Yu went to fetch water. He chose the water, washed up at home, and came back looking clean, bringing a few potatoes.
The potatoes had sprouted by now.
Su Wei peeled off the sprouts, cleaned the eyes, and they could still be eaten. Shen Yan finished preparing the chicken, and Su Wei went to the kitchen to cook. Qin Yu stood in front of Shen Yan, squinting at him with a slightly uncomfortable smile on his face. What are you doing picking the heartbroken herb? Shunyan looked up at him, mocking. Of course, it's to poison you. Qinyu sneered. Second brother Shen, I knew you weren't a good person, but… He glanced toward the kitchen. If you want to die, go ahead, but don't drag Su Wei down. She's helpless now, and you're all she has. If you die… Qinyu sighed. Then I'll marry her. Su Wei was steaming buns when she heard a series of screams from the yard. She peeked out, seeing Shunyan pressing Qinyu against the wall. They were very close, doing something she couldn't tell. Surprised, Su Wei said, You too. She had heard before that if two people could be mortal enemies for over 10 years, one of them must like the other. TSK, Shunyan and Qinyu both turned their heads at the same time. Su Wei awkwardly smiled. You two carry on. Shunyan. Qinyu tilted his head and asked for help. Su Wei, Shunyan said, he wants to beat me to death. Su Wei went back to the kitchen. The more she thought about it, the more wrong it seemed. Could she really be part of their strange game? Did these two like each other? Then use her as a shield? Make each other jealous? Su Wei kept thinking and felt this was very possible. At dinner, she saw them fighting over a chicken leg and also saw them arguing, with Qinyu deliberately teasing Shunyan. Help! This was so strange. After dinner, Su Wei washed the apricots, and the three of them sat together to eat. 3 people.
Sitting.
Together eating. 3 people. She had never noticed before, but why did it feel so weird? Qinyu and Shunyan had no idea about Su Wei's strange thoughts. Shunyan wished he could poison Qinyu, and Qinyu wished Shunyan would poison himself. Then he could marry Su Wei and eat good food every day. Just thinking about it was wonderful. All 3 had their own secrets. By the way, how's the situation with Su Kan? Qinyu suddenly asked. This matter had caused a big fuss. Huan had complained to him many times. Su Wei ate while explaining what happened. Qinyu looked at Shunyan. Did you get involved? Su Wei hurriedly argued. Of course not. Why would we get involved in this? Qinyu squinted. Who knows? He sighed. Speaking of which, there have been quite a few accidents in this village. First it was Granny Wang, then Hu Chong, and there was also Old Chin. He asked Su Wei, Do you know Old Chin? Su Wei secretly glanced at Shunyan. Of course I do. Qinyu smiled and said, That old man died, quite well. Su Wei was not naive. She understood Qinyu's sarcastic and suggestive words clearly. It turned out that he really had a connection with Shunyan. She didn't know what Qinyu's sudden mention of this meant. Who might the next accident involve? Qinyu suddenly said.
Su Wei froned.
What did this scheming guy mean? Shunyan suddenly sneered and looked at Qinyu, saying, It could be anyone, even you, Su Wei. Qinyu patted his chest and pretended to be scared, saying, That's really scary, he added. If you keep walking near the river, your shoes will get wet. With so many accidents, they stopped being accidents. After Qinyu left, Su Wei stared at his back for a while before asking Shunyan, Do you think he's strange? Shunyan didn't answer but said, Actually, I can find that apricot tree too. In a few days, I'll take you there. Really? Okay. Su Wei was surprised and didn't understand what Shunyan was doing, just to compete with Qinyu. It was getting more suspicious. Su Wei tidied up the dinner table and went to wash the dishes. Shunyan was chopping firewood in the yard when he noticed Su Wei come out and look at him strangely. At first, Shunyan didn't think much of it, but Su Wei kept watching him too often, which annoyed Shunyan. Just when he was about to lose his temper, Su Wei went to do something else. There were some morel mushrooms, and Su Wei planned to dry them to eat later. She wasn't a greedy person. She wanted to save good things for later. After drying the mushrooms, Su Wei looked at the wild chicken feathers on the ground and asked Shunyan, Can you make me a feather duster? It would make cleaning the house much easier. She had seen others with one and was quite envious. Shunyan nodded. Su Wei picked a pretty chicken feather to swat the flies on the mushrooms. Recently, the villagers were busy with spring plowing, then weeding and tilling until the autumn harvest. Zhang Area, with her dark face, loudly passed by the door. Su Wei just glanced at her, and she turned around to glare fiercely at Su Wei, saying, What are you looking at? A ghostly figure, a fox spirit, so pale it made people angry, like a dead face. Su Wei. The next day, The two went to sell pancakes as usual, still busy and bustling. There were a few strange customers at the market, dressed like nuns from Shueihua Temple, young and pretty. They didn't care about others' gazes and wandered around the market, looking here and there. Su-wei found it curious and couldn't help asking, "Aren't nuns usually bald?" Shunyan was packing up the stall when he heard her and looked at the nuns. Some wear their hair for practice. Shunyan paused and said, "And sometimes, city folks who have made mistakes are sent here. You're such a country bumpkin, you don't even know this." Su-wei did not know. She suddenly thought of the nun from the movie, Jean Ping Mei. Someone else came to buy cakes, so Su-wei quickly pushed aside the inappropriate thoughts in her mind. The nuns approached without paying attention to Su-wei and directly asked Shunyan to buy from him. Shunyan arranged the cakes, and when one of the nuns paid, perhaps intentionally, her finger brushed against Shunyan's palm. Shunyan looked up at her, and she smiled and lowered her head as she walked away. Su-wei, who saw everything, thought to herself, could it be that she somehow traveled into an inappropriate story? Why are the people around her so strange? This suspicion was confirmed again at noon. Xiaowu went to visit relatives, so Su-wei and Shunyan, feeling bored, wandered around various stalls. Su-wei liked a hairpin made of wood, simple and beautiful, with a faint fragrance. She bought one for herself and one for Shunyan. Wearing their new hairpins, they looked for a shady spot to wait for Xiaowu. It was midday, and there weren't many pedestrians on the street. The pavilion in Li Lipu was crowded, so they moved toward a large tree farther away. Su-wei heard a cat's meow. She liked cats and insisted on going to see. Shunyan had no choice but to follow. They entered the woods, and after walking a while, they didn't see the cat. Instead, they saw two people under a large tree not far away.
Su-wei,
help! She felt like she was about to break apart. She would never be able to look at cats the same way again. It was broad daylight, bright and clear. Just 10 meters away was a busy street. Su-wei felt so embarrassed that she squatted down to look. Shunyan planned to leave, but since Su-wei squatted down, he had no choice but to follow and look too. Is that man? Su-wei realized she recognized him. Wasn't that Shunyan's classmate Liu Jihong? That guy. Su-wei's curiosity was piqued. Shunyan also recognized Liu Jihong but didn't react much. Whether Liu Jihong was dead or alive didn't matter to him. Su-wei glanced at the clothes on the ground. The other one is a nun's outfit from Shueihua Temple. Su-wei thought this world might be like a giant paint palette, red and green spilled over in the northwest. Shunyan didn't want to answer. He kept staring at Liu Jihong and the others. Su-wei thought this guy usually acts so serious. Maybe he's just pretending. Suddenly, Shunyan threw a stone at Liu Jihong and pulled Su-wei to run.
Su-wei heard Liu Jihong scream.
The two quickly ran onto the main road. They were exhausted and breathless. Su-wei was hot and tired, gasping for air, and glared at Shunyan. Shunyan's face turned red, maybe from a heat. At first, it didn't seem so awkward, but now it felt a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, Xiaowu arrived. The two sat on the ox cart, and Su-wei silently watched the scenery by the roadside. Back home, the awkwardness lasted until nap time. Because they woke up early every day, both Su-wei and Shunyan took naps after lunch. But today, the house felt especially warm. Su-wei quickly washed up, thought for a moment, and then said something she had wanted to say for a long time. Now that the weather is warmer, maybe we should sleep separately. Su-wei thought Shunyan would agree happily, since Shunyan probably disliked her. Even if she didn't dislike her so much now, there was still some distance. Shunyan must also want to move out. After a long pause, Shunyan said, "Okay." Su-wei let out a sigh of relief. Then she heard Shunyan say again, "This is my room. You should move out." Su-wei jumped up in disbelief and looked at Shunyan. Shunyan was lying flat, like a tired dog, and his words sounded just as tired. "But I live here now. I'm used to it. Can't you just move out?" Shunyan replied, "I'm used to it too. This place holds memories with my brother. You've just been here for a while." Su-wei. His words made sense, and Su-wei couldn't find anything to say in reply.
But she was really angry.
Shunyan had no manners, was poor, and had a bad temper. In her mind, Sue listed his flaws, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She snorted coldly. Some people look like men, but they act worse than women. Shunyan ignored her. Sue got even angrier. You're really not a man, she said again. Do you want to see? Shunyan suddenly asked. Sue was caught off guard. See what? Shunyan looked at her expressionless. Suddenly, Sue realized what he meant. She felt like she was being teased, and she glared at Shunyan fiercely. Only a fool would want to see you. You're so ugly. She didn't want to see Shunyan's face at all, and turned away. Shunyan looked at the back of her head, recalling a scene he saw not long ago, and felt some changes in his body. That's normal. Shunyan told himself that. Then, he couldn't help but chuckle softly.
Sue,
I really want to punch him to death. The weather is getting warmer. Hu Chang's body can't be kept, and the officials have no news. They had to bury him, because he died suddenly. Since it was an accidental death, Hu's family was not allowed to bury him in their ancestral grave, as it was considered bad for the family. Hu's mother was the most opposed. Hu San's wife caused a fuss but couldn't persuade the Hu family. Someone even accused her of refusing to bury Su Lan in the family grave because she thought it was unlucky, which left her speechless. She finally felt what it was like to shoot herself in the foot. After holding in her anger for a long time, she finally buried Hu Chang. At this time, Su Kan was also released. The county magistrate gave him 10 taels of silver to bury old Su. As for the main culprit, Officer Lee, he was just a temporary worker who didn't know his place. Now that the officials had dismissed him, his career as a policeman was over. Su Kan returned in the morning, pulling a cart with old Su's coffin behind him. As soon as he entered the village, it caused a stir. Everyone was watching him, but no one whispered. It was as quiet as a silent play. But someone broke the silence. My son. You died so tragically. Hu San's wife rushed forward and, before anyone could react, slapped Su Kan across the face. Su Kan was already thin and weak. With her full strength, she slapped him hard, causing him to fall to the ground and bleed from his mouth. Give me back my son's life. Hu San's wife went over and slapped Su Kan 2 more times before being pulled away. She cried loudly. There is no justice. The murderer has been released. My son, so unfortunate. Hu San's wife sobbed loudly. The villagers pulled her away. Now, no one felt any sympathy for her. They thought it was her own fault. Hu Taohua also cried badly, glaring fiercely at Su Kan. Su Kan got up, brushed the dirt off himself, and smiled. He asked, Hu San's wife, why are you crying? Everyone was stunned. They didn't understand what Su Kan was doing. Hu San's wife jumped up, thinking Su Kan was provoking her. She angrily pointed at him and said, You killed my son. Don't think I don't know, Su Kan said. I didn't kill your son. Just as you didn't kill my sister. The unlucky person who fell into the river and drowned can only blame her bad luck. Su Kan interrupted her. Hu Chang also fell into the well and drowned, and he can only blame himself. Aunt Hu San was so angry she couldn't speak, and she tried to hit Su Kan again. Someone blocked her and pushed her away. Aunt Hu San was about to curse loudly, but she realized it was the county constable who pushed her. The constable said, The county magistrate has already investigated. Hu Chang lost his footing and fell into the water. Li Fei falsely accused Su Kan and took matters into his own hands. He has now been dismissed from his position. Aunt Hu San was stunned. What? She asked. The constable said impatiently, Stop causing trouble, or you'll be questioning the decision of the county magistrate. Aunt Hu San was dumbfounded. She was powerful in the village, but she dared not make a scene in front of officials or the county magistrate. She could only squat on the ground and cry, My son, but the constable ignored her and went straight to find the village head to discuss the funeral arrangements for old Su. Su Kan, thin and emaciated, stood in front of Aunt Hu San, staring at her. She was not afraid of him and said fiercely, I will never let you go. Su Kan smiled and said, Me neither. Hu Tua looked at Su Kan and suddenly shivered. She was involved in bullying Sulon back then, so she naturally shared some blame. Old Su was quickly buried, with no formal funeral. The village had organized a few people to dig a grave at Su's ancestral tomb and buried him there. The villagers were discussing how Su-kun would live in the future. His family was all gone, leaving only him alone, helpless and vulnerable, with Husan's family eyeing him closely. But Su-kun didn't seem to care. He tidied up the yard, took the broken iron pot, and went to town to find the blacksmith to repair it. Shen-yen and Su-wei returned from selling pastries and learned about what happened. Su-wei felt sorry for Su-kun. Losing his family was enough hardship, but then she thought Shen-yen also seemed to have his own struggles. If she hadn't been with him, how would he have managed? No one mentioned moving out afterward. Su-wei didn't want to move into Shenmu's house. Although she was a materialist, she felt guilty because the original owner had done many wrong things. She was a bit afraid. As for Shen-yen, he seemed to deliberately oppose her and refused to move. So Su-wei asked, "Can you make a bed? Let's make another one. Don't you think it's too crowded now?" Shen-yen said, "I don't think it's crowded, and I don't know how to make a bed." Su-wei. Inside her heart, a little voice kept imagining that Shen-yen had been beaten to death countless times. So, no one ever mentioned it again. However, Shen-yen seemed to have gone to find Su-kun once, but their conversation was not good. Curious, Su-wei asked about the outcome. Shen-yen said, "Everyone has their own fate." Right now, he was struggling to take care of himself, let alone worry about others. Aunt Husan was naturally upset. She went to cause trouble at Su's house. Su-kun remained silent and endured it. Then, all the chickens raised by Aunt Husan were poisoned and died. Aunt Husan cried loudly, claiming in the village that Su-kun was responsible. The villagers, used to such scenes, no longer paid much attention to her fuss. Aunt Husan went to cause trouble at Su's house again. Her pig died. Little Wu said, "Husan hit Su-kun badly, but last night, someone hit him on the head while he was walking on the road, and he's still lying in bed." Little Wu thought the village's stories were very interesting, happening every day with no repetition.
Su-wei froned.
"Is Su-kun okay?" Little Wu said, "He's fine, not dead." Now Husan is a bit afraid of him, but Aunt Husan is determined to get rid of him. Little Wu frowned again and said, "I think Su-kun also wants to fight them to the end." Su-wei stopped speaking. Today, when she was selling pancakes, she saw young Master Dong. He was accompanied by a beautiful woman. She knew very little about young Master Dong, mostly from Granny Wang. Granny Wang said he was a wealthy man from the city. As for which family he belonged to or how rich he was, Su-wei wasn't very clear. However, Shen-yen kept staring at young Master Dong, and the beautiful woman beside him seemed distracted. He had seen this woman before. The last time he went to the temple to deliver pancakes, she was with a monk. It seemed she was also praying for a child. Finally, he remembered why the woman looked familiar. Turns out she was young Master Dong's sister. They looked very similar. Shen-yen had been in the county city for a few years. It seemed that no family with the surname Dong was wealthy in the county. Shen-yen had always suspected that Su-wei, this naive girl, had been tricked by Granny Wang's wife. If he had died back then, Su-wei's chance of marrying young Master Dong was slim. Granny Wang seemed to want to trick Su-wei into being sold somewhere. But back then, Su-wei had not treated him well, so he didn't bother to remind her. He was glad the wicked woman would die.
But now,
Shen-yen looked at Su-wei. It was hot, and her bangs stuck to her fair face, looking. He withdrew his gaze. Before noon, the pancakes were sold out. When Su-wei and Shen-yen packed up their stall, young Master Dong arrived. "Are there any pancakes left?" he asked with a smile, his eyes full of charm, as if he was looking at his beloved rather than a pancake seller. Su-wei shook her head. "No more." Young Master Dong often looked at trees, grass, and even dog poop with the same kind of gaze. Young Master Dong smiled and said, "Wei Wei, can you make me another one? My sister is hungry. She's about to faint." Su-wei. "Sorry, we're closing now." Su-wei once again refused coldly. Young Master Dong smiled bitterly. "All right." He went to the side, circled around, and finally bought 2 steamed buns. As he left, Su-wei saw the nearby vendor spit in the direction he had gone. She looked up and saw the vendor talking with someone else. Did you smell that? That kid is wearing perfume, Su-wei thought for a moment. It did seem quite fragrant. What's wrong with that? Can't men wear perfume now?
People around also wondered about this.
The vendor snorted coldly. What's wrong? The young men and women from the upper floors only wear perfume. Su-wei was surprised. Even Shunyan didn't expect this. Really? The vendor continued to talk. Really? The woman with him is from the upper floors or maybe a courtesan. I saw her a couple of years ago. People nearby didn't believe it. Third brother Zhou, stop joking. Do you think we can see a courtesan like that? Third brother Zhou was unconvinced. Why not? I really saw her. That woman was completely naked, thrown at the alley entrance, covered in wounds. Many people saw it. Third brother Zhou's words became inappropriate. Su-wei packed her things and got into a cart. On the way, Xiao kept talking about the temple fair next month, saying it would be even more lively. Su-wei was distracted, thinking about young Master Dong. Knowing that the young master she wanted to cling to was from the upper floors seemed to hit her hard. Before Shen Yan could think of a way to mock her, Su-wei suddenly jumped up and asked, Shen Yan, did that old woman Wang trick me? Shen Yan, Finally realizing the situation, it seemed she wasn't so stupid after all. Su-wei felt that the original owner's relationship with Shiman young Master Dong was a bit strange. Now she understood everything. That old woman Wang Po wasn't trying to introduce her to a wealthy man to become a concubine. She simply wanted to sell Su-wei to that kind of place, and young Master Dong was just a bait she used. And judging by young Master Dong's behavior, he probably didn't know much. He thought Su-wei was just a stalker, chasing him. Previously, she thought that young Master Dong was stingy for giving her a poor-quality silver hairpin and a small mirror, and that neither of these was bought by young Master Dong, but by Madame Wang. This malicious old woman spent a lot of effort and had this plan in mind.
Her goal was always to sell Su-wei.
She couldn't force Shen Yan into prostitution while he was alive, but if Shen Yan died and Su-wei was left helpless, she could manipulate her easily. As for her urgency to use money, it was probably to buy back Wang Ming from prison. Su-wei broke out in cold sweat. If she hadn't traveled here and killed Madame Wang, the original owner would have already been working in a brothel. Damn it! The more Su-wei thought about it, the more frightened and angry she became. She wished she could dig up Madame Wang's body now and beat her to vent her anger. Shen Yan looked at Su-wei. Seeing her changing expressions, he understood that she had figured it out. Shen Yan wanted to mock her, but unexpectedly, Su-wei looked at him pitifully. Shen Yan, I almost didn't get to see you. The people around her were once fierce wolves and tigers, but she trusted only Shen Yan now. Although Shen Yan initially wanted to kill her, he didn't actually do it. Compared to Madame Wang, Shen Yan was truly a kind person.
Shen Yan.
There's no need to say it like that. That day, Su-kan came to find Shen Yan, and Su-wei noticed he had become even thinner, with sunken eyes and poor spirits. He staggered as he walked, looking like he might faint at any moment. He came to buy grain. Su-wei invited him to eat, but he initially refused because Aunt Hu was crazy. Anyone who helped Su-kan would be cursed at loudly by Aunt Hu at the door. After a few such incidents, no one wanted to help Su-kan anymore, as they didn't want trouble. Su-kan could cook for himself, but Aunt Hu and he were at odds. As soon as he left the yard, her family's pots and bowls would be smashed. Their home was in chaos, and even the repaired pot was broken into pieces. Su-kan had to go to town to buy food himself. He knew Aunt Hu was difficult to deal with and didn't want to cause Shen Yan trouble. No need. I'm just very hungry. I'll take it home to eat, and this afternoon I'll go to town to buy some, he said hoarsely, refusing. Shen Yan said, it's okay, stay here. Su-wei also said, don't worry, just eat at my place. If a person has no basic compassion or mercy, they are no different from animals. Su-wei knew this might cause trouble for her and Shen Yan. A kind person lives a whole life. Is it because they're afraid of trouble that they do nothing? Su-kan hesitated for a moment and then nodded in agreement. Before he finished eating, Aunt Husan came knocking at the door. Shin, are you deliberately going against me? Aunt Husan shouted loudly outside. Sukin put down his chopsticks and was about to go out, but Shunyan gently pressed his shoulder. Sit still. He walked out on his own. Suwei also followed outside and saw Aunt Husan leading a group of Hu family members, all looking angry and blocking the door like a furious mother hen. Taking in that little troublemaker is just like going against me and our Hu family. Her attitude was so fierce that most people wouldn't dare to provoke her. But Shunyan was not an ordinary person. He slapped her, making her shut up instantly. You dare hit me? Aunt Husan's voice was sharp and full of disbelief, questioning him fiercely. Hu Taohua also glared at Shunyan angrily. If you dare hit my mother, I'll kill you. She rushed toward Shunyan, but Shunyan kicked her 2 meters away, causing her to fall to the ground and unable to get up. A cut on Aunt Husan's head was bleeding, and seeing his wife and daughter being attacked, Husan grabbed an axe and charged forward. Shun I'm going to fight you. Shunyan grabbed his hair, slapped him over 20 times, and kicked him out of the way. Everyone present was shocked by Shunyan's strength. The Hu family members who followed looked at each other, afraid to step forward. Shunyan clapped his hands, then stepped on Husan's face, pressing his words into the dirt. He didn't speak, just looked expressionlessly at the people outside.
Shun.
Shin you too. The village chief came over, looking at the scene with a headache. The village was too big to manage well. Peaceful days were rare. Shin let go of him quickly. Don't cause trouble. The village chief tried to pull him away, but Shunyan pressed down harder, blood visible on Husan's face. Shunyan ignored the village chief and squatted down to ask Husan, will you bother me again in the future? Husan couldn't speak. Shunyan grabbed his hair and lifted him up, his eyes dark and his tone cold. Speak. Husan couldn't say anything, only making muffled sounds. Shunyan looked annoyed. He frowned, grabbed Husan's hair, and slammed his head against a stone in the yard.
Thud.
The sound was not loud, but everyone seemed to hear it clearly. The scene was silent. Nobody dared to say a word. Husan lay on the ground motionless, his life hanging in the balance. Hu Taohua looked terrified, unable to cry out loud. Aunt Husan's voice was like she was choking on cotton, and after a long pause, she tremblingly said, Someone has been hurt. Husan was not bleeding heavily. He had a big bump on his head and fainted. The village chief was so shocked he couldn't speak, pointing at Shunyan and trembling. Second Shin. How could you? Shunyan looked at the village chief, who took a step back out of fear. Shunyan asked him, when Husan's family bullied the orphan, where were you? The village chief couldn't answer. Husan's family was large and difficult to deal with, and Sukin was just a lonely child. Even if the village chief felt sorry, he didn't want to cause trouble. So he chose to ignore it, pretending not to see, thinking Husan's family would be satisfied after this. Now, hearing Shunyan mention it, he felt ashamed and wanted to argue but couldn't speak. Shunyan ignored everyone and looked at them impatiently, saying, Don't bother me anymore. Then he turned and went back inside. Suwei was so frightened, she didn't dare say anything. She felt that Shunyan's behavior just now was a bit strange. Shunyan sat back in his seat, picked up his chopsticks and glanced at Sukan, who looked as thin as a ghost. Sukan swallowed nervously and quickly grabbed some rice to eat. After they finished eating, everyone outside had left, and it was very quiet. Shunyan felt unusually happy, as if his mood was great, and he even had the strength to chop firewood. Meanwhile, the villagers were in an uproar. Earlier, Shunyan had hit Zhongmu, and they thought it was because Zhongmu had really annoyed him and made Shunyan angry. But today, Shunyan's way of hitting looked like he was crazy. Was he out of his mind? Dr. Qinyu had heard many versions of stories about Shunyan. Since Dr. Qinyu wasn't here, he was the only doctor in the village, and Husan's family was the first to bring the injured to him. The villagers were chattering, with Hu Taohua looking innocent and batting her eyes, and Husan crying out like a pig being slaughtered, and Husan himself looking like a dead pig. Qinyu wanted to laugh at his silly face but held back and asked what had happened. The Hu family members around explained everything. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows. Was Shun Yan having a mental breakdown? Hu Wen's arm was healed, and not wanting to hear his mother nag, he often stayed with Qin Yu. He squatted nearby and said to Qin Yu, "You didn't see it, but that Shin guy really lost his mind. I always thought he wasn't normal." Suddenly, he stood up. "What's wrong?" Qin Yu asked in surprise. Hu Wen looked worried and asked, "Is Sue okay? Will Shun Yan hurt her?" Qin Yu, "You really never give up, do you? Are you not afraid of Shin Yan?" Qin Yu asked with a smile. Hu Wen thought about Shin Yan and gave up on the idea of heroically saving Sue. He couldn't help it, he was also afraid. All the Hu family members in the house were shouting, saying Shin Yan went too far, that this matter couldn't be ignored, and that Shin Yan should be taught a lesson. But after watching for a while, everyone was just shouting around. No one dared to act. They all had families to take care of. Who would want to provoke a madman? The Hu family was just lying there. They didn't want to get beaten. If they got hurt, no one would pay for their medical bills. Sue was still worried that the Hu family might come back to cause trouble. But they didn't. Everything was quiet. Even the Hu family didn't come again. Sukin looked at Shun Yan with complicated feelings. His eyes suddenly turned red, and he called out in a distressed voice, "Second brother Shin, when he was young, his family was poor and no one played with him. He often followed his sister to pick wild vegetables on the mountain. He frequently met the Shun brothers. Shin Dalong was strong and tall, and seeing the siblings in need, he often helped them chop firewood. Sometimes, when he caught wild animals, he would share some with them. Shun Yan was not talkative, and Sukin had been afraid of him since he was little. But when Shun Yan had something good to eat, he would share it with him. That was the happiest time in Sukin's life. This good time lasted until his sister made a pair of shoes for Shin Dalong. His sister probably liked Shin Dalong. She saved money, used good fabric, and sewed the shoes carefully, stitching tightly. When she finished, she was very happy. She was pretty and smiled even more beautifully. When she touched the shoes, it was like touching her most beloved person. She gave the shoes to Shin Dalong. Shin Dalong accepted them, and he probably understood her feelings. Then Shin's mother arranged a marriage proposal. The Su siblings were very happy. They eagerly wanted Shin Dalong to become part of their family. Sukin thought that Shin Dalong looked mature and reliable, and he was kind to his sister. Maybe in the future, he could call him brother-in-law directly. Brother-in-law. He might even eat with second brother Shin. But reality always gives a slap. If the wheel of fate turns just a little, it can lead to a completely different life. Old Mr. Su didn't agree. The Su siblings were confused. They thought their family was poor, and Shin's family was also poor, so there was nothing to dislike. Why did Grandpa refuse? Su Lan, who was always obedient, gritted her teeth and went to find old Mr. Su, overhearing his conversation with Shun's mother. Sukin is still young, and I am an old man. If Su Lan Rua gets married, how will we, as grandfather and grandson, survive? De Lang is a good boy, I know, but being good doesn't fill the stomach. 10 taels of silver. We only want 10 taels. Mother Shin left and never came back. Su Lan didn't say anything more. Later, De Lang went to join the army, and soon after, his sister had her own problems. Sukin feels like their lives are like a fragile thatched hut, barely holding together, ready to collapse at any moment. For a while, he hated old Su. He didn't understand why old Su broke up Su Lan and Shindalang. Was it just for 10 taels of silver? Sukin clenched his pocket. Inside, there was less than 10 taels, bought with old Su's life. Years ago, Su Lan also exchanged her life for 10 taels. Is a life worth only 10 taels? Shun Yan was making a feather duster for Su Wei when he heard this, and looked up at Sukin. Sukin snapped back to himself, nervously tugging at his worn-out clothes, as if wanting to say something, but not daring to. After Shin De Lang died, the Su family dared not appear in front of the Shin family again. Old Su felt even more guilty. For Shin's family and Su Lan, perhaps death was also a kind of relief for him. If he hadn't been so hungry that he couldn't bear it, Sukin wouldn't have come to Shin's house. Shan Yan put down his work, stood up, looked at Su Can for a long time, said nothing, and simply patted his head. Su Can's crying was silent, tears streaming down his face, falling to the ground with a plop. Silent and unnoticed. Su Wei felt a pang of sadness and discomfort inside. Before leaving, Su Wei brought some food for Su Can. How will he live in the future? Su Wei couldn't help but sigh. Shun Yan still had no expression. He'll live how he can. Other people's lives can't be replaced by anyone else. After being beaten by Shun Yan, the Husan family stopped causing trouble and didn't come to seek revenge. But because they were injured badly, they didn't bother Su Can either. The Su family owns land. Su Can has money and land. He's not young anymore and can fully support the family. Su Wei and Shun Yan continued selling pancakes. Xiao Wu said there would be a temple fair in a few days, so Su Wei thought to do some other business during these days. What to do? She looked at Shun Yan, who looked confused, not understanding what she was thinking. Of course, she wasn't looking at his handsome face, but Su Wei suddenly remembered something to eat. She could make cold noodles or jelly. These two are cheap and simple to make and perfect for the season. Su Wei first tried making cold noodles. The process involves kneading the dough, washing it to extract the gluten, and then using the remaining batter to make the dish. She quickly finished her work, making some chili oil, Sichuan pepper oil, garlic paste, chopped green onions, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, then handed it to Shun Yan. Shun Yan tasted a bite. His eyes brightened, and he gave his opinion. Delicious. Su Wei smiled warmly. She immediately went to the market to buy ingredients: wooden bowls, chopsticks, 2 wooden tables, and several small stools. When she returned, she headed straight to the kitchen. Qin Yu came in just as it was mealtime and saw Shun Yan in the yard making a fence for the wall, carefully sharpening the wooden sticks into sharp, thin points. Qin Yu asked, "Are you trying to hurt someone?" Shun Yan looked up at him with a displeased frown. "What are you here for?" Qin Yu smiled mysteriously and called out to the house, "Su Wei, I brought you something tasty." When Su Wei came out, she saw Shun Yan and Qin Yu staring at each other like rivals. "You guys," she said, a bit speechless. Qin Yu, under Shun Yan's intense gaze, walked over to Su Wei with a smile and took credit. "Look what I brought you." "What is it?" Su Wei asked expressionlessly. She was used to the way the men here talked. Qin Yu took out a small basket filled with bright yellow apricots. Su Wei's face immediately lit up with a fake smile and said, "That's too kind of you." Qin Yu rubbed his stomach. "I was so busy picking apricots, I didn't have breakfast." Su Wei didn't hesitate and took the basket from him, quickly heading to the kitchen to prepare a cold noodle dish for him. "What's this?" "Cold noodles, try it." Su Wei also called Shun Yan over to eat together, but she first washed some apricots, planning to eat them alone. Neither of these two liked sweet food, so she reluctantly helped them finish it. Qin Yu finished eating quickly and looked at Su Wei sadly. "Is there more?" "I didn't quite get full." She had made quite a bit, so she prepared another dish, cold jelly noodles. Qin Yu loved spicy food and added a lot of chili oil, sweating heavily and turning red in the face, wiping his sweat while eating. Su Wei couldn't help but ask, "Can't you handle spicy food?" She thought Qin Yu's reaction clearly showed an allergy to chili peppers. But Qin Yu said, "I've been like this since I was a kid. Dr. Qin told me to eat more, and it'll be fine." Su Wei was speechless. A strong and resilient Chinese person. No wonder there aren't many people in China with allergies. Those with mild allergies have overcome them, and severe cases probably didn't survive. "This is really delicious," Qin Yu said, holding the cold noodles and staring at Su Wei intently. Does he really want to join them? Having one more person is just adding another pair of chopsticks. If not, when will Shun Yan die? He wants to marry Su Wei and eat delicious food every day. Qin Yu felt the food was getting colder the more he ate. When he looked back, he saw Shun Yan looking at him with a cold stare. Qin Yu forced a smile and asked Su Wei, "I heard you and Shun Yan are selling things at a stall?" Su Wei nodded. When Qin Yu wasn't acting strange, he was quite normal, and she was happy to chat with him. "Are you busy enough? Do you need my help?" Su Wei turned to look at him, and Qin Yu's face was full of the expression, "I want to join. Please invite me to join." Su Wei glanced at Shun Yan. Shunyan had a blank expression, but his eyes were very cold. So cold. Very, very cold. Sue swallowed hard and quickly declined. Sorry, we already have someone helping us. Chini looked a bit disappointed. Who is it? Someone I don't notice. Sue Ken. She originally wanted Xiaowu to help, but recently with spring plowing, Xiaowu's family had many fields and was busy with the ox cart, so he had no time. Sue then thought of Sue Ken. Oh, it's him. Chini didn't have much to argue about with a kid. Sue thought of something and asked him, how is Husan's family doing? Chini was here to talk about this. He looked at Shen Yan and said, you are too harsh. Husan is still unconscious. If he never wakes up, Husan's wife definitely won't forgive you. Shen Yan was indifferent. There are many people who won't forgive me. Meaning, who does she think she is? Would Shen Yan be afraid of her? Sue frowned. Is it that serious? At that time, she even suspected that Husan's head was smashed. If that was true, Shen Yan would have committed murder. Sue had been worried these past few days. She finally had a few peaceful days with Shen Yan and didn't want any trouble. After finally having a few peaceful days, can't you just be more peaceful? Qinyu said helplessly to Shen Yan. The tea scent drifted far away. If something happens to you, Qinyu looked at Sue with deep affection. I will take good care of you. Sue was speechless. She was really convinced. Then Qinyu was almost stabbed to death by a wooden stick Shen Yan threw at him. He dodged and quickly ran to the door, asking, can I really not join? I can pay for the meal. Shen Yan stood up, and Qinyu stepped back, saying, Shen Yan, you can't be so bossy. You need to learn how to share. Sue was silent. Although a little angry, she found Qinyu's insistence on just a bite quite funny. Earlier, Shen Yan went to fetch water and saw him cooking porridge several times. Curious, she asked why he didn't eat noodles. Qinyu pointed to the porridge in the pot and said helplessly, actually, it was supposed to be noodles. At that moment, Shen Yan felt a bit sympathetic towards him. It was clear what kind of life Qinyu was living as a single man. Qinyu's offer was genuine. He just wanted to share a meal. He also hoped to find someone from the village to cook for him, but Mu had made it clear that anyone who cooked for Qinyu would be taking her place. Now, no one dared to come. Qinyu had basically shot himself in the foot. He had tasted Sue's cooking. She used plenty of oil and ingredients, and the flavor was amazing. Eating others' food now felt like eating pig feed. And what was that just now? Although he loved meat, the small snacks were really good too. What was wrong with the women in the village? If they weren't as pretty as Sue, couldn't they improve their cooking skills? Like Sue, who often experimented with new recipes. As Qinyu thought this, he looked up and saw Hu Taohua staring at him with shy, flirtatious eyes. Did you go to Shen's again? Qinyu frowned. What was wrong with her? Why did it matter where he went? Hu Taohua pouted, acting like Qinyu was a scumbag. Men are so shallow. Qinyu was speechless. It was hard for her to say he was shallow. Who isn't shallow? Isn't Hu Taohua shallow too? There are many good-looking young men in the village. She was just attracted to Qinyu's looks, wasn't she? Seeing others with dark skin, but not noticing her own, was that it? Qinyu wanted to walk away, but Hu Taohua stopped him. After hesitating for a moment, she asked, when will you come to propose to me? Qinyu was surprised. He quickly jumped back, and Hu Taohua looked up in shock, realizing he was already a few meters away. Qinyu said seriously, I won't propose. I don't like you. A trace of hurt flashed in Hu Taohua's eyes. She bit her lip and looked at Qinyu in disbelief. You saw my body, and my innocence is gone. Do you refuse to acknowledge it? Qinyu was silent. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't see your body. Hu Taohua shyly lowered her head and said, it was that day. That day I was beaten by Shen Yan. Qinyu clearly remembers that day when Shen Yan single-handedly defeated 3 members of the Hu family. All 3 came to Qinyu. Qinyu always remembered his grandfather's advice. Never get involved with women you don't like. So he only bandaged Husan's wounds. But Aunt Hu insisted that Hu Taohua had internal injuries and asked Qinyu to take her pulse. Qinyu had examined many women in the village, and taking a pulse was nothing special. He had even checked Su Wei's pulse, and Shen Yan, who was so impulsive, never said anything. However, Hu Taohua was different. When Qin Yu was taking her pulse, he was very focused, but suddenly she lifted her clothes. When Qin Yu came to his senses, he saw only a patch of yellowish skin and 2 tiny yellow dots. That was the most embarrassing moment of Qin Yu's life. His hair stood on end, and he hurriedly ran outside. Aunt Hu shouted from behind, "Qin Yu, do you want to run after seeing my daughter's body?" Everyone in the yard was stunned and looked at Qin Yu. He patted his chest, still shaken but quick-witted. He angrily said, "Aunt Hu, stop spreading rumors. I only took her pulse. There were only 3 people in the room, Aunt Hu, Hu Taohua, and Qin Yu. If the Hu family wanted to slander him, Qin Yu wouldn't be soft." He firmly denied everything. Anyway, with just words, anyone could say anything. Aunt Hu tried to cause trouble, but Qin Yu went to the village chief and angrily declared that he would no longer treat anyone from the Hu family. The village chief was exhausted. He really felt tired. His dislike for the Hu family had reached its limit. He said angrily, "Hu San's family, if you cause more trouble, I will drive you out of the village." Aunt Hu finally stopped her fuss. Hu Taohua believed that Qin Yu had seen her body and was obsessively bothering him, wanting to marry him. Qin Yu was speechless. He didn't understand why the Hu family was so energetic, always causing trouble. Weren't they tired? Hu Chang had died, Hu San was unconscious, and they still couldn't settle down? Qin Yu was very angry. He pointed at Hu Taohua and said, "Stop spreading dirty rumors about me. I didn't see anything, and I won't marry you." Then he ran away. When Shen Yan chased after him, he only saw Qin Yu running faster than a rabbit. Shen Yan was still holding a knife used for carving wooden sticks. When he looked into Walnut Flower's eyes, Walnut Flower screamed as if she saw a ghost and quickly ran inside, closing the door in one smooth motion. Shen Yan was speechless. Qin Yu ran home, barely catching his breath when he saw Hu Wen standing at the door, glaring fiercely at him. Qin Yu was silent. "What's wrong?" Hu Wen looked hurt and said, "Qin Yu, I thought you were my brother, but you actually..." "What?" Qin Yu was also in a bad mood. He looked at Hu Wen impatiently. "You never considered me your brother." Hu Wen was angry. "It's you who never considered me your brother. And you actually have those thoughts about Su Wei." Qin Yu sighed in relief. As long as it wasn't about Walnut Flower, it was fine. He said as he opened the door, "You don't need to be angry. Is Su Wei your person?" Hu Wen bit his lip. Of course not. If she were, he would have beaten Qin Yu to death long ago. Thinking this way, Shen Yan hitting him didn't seem so unfair. Qin Yu said, "Since she's not your person, and you have thoughts about her, why can't I?" Hu Wen's arrogance immediately deflated. He knew Qin Yu was right, but he was still very angry. "I thought you liked a good wife and mother." Qin Yu thought for a moment and said, "Su Wei is a good wife and mother. How did I not notice that before? By the way, couldn't Su Wei just walk a few more steps and faint at his door? That would have benefited Shanair." The more he thought about it, the more he felt resentful. Hu Wen said, "But Su Wei's appearance." Qin Yu turned to look at him and chuckled. "Who gave you the wrong idea that I like bean sprouts?" He knew what Hu Wen was thinking. Hu Wen thought he liked quiet, gentle, innocent, and delicate girls. He was really speechless. He just liked beautiful women with slim waists and big chests. Thinking this, he suddenly saw the smiling Qin Daifu and realized this old man also liked glamorous beauties. So in a way, they shared the same taste. Hu Wen originally wanted to say something, but seeing Qin Daifu, he didn't dare to speak more. Although Qin Daifu always smiled kindly, for some reason, Hu Wen was always afraid of him. After greeting Qin Daifu, he hurriedly left. "Have you eaten, Qin Daifu?" Qin Yu closed the door, acting very calm about Qin Daifu's appearance. Qin Daifu hadn't been back for a long time. Dr. Qin said, "Have you eaten?" "How about you?" "I have also eaten." Besides that, the grandfather and grandson seemed to have nothing more to say. "How many days will you stay this time?" Qin Yu asked. Dr. Qin thought for a moment and said, "I will leave soon." Qin Yu wasn't too disappointed. He was used to it. Dr. Qin came over and patted his head. Little you, you're grown up now. When your father was your age, he was already married. Chin-yu looked down. Why bring up my father? Dr. Chin sighed. Just speaking my mind. Your grandmother died early, and no one looked after him. It was my fault. He was tricked by that woman. It was rare for Chin-yu to hear Dr. Chin mention his biological mother. His father's death was a painful memory for both Dr. Chin and Chin-yu. But no one wanted to talk about it. It was easier to pretend it didn't happen if they didn't think about it. How exactly did my father die? Chin-yu asked, unable to hold back. Dr. Chin looked at him and took a moment before saying, People say outside that your father drowned after drinking, but I don't believe it. He was a simple, responsible boy. He was tricked into marrying that woman, and later, when he had you, he was very happy. Your name was even chosen by him with someone's help. Do you think he would drown in the river because of drinking too much? Chin-yu frowned. He remembered his father a little. As Dr. Chin said, he was a simple man. When he was young, Chin-yu grew up on his shoulder. Chin's father used to make little wooden swords and horses for him. Whenever traveling merchants came to the village, Chin-yu was the kid who could buy snacks freely, envied by other children.
So.
He was once a happy child.
So.
How did my father die? Chin-yu's eyes welled with tears. Dr. Chin took a deep breath and said, That woman thought your father was useless. She was used to the lively city life and ran away with a merchant. But the merchant tricked her. With nowhere to go, she had to come back and find your father. They argued, and your father was pushed into the river by her. Dr. Chin exhaled, clearly holding back great anger. Chin-yu almost couldn't stand. That woman. His mother. The woman who destroyed the Chin family. How do you know that? Chin-yu asked. Dr. Chin looked at him. I found the merchant who sold her goods back then. The merchant abandoned Chin-yu's mother. Later, when she returned, he followed her. He saw the scene where Chin-yu's mother killed Chin's father. Chin-yu's mind was a mess. He clenched his teeth and asked, Where is he? Over there. Someone at the market pointed to a stall not far away. People nearby quickly ran over. I heard that the market has a small snack stall that sells very well. People followed the crowd and went there. As everyone said, the food is delicious, and the owner's wife is very beautiful. Her skin, her eyes, her waist, her legs. Soo-kan knocked on the table and asked, Big brother, what would you like to order? The man's gaze shifted away from Soo-wei, and he replied, Add more chili to the cold noodles and 1 sesame pancake, please. On such a hot day, he didn't want to eat buns, steamed buns, or fried dough sticks. The cold noodles and jelly are simple and refreshing, a good way to cool down and enjoy. Soo-kan took note and went to tell Soo-wei and Shin-yen. Soo-wei made the cold noodles, Shin-yen prepared the pancakes, and Soo-kan was busy serving and clearing. Soo-wei didn't expect so many people to come. She was busy all morning and didn't even have time to drink water. By noon, all the cold noodles and jelly were sold out. Shin-yen's pancakes were gone too. The next customers could only leave disappointed. The 3 of them cleaned up the table and were exhausted, especially Soo-kan, who was very thin. Several times, Soo-wei worried he might faint, but he seemed very happy. When Shin-yen came to find him yesterday, he felt like he was dreaming. For 2 meals and a whole morning, they only earned 30 coins. A day's work for a laborer in the village usually earns less than 100 coins. He felt very satisfied, at least he could eat and earn money. He was worried about not doing well, but he was overthinking. Soo-kan had no parents and children from poor families can do anything. After a simple meal, Soo-wei asked if Soo-kan wanted to buy anything. He shook his head. The 3 of them decided to go home, but recently spring plowing was happening, and it was hard to rent an ox cart. Woo-woo only had time in the mornings and evenings, so he couldn't come now. They waited a long time, but couldn't rent one. Soo-wei was very hot and suggested, Why not buy one? Oxen and carts weren't cheap. Soo-kan was a bit surprised but still said, I have silver. If you don't have enough, just take it. Actually, Soo-wei and Shin-yen had checked their earnings yesterday and had made quite a bit. They just didn't know how much an ox cart cost. Shin-yen was practical. No rush today. He told Su Wei, and Su Can to wait, then left. Su Wei poured water for Su Can and asked, "Are you used to it? Are you tired?" Su Can hesitated, looked at Su Wei, and thought of Su Lan. His sister used to ask him gently, "Are you hungry? Are you tired?"
No.
"I'm not tired," he replied. Su Wei noticed his nervousness and smiled, saying, "Luckily, you came to help today. Otherwise, Shen Yan and I really wouldn't manage." Su Can blushed. Su Wei didn't say anything more, then looked up and saw a familiar face. "Is that?" Su Can also saw the person. Su Wei looked like Qinyu, but unlike his usual gentle self, he seemed upset. His face was dark as he walked forward and stopped not far away. Su Wei looked over and saw Qinyu staring at Zhou Laosan's stall. Zhou Laosan sells buns. He used to set up a stall at the temple, right next to Su Wei and the others. At first, he made some dirty jokes and teased Su Wei, probably because he saw she and Shunyan were young and thought they wouldn't fight back if he bullied them. But he was wrong. Once, Shunyan went to the temple to deliver cakes. When he came back, he overheard Zhou Laosan joking around and teasing Su Wei. Su Wei looked at him coldly, but Zhou Laosan thought she was winking at him. Shunyan watched and listened for a while, then suddenly grabbed Zhou Laosan and beat him so badly that he didn't even recognize his own mother. Not only that, Shunyan stepped on his face. In front of many frightened vendors, Shunyan forced Zhou Laosan to call him grandpa. After he did, Shunyan asked if he was willing to accept it. Zhou Laosan spat out blood and looked at Shunyan fiercely, saying, "I accept." Shunyan sneered, "I don't think you really accept." Then he kicked Zhou Laosan down the hill. Usually people argued or fought, but no one was as ruthless as Shunyan. After that, no one dared to tease Su Wei anymore. Those who had previously mocked her and her friends out of jealousy kept quiet. Su Wei felt very happy. Because of this, Shunyan's image in her heart became even more admirable. But now, what was Qinyu doing staring at Zhou Laosan? Could he be wanting to eat his buns? No way. Su Wei had seen with her own eyes that Zhou Laosan, after using the bathroom and picking his nose, went straight to make buns without washing his hands. Soon, Qinyu disappeared again, and Shunyan also returned, followed by Hanyu. Hanyu was at the market buying things and happened to meet them. After sending them home, Su Wei brought Hanyu some cold noodles and cold jelly and cooked a few dishes. Hanyu was hungry and ate eagerly. He told Shen Yan that buying cattle in the county was expensive. His cattle were bought from the borders and from the Western barbarians. The Western barbarians have lush watergrass, and they raise many cattle. My cow was originally a calf. It accidentally hurt its leg, so the Western barbarians sold it cheaply. I brought it back and treated it. Now it's like my brother. Hanyu loved his cow very much and named it Little Cow. Shunyan asked about the price, and the border directly bought from the Shirong people, saving nearly 40%. He and Su Wei had saved every penny, so saving money made Shunyan happy. Coincidentally, Hanyu was going to the border in a few days. The two decided to go together, and for now, they would use Hanyu's ox cart. "Thank you so much, Brother Han," Su Wei said, feeling a bit embarrassed. She offered to pay, but Hanyu knew they wouldn't feel at ease if he refused, so he kindly accepted. Su Can listened silently, looking at Hanyu and Shunyan, feeling confused about their relationship. When Hanyu first came, Su Can knew about it. The villagers said Su Wei was raising a wild man outside. But now, why was this wild man getting along so happily with second brother Shen? Shunyan was indeed a generous person, Su Can thought. He wanted to learn from Shunyan. After Hanyu left, Su Wei wanted to mention meeting Qinyu at the market, but thinking about Shunyan's dislike for Qinyu, she decided not to say anything. Hu-san woke up but was suffering from a severe headache and vomited several times. Hu-san's wife came to invite Qinyu. Although there had been some awkwardness before, she remembered Qinyu as a gentle and kind person who wouldn't hold a grudge over small matters. But this time, she was disappointed. Qinyu simply looked at her coldly, listened to her explanation, and then said, "I told you I wouldn't get involved in your family's affairs. Find someone else." So far, Chinyu had been quite polite. Most others would have left by now, but Hu San's wife was stubborn. She had always relied on throwing tantrums to get her way and had tasted the benefits. People rarely changed their nature. Even after Shun Yan's scolding, she couldn't change. She sneered and said sarcastically, "What? Find someone else? You're a doctor. I'm not going to you. Who else am I supposed to find?" Chinyu looked at her and said, "I told you I wouldn't go." "What? I'm not paying enough." Chinyu still refused to go. Then Hu San's wife said something she would regret for the rest of her life. She glared at Chinyu angrily and said sarcastically, "Forget it, I won't go. There are plenty of doctors in this world, and some people don't need anyone to teach them." Later that afternoon, the villagers of Nanqiao village heard a loud, terrible scream, like someone was being murdered, making everyone's hair stand on end. They all rushed outside to see. Su Wei and Shun Yan were exhausted and lazy to move, but the noise was loud enough that they also went out. The afternoon sun was scorching, making their skin hurt, but no one cared. They all stared blankly at Hu San, who was standing at Qin's door, blood all over her mouth. What happened? Yes, what happened? What's wrong with the Hu family again? Hu Taohua saw her mother in this state and ran over, asking with concern, "Mom, what's wrong?" Aunt Hu Sen covered her mouth and pointed at Qin's family, looking angry. The villagers were stunned. What happened? Did Qinyu hit her? Qinyu is known for being kind.
How could he hit someone?
Is there some misunderstanding? It must be that she was mouthy and said something she shouldn't have, which made Qinyu angry. Exactly. Otherwise, how could Qinyu hit her? Is the Hu family crazy? Always causing trouble. They argued with Su Kun before, got scolded by Xin Yan, and now they provoke Qinyu again. No matter what, it's not good for a grown man to hit a woman, especially an elder, someone said. Someone immediately disagreed. Man or woman, we're all people. When the Hu family did wrong, no one said she was a woman. Exactly, Qinyu did well. I've wanted to hit that woman for a long time. Hu Taohua saw that Aunt Hu San's teeth had been forcibly knocked out, feeling both angry and sad. She immediately ran to the Qin family's door and shouted inside, "Qinyu, I know you don't want to marry me, but you can't hit my mom like this." Everyone was stunned. Hu Taohua's earlier fuss was just a small scene, but now everyone heard it. Someone asked confused, "What does Hu Taohua mean? Why does Qinyu want to marry her?" "It's because of what happened a few days ago." Old Lu For, who was well informed, recounted how Hu Taohua said Qinyu looked at her body that day. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. People are always very interested in matters between men and women. Did Qinyu really see her? A young man asked curiously. Old Lu For cursed. See what? What does Hu Taohua look like? Don't you know? She's flatter than my land. Qinyu isn't cross-eyed. Why would he look at her? I think Hu Taohua just likes Qinyu and wants to blackmail him. Everyone found this reasonable. Qinyu is known to be selective. How could he assault Hu Taohua? It's more likely she was the one bothering him. Later, Su Wei and Xin Yan, who arrived late, only heard the last part. Su Wei couldn't help but glance at Hu Taohua's chest, and Xin Yan couldn't help but look at Su Wei. Su Wei sensed something and turned her head to meet Xin Yan's meaningful gaze. Su Wei glared at him fiercely. Xin Yan quickly looked away, feeling awkward as he rubbed his nose. Just now, I don't know what happened. He clearly isn't a fool who thinks with his lower body. Su Wei rolled her eyes. What is he pretending? Humph, men. However, Lao Lu Si was right. Hu Taohua doesn't look good. She looks like she's made from the same mold as Aunt Hu San. Su Wei doesn't dislike her appearance. It's just the old saying, appearance reflects the heart. If a person isn't good-looking but is kind and honest, others will find her pleasant and easy to get along with. But if someone like Aunt Hu San is disliked by everyone, then even Hu Taohua, who might be as beautiful as a fairy, won't be liked. Aunt Hu Sen couldn't say anything, while Hu Taohua kept shouting. The village chief was taking a nap and was woken up by the noise. He instinctively came out to check, but when he saw it was Aunt Hu San's family, he quickly turned and went to the fields. He didn't want to get involved anymore. It was too tiring. Without the village chief, No one could stop the fight. Everyone gathered at Qin's house entrance, not caring about the heat, pointing and gossiping about Hu Taohua. She said everything she thought she shouldn't, whether Qin Yu saw her or not. Her reputation was ruined. Su Wei thought she must be crazy. How could she think of such a self-destructive way to fight? What if she can't get married later? Su Wei then saw Aunt Husan on the ground, in pain and unable to speak, glaring fiercely at Qin's family.
Suddenly, Su Wei understood.
It's about teaching by example. Aunt Husan is like that, so her daughter is the same, thinking that throwing a tantrum can get her what she wants. But Qin Yu is not someone to be pushed around. He didn't come out at all. Explaining wouldn't help. He didn't care. This would blow over quickly. He had little to lose, but Hu Taohua's situation was dire. The sun was still very hot. Shen Yan found a shady spot and coincidentally ran into the Shin family. Shen Bao looked at Su Wei with anger in her eyes. Su Wei also felt uncomfortable and was about to leave with Shen Yan when Shen Liang suddenly approached and smiled at Shen Yan, saying, "I heard you're selling things at the market. Is it at the temple fair?" Shen Yan looked at him coldly. This person was just as annoying as his father. Shen Bao sneered and said to Shen Liang, "What are you saying to these two fools? They don't respect their elders." Su Wei frowned. She saw Shen Yan about to slap Shen Bao in the face. She quickly pulled him back.
Shen Yan, I'm tired.
"Let's go." Shen Yan looked at her, and Su Wei shook her head at him. Shen Bao's family situation is different from Husan's. Shen Yanming's nominal aunt. Even if they're no longer related, if Shen Yan hits her, it would cause a lot of trouble. Su Wei doesn't want to cause trouble by speaking impulsively. Shen Yan's irritation was eased by Su Wei's presence. By the way, has she noticed that her chest brushed against his arm? Is she deliberately trying to flirt with him? Shen Yan didn't make a move. He only told Shen Liang, "Tie up your family's dog. Don't let it run out and bite people." Then he left with Su Wei. Shen Bao was stunned for a moment before realizing what he meant and shouted angrily, "This beast! He actually called me a dog. I'll tell my dad to beat him to death." Her voice drowned out Hu Taohua's, and villagers looked over at her. The looks of mockery and disdain were obvious. Shen Liang felt embarrassed and pulled her away. But Shen Bao shouted, "Why are you pulling me? I still want to see Hu Taohua's joke." Hu Taohua, who had been shouting angrily, finally found an outlet for her anger when she heard Shen Bao. She rushed over, pointing at Shen Bao's nose and asked, "What did you say?" "What can I say? Everyone knows what's going on," Shen Bao replied, bad-tempered and spoiled by her family, her anger rising again after Shen Yan's words. She didn't care and said, "You Hu Taohua are chasing after men, but they ignore you. Aren't you shameless?" Hu Taohua thought of Qin Yu, who was indifferent and disgusted with her, feeling irritated. Seeing Shen Bao's face, she felt everyone was mocking her. Unable to hold back, she slapped Shen Bao. "You fat pig, I don't need you to watch my jokes." Shen Bao was stunned for a moment, then quickly jumped up and started fighting with Hu Taohua. Girls fighting and women fighting are different. They slap, pull hair, tear clothes. A crowd gathered to watch, but no one stepped in to stop them. Shen Liang wanted to intervene, but as a man, he couldn't touch these two women, so he could only watch anxiously. Aunt Hu saw Hu Taohua being hit and went to hit Shen Bao. Just then, Shen's wife arrived and started fighting with Aunt Hu. The lively scene at the Hu family was first noticed by Su Kan, who won in the end. Su Wei asked curiously, feeling regretful for missing such a lively event. Su Kan said, "The Hu San family, Aunt Hu had fought many times before. Unless it was someone like Shen Yan, she could usually beat others down. Grandma Shen and baby Shen were badly beaten, especially baby Shen, who was used to a comfortable life and couldn't handle being hit by Walnut Flower. Walnut Flower scratched her face with her fingernails, leaving several scars and disfiguring her. Old Lady Shen and baby Shen went back to move people. They said they wanted to hurt the Hu family. The Hu family lost a tooth and was speechless, so no one knows what they said." Su Kan felt very satisfied. Sure enough, evil begets evil. The Hu family's trouble with the Shen family was like dogs fighting. Su Wei listened happily, talking while making cold noodles. Su Kan was much quicker than Shun Yan. With his help, Su Wei felt much easier. Su Wei wiped sweat from his forehead and smiled, saying, "I'll pay you more later." Su Kan quickly shook his head. "No need. That's enough." Su Wei chuckled. "There's no one like you who works for free. Give me a few more helpers." Su Kan lowered his head, his ears turning red. Shun Yan watched their interaction and forcefully split a piece of wood. The village chief was relaxing in the fields. When he returned and saw that the people at Qin's house had left, he felt secretly pleased. Indeed, these people stopped causing trouble on their own. The village chief sighed in relief, a smile appearing on his face, but it quickly disappeared. Someone ran over and said, "Village chief, you're here. Come quickly." The Shun family beat up the Hu family. They said they want to hurt Aunt Hu and Walnut Flower. The village chief was stunned. "Isn't it with the Qin family? Why are they fighting the Shin family again?" The village chief's face turned pale with anger. The person couldn't explain clearly in a few words. Finally, he scratched his head and said, "Anyway, you should go see. If you don't go now, someone might get hurt." It wasn't likely to be a death, but the Shin family was not to be underestimated. Aunt Hu was injured, and Strong Hu had died. The Hu family had no men, and they weren't well-liked. So, the Shin family was especially arrogant and had smashed the Hu family's house to bits, just like they did to the Su family before. Aunt Hu was crying sadly, and the villagers couldn't bear to watch. They went over to comfort her. "Back then you smashed the Su family. Now it's our turn. It's karma. Don't be sad." Aunt Hu cried even louder, saying everyone in the village bullied her. She felt she couldn't go on living. The conflict between the Hu and Shin families was getting intense. Aunt Hu had hit a dead end this time. Grandma Shun went to Aunt Hu's house every day to curse for half a day, and she was very good at hitting the right nerve. They kept criticizing the Hu family's weak spots, scolding Husan's wife for being unkind and causing her son's death, and blaming Hu Taohua for being promiscuous and sneaking into small woods with men. This made Hu Taohua's already bad reputation even worse. Nanqiao Village is a big village. Many people marry within the village, but no one wants to marry Hu Taohua because Husan's family is difficult to deal with, and no one wants trouble. When Mrs. Shin caused a fuss, outsiders also learned about the Hu family's bad reputation. Even matchmakers refused to introduce anyone to them. Hu Wenao was not young. His mother wanted him to find a marriage so he wouldn't keep thinking about Su Wei, that sly girl. But Hu Wen didn't want to. He had seen how beautiful Su Wei was and no longer cared for the girls in Nanqiao Village. Plus, because of Husan's family, everyone looked down on the Hu family. Not to mention, Husan's wife had bullied Su Lan to death and even forced her father-in-law to die. The Hu family also went to bully a young, lonely brother-in-law. Who would dare to marry such a family? Hu Wen carefully scolded Hu Wen's all morning, feeling anxious and worried. He wanted to talk to Qinyu, but Qinyu wasn't at home. Qinyu was famous for sleeping in late. Hu Wen couldn't understand what could make him leave so early. Then he thought of Su Wei. Could he have gone to see Su Wei? The more Hu Wen thought about it, the more likely it seemed, so he also went to the temple fair. The fair usually lasted 5 days. Today was the second day. Many vendors, merchants, villagers from nearby, and people from the county came to watch the fun. It was crowded everywhere. Hu Wen quickly got annoyed and couldn't find Su Wei or Xinyan. He also didn't see Qinyu.
He sighed.
Coming here was fine, but maybe he should have gone up the mountain to pray for a match, asking the gods to help Xinyan die quickly, so he could marry Su Wei. Su Wei and Xinyan were busy all day, so busy they didn't have time to look at passers-by. They brought a lot of things today, and only finished selling afternoon. Su Wei was so tired her arms couldn't lift anymore. Xinyan sat nearby, drinking water, and noticed Su Wei looking at him with a sad expression. Xinyan didn't understand.
What was she looking at?
Su Wei wished Xinyan would suddenly become rich overnight, so she could enjoy a better life. But sadly, that was just a wish. Looking around, Xinyan was still that poor guy. Disappointed and helpless, she said, "Water. Give me a sip." Xinyan was silent. He felt like Su Wei meant something more than just asking for water. Su Wei drank some water and poured a little for Su Can. Seeing sugar figures being sold at the market, Su Wei bought 3. One for herself, one for Xinyan, and one for Su Can. Su Can has now gotten used to whatever Su Wei gives him. He eats it without much comment, besides enjoying the taste. After eating the sugar figures, Su Wei wanted to try something else, but she remembered Zhou Laosen not washing his hands after using the toilet. She lost her appetite. Speaking of Zhou Laosan, is that Qinyu? Su Wei saw Qinyu again not far from Zhou Laosan's stall. He looked very focused and didn't notice them. Xinyan looked in the same direction and saw Qinyu sitting nearby, staring at Zhou Laosan. Is Qinyu following Zhou Laosan?
But why?
Xinyan didn't understand. What is the relationship between Zhou Laosan and Qinyu? Not understanding, Xinyan decided not to think about it. It didn't matter to him. Huan ran down from the mountain. He went to the wrong place, Water Moon Temple, and accidentally ended up in the backyard, where he saw a girl taking a bath. He looked at her body. Huan blushed deeply, feeling his face heat up and his blood rush to his head. Does he need to take responsibility for that girl? Otherwise, how will she live in the future? Huan looked down and started walking back, not noticing Qinyu by the roadside, nor seeing Su Wei and Xinyan nearby. Su Can licked his sugar figure, feeling that these people had stories he didn't understand. Su Wei thought the same, but she couldn't figure out what was going on either. As for Xinyan, he didn't care about these greedy people. If they didn't bother him, that was fine. Hanyu arrived quickly. His little ox had grown into a big yellow ox, very obedient. Hanyu cleaned it carefully every day and even tied up 2 small bunches of hair on its head. Hanyu didn't want it to do farm work, so mostly he just pulled carts. Today, Hanyu's yellow ox had a flower on each side of its horns, silk flowers like those girls wear, quite expensive. Su Can stared in shock. Is Hanyu crazy? But Su Wei saw this and praised him. Big brother Han, your little ox looks so beautiful today. The flowers suit it perfectly. Su Can. No, is Su Wei okay? Xinyan found it normal. Hanyu was very happy and proud. Someone gave them to me. I think they suit the little ox. He patted the ox's head. Su Wei agreed. The little ox is so obedient and cute. It should be dressed like that. Su Can. No, are they really okay? This is an ox, not a person. How can an ox be obedient and cute? He was starting to envy the ox's life. Su Wei and Hanyu kept talking about cows. Su Can was speechless and very annoyed. He went to see Xinyan hoping for response, but Xinyan didn't say anything. When the bull cart passed by a stall, Xinyan suddenly lifted his foot and kicked hard at Qinyu's backside, who was standing nearby with a gloomy face. Qinyu lost his balance and knelt down. Because he didn't kneel steadily, he was pushed by someone nearby and ended up lying flat on the ground. Lying flat. Qinyu is not just anyone. Su Can stared in shock at Xinyan. Xinyan withdrew his foot and looked at him casually. Su Can quickly looked away, pretending he hadn't seen anything. Su Wei and Hanyu didn't see what happened. They were still talking about the cows.
Still
Talking about
cows.
Su Can really couldn't understand. The yellow cow in front of him is just a cow, so what's the difference between it and Xiaowu's cow? Why didn't they praise how cute and obedient Xiaowu's cow is? Is there anyone normal among this whole group? Qinyu got up from his anger and saw the distant bull cart and the people on it. Xinyan. Qinyu's eyes looked like they could shoot fire. Zhou Laosen heard him and hurriedly said, "You also know Xinyan." Qinyu turned to look at him. Zhou Laosen smiled and said, "I mean no harm. Xinyan is indeed fierce and unreasonable. I was peacefully selling things, and out of nowhere, he came over and beat me up. It's really unfair. Isn't there anyone to control such a bad person?" Qinyu narrowed his eyes and said, "Yeah, it's really unfair. I also dislike Xinyan. How do you call yourself, sir?" "I am Zhou Laosen." Qinyu sat down. "Sir, give me a few buns. I'm hungry." Zhou Laosen reached out and grabbed a few buns for Qinyu. Qinyu ate while chatting with Zhou Laosen. By the time they got home, it was already afternoon. Su Wei was sweating all over and went to take a shower. Shan Yan also wanted to wash up, but he was simpler. He just took off his clothes and rinsed in the yard. Su Wei boiled water and went to the kitchen to close the door. Shan Yan sensed something and looked outside. He saw Hu Wenzheng sneaking a look this way. When Shan Yan noticed, Hu Wenzheng ran away quickly and even fell down. Shen Yan washed up quickly and then heard noise coming from the next door. Liang Daong was dragging a woman toward the Wang family. The woman's hair was pulled, and she looked very disheveled, with swollen, tearful eyes. "If you don't leave now, I'll beat you to death, you worthless thing." Liang Daong's face was pale, with dark circles under his eyes, but he looked fierce. He kept cursing as he spoke. This kind of person can only be harsh to his wife and children at home, while in front of others, he acts like a dog. Shen Yan is very disdainful of such a person. "I won't go."
Daong.
"I won't go. You can't do this. I am your child's mother." The woman begged desperately, but received no mercy. "Bah, that useless good-for-nothing, do I care? Later, I'll sell her along with everything else." Liang Daong said this either intentionally or sincerely. Shan Yan didn't know. He stood at the door with his arms crossed, looking coldly. After Liang's sister was dragged into the Wang family, a few villagers came out. They loved gambling but couldn't stand Liang Daong's behavior. Is Liang Daong crazy? Lost his mind from gambling, and he's even selling his wife. He's not a good person. I can't stand it. That Li guy dares to want her. What's to dare? He can't marry her anyway. She's so ugly, better to win someone else. People discussed loudly. When they saw Shen Yan standing at the door, they all shrank back, unsure why. They just feared this young man. After a while, they quickly left, and Shen Yan returned to the yard. In the evening, the news that Liang Daong lost his wife in gambling spread throughout the village. As the weather warmed up, everyone liked to sit under the big tree in the evening and chat about random things. The incident with Liang Daong was a big shock. Su Wei went out to the outhouse and overheard the gossip. She looked surprised and found a quiet spot to listen secretly. "I heard he lost his wife to that Li guy at the east end of the village. There aren't many bachelors in Yinxiao village. The Li family is said to have a young man who once joined the army. He lost an eye on the battlefield. Because he looks ugly and is shy, he rarely interacts with villagers. Unexpectedly, the first attention he received was because of this. Liang's family is so unlucky. Is she really going to Li's house?" Someone asked worriedly. If this happened to her, she thought it would be like calling the heavens to respond. All women, and the women couldn't help but feel some sympathy. But another voice suddenly interrupted. Serves her right. Who told her she couldn't have children? No children, so Liang Daong doesn't need her. Su Wei remembered this voice. It was Zhao Yingdi's mother. Zhao's mother, pregnant but not showing yet, looked proud and said, "Liang's wife is useless."
No wonder Liang Daong.
Besides, men are like our sky. If a man asks you to do something, you just do it. Someone heard this and got angry, retorting, "Are you so confident you'll definitely have a son? If she has another daughter, would you still let your mother-in-law throw her into the urn bucket?" Mother Zhao shouted angrily, "Pa, pa, pa. Zhang Guizhi, you crow's beak. My child was conceived through prayer at the temple. She must be a boy." Zhang Guizhi sneered coldly. "We'll see when she's born. Don't boast too much." Her family lives right next door to Zhao's. At first, she felt sorry for Mother Zhao, who was bullied by her husband and mother-in-law for not having a son. The daughter she gave birth to was also pitiful, sometimes thrown up the mountain to be eaten by wild animals or drowned in the ancestors' bucket. Zhang Guizhi felt sorry for Mother Zhao and comforted her several times. Over time, they became good friends. But everything changed after Zhang Guizhi had a son. Mother Zhao kept saying strange things. The worst was once when she looked fiercely at her son and said, "I really want to strangle him so you won't have a son like me." She said it very seriously. At that moment, Zhang Guizhi realized she wasn't joking. They had a big fight and stopped talking. She also made sure her son stayed far away from Zhao's family when he went out. Her mother-in-law also said that Zhao's family could even kill their own newborn. She warned Zhang Guizhi not to associate with them. Hearing this, Mother Zhao got angry and argued a few more times, then proudly said, "My child was conceived through prayer to the Buddha. He will grow up to be an official, smarter than your tiger-headed kid." Seeing her like that, Zhang Guizhi felt annoyed. She didn't want to argue with a fool, so she turned and left. Mother Zhao was proud and kept showing off. When no one paid attention, she thought everyone was jealous of her. Su Wei listened for a while and found it boring, so she went home. The villagers had nothing to do at night and went to bed early. Su Wei didn't sleep. She woke up in the afternoon. Being a modern person, she loved comfort. She insisted on eating well, drinking good wine, wearing nice clothes, and living comfortably. Otherwise, if she died suddenly like in her past life, she wouldn't have spent all her money and wouldn't know who benefited in the end. Shunyan used to not care much about food and drink because his mother's cooking was bad and the villagers were frugal. He thought eating just to fill his stomach was enough. But Su Wei loved to enjoy life. She always tried to make her life as good as possible within her means. After experiencing a period of eating white rice and meat, Shunyan refused to go back to eating coarse rice and vegetables. Su Wei told him, "Life is short, so we should enjoy it while we can." Shunyan thought that made a lot of sense. So today, the couple is having stewed chicken with mushrooms. The chicken was bought from the market. They raised their own, but it was too small to eat. In ancient times, chickens grew up eating pure green insects, and their flavor was completely different from modern artificially bred chickens. When seasoned, cooked over a wood fire, and combined with dried morel mushrooms and potatoes, the aroma would drift across half the village. Qinyu missed the ox cart and walked back angrily, feeling tired and hot. He was upset because Shunyan had kicked him. He originally wanted to confront Shunyan, but before he got close, he smelled the delicious aroma. His stomach growled loudly. Zhang Area stood at the door, complaining to her mother, "That Su Wei is so annoying. She eats meat every day and isn't afraid of overdoing it. She's such a wasteful woman. Whoever marries her will be unlucky." When she looked up and saw Qinyu, she shyly ran back into the house. Qinyu was silent for a moment, then strode toward the Shin family. He told himself that no matter what, he would eat at the Shin house today. Just as Su Wei brought out the chicken, she saw a dark shadow standing at the door. Her hair stood on end, and she almost lost her balance. "Shunyan." Hearing Su Wei's trembling voice, Shunyan hurried out and saw the person at the door. He was about to draw his knife, but when he saw the person stepping inside, he recognized him in the light coming from the kitchen.
It was Qinyu.
Su Wei relaxed a little. Shunyan looked at Qinyu and asked, "What are you here for?" Qinyu coldly looked at the knife in Shunyan's hand. After a moment, he pointed to his own neck and said, "If you have the guts, cut me." Then he ignored Shunyan and walked into the house, sitting in the seat Shunyan usually occupied. Su Wei was speechless. Seeing Shunyan about to lose his temper, she quickly stopped him. "Forget it. Forget it. Qinyu doesn't look right." Of course, Shunyan knew it was because he had kicked Qinyu earlier, but he wouldn't say it. Su Wei was also helpless. She didn't understand what kind of madness Qinyu was in. It was just a meal, and they had earned quite a bit from Qinyu. So, the meal was shared by 3 people. 3 people. Suddenly, Su Wei remembered what her teacher had said in school about triangles being stable. Is this stable? They were arguing over a chicken leg. Su Wei wanted to tell them that chickens actually have 2 legs, but after thinking about it, she decided not to. She silently took the other chicken leg and watched as Qinyu, unable to compete with Shunyan, lowered his head and licked the chicken leg. Yes, he licked it. Shunyan's face changed, and he immediately lost interest in fighting for the chicken leg. Qinyu took the chicken leg and started eating. Su Wei thought, "Well, as long as you're happy, Su Wei has a small appetite." After eating, she looked at Qinyu and said, "Today we saw you at the market." Qinyu nodded. Actually, he had seen Su Wei and the others earlier, but he was focused on Zhou Laosen and didn't go over to say hello. Thinking about this and recalling Shunyan kicking him, Qinyu looked at Shunyan with anger. Shunyan also looked at Qinyu and asked, "What are you doing at the market? Seems like you're interested in Zhou Lao-san." Qinyu frowned. He hadn't spoken yet when Shunyan said, "Are you really going to eat Zhou Lao-san's bun?" Qinyu was speechless. Su Wei also looked at him steadily. "Are you really going to eat Zhou Lao-san's bun?" Qinyu was successfully led astray by them. He asked, "What's wrong with Zhou Lao-san's bun?" Su Wei asked, "Did you eat it?" A strange premonition rose in Qinyu's mind. What expression did Shunyan and Su Wei have? Could it be that Zhou Lao-san's bun is made from human flesh? No way. He nervously nodded. "Yes, I ate it." "So what?" Su Wei sighed. "It's okay. Just eat your meal. Eating something unclean doesn't make you sick." Many loyal customers of Zhou Lao-san said they liked the flavor of Zhou Lao-san's buns, saying no one else could replicate it. Su Wei seriously suspected that it was due to the addition of nose mucus and foot skin. Other places' buns just didn't have that. But forget it, Qinyu already ate it. Telling him now would be too cruel. Shunyan happily ate from his bowl and said nothing. Qinyu was confused. What did these two mean? Could it really be human flesh? Qinyu quickly found out. The next day, when he watched Zhou Lao-san, he saw him pick his nose, then dig for boogers, and scratch his itchy feet for a while before starting to make buns again. Qinyu felt so disgusted he almost vomited his breakfast. The more he thought about it, the more disgusting it was. Zhou Lao-san also stopped paying attention to him and turned away trembling. Su Kan saw this and suspiciously asked, "Little Qin doctor has left." Su Wei looked up and glanced at old Zhou. The old man had started picking his nose again. Su Wei turned away and asked Shunyan, "What do you think he's staring at old Zhou for?" Shunyan said, "Maybe he wants to eat a bun." Su Wei was speechless. Qinyu definitely wasn't thinking about buns. Sometimes, Shunyan could be really mischievous. Today, many people were on the mountain to worship Buddha. Su Wei was busy when suddenly he heard a familiar voice. "Wei Wei." The voice was so pleasant, like a clear stream flowing through the crowd into Su Wei's ears. Su Wei felt like his ears were pregnant and looked toward the sound. Sure enough, he saw a young man in a light blue outfit standing nearby. He was handsome, perfectly dressed from head to toe, standing out in the noisy market like a crane among crows. Su Wei opened his mouth to say something but felt an invisible thread around him. He instinctively turned his head. Shunyan was making pancakes and wasn't paying attention to him. Maybe he was imagining things. "Wei Wei." The young man was about to call again, but Su Wei interrupted. "Sorry, please call me Su Wei from now on." After saying that, Su Wei suddenly paused. What was the young man's name again? The young man didn't get upset. Instead, he looked at what Su Wei was making and asked curiously, "Are these tasty?" "Yes, do you want to try one?" The young man nodded. "Yes, I want both." He then went to Shunyan and asked for 2 soy-flavored pancakes. Su Kan watched silently, feeling that something was a bit off today. "Big brother, I want more green onions," the young man told Shunyan. Shunyan couldn't hold back and looked at him sharply. The young man touched his face. "Is there something on my face?" Shunyan looked at him with a blank expression and said, "You have wrinkles on your face. You seem older than me." And he still called him big brother? Isn't that a bit rude? The young man quickly touched his face. Wrinkles? On him? Su Wei watched helplessly as the young man took out a mirror. He looked left and right, but his face was smooth and fair. No wrinkles at all. He put the mirror away, squinted at Shunyan, then looked at Su Wei, but didn't say anything. Shunyan handed him a pancake, and Su Wei had prepared cold noodles and cold jelly. The young man carried his things to the carriage. The servant hurried over, confused about what he was doing and why he wanted to buy things himself. But the young man smiled at Su Wei and the others. The carriage stopped in a shady place and didn't leave for a while. When Su Wei and the others finished their work, the carriage came back. Because it was summer, the carriage was covered with a curtain. Su Wei saw a beautiful woman sitting inside, lazily leaning against the window. Shunyan also saw the woman. In the afternoon, the wind started to blow. Whether walking quickly or slowly, it still rained. The rain came fast and stopped just as quickly, leaving the ground only slightly wet. All the workers outside hurried back home, so when the Liang family was lively, many people came to watch. Shunyan was about to sleep, but was pulled up by Su Wei. "Let's go." Shunyan felt helpless. "Aren't you tired? Sleep anytime, but the fun only happens once in a while." Su Wei held Shunyan's hand. His hand was big and dry, with thick calluses on the palm. Su Wei's hand was white and delicate, with long, slender fingers. Shunyan looked at their hands holding each other. Su Wei said, "I heard Liang Daong kicked Liang Daji out. In stories, people often bet money and lose their wives, but Su Wei was seeing this happen in real life for the first time. From afar, they could hear the noise of a fight. Su Wei pulled Shunyan to run, completely forgetting that Shunyan's legs were not very strong. Liang Daong lost money and handed Liang Dajia over to Li Guangguan from the village. Today was the day to send her away. Liang Dajia cried heartbreakingly, reluctant to part with her daughter. She had given birth to several children before, but none of them had grown up. One had accidentally suffocated while sleeping with her husband, and another had died because Liang Dajia was forced to work and the child had a fever, but no one knew until it was too late. Now, this was her only child, and she couldn't bear to part with her. Liang Daong, annoyed by her crying, kicked her and scolded, "Stop crying. All my good luck is gone because of you." Liang Dajia kept her lips pressed tightly, not daring to speak. Soon, Grandma Liang threw the child out. "Just a useless mouth. We don't want her. Take her away." Liang Dajia quickly picked up her daughter. As long as she could stay with her daughter, it didn't matter whether she was in Liang's or Li's family. After such an incident, Grandma Liang also felt ashamed. The Liang family didn't allow Liang Dajia to take anything with her, only a tattered piece of clothing on her body. Su Wei saw the legendary Li Guangguan not far away. He was a tall man, missing one eye, and looked very fierce. Among the crowd, some were watching the scene out of curiosity, while others were teasing. He pulled Sister Liang along, and she, holding her child, silently followed him, tears streaming down her face. After the commotion, the villagers still talked about the Liang family with interest. To save face, the old lady Liang loudly scolded Sister Liang at the door, saying she was lazy and greedy, unfaithful, always trying to attract men outside, and claiming that the child Sister Liang took away was not from their family, but a wild child. The villagers weren't fools. Everyone had their own reasons, and were quite clever. No one believed the old lady's words. Besides, Sister Liang worked like an animal every day, so she had no time to look for any other man. The villagers looked down on the Liang family, except for some gossiping women who still agreed with the old lady. One of them was Mother Zhao, who seemed confident she would have a son someday. She was so proud she would show off her belly even to passing dogs. Su Wei and Shun Yan were heading back. Su Wei asked Shun Yan, "Sister Liang is really pitiful. I wonder what kind of person Li Guangguan really is?" Shun Yan replied, "He's better than brother Liang Yong." Su Wei looked at him in surprise. She didn't expect him to answer. She said, "Maybe Sister Liang's future days will be better." And it turned out to be true. Sister Liang's name was Liang Sui, with sui meaning ear of grain. She followed Li Guangguan back home, quiet and dull. If it weren't for her child, she might have already run away in despair. But once inside Li's house, she found things weren't as she expected. Although Li Guangguan was alone, the house was very clean and tidy. He took her inside and then went out. Liang Sui secretly looked around. The bed was made with clean bedding, and there were sewing needles used by women, some snacks, and brightly colored cloths. She couldn't believe these were meant for her. She didn't dare to move. But when the child cried and she couldn't feed him well, she had no milk because she was no longer breastfeeding. She usually gave him rice porridge or similar food. Now he looked much smaller than other children his age. She hurried to soothe the child, worried that his crying would annoy Li Guangguan. To her surprise, he soon came back, holding a bowl with half a bowl of goat milk. Liang Sui felt like she was dreaming. She didn't dare to reach for it. But Li Guangguan said, "The goats I just bought. From now on, the child will drink goat milk." Li Guangguan's head nodding hadn't yet registered when Li Guangguan said, There is rice and flour in the kitchen. Feel free to cook whatever you want. I live next door, so just call me if you need anything. After saying that, he left. Liang Sui was holding a bowl, tears falling down her face. A few days passed, and no one talked about Li Guangguan and Sister Liang anymore. The weather grew hotter, and Aunt Hu finally could speak again, but she had lost her front teeth, which made her speech sound drafty and looked a bit funny. Hu San's injury had healed, and after hearing that Su Kan was working at Xinyan's place, no one dared to bother Xinyan anymore. The temple fair's last day arrived, and the crowd was very large. Even the busiest villagers took a day off to buy things they needed at home. Su Wei's business was still good. Next door, old Zhou saw this and made a few jealous, sarcastic comments, but Xinyan shot him a stern look, so he didn't say anything more. That day, young Master Dong came again. He loved the cold noodles and cold skin noodles that Su Wei made, especially in the hot summer. A bowl of them felt so refreshing. His sister came to burn incense again because everyone said the mountain's prayer hall was very effective. After finishing his meal, young Master Dong waited for his sister but couldn't. He decided to go up the mountain to see her. The temple was on the mountain, and it should be cooler there. Wei, I'm leaving now. I'll come to see you another day, Dong said reluctantly. Xinyan snorted coldly. He thought Dong was also a troublemaker. He was clearly with another woman at the incense hall, yet he claimed he was here to see Su Wei. And Su Wei looked very happy. Was she stupid? Su Wei naturally noticed this, but what did it matter? She wasn't really involved with Dong. She was just looking at handsome guys. In her past life, she followed the law and did good deeds, so she believed she deserved this happiness. After eating, Dong went up the mountain, sweating profusely, wanting to ask the little monk for some water to wash up. Then he arrived at the backyard where Xinyan had been before. In the middle of the day, the door suddenly slammed loudly. Before he could walk over, he heard his sister's voice. Hurry up. Dong seemed frozen in place, squatting down, and saw 2 feet inside. The noise continued inside for a while, until the sound stopped, and a woman came out leaning on the wall. Dong didn't rush to leave. He stood in the corner and saw a monk walking out behind the door. Su Wei was curious about what was happening with Zhou Laosan. Today, Qin Yu came again. Why did Zhou Laosan offend Qin Yu? Why was Qin Yu always watching him? Xinyan was more concerned about young Master Dong. Maybe he could find the secret of the child-seeking hall there. Han Yu arrived quite early today. He said it would rain soon and asked Su Wei and the others to go back earlier. Su Wei looked up at the bright, sunny sky. Would it rain? But Xinyan also said it looked like rain was coming. So, everyone packed up their things and prepared to leave. However, smart people and those coming down the mountain couldn't leave right away, so they all crowded together and stayed put. Zhou Laosan's car was behind them. He cursed a bit but didn't dare say anything when he saw Xinyan's car ahead. He was typical of someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. In a short while, dark clouds gathered in the sky. Before they could descend the mountain, it started to rain. Everyone took shelter in a pavilion to avoid the rain. There weren't many people in the pavilion, just a few villagers on their market day. Surprisingly, young Master Dong was there too. If they had met earlier, young Master Dong would have come over to say something cheeky. But today he said nothing, just sat there staring blankly. The beautiful woman beside him also said nothing. They looked alike, and Su Wei guessed they might be siblings. Right now, it was clear they were having a disagreement. The heavy rain washed away the summer heat. Young Master Dong remained silent. Miss Dong sat beside him and sighed. I didn't expect to meet him here, she said. Young Master Dong frowned, looked around, and lowered his voice. If you meet him, forget it. Why are you still talking to him? His face looked unhappy. If that person finds out, you know what will happen to us? He fiddled with his fingers, looking anxious. Miss Dong took a deep breath and said, I haven't been pregnant for years. He doesn't want me anymore. Do you know how many women he has? If I don't have a child, my future won't be good. She continued, I think it's better this way. When I have my own child someday, I'll stay with that person. I'll keep this secret inside and not tell anyone, even if he doesn't want me. I'll still have my child. She grabbed young Master Dong's arm. Yuan, can you understand what your sister is saying? Young Master Dong lowered his head and said nothing. He instinctively felt this wouldn't end like that, but he couldn't persuade his sister. Did his sister think this was a secret? But he found out just by going in for a drink. How could that be secret? Maybe it was Ming's family who was unwilling to accept what happened back then, and now they were taking revenge on her sister. Sister, please, I beg you. Don't go up the mountain again, young Master Dong said once more. Miss Dong bit her lip and finally nodded in agreement. In a few days, I will go to the border to find him. I won't go up the mountain again. Young Master Dong finally relaxed. The rain was pouring steadily, and human joys and sorrows are always varied. Dong's siblings whispered, but no one heard them in the wind and rain. Su Wei took a deep breath. Actually, she liked the rain. It was cool, and the vegetables in the yard could survive better. Shun Yan stood nearby, silently watching the Dong siblings. Only after they finished talking did he look away. Hanyu told them to prepare. They would leave for the border in 3 days. Hanyu said the border was chaotic, the officials couldn't control it, and there were many troublemakers. They needed someone to lead the way. Hanyu had a cousin in the village who did business at the border, and he always relied on him. Su Wei and Shun Yan remembered what Hanyu said. Hanyu was actually worried about Su Wei's appearance, but Su Wei said she had a way and wouldn't cause trouble. The rain continued for a while before stopping. Everyone gradually left. Not far away, they heard someone cry out in surprise. Hanyu and Shun Yan jumped out of the car to see what happened. Soon, Hanyu returned. Hanyu said, someone accidentally fell into the river and was swept away by the water. Few people from the north knew how to swim. They usually kept their distance from the river. But in this village, someone was crossing a single log bridge, probably trying to take a shortcut. On a rainy day, the bridge was slippery, and he fell into the river. Others tried to help, but it was too late. No one could swim, so they could only watch him be carried away. Where's Shun Yan? Su Wei asked. Hanyu said, he's still watching the commotion. He even ran into someone he knew. Su Wei paused. Who? Hanyu thought for a moment and said, Qinyu. I think that's his name. Su Wei was silent. She quickly got out of the car and hurried to the riverbank. Sure enough, she saw around 7 or 8 people gathered, with Shun Yan and Qinyu's backs the most familiar and noticeable. They seemed to be talking. Both tall and long-legged, they looked very eye-catching. Su Wei felt a bit tempted to tease. Shun Yan looked at the dark yellow river water and asked Qinyu, was that person old Third Zhou just now? Qinyu shook his head. I don't know. When I arrived, he had already fallen into the river. Shun Yan turned to look at him, as if he didn't believe him. Qinyu spread his hands innocently. It's broad daylight, with so many people around. You wouldn't suspect it's me, right? Shun Yan also thought Qinyu wasn't that stupid. There were others nearby by the river, so Qinyu couldn't have pushed the person in without being noticed. But Shun Yan looked at Qinyu, who was staring at the river surface, lost in thought. Shun Yan squinted his eyes. Qinyu didn't push anyone directly, but he had been following Zhou Laosan for several days. He knew Zhou Laosan took this route home every day. Since Qinyu is a doctor, he must have a way to make Zhou Laosan fall on his own. However, this clearly had nothing to do with him, so Shun Yan said nothing. Su Wei saw that they were silent and came over to ask, what just happened? Shun Yan replied, nothing much. Qinyu looked regretful and said, it seems Zhou Laosan fell into the river and was swept away. Su Wei. She definitely believed it. Zhou Laosan? Fell into the river. Su Wei looked at the wooden bridge over the river. It was indeed easy to fall in. But wasn't Zhou Laosan just leaving in a carriage? How could he cross the wooden bridge? Su Wei asked, confused. Qinyu shook his head. I don't know. Shun Yan glanced at him, sneered, and turned to leave. Su Wei looked at the river again and asked Qinyu, where did he fall? I didn't see it. Maybe ask someone else?
Su Wei really went to ask around.
Qinyu found that she wasn't suspicious, just curious and interested in the gossip, which made him smile a little. On the way back, Qinyu also got into their carriage. Su Wei, still curious, asked him, Did you really knock out Aunt Husan's teeth? She found it hard to imagine. She thought Chinyu, even if he wanted revenge, wouldn't act so directly. He would first observe and understand the other person's moves, then plan some sneaky tricks, and finally make the other person suffer losses, without them realizing it. Knocking out teeth directly was Shunyan's style. Chinyu shook his head like a rattledrum. It wasn't me. How could I do something so cruel? Shunyan looked at him. Hanyu also turned to look at him. Sukun stared at him intently. Sukun felt that he was also a person with a story. He looked at Suwei, then at the three men in the carriage, and felt nothing but admiration. Chinyu, under their different gazes, innocently said, "It was an accident. That day, she came to see me and said some things that made me angry. I wanted to talk to her about it, but since she's a woman, how could a man argue with a woman? And hitting her would be even worse." Just as he said this, Shunyan kicked him, nearly making him fall off the ox cart. Chinyu frowned. "Old Shun, what are you doing?" Shunyan looked expressionless. "Sorry, my leg went numb." "Keep talking, Chinyu." "Everyone else." So Chinyu continued speaking. "I didn't tell Aunt Hu anything. I was planning to go back, but she was anxious and chased after me. In the process, she tripped over something and knocked out her tooth on a stone." Chinyu sighed. I didn't know she would accuse me unfairly." He looked upset. Everyone in the car remained silent, as if what was said was fine.
But
Suwei remembered the fight between Aunt Hu and Mother Hu. That incident seemed fine too, and didn't have much to do with Chinyu. After Chinyu finished speaking, he didn't care if everyone believed him. He rubbed his stomach and said, "I'm so hungry. I have to go home and cook some noodles again." He looked at Suwei and sighed. Seeing that Suwei didn't respond, he was about to say something else when Shunyan kicked him. This time, Chinyu almost fell out of the car. Chinyu glared angrily at Shunyan. "Shun what do you mean? Are you done?" Shunyan still looked indifferent, as if he didn't care. "Sorry, this foot is numb too." Chinyu cursed loudly. Everyone else was silent. Chinyu still fell out of the car. He lost his balance after arguing with Shunyan and looked like he fell hard. But he frowned tightly and said nothing, showing stubbornness. Suwei was startled. The others thought Chinyu was pretending. "Quick, help him up," Suwei shouted. If he got hurt badly, they would have to pay for it. Chinyu stood up, looking weak, almost fainting. Hanyu came over to check his injury and said, "He twisted it." Suwei glared fiercely at Shunyan. She couldn't understand. Why did Shunyan kick Chinyu? Why was his foot so careless? "What should we do?" Suwei asked Chinyu. "You're a doctor, tell me. It's just a twist." "I'm fine," Chinyu said. Hearing that, Suwei relaxed. "That's good to hear." On the way afterward, Chinyu didn't say much, but he kept showing a look like he was about to die. Shunyan sneered, "A twisted ankle won't kill you." Chinyu sighed in relief and almost put his injured foot on Shunyan's face, saying, "It won't kill me, but it hurts." Everyone else was silent. Shunyan looked at Chinyu with a contemptuous expression. Does this guy have a problem? And it seemed like Suwei also said something similar. Shunyan observed Chinyu and found that he was a bit like Suwei in some ways, both annoying. Earlier, Shunyan's kick wasn't very strong, and Chinyu had already stabilized himself. But suddenly he fell again. Could he blame Shunyan? No. It must be that bastard Chinyu intentionally did it. Suwei didn't realize it and kept asking questions. When his leg hurt, she didn't show the same concern. Back in the village, Chinyu insisted on going home. When he entered, he helplessly touched his stomach and sighed. "I wonder if I can hop on one foot to the kitchen." Hanyu crossed his arms and said, "It should be fine." Shunyan looked coldly at Chinyu. That Chin guy has no shame. Sukun looked at this and that, then at Suwei. He felt there was a word to describe this situation, but he couldn't think of it. Chinyu nodded. "It should be okay. Everyone go ahead.
don't worry about me.
I can manage alone." Everyone else was silent. Hanyu jumped into the car and called everyone to leave. Suwei let out a breath. "I'll bring him dinner tonight," Hanyu chuckled. "He's pretending." "Do you really believe that?" Sue said, whether he's pretending or not, his ankle is really twisted. And he was sitting in your cart, pushed down by Shenyan. Shenyan, I didn't kick him hard. Sue suddenly moved closer, roughly ruffling his hair into a messy bun. Seeing everyone's shock, she finally felt satisfied. Why did you kick him for no reason? She just couldn't understand. Why is he so annoying? Shenyan, with a dark face, touched his hair. Sue turned her face away. Sukan also dared not look at Shenyan. Hanyu laughed. Forget it, it's just a few meals. Hanyu stayed to eat. Sue prepared some food for Sukan to deliver. Sukan carried the food to Chin's house and knocked on the door. When it opened, Walnut Flower arrived, also holding food. Seeing Sukan, she frowned. What are you here for? Sukan ignored her. She came over and grabbed Sukan. He turned to ask her, do you want to die? Walnut Flower was stunned. Sukan had no expression, but the fierce look in his eyes was obvious. Walnut Flower let go of him, not wanting to seem afraid of Sukan, and said, my brother. Sukan interrupted her, stepping closer and softly saying, I killed your brother. Before Walnut Flower could recover from her shock, the Chin family door opened. Chin saw Walnut Flower waving her arms to hit Sukan and instinctively felt disgusted. What are you doing? Walnut Flower, with red eyes, pointed at Sukan and said, he killed my brother. Chin was impatient. Then go report to the authorities. Walnut Flower couldn't go to the authorities because the county magistrate had already sent someone to settle this matter. Her brother was buried, and she didn't know what else to do. Chin said this, which made her feel a bit uncomfortable. She looked at Chin with tears in her eyes and said, Chin, you can't treat me like this. You know how I feel about you. Before she finished speaking, Chin told Sukan to come in, and then closed the door. Hotawa cried loudly. The neighbors in the Hu family heard her, and Hu snorted coldly. What's all the fuss about? She's always causing trouble. If it weren't for Hotawa, Huen's marriage wouldn't be affected. These days, Hu was anxious and tried to persuade matchmakers, but when they heard it was the Hu family from Nanxiao village, they refused even for a lot of money. They said the Hu family had a bad reputation for miles around and joked that they should forget about marrying a daughter-in-law. Hu argued loudly with the matchmakers. Seeing Huen's situation made her angrier. Now Hotawa was in her sights. It's all the fault of the Hu family. But despite scolding, Huen still had no prospects. Hu went in and poked his head, saying, you good for nothing. Are you not trying at all? Do you want to end up like Li the Bachelor? Hu wanted to say he'd be a bachelor forever, but suddenly remembered that Li was no longer a bachelor. It seemed even more upsetting. Unexpectedly, Huen laughed when he heard Humu's words. Mother, you don't need to worry. I have a plan. What plan? Look at the others in the village of your age. They're all married, and you're still. Hu swallowed her words, about to say something, but seeing Huen's expression, she felt uneasy. Are you still thinking about that fox spirit, Sue? Huen shook his head and said after a moment of silence, Mother, don't worry. I'll bring a wife home soon. Hu thought he was joking, but she didn't expect him to actually bring someone back soon after. Meanwhile, Sukan brought food to Chinyu. Shenyan disliked Chinyu, so Sukan also didn't like him. Just as he was about to leave, Chinyu suddenly asked, did you spit in my food? This kid and Shenyan were like brothers, so it was hard not to worry. Sukan looked at him and hesitated before saying, no, Chinyu. Why does he look so suspicious?
He didn't need to ask about that.
Sue's cooking was really delicious. The temple fair ended, and fewer people were on the mountain. Since they needed to go to the border, Sue and Shenyan decided not to set up their stall for a few days and rest properly. The villagers of Nanxiao village were still busy. Even though there wasn't much work in the fields, there was always other work to do. Sue remembered the apricots Chinyu picked last time and asked Shenyan to take her there. You previously promised me, she begged. Shenyan looked at her, paused silently, and nodded. The two packed their things and headed up the mountain. After they left, the door of the Wang family next door opened, and Wang Ming and the former constable Li Fei came out. They looked grimly in the direction of their departure, lost in thought. Uncle, they've gone up the mountain. Wang Ming watched Shen Yan and the others' backs, a cold smile forming on his face. He licked his lips and then looked at Su Wei. When do we start? That woman is really beautiful. I've lived so long, but I've never seen such a pretty woman. Li Fei's expression was serious. Since leaving the government office, he could only go home. The respectful people he once knew had all changed their attitude overnight, either mocking him or kicking him when he was down. He had tolerated enough. Li Fei knew some outlaws. They planned to make a big move here and then escape across the border from Dazhou. But before leaving, he wanted Shen Yan and Su Wei to pay for what they had done to him. In the next couple of days, be ready, he said, glancing at Wang Ming. Once it's done, that woman will be yours. Wasn't she falsely accusing him of harassment? He would show her what real harassment looked like. Nanxiao village was remote. If they killed them and buried them deep in the mountains, who would know? Su Wei followed Shen Yan for a long time. Just when she was about to complain about being tired, Shen Yan stopped. She saw an apricot tree with dozens of large yellow apricots hanging from its branches, some already ripe and fallen to the ground. Wow! Su Wei instantly felt no more fatigue. She ran over, stood under the tree, and tried to pick some, but unfortunately, the low-hanging ones had already been taken, and the higher ones were out of reach. So, Su Wei looked at Shen Yan pitifully. Shen Yan frowned. Be quiet. As soon as Su Wei spoke, Shen Yan knew what she wanted to do. He quickly climbed the tree and took the basket from Su Wei to pick the apricots. They picked about half a basket. Su Wei grabbed Shen Yan's clothes, wiped her hands on them, and then ate the apricots. The sweet and sour flavor filled her mouth, and the aroma was delightful. Shen Yan. After finishing the apricots, Shen Yan checked the trap again. No prey this time, but the mushroom patch in the same forest where they had found mushrooms before had grown new ones. Su Wei was as happy as a monkey released into the wild 500 years ago. Soon, the basket was filled, and the two people were about to go down the mountain when they heard voices from afar. At first, Su Wei thought it was Qinyu, but Qinyu had twisted his ankle, so it probably wasn't him. Then they saw members of the Shen family. Shen Baobao, like a proud peacock, was followed by Shen Liang, Shen Qingsong, and a thin young girl named Shen Xiaohua, who was Shen Liang's sister. Because she was a girl, the Shen family used her as a servant, making her work at home all day. She was shy and rarely went out, always following Shen Baobao like her servant. Shen Baobao hated Su Wei for tricking her twice and had long held a grudge. She also envied Su Wei's looks. Now that they met unexpectedly, she couldn't control her temper. Such bad luck to meet you here, she said. Su Wei, however, was thinking. She hadn't fought in the village before, but on the mountain, no one saw her. Maybe she could teach the Shen family a lesson now. Especially Shen Baobao. Su Wei had long wanted to slap her face. But Su Wei looked at the skinny Shen Yan and then at the strong Shen Liang and the less sturdy Shen Qingsong. Facing two men, 1v2, the chances of winning didn't seem good. Maybe she should just give up and run away. She felt like a coward. Just as she was about to back down and escape, Shen Yan impatiently asked Shen Liang, "Why didn't you tie up your dog? Didn't I tell you not to let her out to bite people?" He spoke confidently and righteously, so Shen Liang was stunned for a moment before realizing who he was talking about. Shen Qingsong was quicker to react. He angrily pointed at Shen Yan. "What are you saying, you mutt? Do you believe I'll beat you to death?" There were many rocks on the mountain. Shen Qingsong casually grabbed one and charged at Shen Yan. But before he could reach him, Su Wei suddenly stepped forward and kicked out her foot. Shen Qingsong, not noticing her foot, tripped and fell face first, landing on the ground. Everyone was stunned for a moment, surprised by how things turned out. Shen Liang had been watching Su Wei closely. He saw her move clearly, but said nothing. Shen Qingsong's nose bled, and he covered it, furious. He charged again at Shen Yan, who had beaten him many times before and dared not fight back.
But now,
Shen Yan kicked him down the hill. "Brother, little uncle," Shen Baobao and Shen Liang called out. Shen Xiaohua, scared, covered her mouth and pretended to go help, but her feet stayed firmly on the ground. Shen Liang ran down the hill and pulled Shin Qingsong back up. Shenyan, damn it! Shin Qingsong's whole body ached, and he was extremely angry. He wished he could hit Shenyan right now. Unfortunately, before he finished his harsh words, Shenyan suddenly stepped forward and kicked him again. Shen Liang instinctively let go to steady himself. This time, Shin Qingsong fell and never spoke again. Baby Shin shouted loudly, "Brother." Shin Qingsong showed no response. Baby Shin looked at Shenyan angrily. "You bastard beast. I will kill you. Kill you." Baby Shin, like a spoiled child, yelled loudly with a sharp, piercing voice that sounded like nails scratching glass or a squeaky toy being squeezed and released repeatedly. It was very sharp and unpleasant to listen to. Su Wei frowned, finally unable to bear it. She slapped her to make her shut up. Now it was finally quiet. Before Su Wei could breathe a sigh of relief, Baby Shin shouted again. "You trash, how dare you hit me? I will make my mother beat you to death." She hadn't finished speaking when Su Wei slapped her again. "You trash." One slap.
"You
trash." Another slap. Baby Shun's eyes turned red. She finally remembered to fight back, but she saw that Su Wei skillfully dodged and then slapped her again. Baby Shun. Woo-woo. Finally, the world was quiet. Shen Liang ran over to pull Shin Qingsong away. Xiao Hua anxiously shouted, "Don't hit my little sister-in-law. If you want to hit someone, hit me," but despite saying that, her feet didn't move half a step from her spot. Su Wei looked at Shen Yan, who glanced at Shin Qingsong and Shen Liang, then looked at Baby Shen. She was crying from the beating, but dared not make too much noise. Su Wei saw from Shen Yan's eyes that he was not satisfied. It seemed he had long planned to give the Shin family a good lesson, but after only a few punches, he didn't feel satisfied. Shen Liang, like his father, was clever and cunning. In the Shin family, he wouldn't fight when he knew he couldn't win against Shen Yan. "Shen Yan, you are too much," Shen Liang said indifferently. Shen Yan looked at him with crossed arms, making Shen Liang feel nervous and afraid to say another word. "Let's go," Shen Yan sneered, signaling Su Wei to leave with a sense of satisfaction. Su Wei glanced at the Shen family. Shin Qingsong was unconscious. Baby Shin was glaring angrily at them. Shen Liang's expression was ambiguous, and Xiao Hua looked anxious, but with a faint smile in her eyes. What an interesting family. Su Wei followed Shen Yan from behind, watching his back. It's right for Shen Yan to fight back when others bully him. But every time Shen Yan hits someone, he seems reckless and wild, as if he's aiming to hurt people seriously. Is that normal? The previous Hu Lao Sen took several days to wake up after lying in bed, and today Shin Qingsong was pushed off a hill twice. It could easily have been fatal. It doesn't matter if Hu Lao Sen or Shin Qingsong live or die. She cares about Shen Yan. Because killing someone means you have to pay with your life. "Shen Yan," Su Wei called him. Shen Yan turned around, with a relaxed and happy look clearly on his face. He looked at Su Wei, seeming confused. What did she want him to do? Su Wei casually asked, "Will Shin Qingsong die?" Shen Yan shook his head. "Who knows? Who knows? That means he isn't sure when he hits people." "Shen Yan, next time you teach someone a lesson, can you be a bit more careful, or secretly hurt them behind the scenes? Like Qin Yu and Su Ken?" Su Wei tentatively said, "I'm worried about hurting someone to death, and you might get into trouble. Acting on impulse feels great, exciting, and satisfying, but what about the consequences?" Shen Yan paused and looked at her. After a moment, he said, "I can't help it." Su Wei was stunned. "What?" Shen Yan repeated, "I can't help it." Every time those people nag him in his ears, Shen Yan can't help but want to hit them until they shut up forever. After hitting someone, Shen Yan feels his anger inside is released, and he feels very relaxed and happy. He likes this feeling. He knows it's wrong to do this, but he just can't help it. He wants to kill them. Watching those who bully him being trampled and begging for mercy makes Shen Yan very happy and satisfied. He smiled at Su Wei and said, "Shin Qingsong won't die," meaning she shouldn't worry about that. But is Su Wei really worried about Shin Qingsong? She's worried about Shen Yan. This kid used to suppress himself for a long time, and now he's like a wild horse running free, going further down a dark and twisted path. Shunyan, you can't do this anymore, Su Wei said seriously, stepping forward. In the village, you can be brave and fierce to scare those people, make them afraid of you. But outside, you're alone. If they attack you, you won't be able to fight back. Shunyan stopped and looked at her. Su Wei thought he was listening and said earnestly, you can't be so impulsive anymore, especially outside. In Nanxiao village, Shunyan can become a leader because the villagers, with their families, don't dare to challenge him directly. There are many tough people outside, including some reckless ones. Shunyan has this personality, and Su Wei worries he might get into big trouble. Shunyan raises his hand as if to pat Su Wei's head, but then he stops and casually says, got it, stop nagging. Su Wei, I think you don't understand at all. Every time Shunyan fights, onlookers cheer him on, hoping he hits harder, maybe even to the point of hurting someone badly. The crowd thinks he's fierce and enjoys watching. Some even think Su Wei is timid and cowardly. But no one considers the consequences. If someone gets seriously hurt or dies, Shunyan is the one responsible. Those who understand me say I worry. Those who don't say I have no goals. Only Su Wei cares about him. Shunyan looks at Su Wei, who has big, worried eyes. Shunyan suddenly feels like laughing. Just a few months ago, he hated him so much he wanted to hurt or humiliate him, but now he cares about her. So, has he really changed? At the Shun family home, chaos is erupting. Old Madam Shin's beloved son has been beaten into unconsciousness, with broken bones, and Shen Baobao's face is swollen from being hit. Old Madam Shin angrily asks, who did this? Who was it? Shen Baobao, crying, explains what happened. Mom, please help me beat that shameless Su Wei. And Shunyan. They all deserve to be punished. Beat them up. Wah wah wah. Seeing her daughter like this, old Madam Shin gently touches her face with concern, then turns and slaps Shin Xiaohua. Are you dead? Just watching your little cousin get beaten like that? Shin Xiaohua is stunned, still trying to process what happened. Before she can react, old Madam Shin grabs a pair of scissors and stabs Shin Xiaohua on the back. Shameless money grubber. Let this be a lesson for you. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. After saying this fiercely, she throws the scissors aside and hugs Shin Baobao, saying, my sweet girl, I'll make sure to get revenge, even if it means scratching that shameless person's face. Shin Xiaohua is still in shock, feeling a warm stream of blood flowing down her back. She touches her hand and sees it covered in blood. Shin Xiaohua is terrified. Am I going to die? She whispers, but no one hears her. After comforting her daughter, old Madam Shin looks at her son with concern. Seeing him like this, she glares fiercely at Shin Liang. Shin Liang takes a step back, ready to run away, but old Madam Shin doesn't hit him. Instead, she tells him, go find your father and grandfather in the fields. Today, I want that worthless dog to remember this lesson. Su Wei and Xinyan hadn't eaten yet when Su Kan ran over, blushing and panting. He said, something's wrong. Shin family is here. They say they want to hurt Xinyan. Xinyan was calmly eating and even handed Su Kan a bowl. Su Kan couldn't eat anything. Su Wei also couldn't eat. She felt Xinyan had gone mad. With so many people from the Shin family, how could they handle it? But Xinyan was completely unbothered. After finishing his meal, he stretched lazily. When he heard the Shin family shouting, he calmly grabbed a machete and went outside. Village chief, the Shin family is causing trouble again. Someone ran to the village chief's house. The village chief swallowed his food and waved his hand. Just say I'm not here. The visitor hesitated.
But
the Shin family looks very fierce. I don't know if something bad will happen. He tried to persuade the village chief to take charge. Let them bury their dead, the village chief said happily. The visitor looked confused and had no choice but to leave. After he left, the village chief slammed his bowl on the table. This never ends. It never ends. Not a single peaceful day, he muttered, clearly very angry. The village chief's eldest son saw his father like this and said with a smile, Dad, forget it. It's Shun family business. If they want to fight or die, let them. The village chief nodded. You're right. I won't interfere anymore. He picked up his bowl and scooped the remaining rice into it to continue eating. Meanwhile, Shun Yan sighed. The Shin family members looked at the crowd, but actually, old Shin, who was afraid of trouble and old, only scolded at home. Outside, he was timid and soft. When he saw Shun Yan holding a knife, his legs trembled. Shin Qingyun was the most cunning. He wouldn't stand up for Shin Bao and Shin Qingsong. If he got into a fight, it would be a loss. Shin Liang was just like Shin Qingyun on the mountain. He only watched from afar. Shun Qingyun's wife, Li Guohua, didn't come. So, although it looked like there were many people in the Shin family, it was really just Shun's wife. Shun Yan held his knife, while Shun's wife scolded. She tried to rush over, but he swung his knife to block her. Dog brat, don't think I'm afraid of you. If you're brave enough, come and kill your own grandmother. She even tried to guilt-trip him. But unfortunately, Shun Yan had no sense of morality. He lazily said, Shin wife, we're cutting ties. Besides, I have a real mother buried on the mountain. When Shun Lao died, he was buried with her. You, the late troublemaker, go find your dead man if he doesn't mind your old and ugly face, old lady Shin. Everyone else. Her words are really sharp, each one hitting old lady Shin hard. Shun Yan's fingers moved slightly. His index finger gently tapped the back of the knife. He wanted to kill old lady Shin, cut off her head, and make her shut up forever. If you ask what Shun Yan hates most, this wife definitely ranks high. Since he can remember, this old woman has been bullying his parents and him. Although Shun's father had separated, they were still connected at the time, and this old woman often came to the old house, ordered Shun's mother to work, scolded her, and spread rumors that his mother was unfaithful. Shun Yan's blood was boiling inside, almost making him lose his mind. Old lady Shin was still talking nonstop. Shun Yan raised the knife, a small smile on his face. Although it was just a little, Su Wei noticed it. She quickly stepped forward, grabbed Shin Yan's sleeve, and whispered, Don't act impulsively. I have another plan. Shun Yan looked at his hand, then at Su Wei. Su Wei took the knife and chopped at old lady Shin. She was caught off guard, and a chunk of her hair was cut off. She was also afraid of dying. Though she said she wasn't afraid, she was really scared inside. She fell to the ground but quickly got up and cursed, You shameless woman! How dare you cut me? What's wrong with cutting you? Su Wei said angrily. Is it because you're disrespectful to your elders? Just because Shun Yan saw you and the late old man Shin in bed when he was young, you've held a grudge ever since. What? What did Su Wei say? Someone asked in disbelief. Lao Si Lu took a good position and heard everything clearly. He loudly repeated, Su Wei said Shin Yan saw old lady Shin and old man Shin in bed when he was young, and that's why she's been holding a grudge. Lao Si Lu thought for a moment, then suddenly clapped his thigh and stood up excitedly. I knew it! Old lady Shin has always disliked Shin Yan. I thought it was because the step-grandmother couldn't stand him, but now I see it's like this. Everyone responded after hearing him. Don't say. You're right. It seems to be just like that. Lao Si Lu was proud of himself. Su Wei gave him a big thumbs up in her mind. Good job, fourth uncle. Old lady Shin hadn't realized how serious the problem was. She rushed forward to continue scolding, but everyone around was teasing old man Shin instead. I always wondered how old man Shin, so old, could have given birth to a pair of twins. I thought he was still vigorous, but it turns out he's proud because of someone else's seed. Who says not? Think about it. Who do Shun Qingsong's eyebrows and eyes resemble? Few people have seen old man Shin, but that doesn't stop everyone from guessing. He really looks like old man Shin. Haha. This old man Shin is so funny. He doesn't raise his own son but instead raises someone else's. Haha. Everyone's teasing words keep ringing in old man Shin's ears, like slaps, making his face burn with anger. Though he seems timid outside, old man Shin is not afraid of his family. He can't hold it anymore and walks over, slapping Grandma Shin in the face. Grandma Shin is stunned, jumps up and shouts, Old man, why did you hit me? Su Wei and Shun Yan are right there. She thinks Old Man Chen hit the wrong person. But Old Man Chen slaps her again. Now Grandma Shun is completely confused, crying and saying, "You old fool! Why are you hitting me? Shameless woman! Do you still have the nerve to speak? Tell me, is the baby and Chingsong my son?" Old Man Chen glares at her angrily. Grandma Shin covers her face, hesitating for the first time. Old Man Chen thinks she agrees and, furious, trembles all over, kicking her again. If Shun Qingyun hadn't stopped him, Old Man Chen might have beaten Grandma Shin to death. "Father, we don't know what really happened yet. Don't be fooled by others," Shun Qingyun says, glaring sharply at Su Wei. Su Wei looks innocent and says, "Uncle Shun, don't look at me. I don't know." Shun Yan saw it. Old Man Chen looks up at Shun Yan, and everyone looks at Shun Yan. Shun Yan strokes his smooth chin, feeling strangely amused. He really wants to laugh, so he does, like a madman, laughing loudly in front of everyone's surprised eyes. He's crazy. Actually, many villagers have secretly said that Shun Er went crazy after being hurt. His previous behavior was strange, and now it's even stranger. This isn't just madness. What is it? But suddenly, Su Wei walks over and slaps him on the head. "Quick, tell Uncle Shin what you saw. Still laughing? Like a big fool. It makes people angry to see him." Shun Yan stops laughing and looks up at Shin Qingyun. But Uncle Shun doesn't want to hear him. It can't be good news. Sure enough, Shun Yan speaks. "Actually, it's nothing. Grandma Shun went to Old Man Chen's house and the two of them. Everyone." Old Lu Fourth shouts excitedly and jumps down from the mud wall. "I knew it. I knew it. Shin Chingsong is really Old Man Chen's son. Haha." Grandma Shin finally recovers from being stunned. She was so angry she almost wanted to hurt Shin Yan and Su Wei. "Why are you two talking nonsense?" she tried to explain to Old Shin. But Old Shin was furious and didn't listen. He kicked her hard and called her a wicked woman before turning and leaving. Shin Qingyun felt her face burning. She looked at Shun Yan and Su Wei, then turned to leave. Shun's wife didn't care about Shun Yan and Su Wei anymore and hurried after him. Shun Liang stared at Su Wei and Shin Yan for a while, and then left. His sister's shoulder had been cut by Old Shin, and her mother took her to Qinyu. He went to Qinyu too. Qinyu's ankle was sprained, mostly healed, but he still walked with a slight limp. Su Wei teased him, saying he and Shun Yan each had a leg, and both were limping perfectly. "Apply the ointment here and take these pills." Qinyu placed 2 packets of medicine on the table. Xiao Hua's face turned pale from pain, but she clenched her teeth and endured. She was about the same age as Shin Bao, but their lives were very different. She was used to Shun's wife's scolding and hitting. Li Hohat was fiery but no match for Shun's wife, and could only endure. She pulled Xiao Hua to leave and met Shin Liang on the way. "How is my sister?" he asked. Li Hohat said impatiently, "She's fine, just a troublemaker who worries me every day." Shin Liang kindly said, "Something happened at home. Mother should go back first. I'll take Xiao Hua somewhere safe." Li Hohat knew that if she went back now, Xiao Hua might be the target of Shun's family's anger. So she nodded and hurried away. Qinyu came out to close the door and saw Shun Liang suddenly whisper something into Xiao Hua's ear. Xiao Hua looked at him and blushed. Qinyu wondered, did I imagine it? Why do Shin's brother and sister feel so strange? But he quickly pushed the thought out of his mind. Back home, he sat in a chair, closed his eyes to rest. When Su Kan brought food, Qinyu asked what had happened. It wasn't a secret that Shin Yan had an issue, so Su Kan told him everything. Qinyu raised an eyebrow. I see. So, Su Wei had held Shun Yan back. But what if she hadn't? It seemed Shun Yan had another episode. And it was worse than before. Shun Yan came to Qin's house to fetch water. Qinyu sat on a chair under the eaves, smiling as he watched him. Shun Yan, are you crazy? Did you have another fit? Shun Yan looked up at him. His gaze was like a wild animal in the mountains, making people feel uneasy. But Qinyu was not afraid. He smiled and played with a small monkey in his hand. Are you planning to hurt Shin's wife again today? Yan Shin did not speak. He just looked at him. Qin Yu continued, then why didn't you make a move? Did Sui stop you? Shin put down the water bucket and walked over to Qin Yu, looking down at him. So, what if she did? Shin crossed his arms and looked at him. At least someone was there to stop me. What about you? He deliberately kicked Qin Yu's injured foot. When you killed Old Man Zhou, no one stopped you. Still not feeling satisfied, Shin glanced at Qin Yu's foot. No one took care of your injury. You're really pitiful. Qin Yu's face stiffened for a moment. That's really harsh advice. Shin picked up the water bucket and said to Qin Yu, you're jealous of me. Qin Yu sneered, am I jealous because you're a cripple? Shin said nothing and left. At the door, he met Hu Wen, who was clearly infatuated. Seeing Shin, Hu Wen's face tightened as if he had seen a ghost. Shin had achieved great things in the village recently, and many stories about him were spreading. Although he didn't want to admit it, Hu Wen was a little afraid of him. Fortunately, Shin simply ignored him and walked away. Qin Yu was a bit shaken by Shin's words. Seeing Hu Wen, he looked at him with disdain. Are you really afraid of him? He's crazy. Who isn't afraid? Hu Wen recounted everything he had heard recently. Now no one dares to provoke him. It's said he beat Shin Song so badly he's still not awake, and about Shin's wife, who knows what's true? The Shin family is probably in chaos now. Qin Yu looked thoughtful. Hu Wen hesitated, seeming to want to say something to Qin Yu. Qin Yu frowned. What's wrong? Can I? Hu Wen scratched his head, hesitating for a long time. Can you lend me some money? He promised, I'll pay you back soon. Qin Yu thought it was something urgent and casually handed him some money. Hu Wen happily took it and ran off. Sui finished cleaning the mushrooms, planning to stir-fry them for a meal, then steam some buns and prepare a soup. Because of Madame Shin's fuss, the whole village was now joking about the Shin family. Even if that incident passed, old Shin still had a thorn in his heart. But, just as Sui was about to lift her head, Sukin suddenly said, Sister Sui, Wang Ming is watching us. So Sui didn't move and continued tidying the mushrooms. After a while, Shin returned, followed by Sukin into the house. Shin looked at him. Sukin said, I heard that Li Fei went to Wang Ming's house. He probably has bad intentions. We need to be prepared. Li Fei was driven away by the authorities, and he must be upset. At first, Sukin thought he might cause trouble for himself, but seeing Wang Ming staring at Sui, he realized things might be more complicated. Before Shun Yan could speak, Sukin said, Second brother, we must eliminate the root of the problem, or it will cause endless trouble. His meaning was very clear. He wanted to kill Li Fei and Wang Ming, but he couldn't do it alone, so he needed a helper. Sukin left before finishing his meal. When Sui thought about delivering food to Qin Yu, Shun Yan took the bowl and went out. Sui. Shun Yan first went to Qin's house. Qin Yu had been thinking all morning, preparing a lot of sarcastic words, but before he could speak, Shun Yan left quickly, as if feeding a dog.
Qin Yu. It was noon now.
Most villagers were either napping or eating, so few people went out. Shun Yan was very familiar with the Shin family yard. It was sent by his brother, built by his mother, with solid materials, and was considered a good house in the village. His mother said to build a few more rooms so that he and his brother could marry and have children here. It would be lively and happy. But after the house was built, old Shun and old Madame Shin came. A so-called sense of filial piety pressed down, making Shun's mother speechless. Although villagers thought the Shin family was too much, old Shun and old Madame Shin were still the parents of Shun's father, and being unfilial to them was considered a serious offense. So, old Shun and his wife moved in with Shun Bao and Shun Qingsong. Shun Yan forgot what he was like back then and whether he tried to stop them. He only felt that everyone was bullying them. Since his father died, everyone seemed to step on them. Enduring, retreating, and finally, their greed was constantly fed.
Now,
he couldn't bear it anymore. These people were actually afraid of him. It was so ridiculous. Meanwhile, the Shun family hadn't even eaten. Shun Xiaohua and Shun Liang didn't know where they had gone. Old Madam Shun was beaten by old Shin, kept crying in pain, and worried about Shin Song, who was watching over her. Li Guifeng could only go to cook, but when she served the food, it was too hot and was knocked over by old Shin. Shun Bao was still crying and cursing the sky and the earth. Old Shin stared at her face with a look that seemed like he wanted to eat her, making Shun Bao stop crying. Old Shin looked more and more convinced that Shin Bao didn't look like him or old Madam Shin. Like who? Old Shin? That old man. Old Shin couldn't even remember what he looked like anymore. His face was dark and unpredictable. Shun Bao's eyebrows twitched with fear, and she ran back to her room. Seeing old Shin's attitude, Shun Qingyan stepped forward and said, "Dad, Shun Yan is just stirring trouble. You know who Mom is after all these years of marriage." It was precisely because he knew that old Shin would worry and get angry. Old Shin's wife used to be a widow. Rumor has it she had many acquaintances before, and later she got involved with old Shin. They eventually married. Old Shin snorted coldly and looked at him. "You know very well who your mother is." Seeing old Shin's face turn grim and that he wouldn't listen, Shin Qingyun's eyes flashed with anger, but he held it back. Now is not the time. This house and this property are not yet his. When Shin Qingyun stepped outside, he saw Shun Yan standing nearby, coldly watching them. He didn't have a strong impression of Shin Yan. Unlike Shin Dalong, who was like a mad dog, Shun Yan used to hide behind Shin Dalong and seemed to have little presence. After Shun Dalong died, they easily took over the Shin family. Shun Yan's leg was broken, and he seemed destined to die. At that time, the house would be completely theirs. But no one expected Shun Yan not to die. Not only did he survive, but he became even crazier than Shin Dalong. Shun Qingyun opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. When he looked up again, Shun Yan had already left. Su Wei was preparing things for the border trip. Hanyu said that since the road wasn't far, they should travel light. Su Wei decided to bring only a change of clothes and some dry food. Shun Yan took a long time to return. He stood in the yard, staring at the Wang family next door for a while before going back inside. Su Wei asked him, "Where did you go? Why so long?" Shun Yan sat on the bed, fiddling with the small wool sheep Su Wei made for him, and casually said, "Shin family." Su Wei was surprised. "What are you going to do at Shin family?" Shun Yan suddenly smiled. He rarely smiled before, so Su Wei couldn't help but look at him more. She always felt his smile was a bit strange. He focused on the small sheep. "I want to take a look." Curious, Su Wei asked, "Look at what?" Before he could answer, Su Kan came in. Su Kan was still thin, with a pointed chin and big eyes. Su Wei always thought he looked like an alien. He smiled at Su Wei. "So Jia." Su Wei was about to talk to him, but he went to the next room with Shun Yan. She peeked and wondered what they were saying. Were they talking about her? But she couldn't hear anything. In the next room, Shun Yan leaned against the wall, expressionless, listening to Su Kan talk. "I went to Li family village. Li Fei hasn't been home these days. I heard that he has met some people. A few days ago, he came back to pack his things. I suspect he's planning something bad and might run away after finishing. No matter how much I ask, I can't find out more. Second brother, please help me knock him out. I'll handle the rest," Su Kan said, his usual innocent look gone, replaced with a fierce glare. Shun Yan casually said, "But Su Wei doesn't allow us to kill anyone casually." Su Kan didn't care much. "Sister Su Wei is a woman. She's soft-hearted. We can do it secretly, without her knowing. I have experience." He rambled on about his plan. Shun Yan sighed in relief and pointed to his head. "Su Wei said we need to think carefully." Su Kan looked confused. "Isn't that using our brains? Does second brother Shin fear or hesitate to act?" Shun Yan asked, "How can you be sure you can lure Li Fei up the mountain? What if he calls Wang Ming to come along? Don't forget, Li Fei is a constable." Su Kan thought for a moment and nodded. "You're right. Maybe we could poison him. I have a plant called heartbreak grass." Shun Yan was speechless. Even Su Wei calls him cruel, and Shun Yan felt like rolling his eyes.
He pointed to his head.
"I told you think carefully. Then you decide," Su Kan said, out of ideas. His mind was limited, and he'd used all his tricks. Shan Yan whispered something, and Sukin widened his eyes, looking a bit frightening. Shen Yan looked a bit annoyed. Sukin smiled. Second brother, turns out studying is useful. Look at how clever second brother is. When Sue saw Sukin come out, she smiled and asked, Sukin, are you coming to dinner tonight? Sukin shook his head, looking obedient. No, sister Sue. I want to check on the crops in the field and see how they're growing. All right then, Sukin left. Sue looked at Shen Yan. What did you two talk about? Nothing. Curious, Sue asked, then why did you go to Shen's house? To see Shen's family. What else could I be looking at? Sue. The next day, Sue baked some pancakes to eat on the way. Shan Yan wasn't there, so Sue took food to Qinyu. Seeing that Qinyu's foot was almost healed, she told him she was going on a long trip and wouldn't be bringing him meals anymore. Qinyu stood up excitedly. Where are you going? Can I come with you? Sue. What are you even saying? Our fake couple is going out, and do you want to come along? There's not enough room on one bed. In a relationship, 3 people are too crowded. We're going to the county town to buy a cart. Qinyu squinted. Really? He sat back down and looked at Sue. Sue, we're friends. I think I should warn you about something. Sue thought, is he trying to stir trouble with all this fancy talk? What is it? Sue asked curiously. Qinyu pointed his finger. You probably noticed too, Shen Yan isn't acting normal. Sue didn't think so. She believed Shen Yan was just a little impulsive. She smiled coldly. He is sometimes impulsive, yes. Qinyu smiled. You know his father is a hunter, right? Of course, she knew. Qinyu said, have you ever seen a normal person like to break the neck of their prey? Sue looked at him with confusion. If I don't break the neck, what if the prey runs away? Qinyu looked at her and thought she wasn't very normal either. Whether the prey runs or not isn't the main point. The main point is that Shen Yan has a problem in his head. Shen Yan likes to break the neck of his prey. He enjoys hearing that crisp crack when the bones break. Sue frowned. How do you know that? I've seen it. Qinyu had suffered greatly from this before. That's not just talk. Qinyu's father has a special job. He likes to buy prey from Shen Yan's father to dissect and study their structure. Qinyu learned this from a young age. One day, Qinyu discovered that the prey Shen Yan's father brought was broken at the neck. At first, his technique was clumsy, but later he became more skilled. Listening to Qinyu talk, Sue felt like she was hearing a horror story. Wait, doesn't Qinyu realize? Shen Yan breaking prey's neck and Qinyu dissecting prey are both strange, but Qinyu seems way more twisted. Yet Qinyu didn't seem to notice at all. He said that back then, he and Shen Yan hadn't fallen out yet. They were just kids, fighting today and making up tomorrow. So he discussed with Shen Yan. Shen Yan brought the prey, and Qinyu cut it into pieces. The two worked together smoothly for a while. Qinyu even told him which bones were more fragile, but Shen Yan didn't care. He was more interested in which bones made the loudest cracking sound. Sue, no, I really am not part of your brotherly play? Why does this sound stranger the more I hear? It feels like they are the main characters, and I am just an innocent, unfortunate tool. Qinyu said again. When I opened the animal's belly, he just sat nearby watching, not scared at all. Do you think he has a problem in his head? Sue looked at Qinyu with difficulty and said, You started, he sat next to you watching, and you think he has a problem? I think your brain has a bigger problem, okay? Maybe Sue's expression was too obvious, and Qinyu understood her meaning. He sighed helplessly. I am different from him. Sue nodded in agreement. Yes, they are different. He is more genuine and you are more fake. So, what happened next? After all the build-up, there should be a result. Qinyu said, after Uncle Shen died, Old Man Shen wanted to bully him. Shen Yan smashed his head with a hammer. Then he ran away, but later he went back. Hu Wen thought he was the one who locked Shen Yan there, but that's not true. Shen Yan went back himself because he liked to watch Old Man Shen die. Qinyu finished and looked at Sue expectantly. Sue looked at him with difficulty and asked, Did you see it with your own eyes? Qinyu nodded. It was because I saw it that I almost got strangled by him. Even now, Qinyu still feels scared. If his grandfather hadn't arrived in time, he would have died. He and Shunyan also fell out at that time. Later, Shunyan's mother got sick, and Shunyan broke his leg. He didn't come to find them but hired a doctor from elsewhere. That's the reason behind it. Shunyan was afraid I would secretly take revenge. Actually, he overthought it. Am I that kind of person? Chinyu said innocently.
So wait.
I think your brain is also sick. Chinyu didn't get the result he wanted. Su Wei didn't seem to care. She just stared at Chinyu and said, Old man Chen deserved his death. Shunyan was right to beat him. As for him going back later, it might be for the reasons you mentioned, or maybe Su Wei thought it was more like her killing Wang Pe, then Shunyan took the opportunity to set the scene, making Old Man Chen's death look like an accident. This kind of thing.
How should I say it?
I can only say Chinyu chose the wrong person to provoke. If it had been another girl, she would have definitely run away scared. But Wang Pe was killed by Su Wei, and she and Shunyan arranged everything at the scene together. What do you think she could say? She can't blame the old man for being clumsy and falling into a pig pen. If she sees Shunyan as dark, she can't ignore her own darkness, right? Is that all? Su Wei asked back. Is there more? There was no response from her. After hearing such a long story, she thought she might as well go back to sleep. Chinyu.
No.
Shunyan is the one who caused the trouble. Yes, he broke someone's head. I also broke Wang Po's head. What's the difference? Su Wei felt she could empathize more with Shunyan. Su Wei, what exactly do you want to say? And Old Man Chen's accident was just that, an accident. Don't accuse people unfairly. Chinyu. Su Wei left. That's how she walked away. Chinyu was caught off guard. Did Su Wei really just leave like that? Why does she seem so indifferent? Can she really sleep peacefully beside the murderer? But then he thought, Su Wei is truly a special girl, different from everyone he's met before.
Then,
feeling that something was wrong, Chinyu looked up and met a pair of cold, emotionless eyes. Shunyan appeared out of nowhere, stepping on his injured, nearly healed foot. Chinyu's eyes widened. His mouth was stuffed with a cloth, so he couldn't speak. The pain made tears well up in his eyes. Shunyan's hand was on a part of his spine, and in a steady, emotionless voice, he said, You once said this bone was the most interesting. Chinyu felt a shiver down his spine and whimpered twice. Shunyan leaned close to his ear and said, I've always wondered if the sound when this bone breaks is nice. Not long after, Su Wei seemed to hear something. She looked back once but then quickly looked away again. It was a hot midday sun. When she reached the door, she noticed someone sneaking around from the Wang family next door. Su Wei remembered Su Kan saying that Wang Ming was watching them. She felt very uncomfortable and hurried inside. Nanquan Village rarely had a quiet afternoon. The summer breeze was hot on her face. The village chief looked around the fields. Because of the recent rains, the crops were growing well. He happily stroked his beard.
Just then, someone arrived.
Seeing the person in a hurry, the village chief felt a headache, thinking something had gone wrong again. But the person ran over smiling and said, Village chief, come to my house for dinner, stewed lamb. The village chief was surprised. Stewed lamb? What kind of slow-cooked lamb is this? This lamb belongs to my father-in-law's family. It was lost recently, and we just found it. It was almost starved to death, so I brought it home. In Nanquiao village, the village chief has a lot of power. Whenever someone kills a pig or a sheep, they invite the village chief to their house for a meal. Sometimes he goes, sometimes he doesn't. He was annoyed by recent events and thought a drink might help him relax, so he followed that person. Night fell, cooling down the summer heat. 5 people gathered at the Wang family's house. Li Fei smiled flatteringly at the man in charge. Brother Huang, everyone saw the woman this afternoon. She's very pretty. When we catch her, you can have her properly taken care of. Brother Huang was only in his 20s, but Li Fei was over 40. Yet, Li Fei still called him in a flattering way. Huang shot him a sharp look, his small eyes full of anger. What good things can be in this broken village? Before Li Fei could speak, one of Huang's men spoke first. Big brother, that woman is really beautiful. Her face, waist, hips, and chest, all of it. He gave a thumbs up. Huang finally showed some interest and said to Li Fei, if she really is as good as you say, I'll talk to my big brother.
We won't treat you badly.
Huang was just a subordinate of the bandits. Today, they had robbed a wealthy household, and Huang coming here was a sign of respect to Li Fei. Li Fei's malice was obvious. After tonight, he planned to make Shen Yan and Su Wei wish they were dead. He also wouldn't let Su Can go. Night fell, and Shen Yan and Su Wei jumped out the back window, sneaking around the village. Where are we going? Su Wei asked. Shen Yan still held a bowl of rice and casually said, delivering food to Qin Yu. He suddenly acted so kindly to Qin Yu that Su Wei felt a bit uncomfortable. The Qin family's house was dark, and Su Wei was surprised. It seems like no one is here. Before she finished speaking, Shen Yan pushed the door open and went inside. The house was very quiet. Su Wei was about to speak when she heard a loud crash. She ran to the kitchen, turned on the light, and saw Qin Yu tied up with 5 bonds, lying on the ground. His mouth was stuffed with a torn cloth, and he was whimpering, looking very miserable.
Su Wei.
She was shocked, staring at Shen Yan and instinctively stepping back. Shen Yan frowned and looked at Su Wei. What's that expression on your face? Su Wei asked, what are you planning to do? She glanced at Qin Yu. Qin Yu was crying and looked very pitiful. Shen Yan didn't explain, only said, stay here and wait for me to come back. Su Wei was stunned, remembering how mysterious Su Can had been going in and out these past few days. You. She grabbed Shen Yan's arm. Shen Yan looked back at her. Under the dim yellow light, Su Wei seemed to see complex emotions on Shen Yan's face, but maybe she didn't. Su Wei said, be careful. Shen Yan smiled slightly. When he left, he accidentally stepped on Qin Yu's foot. Qin Yu. After Shen Yan left, Su Wei found a chair and sat down. Qin Yu, wah wah wah. Su Wei took the torn cloth out of his mouth. Qin Yu took a deep breath and shouted angrily, I want to hurt Shen Yan. Su Wei poured him a glass of water. Qin Yu drank it, then remembered the smell of the torn cloth and felt a little sick. Qin Yu looked at Su Wei with a serious face and asked, what did he go to do? Su Wei shook her head. I don't know. Qin Yu looked outside and sneered. On a dark and windy night, it's the perfect time for trouble. Su Wei, although she didn't know exactly what Shen Yan was doing, she felt Qin Yu was right. Teacher Shen probably went hunting in the woods. Seeing her calm face, Qin Yu didn't speak badly about Shen Yan like he did during the day. He thought Su Wei was strange. She wasn't like other girls, she liked bad guys. Su Wei. Actually, Su Wei was thinking that there were many strange people in this village. Night fell. Shen Yan and Su Wei left the house and headed toward the village. Huang Ge and his men followed. Nanchao village was big, with many twists and turns. Huang Ge was getting impatient. He wanted to act, but he remembered they were in the middle of the village. If they alarmed the villagers, it wouldn't end well. They walked patiently for a while, then heard Shen Yan and Su Wei talking. Shen Yan suppressed his anger and said, that's all the silver we have at home. I don't know if it's enough. When he mentioned silver, Huang Ge and his men's eyes lit up. Shen Yan continued, my grandparents too. When we divided the family, I took 80 taels of silver from my mother, but it's not enough. They have saved a lot themselves and are asking us for money. After giving this time, I won't give any more, no matter what. Huang Ge and his men exchanged glances. 80 taels of silver. That is not a small amount. It seems that Second Shin still plans to deliver the silver to someone. If we follow him, we will know where his parents live. Then, those 80 taels will belong to them. We might even get that woman. With money and a woman, this trip will be worth it. Thinking this, Brother Huang felt very happy. At first, his older brother had asked him to come here, but he was reluctant, thinking there was no profit in it. Now he realizes this is a big opportunity. Brother Huang swallowed hard, his eyes full of greed. Shen Yan stopped at a house's door. Looking at the grand house with high gates, it was clear they were wealthy. The two of them stood at the door, seeming hesitant about whether to go in. It looked like Su Wei whispered something to Shen Yan, so Shen Yan slipped a small bag through the door crack. He sighed and said, I really don't want to see them. Let's go home first. They'll see the silver tomorrow morning and won't bother us anymore. The two left, and Brother Huang's subordinate asked, Brother Huang, what should we do? Should we follow? Follow what? I haven't heard of any silver in that house. Let's go steal the silver first, then we can deal with Second Shin and that woman later. Wang family. No news for so long. Nothing's wrong, right? Wang Ming couldn't stay calm and looked outside. Li Fei sneered. Brother Huang and the others are reckless. Even if Shun Yan is fierce, he can't fight 4 people at once. He won't be able to handle it. Before he finished, someone knocked on the door. Wang Ming stood up excitedly. They're back.